Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1. Come Forth Satan. 1978, New York City. Hector King was a man in his 30s, with no close family or friends to speak of, paralyzed from the waist down. He was in the Navy SEALs since the early 1970s. But on a mission in Vietnam, a grenade landed near his team. Protecting his team, he tried to push them away and kick the grenade with a strong kick. Simple to say, the strong was only the grenade, his legs were minced meat. It exploded, and with that his legs too. On the good side, they handed him a Medal of Honor later on, but that was it. He had to take early retirement and spend time at home, legless, loveless and hopeless. Living on the pension was easy, more so since he owned a small apartment building in New York City and got rent from there. God bless the previous King generations. Having nobody dependent on him, his expenses were just on his medications and entertainment from time to time. He was into comics a lot, but then movies also became big and he watched them as well. The only dependent being on him was his cute little husky, named Mooney, whom Hector loved dressing up in cute clothes and basically treated him as his son. The biggest problem for him, however, was that he was bored, tired and lonely, and all his attempts at dating had failed. Even Mooney could do nothing more than howl and lick his face whenever he needed food. So, every once in a while, to pass time, he would go out on some random garage sales. During one of the many such boring days, he bought a book on a garage sale. It was a weird book that looked pretty old and gloomy for some reason. When reading it, he found it had the process of how to summon Satan and many other utterly dark things, such as how to bewitch someone, how to remotely kill someone with an accident, or how to suck away someone's luck. Having nothing to do, he decided to joke around with himself. Let's make Satan a friend then. He drew the magic circles on the wooden floor and put the meat he ordered as a sacrifice. It was top-grade meat as he guessed Satan would want nothing less. He expected nothing at the beginning, just like the many Ouija board games he played in childhood, but when the circle completed, it shined in bright light. Hector was damn sure there were no special lights or spotlight in his apartment that could do this. So the possibility of the summoning spell being real rose in his mind. This was when he found out, he foo asterisk ket up. There was no way in hell he'd really want Satan to come. He still had a long life to live, a bit miserable, lonely, and horny, but still. F asterisk CK. He cursed and tried to rub the paint away with his arms in hopes the destruction of the magical circle would end the magic. Thud. He fell from his wheelchair and looked utterly pathetic. The circle kept on shining until it abruptly stopped. Hector slowly looked up as he sensed a presence looming over him, gazing at him with piercing eyes. He was just a 35-year-old man, the military didn't train him for this. Simple to say, he would have shat himself if he wasn't constipating these days. He tried to see the form of Satan, his gaze looking up from the floor. The first thing he saw was shiny formal shoes, then formal pants, then a suit. That confused him, he thought maybe Satan looked like a human. But when he looked up, he cursed, "Holy hell, you're a goat." Woof. Grrrrrr. Mooney started showing his sharp teeth. Damn right, I'm the greatest of all time. And it's fiery hell, damn hell, but never holy hell. Good boy, here, eat this. The goatman spoke like a normal human and threw a biscuit on the side. Woof. Mooney cutely barked and ran to eat. It was unknown if Mooney had betrayed Hector or if he was bewitched. To Hector's surprise, this goat-faced multi-eyed being was smoking a cigarette and looking cool. He sighed, this was a record low for his life. Whatever could go wrong was going wrong. He had no idea what was the punishment for summoning Satan. Was it death? Was it hell? Hector, accepting the fuck-up, depressingly spoke, "Fine, send me to hell, Satan. It's not like I have any friends or work. I can't even remember the last time I talked with anyone other than the pizza delivery guy." But the goat. Satan seemed interested in something entirely different and offered him, "It's been a long time since I was summoned. You found my book. Good, what do you want? Riches? Women? Fame? Strength? Or perhaps, your legs? Or, maybe a penis enlargement? All at the discounted price of your soul." It turned out, this was like the Crossroads demon. Hector, however, seeing he wasn't going to be killed, decided to make the best of it. He didn't need any of that. And so, his answer even shocked Satan, making that smug look disappear. I want you to be my best friend." Satan, after a moment of shock, smiled, albeit creepily. "Ha ha ha. All right then. I, Satan of the multiverse, Grandpa's son and underling, shall be your friend. And from there, the friendship that would last eternity started, all for the price of Hector's soul. But neither of them knew that this friendship would change their life eternally. Satan gave Hector his legs back so they could have fun, eat, play and relax. The two went on a world tour, of course, with Mooney with them. And it was not just a weekly tour, but a literal world tour, where they saw each and every street of every country. Satan did his job of sending souls to hell while at it. Hector and Mooney were just riding along. Over the years, Hector accumulated a lot of wealth from various stints he and Satan pulled together. Satan was a mischievous being after all, and it was in his nature to mess with people. They visited all the beautiful resorts of Bali, the desert of Africa, the rainforests of South America, snowy lands of Antarctica to ride on penguins' backs. They even went to space, because Hector wished to see the moon and Mars. Mooney loved the moon too much and even resisted leaving the giant rock. After some negotiations, Mooney was satisfied by taking a moon rock with him in his cute backpack. Hector also brought back a huge rock sample from Mars and dumped it in front of NASA's building. Those scientists were going crazy trying to find out how it reached there as Hector and Satan had a laugh. They went on to eat the food of every cuisine ever made. They went to every single amusement park in the world. And slowly, they truly did become best friends. Hector also grew out of his introverted and depressed personality, becoming a funny, energetic and cool old man. Years passed and became decades, they still roamed the earth as best buds. Mooney, by the grace of Satan, lived way beyond his dog lifespan. But, a human body can only exist for so long. And even Mooney passed away just before Hector was hospitalized. Due to this, Hector knew his time was coming. A/N, imagine a long montage of cut scenes of Hector, Satan and Mooney doing crazy things with Mr. Blue Sky playing in the back. Year 2021. Beep beep. Hector was on his deathbed, now 78 years old, ventilators and machines were attached to his body. But he was happy, he lived his life to the fullest with Satan as his best friend. They traveled the world, space, and even saw aliens. But, like all mortals, his body too gave up. Not to weakness or illness, but to some crappy virus that had been ravaging the world. Satan, as written in the contract, didn't have the authority to save his life. Satan arrived to see his dear old friend with a sad face. My friend, angels and gods from heaven write poems about our bromance. You were the first mortal to see me beyond my looks. That I am not evil, my work is, something I have no power over as Father decided it. You were my first ever friend. And probably the last one too. I'm glad I found that book, Satan. Hector weakly murmured from his bed. With those words, the machines gave the flatline noise. His eyes lost their shine. He was dead. Then, the magical things happened. Slowly, from the dead body of Hector, a translucent shape rose up. It was identical to Hector, most likely his soul. But Hector himself didn't know. He looked down at his own body, as doctors tried to revive him. But he was already dead. ****man, do I look ugly in this old body? I used to be so handsome back in the days. Legless, but handsome nonetheless. He turned to look at Satan. What happens to me now, and what about Mooney? Mooney, haha, that good boy went to dog heaven. All dogs go to heaven. Satan replied, remembering the good boy he was so attached to for the past few decades. However, Satan knew it, Hector's soul will be sent to hell for atonement and then back to the cycle of reincarnation. Sadness took over him, something that was strange to him as he never felt this way before. But, he decided to do something crazy, ***ck it. You're my best friend, I can't let you die. Hector, I am appointing you as the Hell's Inquisitor, a position only under me. Chapter 2, A New Adventure. This was a shocking development, but Hector liked it, who wants to relive the pathetic human life again. Get born again, go through school life, find a job, love, and do the whole grind once again. There was no fun in that. And from there, he took his new office in hell as Hell's Inquisitor. It turned out, Satan was actually the second highest ranking person in hell, there was another guy above him but he was rarely seen. By rarely, he meant billions of years. So Satan was in command. Despite the envy of all hell's ruling class, Hector worked hard and gained everyone's respect, eventually befriending them. Working as the hunter of evil spirits that become too powerful. He caught them and brought them to hell for judgment. He lived for a time beyond what he could calculate, and that had an effect on him. In the whole process, his whole attitude took a change, he became brasher, stronger in the head as well as body. He became a proud, funny, confident and no-nonsense man. Although he retained his human mind, he was like a mix of an angel and demon at this point. However, after a long time, even this new job started to become boring. Satan too felt bored, as he had gotten used to having fun with Hector. Seeing that their boredness was mutual, Satan came up with a plan, let's send you down again. No. I don't want to be reborn again. If you just want to see me shit myself as a baby, I can do it for you here too. Hector quickly rejected. He'd rather be bored than be a tit-sucking baby gremlin. Satan laughed, puffed. Haha, no, my dear old friend. What I mean is to send you down as you are. You are still a human, just with magical power that lets you deal with evil spirits. While you physically remain as strong as a human, a slightly superhuman version. You can go down and have adventures, while I watch and eat popcorn since I can only send my projection in the mortal world and it's no fun with my supreme power. Hector sighed, so you want me to be like a god among mortals. You do know that even with my only slightly enhanced physical and magical powers I will still be too strong. Satan's goat face grinned, hey. It's not Earth I'm sending you to. Are you sure you don't want to go to a fiction-based real universe? I can guarantee you will like it. Hector's old wrinkled face shined brightly. He was a sucker for all the fictional world, anime, manga, movies. These were his and Satan's pastimes when they were on Earth. And nothing captivated their imagination more than those high-budget movies since the 2000s. Where do I sign? Wait. What if I'm too weak for that world and I die? I know about worlds where I will be just cannon fodder. Well, that's your challenge. Do whatever you want, get strong, beat some asses, make a family or bang some hot chicks. Oh, I'd appreciate it if you can exorcise some evil spirits and send them here. And besides, even if you die, your soul will always end up here. Satan assured him. But what he didn't tell was, Hector had without knowing turned into a higher dimensional being due to working in hell for so long. Hector stretched his body, wahaha. I'm going to enjoy my time there then. This old body needs some action, considering I'm too strong with exorcism magic, I never had to use my body. But, my friend, I'm okay with my looks, but won't I be too weak now? At least allow me to have a stronger physical body. Satan nodded and started swinging his hand in the air, casting his magic. Slowly, Hector's physical body changed. He was still old with long white hair and beard, but he didn't look wrinkly and weak anymore. He stood tall, 6'5", with broad shoulders and well-developed muscles all over his body, but not like those ugly bodybuilders. Hector, I have made you look like a cool, handsome, and strong old man now. Physically, you are strong enough to even out a punch from a normal-level green monster from that world, Hulk. But, I know you want to look badass, so your special ability is no fall damage. Meaning, you can fall directly from the sky and remain unscathed. Hey, you're my best bro, and my best bro always has to look cool. Beyond this, I have a small gift for you. You will love it. Satan ended speaking, allowing Hector to look in the mirror. Hector picked the GodPad Pro, an iPad but made by God for hell and heaven's management. He looked at himself. He already had nice white hair and a beard with a mustache. But now his big strong body complemented it. He looked old and kind while also looking like a mean badass warrior. I like your imagination, Satan. So, when should I leave? Oh, one more thing, how will I know which people I'm allowed to kill? I don't want God to get angry at me for killing good folks. Hector asked. In his whole time in hell, he had seen God only once. The old man was very cool, wore sunglasses and smoked cigars all the time. He looked old and supported a long beard with long hair. Hector had to confess, his own style was somewhat inspired by him. But still a bit different to make it his own. Satan thought about it hard, you still are and forever will be hell's Inquisitor. Use your powers on mortals. With your vision spell, called Sin Vision, you will see 3 different arrow markings on mortals. One will be red, it means the person is a sinner and is bound to go to hell. You can freely kill them. And let me tell you, the majority of mortals are sinners. The second is golden, this means the person is pure, they are bound to go to heaven. If you kill them, you will surely receive Father's anger. These folks are an extreme minority. The third is white, which means the person is stuck in the middle, their fate is undecided. You can either help them do something good to become golden or make them do bad and become red. Understood. Hector nodded. It was fairly simple. But he had a doubt, won't I accumulate sin? After all, killing is a sin. Satan laughed like it was the biggest joke, my friend, if we don't kill, who will? It is our heavenly duty to work in hell. No matter what we do, we are not governed by the same rules as mortals. Hector felt like he was somebody special. For the first time, he felt hell was truly his home, a strange thing to feel but it was true. So he gave a brotherly hug to his best friend, man, thank you for everything. Satan chuckled, I suggest you be careful with the hugging. Don't hug Zeus especially, or he might, you know. He didn't even leave a duck I heard, and now has a duck as his son. And that's not even the worst part, that sick bastard had decided to be the female duck. Hector was horrified. Why do I feel hell is better than heaven? Asterisk sigh asterisk it is, at least for us folks, can't say the same about the sinners having their boiling oil bath as they screech. Satan sighed. Hector put the godpad in his pocket and readied himself. He wasn't allowed to take anything with him except this, as those things might be too powerful for reality. Though he might be able to do some things from the low-level multiversal hell of the reality he was going to. I'm ready, brother. Satan nodded. Just close your eyes and you shall find yourself on Earth. Good luck, and remember, if you ever want to return, just say, I'm stuck, stepbro. And I shall come. Good luck and do your best. What the F? Hector had just closed his eyes. And as Hector did that, his body disappeared. Satan laughed and immediately waved his hand. Out of nowhere, a large couch appeared behind him. As he sat over it and lifted his feet, a table appeared to be his footrest. Then magically a big basket of caramel popcorn and fries also took form. Then, a huge, 200-inch 8K television appeared in front of him, showing Hector in a third-person point of view. Boom. A few more Hell Lords arrived and took seats, WOAH. So this is why you invited us. Which universe did the Lord Inquisitor go to? Satan, eating popcorn, replied, Marvel Universe. Nice, it's a fun world. But, won't he be angry if you watch his intimate moments too? The Hell Lords asked. I have set the child lock on to not show us all that. Besides, we can't always watch this, we've got work to do. The television will automatically create episodes for us, showing us the best moments. Ah, I should ask Father, maybe he'd also want to see this in heaven. Satan had the idea and vanished from the spot. Marvel Universe 69 *****, A/N, MCU but with mutants, Ghost Rider and other beings. 1939, Earth. Hector found himself in his physical mortal body again, standing in the middle of the scorching desert. He wore normal clothes, a dirty white shirt and khaki pants, with a cowboy hat on his head. Who am I, Indiana Jones? I wonder which universe this is, or is it even Earth? He wondered as he thought about Star Wars having many desert planets. He glanced at the sky, probably not, just one sun. But then, all of a sudden a small memory resurfaced in his mind that made him realize that he was not a nobody in this world. He was famous and powerful with a long history. It was like Satan did real hard work in giving him some background. Nice, I got a new last name. It has a nice ring to it. Hector King Washington. He muttered. Extra, what happened to his wealth after he died? Since Hector was supremely rich due to Satan, his wealth of about $400 billion was being eyed by the government like hounds. Even more so as COVID had spread their pockets thin. They knew he had no relatives to speak of. No friends or family, and most even thought he was a madman. Satan was only visible to Hector. But the bombs do drop without notifying. After he died, Hector's best bro Satan appeared as his lawyer just to mess with mortals, because it was fun. He declared all assets of Hector be given to a few genuine vaccine manufacturers, who would make a real permanently working vaccine a few years later as they had no money constraints anymore and were allowed to do their best. This, in return, saved hundreds of millions of people. This was enough good karma for Hector, enough so Satan could bargain with the Father, God, to allow Hector to stay in hell, as a worker and his friend. God was kind to him and allowed it. The government tried its best to get all these assets by any means, but well, messing with Satan is never right. High-level government officials kept on getting their embarrassing phone recordings, nudes, and compromising details getting leaked. It continued until Satan possessed the president and finally made him say, "Oh, come on, man. Just stop it." A/N, to make things clear, I will explain to you which hell this Satan is from and how high-level being Hector is. Okay, first there is a universe, let's say Marvel Universe. Now, each universe has a multiverse, just like Marvel. According to this, even Star Wars has a multiverse with different altered timelines. All fictional worlds have a multiverse. Now comes the omniverse, the one giant orb inside which every single universe and multiverse exists. Satan is from hell that belongs to the omniverse. God is the ruler of the omniverse, its grandpa universe. Those who have not read that FIC, just ignore God, he will only be vaguely mentioned. So, Hector works at the highest level of hell that is possible. But he's not physically OP, his exorcism powers are, as well as his soul. He will have some more powers related to hell, cool ones at that, they will be explored further in the story. Him being a higher dimensional being does not give him much power, unless he faces beings like the Watcher, Living Tribunal, Death, Mephisto and other dark beings, which he will probably. Chapter 3. The Glorious Past. The moment old boy Hector realized through his new life's memories that his surname was not just a fluke and that he was really a direct descendant of George Washington, he quickly tried to feel his teeth. Oh no, I read somewhere that George Washington had really bad teeth and gums problem. I hope only the name got to me and not his genes. He touched them with his fingers and tongue. They didn't feel crooked or pained. So he took a sigh of relief. Good, now let's review my memory and understand where the hell I am and who am I exactly? Memory starts. This is MC's past that he didn't live himself but is hardwired in the universe's timeline and is real. So for MC, it's pretty real. In this world, Hector was born on the 4th of July 1870 and he fought in America-Spanish wars as a 28-year-old. Those times were pretty easy to rise through the ranks during wars, so he reached the rank of colonel by the end of it. But after that, his career was in stagnation. That was until one fine car driver decided to take a shortcut while an archduke sat in the back. World War I was an opportunity to rise for Hector. By the end of the war in 1918, he had already reached the rank of lieutenant general. He was tired of the military now, and he had already reached all the fame and glory he ever wanted. Many people knew his name and heroic deeds, so, in the year 1920, at the age of 50, he took retirement and entered politics. Using his popularity as a famous general, he stood for Senate elections from the state of Illinois and won in 1922. But that was not it. In 1924, he ran for governor and won again. This time, he became a rising star in the political space of the country, as his deeds were also talked about on the radios. The reason was, he was too badass. In Italy, starting from 1919, Mussolini started his fascist campaign, and finally, he became the Prime Minister of Italy in 1922. This caused a lot of persecuted Italians to immigrate to the United States. This included the Sicilian Mafia. The Prohibition started in 1920, making it illegal to manufacture, transport, or sell alcohol. Despite these bans, there was still a very high demand for them from the public. This created an atmosphere that tolerated crime as a means to provide liquor to the public, even among the police and city politicians. While not explicitly related to mafia involvement, the murder rate during the Prohibition era rose from 6.8 per 100,000 individuals to 9.7 within the first 3 months preceding the 18th Amendment. The mafia took advantage of Prohibition and began selling illegal alcohol. The profits from bootlegging far exceeded the traditional crimes of protection, extortion, gambling, and prostitution. Prohibition allowed mafia families to make fortunes, and they started becoming too confident. As Prohibition continued, victorious factions went on to dominate organized crime in their respective cities, setting up the family structure of each city. The new industry required members at all different employment levels, such as bosses, lawyers, truckers, and even members to eliminate competitors through threat/force. Gangs hijacked each other's alcohol shipments, forcing rivals to pay them for protection to leave their operations alone, and armed guards almost invariably accompanied the caravans that delivered the liquor. In the 1920s, Italian mafia families began waging wars for absolute control over lucrative bootlegging rackets. As the violence erupted, Italians fought Irish and Jewish ethnic gangs for control of bootlegging in their respective territories. But, those that died and were pained were common citizens. So, being the almighty Hector King Washington, he smothered the streets with the blood of the mafia, or any criminal that came in his way. He survived a record 48 assassination attempts, creating a countrywide joke that Hector had basically survived assassinations in all 48 states. A/N, Alaska and Hawaii became states in 1959. He became the first governor to pick arms and fight side by side with the police officers, killing more criminals than the entire police department combined. He was again nicknamed the Invincible Governor. The whole state supported him, as the gangs who were initially welcomed due to liquor, now had become too bullish, often resorting to kidnapping rich folks. In 1926, he eradicated the entire Chicago outfit by killing Johnny Torrio and Al Capone. Then, being someone with previous knowledge of the world, he killed off Paul de Lucia, who served as the nominal or de facto leader of the Chicago outfit for 40 years. In the original world of Hector, Paul was named by a Senate crime investigating subcommittee, the country's most important criminal. Hector didn't stop until each member of the mob was dead. Nobody raised any questions except one, Herbert Hoover, the current president, sitting at the top. The man was a businessman and his policies didn't help with the start of the Great Depression. People became angrier as the men indirectly supported the mafia by opposing him. The men underestimated Hector's charisma. Most of the country knew that by dealing with Chicago outfit, a huge mob infestation, he had removed cancer that would have plagued the country for decades to come. Eventually, his deeds scared most of the mafia away, making Illinois the taboo territory. Now, most of them were focused in New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and some other large cities. But, Hector knew that these mafia were also one of those responsible for helping the American economy to recover from the Great Depression by providing money and jobs in illegal ways. So, he gave a public speech with double-meaning words, hoping the smart folks would understand. I did not want to raise arms again, I am but an old retired military man. But the agony and cries of the people of my state, the people I am supposed to represent, forced me to. For every innocent's blood spilt, I will make sure 10 mobsters fall down. This was essentially saying, you can do your business as long as it does not involve kidnapping, extortion and killing. So, in a controlled manner, he allowed mafia to work in his state, but he never allowed them to turn into the behemoth he just finished. As the state did not have rules prohibiting the number of terms for governor, Hector again ran for re-election in 1928 and won a third term, mainly due to his extreme popularity, which was a result of his great looks, which instilled confidence among people, his superhuman-like image and finally, his policies that promoted economic activities by providing special concession to factories and other manufacturing agencies. Even after the 1929 market crash and the start of the Great Depression, he remained popular. Before the election, though, much news came that he might move to New York and run from there, due to the widespread mafia menace. But those rumors turned out to be false, spread by the current governor of New York, Franklin D. Roosevelt, hoping to scare the mafia to stay silent for a while, as his own election was coming. And it bloody worked. Just by using Hector's name, the men got re-elected. But after 3 terms, Hector wanted to have some rest and let his second-in-command and faithful loyal student take over, helping him with the elections. Then Hector went back to his ancestral home of Mount Vernon to relax. That was until a 50-year-old man, in a wheelchair, came rolling to his home with his wife pushing him. In 1932, he was invited by Franklin D. Roosevelt to become his vice president candidate due to his popularity. Roosevelt also admired him, his policies, work and will, since Hector was older than him. He gladly accepted it, knowing that Roosevelt will be in the office overseeing the entirety of the rebound of the American economy from the Great Depression and World War II. Though he knew that it was the World War that really brought America out of the Great Depression, along with some policies of Roosevelt, he still wanted to change some things about the United States, since he believed that the country was supposed to be the beacon of freedom, democracy, and justice around the world in the future, something that it failed to become in his own timeline. With that, Hector King Washington, the only remaining descendant of George Washington, entered the White House. With the name, Washington, again resounding in the halls of the White House and the buildings of Capitol, many people felt anemoiac, nostalgia for a time they had never known. They felt like they were part of a very important administration due to the name. Slowly, it became a matter of pride and boasting for many to know Hector personally or be in his social circle. Roosevelt, too, won many brownie points for having him in the administration. Both remained highly popular among the general public, as their many policies had really helped the nation. Later, in 1936, FDR and Hector King Washington stood for re-election and won. Roosevelt, with Hector's help, received 99.49% of the electoral vote total. Roosevelt's 526 electoral votes out of 531 marked the first time in American history that a presidential candidate received over 500 electoral votes in a presidential election. However, this second term saw the slow flames of war growing in Europe. And in 1939, news that shocked the country came. A plane carrying Vice President Washington to Hawaii crashed in the Grand Canyon. With that, many people in the position of power either became happy or mournful. Roosevelt, fearing the death of his closest friend, had a small heart attack, decreasing his already challenged abilities to walk. He didn't want Hector to be gone right now, since the war was looming over the world, and he needed Hector's expertise since he was a decorated retired general. People don't really survive plane crashes, no matter which era, it was a fact. Southwest there were close to no chances of his survival. All they expected now was to find his body and lay it to rest with a well-deserved grand funeral. The ordinary people, though, were mostly downhearted, because their beloved, humorous, strong, badass, cool, charismatic and favorite politician had most likely died. Memory ends. Whoa. That's a lot to take in. So I'm in 1939 right now and currently the vice president. And they probably think I'm dead. Haha, can't wait to see Roosevelt's face when he sees me. Hector laughed after checking the memories. To him, everything he saw was real. He looked around himself, there were tall rock formations everywhere, with deep spaces in between. He was somewhere at an opening between these tall rock formations. The broad, intricately sculptured chasm of the canyon contained between its outer walls a multitude of imposing peaks, buttes, gorges, and ravines. I still have no idea which universe I am in. But, this place seems to be just right to test my powers. And, what was the special gift Satan was talking about? He wondered. The first thing he remembered was that he was supposed to have super strength and no height damage. Exorcism and simple magic related to hell were common to him and he had felt a connection to the minor hell realms of this universe, so he knew about those powers. Woof. Hector's ears stood up as he heard this familiar sound. He looked left and right and tried to feel where the sound was coming from. Woof woof. He soon realized it was coming from inside a tall rock formation. Well, only one way to get inside. He pulled his arm back so it was adjacent to his chest. Then, boom, he punched it with what he thought would be enough to at least punch a hole in the rock. But, he miscalculated and now the entire rock formation was coming down. Whoosh. Damn it. Where are you, boy? Hector looked for the dog that was making the sound. It was continuously coming, so ignoring the falling debris and the cloud of dust, he ran in. Soon, he felt something hairy and picked it up to run out of the destruction he had caused. In the end, he and the dog were completely covered in sand. Arg, now I look like Indiana Jones. Woof woof. Hector felt something licking his face. He looked, it was a giant, 4 feet tall and 5 feet long white husky dog. He looked like the cutest thing in the world. But he recognized him. Mooney. Chapter 4. Good boy Mooney and cowboy Hector. Hector noticed a paper tied to Mooney's neck collar. He opened it and read, they were words from Satan. Brother, I had to go to dog heaven for him. I asked Mooney if he wants to be with you again, and the boy said yes without even thinking. For such a good boy, making him normal would have been a crime. So, you and he will share an inseparable bond. You can look through his eyes and listen through his ears. Both of your saliva has the highest regenerative and healing properties. Mooney also has super strength, while you can transform into a giant wolf, which has its own advantages. And one more thing, Mooney is half wolf now. See ya. That was it. Hector, with a huge smile on his face, looked at the good boy sitting in front of him and licking himself clean. Can you understand me? Woo-woo. Mooney replied with a cute little bark. Hector felt a cuddling sensation in his tummy and he couldn't hold himself from hugging the fluff ball. Haha, only if you were bigger or I was smaller I could have ridden on your back. But, let's walk for now. He had no way of testing his height damage as he couldn't go much higher without an aircraft. And about transforming his body, he didn't try, fearing it would tear his clothes off. He'd rather not have the world see the Vice President of America naked. Women would be crazy otherwise, seriously, it wasn't just his body that was tall, huge, and muscular after all. Boy, follow me. We'll walk out of the Grand Canyon. We should head west, we will either find a highway or if we're lucky, we'll end up in Las Vegas. Sadly, it's not the crazy city of the future yet. He muttered and started walking, in his dirty clothes. Yet, he looked pretty badass. From time to time, he would see some aircrafts flying by. He reckoned that they were looking for his dead body at the crash site. But Hector didn't even know where the crash site was. So a tall old man and a tall old dog walked the deserted land while talking in their own language. Somehow, both understood each other. Washington, D.C. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was upset. But he had to work as the president. He, however, ordered all to refrain from making any public statement about VP Washington until the body is found. He knew that the man was most likely dead, yet he held onto that pinpoint thin thread of hope. Knock knock. Secretary of the Interior, Harold L. Ikes, entered with a face mixed with both fear and excitement. Mr. President, the crash site has been found but the Vice President's body is nowhere to be seen. Roosevelt's body seemed to have regained strength and looked up at his Secretary of the Interior who seemed like an angel. Are you sure? And have we sent men to search for him? He must be in a very bad condition. Secretary Harold assured him, I have notified the Air Force and the Army. The Secret Service is taking the matter very seriously. I will myself head to California and stay at the Air Force Base. Tell all the men in authority, if they can't find him, find another job. Roosevelt stoically ordered and moved his wheelchair. Mooney, are you fine with swimming? Hector asked the good boy looking all excited as they had arrived at a river. Hector guessed it was the Colorado River since it was westbound. He also knew that if he traveled downstream, the river would soon bring him to Las Vegas Bay, near the Hoover Dam, completed just 4 years ago. And since he could see some trees, he guessed he was near the Grand Canyon National Park. Woof. Mooney barked. It was strange how even though he was a giant wolf with long fluffy hair he still didn't overheat. It reaffirmed that he was a super wolf. Mooney's bark meant, Dad, I love swimming. I swam in heaven every day. I had so many plushies and friends to play with. Haha, good. I hope whichever universe I am in is highly advanced in science. I want to get you some kind of a speech synthesizer. Anyway, I will make a raft for ourselves with trees. But the trees are on that mountain, so I shall go and chop them down with my hands. He told the fluffy boy. It was super easy, barely an inconvenience. He could destroy giant rocks that were like mountains with not even full strength punch, trees were like twigs. Woof woof. Hector laughed heartily and ran up the mountain at the side of the river, haha. All right, we will play catch. You stay near the halfway up the mountain, I will throw trees towards you. Just like that, in the crazy heat of the day, they started playing catch. Hector would mightily and easily chop trees with his hands from the mountain then throw them down towards Mooney. He was easily throwing it about 800 meters, and each tree was at least a few hundred kilos. Certainly, it was not normal, and Hector was only doing this as he was in private. If there were people, he'd not show his powers before knowing where he was. Boy. Another coming up. He shouted and threw a tree trunk. Whoosh. Mooney was near the river now, grr. He excitedly ran and jumped with his monstrously powerful hind legs and grabbed the thick tree trunk in his ferocious jaws. Though he was careful not to destroy them with his bite. His job was to use his razor-sharp teeth to smoothen the trunks by nibbling on the branches. In just an hour, they had a nice raft ready. Not just that, Hector even made a chair for himself. After all, Hell's Inquisitor had some pride and image to maintain. The raft, which he named Yamato, was simple. He didn't have any rope or vines to tie them, so he used his steel-like arms and punched holes in the two thickest tree trunks. Then fitted some thinner trunks in those holes. Then he made some wooden nails by tearing the tree trunk blocks with fingers. If I had such strong fingers in previous lives, I could have made so many women happier. Well, keeping the regrets aside, he was proud of his work. Hell was too peaceful and luxurious for him, so this new life was a nice change. Come on, boy, get on the raft. We're leaving. He picked the rowing stick, which was less of a stick and more of a thick tree trunk. Mooney took his place at the front and sat on his hind legs like some majestic king overlooking the peasants. Or maybe he was indeed a king of all dogs and wolves in this world. Here we go. To Las Vegas. My boa. Hector did the crazy, both having super strength. They enjoyed their time with no fear. He rowed as fast as he could in the river, ignoring the crying sounds the wood of the raft made, but it was holding itself somehow. Mooney, my dear furry son. For this reunion of ours, this new temporary life or, say, vacation, and for being in this sandy land, let's commemorate with some good old yodeling. My attire checks with a cowboy too. Join me, okay? He suggested to Mooney. Oh whoa. Bwahaha. Don't start without me now. From this valley, they say you are going. A/N, the song was Gene Autry, Yodeling Cowboy, from Red River Valley 1936, search it on YouTube if you want to hear it. 7 hours later. Yo cough goddamn, I guess this is the limit of the throat of a superhuman. Arg. Shouldn't have said that, Satan must be laughing. But I wish there was YouTube right now, I could have made big bucks with 7 hours of beautiful yodeling. My brother Satan, send me a copy later. He talked to himself while rowing the raft. It had turned night. He had no idea what time it was as his watch was broken. The best he could guess with the help of the sun and moon was that it was about 8 p.m. Mooney was sitting close to his feet and sleeping. The boy was tired after howling with Hector. After the last turn, he finally saw some lights in the distance. Finally, back to civilization. Mooney, wake up, we're finally going to get a meal. Mooney stayed down. Hector knew he was pretending to sleep, something he'd been doing since he was small. He knew exactly what would wake him up. Oh well, I guess. Tickles will work. He flopped him on his belly and started tickling him. Mooney opened his eyes quickly and started growling. That was actually his happy laughter. Their raft soon reaches the shores. It was a beach. After both of them jumped out, they let the raft go away. So long, my boat. May you have the strength of the real Yamato battleship. Wait. Didn't that sink? Bloop plop. As if it was a curse from his mouth. The great raft called Yamato sank in the river with bubbles. Both of them watched it slowly go down with no words spoken in the middle of the night. After it completely drowned, Hector saluted it and turned. Anyway, I'm hungry. Both of them walked towards the road where they could see many cars passing by. They tried to ask for a lift, but most of the people just accelerated away after seeing Hector's tall muscular form as well as the monster-sized Mooney. What a sad world we live in. Not even giving a lift to your vice president. It seems we'll have to walk, Mooney, he sadly sighed. Chapter 5. I'm in the Marvel Universe. It took them an hour of fast walking to arrive at the unsightly-looking place called Las Vegas. It was a simple little village to be honest, as only 13,000 people live here. Hector quickly checked his pocket for money. He found $120 in denominations of 5, 20, 20, 20, and 50. It was a lot of money in this era, $2,368 in today's value. He entered the first restaurant he saw. It was called 91 Club. No pets allowed. He was stopped from entering. He grunted in exhaustion and took out a $5 bill and handed it to the men. Come on, kid. Your place is completely empty. I and my boy are too hungry to argue. The men happily took the $5 and nodded. He was apparently the bartender, and truly the place was empty. Hector then ordered 5 servings of steak. All of them were for Mooney. For himself, he ordered a whole roasted chicken with extra super spice sauce. He had absolutely no damn worries about his ass in the morning because it wasn't normal ass, it was a superhuman ass. Woof. Waiter, bring 2 more steaks for Mooney, he ordered quickly. But he was done with his meal pretty quickly. So he went to the telephone booth at one end of the restaurant and pressed 00. It was the number to talk to the operator who handles national non-local calls. 0 was for local. After a few seconds, the operator answered, "How may I help you?" It was a sweet female voice. "Ha, Bell's system is doing a good job," he thought and spoke. "Operator, connect me to the specific number I tell you to. It is a special federal government emergency line. 777-420-69. The operator on the other side tried to connect the call. Once it rang, she spoke, "Is this a person-to-person call?" "No, station to station." "You can just leave it here and let me do the talking, it's for your own safety, child," he told her in a serious tone. She, hearing his old, heavy-sounding voice, suddenly felt fear and quickly disconnected herself. After a while, the phone was picked up on the other side. This number belonged to the Secret Service operator's room in the White House. The moment the phone was picked, Hector spoke a few code numbers and words. SSC Freedom. Number 1932-70. SSC was short for Secret Service Code. It was given to most presidents, vice presidents, and their immediate families. His was called Freedom. They probably gave him this since he was related to Old George. There was movement on the other side and a lot of noise came. Hector could imagine the storm that took over the White House right now. "Mr. Vice President, your location?" the man from the other side asked. This was most likely not the guy who picked up the phone originally. "Las Vegas, a restaurant called 91 Club." "I will wait here," he said and hung up. Then he paid for the delicious meal and the call and took a seat again. "Waiter, you got any whiskey here?" "Bring me the best one then." "Woof." Mooney breathed and tilted his head. "No, you can't drink. I remember you tried it once and kept on running on the beach until you had a heart attack. If it wasn't for Satan, you'd have died much sooner." Hector declined it promptly. In the background, the radio was running and the news was being given. As expected, it was about him. News. Vice President Washington's body was not found in the crash. This has been confirmed by the White House press secretary. But it is yet to be known if Vice President Washington is alive since the search for him is ongoing as we speak. But it's nighttime and impossible to see anything in the vast Grand Canyon, and the chances look bleak. "Mr. Washington, I can only pray for you. If you are alive, may the coldness of the night not bother you." News ends. Hector chuckled and silently drank the whiskey. Maybe I can write a book exaggerating my survival. Making money is so easy. Nevada, under construction Air Force Base. He's in Las Vegas. How? The crash site is hundreds of miles away. Roosevelt had landed at the base not long ago and was making sure no officer had a second to rest before Hector was found. "Yes, Mr. President." He contacted the Secret Service and told them his location. "We are heading straight there now." Only he can answer how he did it. A one-star general informed Roosevelt. All the tiredness left his body and energy took over. "Then I shall follow. Prepare for departure immediately, General." Roosevelt was still a bit worried. He didn't know the condition of Hector. He very much valued the man, both as a professional and a good friend. His worry had another reason. Unlike him, only 57 years old, Hector was much older, sweet 69, as he says. 69 was not an age when people can trek through the desert and be unscathed. Dozens of police cars and countless military vehicles entered Las Vegas, flying the desert dust with so many tires rolling. The 13,000 people of the town were shocked and awakened due to the noise. It was the middle of the night after all. Many black armored vehicles were at the front and the first to pull up at the entrance of the 91 Club restaurant. Men with guns out secured the area, covering the whole buildings outside, then a few men calmly entered, followed by a man slowly walking in. Franklin was paralyzed from the waist down and couldn't walk. Still, he had trained himself to walk short distances with the help of others. Hector had himself helped him by designing some metal braces for him that helped him stand upright. All these were items Hector had seen in his previous life during the Afghanistan tours. Even during his long time in hell, he had seen many souls of people bringing their prosthetics along. They were just imagery, as these souls felt the prosthetic was like their real limb. Hector was sipping some nice fine whiskey in the bar when the people started pouring in, scaring the waiter and the manager. Immediately they surrounded Hector, but fools then aimed at the poor Mooney, who was cutely eating his steak. "Guns down, he's my good boy Mooney. He may look big, but he's a highly intelligent dog." "Right, Mooney?" he asked the dog. "Woof." Mooney barked intelligibly and went back to eating. The men there were no threat to him even with their guns. The people truly believed he was a dog and lowered their guns, albeit they still felt scared. Next, the head of Hector's Secret Service detail came forward. "Mr. Vice President, the paramedics are with us, please let them check you," he requested respectfully. He was quite nervous, as Hector's body was covered in dirt from head to toe, His white hair that was usually shining were now looking dirty blonde from the dirt. Hector laughed. Haha, this old boy is just fine, Spencer. How is your wife? I heard she just gave birth yesterday. Hector sat down and allowed the paramedics to check his blood pressure and temperature as he talked. Spencer smiled. Sir, it's a daughter. Pat, good, I guess you need to take a small leave and go to some baby care classes. It ain't easy changing diapers. Haha. When did you change anybody's diapers, Hector? Roosevelt walked in slowly. Hector laughed and went to give his friend a hug, but at the same time, he helped Franklin to take a seat. Well, I may have been single all my life, but I did once change diapers of your grandson. Roosevelt chuckled and asked, how are you? And who is this new friend? Mooney, come here, boy. Meet Franklin D. Roosevelt, he's the big boss of this country. Hector called the white husky. Mooney first sniffed the man sitting on the chair, then suddenly lifted his right paw. Roosevelt confusedly looked and asked, what? He's shaking your hand, Franklin. He's much smarter than a normal dog. Hector nudged him to shake it. Roosevelt laughed and shook Mooney's paw, then gave a lot of pets. The dog was taller than a man sitting on the chair, and it was pretty nerve-wracking if one was meeting Mooney for the first time. Yet Roosevelt was cool with it. After the paramedics made sure of everything and a few journalists had clicked pictures and asked questions, it was time to return to the White House. Hector's own home was in the Capitol, an inherited property, as George Washington had bought and built 2 buildings in the area after he laid the cornerstone of the U.S. Capitol in 1793. Although they were given to the federal government to be used as a government building for 200 years, Hector had still reserved 1 floor for himself. It took him a few hours to return home. The radio stations were talking about him since the early morning. The newspapers claimed he was God's miracle, God's favored, or Washington power. Hector laughed when he saw these headlines in his private bath in his home in Washington, D.C. It was a giant bathtub. Mooney was also there, playing with an inflated duck. Well, I guess it is God's miracle technically, as I derive my powers from Satan and he derives his powers from God himself. He concluded and put the papers aside. It was Monday, December 15, 1939. He had to return to the office for work, and since he knew the future, he needed to do many things to make sure the United States worked like a much better well-oiled war machine in World War. And I also need to find where the hell I am, he sighed and started brushing Mooney's white fur. He was still trying to adapt his mind to being related to George Washington. But thankfully, he knew a lot about the man's history, so he had some solace, despite some unsettling details about the man's early history. George, like most other landowners and founding fathers, owned slaves. Because in that era, creating a nation or any kind of wealth needed huge human resources, people did not like giving money for work, hence, slavery was widespread. All historical monuments, from the Roman Pantheon in 125 AD to the White House in 1792, were built using slave labor. But George Washington, after returning from the Revolutionary War as the general, had a slightly changed mindset. First of all, he stopped purchasing slaves, and also stopped selling, as in his words, selling individuals breaks apart families. Despite having been an active slaveholder, George Washington struggled with the institution of slavery and spoke frequently of his desire to end the practice in various private letters, yet publicly, he was silent. Though thankfully, George in his last will decreed that all the slaves he owned be freed after his wife's death. At the end of his life, he became the only slaveholding founding father to do so. Hector would not want to have that last name otherwise. George Washington in his life wore many hats. He was a soldier, farmer, brewer, entrepreneur, politician, and visionary. Hector chuckled, so he was the Johnny Sins of the old days, though a good Johnny I guess since he only had 1 son in this timeline. So I'm the 3rd generation Washington since George lived. I wonder how rich I am since the man was said to be the richest president in history, with a net worth of $525 million in modern times adjusted inflation, though it's just land rich, not cash rich. Maybe being related to Abe would have been better, he thought. But anyway, he was cool with it, since he had the wheel of the future of the country in his hands now, and he would surely steer it in the right direction. A/N, this is the end of this discussion. MC is a man of modern times and holds modern values of equality. His policies will reflect the same later. White House. Hector ended up bringing Mooney along. He didn't want to stay away from his little boy ever now. There was not even a single scratch on his body, though a few men had died in the plane crash. His alibi was that he had jumped out with a parachute before the plane hit. The rest were pilots and they couldn't do the same. He went directly to the Oval Office to meet Roosevelt. He knew the man had many questions. However, when he entered, he saw an old man in United States Army uniform sitting opposite of Roosevelt. Hector felt he had seen this man somewhere before but couldn't pinpoint it. Woof. Mooney greeted Roosevelt and took his seat on a sofa in the corner of the office. Roosevelt laughed. Ha, good of you to bring him, he's sure to cheer up the mood of the office. Now, come and give me your suggestions, Hector. This is Colonel Chester Phillips. He just proposed the creation of a new department. Here, check this file. Colonel Phillips stood up and saluted the towering old man. Nice to meet you, General Washington. Hector chuckled. It's been a long time since someone called me that. Just call me Vice President now. Phillips nodded, but his eyes were shining. Quite frankly, General Washington sounds much more inspiring than Vice President Washington. He took a seat, taking the file. Don't push me, Colonel, I might just run to join the military again. So, what is this proposal? A top-secret department, Strategic Scientific Reserve, to fight HYDRA, There was a sudden silence in the office as Hector stopped reading it. But internally, he was too damn excited. Boy. I'm in the Marvel Universe. This changes everything. He quickly turned to face Mooney and ordered, Boy, victory howl. Awoo. Mooney started to howl as trained. Colonel Phillips and Roosevelt just blankly stared at him in confusion. Chapter 6. No. He quickly turned to face Mooney and ordered, Boy, victory howl. Awoo. Mooney started to howl as trained. Colonel Phillips and Roosevelt just blankly stared at him in confusion. Hector. Are you okay? Roosevelt asked him. Colonel Phillips was silent meanwhile. Hector chuckled and looked at their faces. In his head, he quickly came up with a way to have his total oversight over this department. No, I just remembered something. You too will be shocked to know that I've faced this organization in the First World War as well. But back then, they were more secretive, never really coming forward with their real name. But this time, it seems they have decided to play the big game. You know, they experiment on mutants. Sadly, we have given mutants a status even lower than colored folks in this country. Roosevelt sighed. True, civil rights were an issue in the country, but he didn't want to change them right now, as it can create large-scale protests and riots from both sides. And right now, the country needs stability more than anything else. Colonel Phillips, however, was excited, knowing that his proposal was as good as accepted. Gene. Vice President, then you should be the one overseeing this department. I'm sure if anybody, you should know the dangers of Hydra better than anyone. Roosevelt agreed. True, that is why I am accepting this proposal. Hector, you should appoint a senator loyal to you to be the deputy head overseer of this department. We can't have the vice president openly be taking over such departments. Hector nodded and started, agreed, but I have a different proposal for you, something that can create our nation stronger. And since we have such a huge majority in both the Senate and the House, this shouldn't be a problem. Colonel Phillips, you should listen to me and give your input as well. Colonel Phillips became interested to know what proposal this legend has. Must be something good. Well, it was also clear that Phillips was a fanboy by this point. Sir, I will be glad to help. All right, I am saying this from my experience of fighting in the Spanish War and the World War. In those days, the Air Force was not a major thing. Now, we are in a different era, where the use of all three forces will be huge. This is why we cannot have the previous military administrations. Since 1789, we have been using the system of having a Secretary of War, who oversees the Army and the Air Force. Then there is the Secretary of Navy. It's understandable why this was the case, as back then the Navy was extremely important. But, this system creates a lack of interoperability between the three forces. This can cause problems in multi-service joint operations. Hence, to create a synergy between all three, we need a single Secretary of Defense. The new chain of command shall be Army, Navy, Air Force Chief of Staff - Secretary of the Army, Navy, Air Force - Secretary of Defense - Commander-in-Chief, the President. What do you think? A simple act of Congress can make this happen. Hector proposed. This was his first step to make sure the coming war is fought efficiently. Roosevelt fell into thought. What Hector said made a lot of sense. This would also streamline the chain of command. He will just have to talk to the Secretary of Defense to understand the conditions of all three services. Your proposal makes sense. Make one of your loyal senators propose this in Congress. Hector was happy. This would help him as well since he was not just going to sit in the office, he was going to physically participate in the war. But, first, he needed to make some preparations to emerge as the greatest man ever after the war. For this, he needs to make a trip to some Nazi-loving South American countries and show some good old satanic stuff to their presidents. He also needed money. For this, he was going to invest in a lot of companies that would produce war-related items. Production was going to skyrocket after all. I forgot the biggest one. Stark Enterprise should be in the budding phase right now. He remembered the thin, mustached man, Howard Stark. Anyway, his current assets were worth $19 million, $374 million today. But his problem was, only $1.2 million was in cash, the rest was his owned land. He didn't want to sell the land either, so he was in a bit of a pickle. Colonel Philip was dismissed after that and sent away. Roosevelt and Hector were left there only. So the men asked him, Hector, tell me, what do you think are the odds of us entering the war? Do you want the truth or sweet candy that lets you sleep nicely at night? Hector inquired. Roosevelt chuckled, the truth of course. 100%. We will enter the war not because we have to, but because we must. Don't forget, the war is not just in Europe, but also in Asia. Imperial Japan has decided to expand much further than their little island. And one thing I know for certain is that expansionists never get satisfied. So, I suggest we start preparing for the inevitable. Hector said with utmost confidence. Roosevelt felt taken aback, this was too direct. He wondered what Hector saw that he did not. Well, who would tell the poor guy that a literal hell lord was sitting in front of him? I will think about it, Roosevelt said. Hector, seeing nothing more to talk about now, left the Oval Office. When he arrived in his own office, he called his chief of staff. It was a young woman named June Wick. June, I need you to find someone for me. He ordered as he took his seat. Mooney followed him behind and had already taken his place inside his office, on the couch. June took out a notepad and was ready to write, yes, Mr. Vice President. His name is Alan Turing, he's probably in Bletchley Park, United Kingdom. Oh, if he's employed by the British government then leave him be, poor men will end up in my hands anyway. One more thing, get Mooney a bed. He ordered. I will get to it, sir. She hurriedly left. Knock knock next, Hector's communications director for the vice president entered. Sir, there are so many journalists waiting for you. They want to interview you about your plane crash and your subsequent miraculous survival. Hector's gray eyes shined, remembering the idea he had earlier. I guess I will release my survival book. My popularity should earn me some money. Just like that, he agreed, send them in. Oh, order a pizza and some milkshakes. Soon, about 10 journalists entered, all wearing nice suits and glasses. Each had a notebook and a few had cameras. In this era, video cameras were huge, so there weren't any unless of course, it was a really big event. After that, he started increasing the notch about how he survived the crash with the help of a parachute and then found Mooney, also lost in the place. Slowly, he weaved a story so interesting that the journalists didn't ask anything, they just wrote what he said and left calmly, satisfied by the story. And the moment they left, he started writing the book, titled, Will of Washington. He had this surname, so hell yes he was going to use it. While writing, he took a lot of inspiration from a few shows he watched in his past life. Thank you, Bear Grylls, if the effects of the butterfly called Hector don't alter the odds of your existence, then I will offer you a job. It took a month for Hector to completely adjust himself to the timeline. He had two options, 1, be a serious old man, or 2, do what he was supposed to do, enjoy his time as if it was a vacation while doing whatever he thinks is good. Find a good woman and maybe feel some warmth of a woman's touch. So, he made some plans for the coming war. He was already so high in the political field, it'd be a shame if he didn't make use of it. September 1st had already passed, Germany had invaded Poland, World War II had officially started in Europe. As per the previous agreements, Great Britain and France declared war on Germany. Then the Soviet Union also invaded Poland from the east. They were no less of an aggressor than the Germans, but Hitler made himself look like the bigger evil due to his atrocities. In November, the Soviet Union invaded Finland, starting the long Winter War. But, 1940 was here now, and this was going to be a fruitful year for Hector, since Japan will do Pearl Harbor on December of 41. He also needed to check all his abilities. January. It was an election year. Roosevelt had told him that he didn't want to stand for re-election but relented due to heated war in Europe. In front of Hector currently sat the director of FBI, J. Edgar Hoover. Honestly, Hector hated the men, his eyes clearly told that the man was messed up in the head. In his world, it was found that Hoover spied on many high-level U.S. officials, and even threatened presidents sometimes. It was the stupidity of the Congress itself that allowed Hoover to stay the director of FBI for 37 years. But, for now, the men had a lot of use for Hector, and the day he stepped out of line, well, the good old demonic boogeyman would visit him that night. Hector's biggest concern right now was the atomic bomb. Although it was not yet into development, and it would only start in 1942, he knew that there were already Soviet spies lurking around, trying to steal the technology. His main objective, for now, was to stop USSR from developing nukes for as long as possible. For this, it was important to find these spies and deal with them. He only knew the names of a few famous ones, but many more rats were hiding in the country. Some were born Americans, yet they betrayed their nation. Director, I have a request. We have a counterintelligence division in FBI, right? He inquired. Yes, Mr. President, Hoover replied. TSK. Bastard thinks he can smooth-talk me by calling me president. Hector cursed in mind and continued, yes, then I have very important advice. Alert all your divisions. Soviets have sent their spies to the United States to steal our technology. Now, by the Constitution, I cannot order you to do anything, I can only suggest. So take my suggestion, and maybe, if you prove yourself to Congress, perhaps when the next person sits in the big office, you can get a secretarial position, perhaps an entirely new department for internal security can be made. Hector saw the look of thirst in Hoover's eyes. The men wanted power, as much as possible. Dream on, you foolish prat. Hoover nodded and stood up with his chest inflated with a sense of pride and hope. He moved closer to shake hands. Thank you for the advice, Mr. President. I will guarantee you that no Soviet spy will enter our waters or air as long as I am alive. Hector nodded and shook it, and the nation will owe you a debt for that. Woof. As soon as Hoover left, Mooney barked. Hector chuckled. Haha, yeah, he was indeed a dumb fella. You want chicken for lunch? Whoa. And there goes the happy howling. In the previous month, other than writing a book about his survival, he checked the industries he should invest in. Stark Enterprise was still a private company, fully owned by Howard Stark. The man was still a struggling inventor, but he was gaining fame slowly. Hector cared not to meet him, as he was the overseer of Strategic Scientific Reserve, and eventually, Colonel Phillips will recommend the young Stark to join. He looked into the industries he should invest in. Most of these were automotive, clothes and steel companies. There was also the Hormel Foods Corporation, the company that made Spam. It was going to be used during the war. This was enough for him. He was not mad for money, as it didn't really matter to him. He wanted to enjoy his time, not spend it doing accounts. April 1940. The Finns sued for an armistice and ceded the northern shores of Lake Ladoga to the Soviet Union. Germany invaded Denmark and Norway. Denmark surrendered on the day of the attack. The war was getting fierce. America was facing the effects as well since many industries could not export their items to Europe anymore. But defense production had skyrocketed. Hector was already seeing his money increase. But then a headache came his way. Congress passed the act to create the position of Secretary of Defense. It was fine until then, but Roosevelt invited him to his office and acted a bit too sugary for some reason. Wary, Hector asked, I know that face, what headache are you giving me now? Roosevelt chuckled, Ha, it is you who gives the headache, my friend. Mooney howled the whole day yesterday. Nobody could work. That was because someone had breached the White House's fence and he was just trying to alert people. Poor boy, nobody listened to him. Anyway, what is it? He asked again. Roosevelt dropped the news. Fine, Hector, I want you to increase your burden, take the office of Secretary of Defense. No. Hector bluntly rejected. Chapter 7. Satanic Powers. Why? You are the best guy for this job. A retired general, who knows about our enemies. Who knows about the conflicted region. Why? You think it's beneath you? Roosevelt sounded desperate for him to take office. But Hector had his reasons. You know better than me what the papers and the men in Congress are going to say. The Senate has to pass the appointment of a secretary, and I am the one presiding over the Senate. I have the tiebreaker vote. And if I ever take office, I will constantly have to preside over new bills and acts related to defense. I will be accused of some vicious things. Hector wanted to stay in politics for a long time, and becoming the defense secretary would cause a lot of bad reputation. The only option left was to resign as the vice president, but that would be like a demotion. Not good for career. He was hell's Inquisitor, he could do many things, but mind-controlling the entire country was not one of those things. These were millions of souls after all. Roosevelt sat back in his chair and thought about it. What you say is undeniably true. But I thought about you because as the Secretary of Defense, you shall have full control over the 3 defense services. And seeing your heritage, I felt nobody would question. Hector ran some calculations in his head. As long as I remain the vice president, I will automatically become the president when Roosevelt dies. In the meantime, I can go to war to get myself so much fame that every single American will look at me with an eye of reverence. Fine, but I am going to let the decision be up to the Senate entirely. He clearly said. He didn't want to go against the entire Senate just for a secretarial position. Hector sat in his office, doing what most vice presidents do, a lot of reading, absolutely tiring and boring work. But while letting himself do this on autopilot, he thought about how to capitalize best on the knowledge he has about the world. Most of the companies that became big in the future were yet to be made, only Stark Enterprise was here currently. Big companies such as FAANG, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, and Google were either a part of MCU or not, and even if they were, Hector had no idea if his existence would cause some butterfly effect. The possibility was great since he was going to change so many things for America. All he could do for now was invest in war-related companies, banks, and real estate in areas such as New York, LA and San Francisco. World War II didn't have good helicopters from what I remember. I have the design in mind, all I need is someone to make the stuff to go inside it. He muttered. Making helicopters was of course not in his capabilities. He didn't have a godly genius brain. What he did have was money, and money could buy anything. I need a genius who is good at physics, mathematics, and can make my designs. But getting one to be loyal is a big problem. He thought hard about what he should do. For this, he even made a list of all the greatest scientists that are alive right now. Slowly he crossed many names, all the way until he found one name, a person whose life had turned into a tragedy, one who might appreciate his help. And if he plays his cards right, he can get the men to leave behind his extreme leftist and socialist thinking. Mooney, my boy, let's go. We've got a boy to heal, or at least try. He got up, slamming shut the file he was working on. Woof. Mooney asked where. Haha, to the beautiful mountains, the country of black money safe heaven. Switzerland. Hector replied. Who could stop him from going anywhere? Sure, going to Europe during World War was not the best thing, but he needed to go there since earning this man's loyalty was important. This way he won't have to be always dependent on Howard Stark whenever he needed something. Despite Roosevelt's complaints, Hector left that same day. To save time, he took a transatlantic flight. It was a seaplane, as only these flew over such large distances since they had a security that even if something messed up they wouldn't drown. However, flying was not a good experience. Hector this day learned that the modern world was truly spoiled. Flying was loud, cold, and unsettling. Airliners were not pressurized, so they flew at low altitudes and were often bounced about by wind and weather. Airsickness was common. Poor Mooney felt like vomiting the whole flight and Hector had to hug the good boy the whole way. Still, after hours of the bumpy flight, he arrived in Great Britain, though it was just to refuel and then head to Switzerland. Hector looked out of the window as the plane flew over France. Thankfully, it was still just February of 1940, and Germany was yet to invade it. Psychiatric Clinic Bergalslee, Zurich. It was a leading psychiatric hospital in Switzerland. As a research hospital, it was associated with the University of Zurich. And Hector had come to meet a boy named Edward Einstein. Edward Einstein was the second blood-related son of Albert Einstein, born from his first marriage. Albert was a good physicist and mathematician but not a good family man. He left his wife to marry his first cousin and settled in America after Nazis came after his life. God's punishment it was probably. His second wife also died in 1936 due to heart disease. Yet, Albert proved to be a worse husband, since he ignored his dying wife and focused only on research, which was his escape. Now, Albert had two stepdaughters in America, who hated him, and two sons in Switzerland who hated him. One was permanently institutionalized in this institution to get his schizophrenia with shock therapy. It was also kind of funny, how the boy was studying medicine to become a psychiatrist and ended up being the patient. Albert made one after another bad life decisions. He was neither good at making career decisions. Hector knew that this was why the world was not full of Howard Starks, because to become Howard Stark, one needed superior intellect as well as a deep understanding of politics as well as business. This was what most scientists lacked. In short, they were mentally handicapped, unable to think soundly about anything other than their research and area of expertise. Using his influence, Hector met the boy, merely 30 years old. He's been in the institution for 10 years now and the last thing he had said to his father was that he hated him. Hector was surprised to see Edward masterfully playing the piano. He's extremely good at playing the piano. Sadly, he gets strokes, otherwise he could have been world-renowned. The doctor said. Sigh, and I will make him. But the cost will be heavy, Hector muttered. He sent the doctor away and talked to him. Kid, do you want to get out of here? Do you want to live a normal life, marry, have kids, love, play the piano, get famous? Edward stopped playing and faced Hector. No. No. Hector sighed. God, I hate using this power. It makes my face look like a demon's, he muttered to himself. The power he was using was called Crossroads Soul Buyer. In this, one sells his soul for something they want. Of course, the wish gets fulfilled but there are always terms and conditions applied, very harsh conditions. Despite Edward's screaming, Hector repeated, do you want to live a normal life, marry, have kids, love, play the piano, get famous? Give your mother a better life, meet your father, show your worth, make him proud. What are you? Edward asked. You know what I am. I shall fulfill one of your wishes, of course, for a price. Sign this paper, and you will have it all. Hector showed him a contract that states he will sell his essence in return for his wishes being fulfilled. Essence was just another toned-down word for soul. Edward thought about it for a while. He was not dumb, he just had a mental condition. He knew what this contract meant. And he also guessed this was probably a demon. Heck, there was also a Cerberus, Mooney. Bam. The door of the room opened and people came in with a wheelchair. They wore masks and gowns. Edward, it's time for your shock therapy. Edward's face changed in an instant, getting filled with terror and rage. No. He jumped to grab Hector's feet. Please. Anything. I will sign anywhere. Save me. And so, Edward signed the contract with his blood, which came out of his nails that he scratched on the floor. As soon as he signed it, he fell unconscious. Sorry, Mr. Vice President, he was having a stroke it seems. Please, wait in the lounge to meet him again. The doctor respectfully told him. To him, Hector was just a normal human, he didn't see any document either. But after Hector was done, he looked at the contract. The terms and conditions always appear after it's signed, so even he does not know what it is. This time, the condition was, will die from a cocaine overdose in Hollywood in the year 1965 as a famous musician. Woof. Mooney suddenly reminded Hector of something. Facepalm, arg. I had super healing saliva power as well. I could have used it. But, well, I don't want to spit in a glass and make someone drink it later, that's nasty, so I guess this was a good deal too. Bow bow. Mooney said, which meant, I could do it. Hector laughed and jokingly slapped Mooney's head. Of course, you would, you even drink water from the toilet. I only did that when I was a small boy, Mooney barked. Hector laughed heartily and headed out. Wahaha, whatever lets you sleep at night, son. Angry, Mooney growled and meaningfully barked, which meant, Dad, apologize to me. Growling. Woof. Yeah. I'll get you some chicken later, Hector said lovingly. Mooney made noise, which meant, I love you, Dad. Gone was angry Mooney. Good boy was back. Chapter 8. Big changes. The next day, Hector was on the flight again, this time with Albert's 2 sons and his wife. Why wife? Well, she was one of the first women to study mathematics and physics in Europe. It was in his own best interest that Albert and she rekindled their love. How did he get her to agree? Well, he told her how sad Albert was and that Nazis were going to mess up entire Europe soon, so if she wanted safety, come to the United States. The fear-mongering worked. Though now Hector had the headache, as he didn't know if Albert even thought about her. I guess. I will have to find a way to manipulate his mind, he thought. His magic was mostly useless in this, as it's only OP when it comes to exorcism and spiritual magic, and moving things with the mind. March. Roosevelt had used his political clout to get the act passed to make a Secretary of Defense. All that was left now was an appointment. Many were competing for it, though none had the idea that it was already decided, all except Roosevelt, his chief of staff and Hector. But soon the Senate received the request for advice and consent from the Senate to appoint the vice president to the position. There was also a long list of reasons why he should be appointed, but still, no matter how much people liked Hector, or admired him for his heritage, in the world of politics, everyone was for themselves. The Senate was in session. Senators were giving weird looks to Hector, who sat in his presiding seat. He knew why this was the case. The giant Senate chamber had a weird atmosphere today. To clarify things, before the vote commenced, he made an announcement. Members of the Senate, to keep this impartial, if we reach a tie vote, I will vote nay. I do not want to take this office with my colleagues being uneasy. But understand this, we are in an era with a war of unprecedented intensity currently being waged in Europe. Let's proceed. Normally, voting for appointments is done behind closed doors, with the Senate Majority Leader just announcing the result of the vote. But here, to keep everything transparent, it was happening live in front of all members. The legislative clerk started the proceedings. All those who are in favor say, aye. Aye. All those who are not in favor, say nay. Nay. It was clear, the voice in support was much louder. In fact, the nays could be counted, since out of 96, only 5 voted no. And with that, Hector became the new Secretary of Defense, while being the Vice President. This was the first ever in history. Albert Einstein lived in Princeton and worked at the Institute for Advanced Study. For the past few days, for some reason, he had been seeing the face of his ex-wife, Mileva Marek, in places. For example, he'd see her face in streetlights, shop hoardings, pamphlets. He'd see her name in places it shouldn't be. But every time he would take a second glance, he'd find that it was just a construct of his mind. Soon, he started seeing the faces of his sons as well. At night, he would not be able to sleep due to the howling of a wolf near his house, but asking the neighbors it'd turn out to be just his delusions. Slowly, he started to think he was going mad. That was until one night, he had a dream. 112 Mercer Street in Princeton. Hector arrived outside the house. It was late at night and his mission was to give Einstein a final blow. The man had been seeing faces of his family, but instead of trying to contact them, he now thought he was going mad. This was not what Hector wanted. This time, he'd use his satanic powers to show him dreams. But for this, he needed to be close to the men. What the hell, it's 3 in the morning and he's still working. Mooney, start howling, scare the heck out of him. Oh whoa. Then with a small dose of sleeping gas, Hector was good to go. He slapped the back of the 61-year-old scientist. He didn't wake up, it was good to go. He appeared as a single sparkle of light in Einstein's dream since Hector didn't know what God he believed in. He spoke. Albert, you have disappointed me. Even you, a gifted man with an exceptional mind, couldn't rise above the mortal material lust. You betrayed your first love, your own blood, for what? So you could spend some lusty steamy nights with your own first cousin. Einstein, being the crazy man, talked back, but I loved her. Silence, you insolent foolish man-child. Only those sick in brain lust for their first cousins. Second, thirds or so are fine, but never the first. Did you forget what happened to the House of Habsburg? Now, you have one chance to make it right. Fight for the freedom of the chained, look after your surviving family. Your son shall be healed, as I have sent my own blessed apostle for your help. Whoosh. The light disappeared from inside his mind. Hector also left. Next, as Einstein woke up, the television was running the news. The first thing he saw was Hector on the television, presiding over the Senate. A/N, televisions did exist in that time, they were expensive and with crap video quality, the news was shown on it mostly. But, he didn't think much and immediately ran off to get the telephone and dialed his ex-wife's number. One after another call, he finally got a hold of her number that she was using in the US. Hector was waiting for this exact moment. 1940 came to an end. Hector didn't do much as Secretary of Defense other than increase funds for the development and strengthening of the Navy, Air Force, and Army. Due to him, the defense output had increased significantly. But the biggest event was the election. This was Roosevelt's and Hector's third time running for re-election. Of course, without a doubt, they won, once again obliterating the opposition with 507 electoral votes. In the past few months, Hector had done a few things. 1. He went to South America, met with Argentina's many politicians, those who would one day become president as well. He bought their souls, all of them dreamt of becoming president, and the one who was currently the president wanted more power. All of them would die as soon as their dreams come true. One more thing that happened was that old man Einstein finally became Hector's pupil. How? Well, another dream hit him, one that showed that socialism leads to communism, what would become of USSR, China, the great famines, endless sufferings, arms war, nuclear weapons around the world. Hector gave him the option, help me make America world's big brother who keeps the world away from war by force, establishes peace and freedom everywhere, or do nothing and let the world burn. Well, after he had a firm belief that the apostle being spoken about in his dreams was Hector, Einstein became a follower. Though Einstein had one wish, that as many Jewish scientists be saved from Germany as possible and brought to safety. So, Hector obliged happily, taking advantage of one of the greatest mistakes of Hitler. By stopping and discarding the Jewish scientists, he made Germany dumber and the rest of the world smarter. Great Britain and Turkey had already taken many scientists to their countries. Now, Hector was going to make a pro-gamer move and shamelessly bring as many as he could. This was one task he gave to the Strategic Scientific Reserve. But then a bigger problem dropped over his head as soon as he realized it was still the 1940s. The current United States was still pretty anti-Semite, as there was a thing called Jewish quota, a discriminatory racial quota designed to limit or deny access for Jews to various institutions, especially in universities like Harvard, Yale, and many more private universities. Heck, physicist and future Nobel laureate Richard P. Feynman was turned away from Columbia College in the 1930s. So, the first challenge came to him, and he faced it head-on. He started a campaign, spreading cruel decisions and acts of Hitler, his Jew hate, and then he started making comparisons, that any American who discriminates like this is possibly a Nazi. Of course, he didn't do it directly, he used other people. As a person who had seen the modern age, he used his experience, he used public opinion, and people's hate towards Nazis helped him a lot. Then the new act was passed by Congress to end Jewish quota, calling it unconstitutional and against democratic and national values. With that, Einstein and many new scientists became firm followers of Hector. Though he knew that many of these were not really that loyal. But he didn't care, he'd kill any that would betray him, he was no angel, nor was he a demon, he was both. On top of all that, he was a bloody politician. It was January 21, 1941. Roosevelt and Hector had already taken their oaths at Capitol. But, Hector was not in the White House, nor in the Capitol, he had come to an Air Force base closest to Washington, D.C. Son, you can't deny me, I'm the Secretary of Defense, if I say I want to learn how to fly a damn aircraft, you will teach me. Hector authoritatively spoke to the young captain who flew a Curtiss P-36 Hawk, and these planes were to be phased out but were still being used. Mr. Vice President. I need authorization, the captain scaredly replied. Kid, I am the authority, I give it to you, now teach me. He insisted. The captain, seeing no way out, nodded, but also came up with a clever plan. Fine, sir. But first, let me teach you about the parts of the plane and how to land it. Hector stopped him with a firm hand on his shoulder. Don't think I'm a fool. And I only want to learn how to make it fly, no need to learn to land. Of course, he could always just jump down. He had no height damage. The captain stared at his face blankly. Sir. Go get the plane ready, he ordered, sacring him away. Hector was doing all this to prepare for the war. He was not going to sit in the boring office. Roosevelt was enough for that. He wanted to fight on the battlefield. Gain popularity across the United States, then when Roosevelt retires, he becomes the president. Rushed steps. Mr. Vice President. You are urgently being called back to the White House. There has been a situation. His Secret Service men came running. He took a sigh and left immediately with a sad heart. Poor boy Mooney, he can't fly with me and eat air. Hector hastily arrived. He expected it was something related to the war. But Pearl Harbor was supposed to happen months later, and nor was there anything about Europe that would attract such big attention. When Hector arrived, many big names of the government were there. But only he was allowed to enter, and surprisingly, this was Roosevelt's bedroom. As soon as he entered with Mooney behind, he was greeted by the doctor, Secretary of State and Secret Service men. His eyes fell on Roosevelt, who was on his bed. The doctor was checking his body. What happened? Did you fall off the wheelchair again? He inquired jovially. Roosevelt chuckled. Cough, fucker, don't make me laugh, my chest is in pain. Who have you fallen for this time now? He made another joke. This time others laughed, as all had heard about Roosevelt and his young heart. Just then, the Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, walked up to him. Mr. Washington, the president had a heart attack. He fears he can't do his constitutional duties justly anymore, so he has submitted his resignation to me. And as per U.S. Constitution, Article 2, Section 1, Clause 6, as well as the 12th Amendment and 20th Amendment. You are to be the next President of the United States of America, Mr. Washington. Chapter 9. Howard Stark. Jaw dropped, Hector looked at Cordell Hull and Roosevelt. Mooney did the same just 'cause Hector was. But deep inside Hector's mind, something else was happening. Son of a. I have officially fucked the timeline. My butterfly wings are too damn strong and fabulous. Roosevelt was supposed to run for another term and win, then die. Goddamn, I didn't wake up this morning thinking I'd become the president. With my surname and the coming war, my shoulders are going to be pressed down like asphalt under a roller. Are you sure, Franklin? He asked again. All his plans needed to be changed now. He wasn't sure if he can fight in the war himself now either. Damn it, I don't want to be just a two-term president. Roosevelt nodded and spoke from his bed. My friend, I am a cripple, who has gotten weakened even more. I understand that the nation does not need a cripple president right now. I trust you completely that you will be the best goddamn president that this nation has ever seen. And I'm not dying. You can keep me as an advisor if you want, I mean. Haha, I won't deny government salary if you want to give me. Ignoring the jokes, Hector sighed. Man, you've messed up all my plans. Let's go, Secretary Hull, you need to oversee my oath-taking. Let Franklin rest. Mooney, come. He and the Secretary of State left. However, a shocking thing happened as soon as they left. Roosevelt got up from his bed. Is he gone? I think he is. The Chief of Staff assured. Roosevelt sighed and energetically sat back in his wheelchair. That old bastard, he does not understand his own value in the political circle. He wanted to personally go to the front lines. Even trying to learn how to fly. He left me no choice but to make him the president if I wanted to keep him around, alive. We can understand, but it stands to see how well he does, the doctor frankly said. Roosevelt chuckled as he lit up his cigar. He's a magician, I'm telling you. I have full confidence in him. I had this feeling all this time. There is something strange, extraordinary about him. Not to mention, man has the devil's luck, survived a plane crash, trekked across the Grand Canyon, not a single scratch. In times like these, we do need a crazy man at the office. While I'm afraid I'd have been the laughing stock of the world. This is the right choice. Roosevelt looked out of the window. The people were leaving. In his mind, a few regrets were looming. He wanted to stay the president, but he was constantly questioning himself. His health was also deteriorating ever since his last heart attack after Hector's crash. I will just support him to the best of my ability, Roosevelt muttered. A/N, unlike in our world, FDR here suffered an extra heart attack, which has made his already limited walking abilities now impossible. Hence, he took this step. Hector was hell's Inquisitor. He could clearly see a lie when spoken. He knew Roosevelt was lying about the new heart attack. But, he didn't do anything. Although he considered Roosevelt a real friend, he could not deny that being the president at this time was the best possible thing that could happen. Due to war, he will enjoy unlimited power from his office. Now, he shall be making every decision regarding the US and the war, the future, the alliances, the enemies, the social problems and much more. And being in the MCU was the cherry on top, or maybe not. Damn right, President Washington is back, and this time, I will truly make this country the greatest and the world peaceful. Okay, almost peaceful, a few people will die, here and there, but all is good for the greater good. Mwahaha. Take that, Dumbledore. He internally had a long victory laugh, that thankfully didn't come out loud or he'd be mistaken for a supervillain. Mooney suddenly barked, trying to speak to him with their connection. Dad, you became the present. What about me? Haha, my boy, it's president. And I shall make you the first goodest boy of America. Who needs a first lady when I have you? Wait, I can dress you in a little princess dress, he fawned over Mooney. Grr. Mooney ran away as soon as he heard this, a few memories from his childhood resurfaced in his mind. Nobody had expected that suddenly such huge changes would occur. Just a day after taking the oath, Franklin D. Roosevelt resigned, paving the way for Hector King Washington to become the 33rd president. Were there any voices in opposition? Absolutely. But they were in the extreme minority. What was crazy was that a huge number of people came out on the streets to cheer for this event, waving the American flag and posters of Hector and George Washington together. Hector had somehow become a pillar of moral and mental support for the nation of 100 million. People adored him, looked up to him. In their eyes, he was the embodiment of the principles of the nation. To listen to his address to the nation, most of America paused and hoarded around radios and televisions. The soldiers as well were elated to some extent. After a long time was a president entering the office who's been a top army general. In his speech, Hector didn't talk much about war, because officially, America was neutral and talking peace with Japan. Instead, he talked about the future. When I see this nation, I see greatness, I see what we can become. This is my humble suggestion to all those who have a business idea: be an entrepreneur and do it. This nation was founded and developed by a bunch of businessmen. Business is our power, and innovation boosts business. This century is America's century and nobody can stop us. And I only pray for one thing, that is, may God bless America. With that, he took the office. Now, he had a headache. He needed to find a new vice president and secretary of defense. At the same time, he decided to pump up the defense production by introducing a new law, which was originally supposed to come out years later. The Defense Production Act of 1941 was passed by Congress, and it allowed the president, largely through executive order, to direct private companies to prioritize orders from the federal government. And it was now time to make more planes, ships, and guns. He called a few company CEOs to meet him in the Oval Office so he could talk to them about building planes and warships. Meanwhile, Hector himself had employed a few scientists along with Einstein to design him a powerful helicopter. The general design he had already given, all they needed to do was fill the gaps. Boeing, Martin, Douglas, Curtiss, Grumman, Lockheed, North American Aviation and Stark Enterprise. CEOs of all these companies were called to the White House. Hector chuckled seeing the young Howard Stark, the only person to be looking misplaced in this group of old men. He was brimming with confidence and had a look of smartness on his face. Hector liked this. This was the quality of a genius. He had something more to say to him as well, but that needed to wait. Hector didn't sit at his table. Instead, he greeted them on the couches while having some milk tea. Hector was the tallest president in history, standing 6 feet 5 inches tall, while his muscular frame was enough to make any man feel small and insecure, even more so when they were shaking his strong hands. Well, due to some circumstances, I'm the president. Let's work together and make sure nobody takes advantage of our peaceful intentions. My main reason to call you all is to ask, will you help the nation when it needs you? They had a face full of patriotism. Hector continued, I would like to use the DPA, Defense Production Act, to contract your companies. I am going to need bombers, fighters, ships. In thousands. He ordered. They were going to agree. The new act made it criminal to not do as the government says. A company cannot deny the government's order when it comes to DPA. The government was going to pay them good money. So they happily left. All except for Howard Stark, as he was told to wait. So, what did I do now? Howard asked alertly. Hector chuckled, haha, kid, you did nothing wrong. I heard you were attacked not long ago. And I believe Colonel Phillips told you who those attackers were. Oh yes, Nazi sons of bitches, hee. I guess Hitler saw my handsome face as too much of a threat to his masculinity. Howard joked. The door opened and Colonel Phillips entered with a thick file folder. He saluted Hector and took a seat. My favorite officer is here, Colonel, tell Mr. Stark your proposal. Hector sat back and allowed them to talk. He patted Mooney, meanwhile. Colonel Phillips talked to him and tried to explain to him, Mr. Stark, you were attacked recently. It was an attack on your life. They wanted to kill you and they were not Nazis. They were worse. They are people from a very secret organization called HYDRA, their goals are unknown, but we believe it's conquering the world, enslaving it and enforcing a new world order. They are currently serving the Nazis, but they are not the same as Nazis. They are also invested in developing technologies that are beyond normal man's imagination. They possibly see you as a threat, seeing your intelligence and ability to invent unconventional things. They will now come after you, and they won't stop until you are dead. Howard Stark didn't seem scared though, I knew it. Tell me if Illuminati is real. Hector shrugged, they probably are, I at least know that the Great Depression is man-made. _degree. Colonel Phillips looked as if a ghost touched him while Howard had his jaw stuck open. He was just kidding, but it seems he learned some things he was not supposed to. Colonel Phillips took out his gun. Mr. Stark, it seems I will have to kill you now. Howard stood up. WOAH. Whoa. Easy there, Colonel, that toy is lethal. Wait, is that manufactured by my company? And I didn't know Mr. President would tell me that. But, seriously. Someone deliberately caused all this damage to the world. Hector shrugged. Sadly, yes. And it's pretty easy to find out who, if you look at who profited from it the most. And you allowed that? Howard asked him in a confused voice. He had seen poverty during Great Depression after all. His father beat him regularly during those days. Hector shook his head and stood up. Back in 1929, I was just a governor, and I didn't know about it. But now I do, and it does not matter how powerful and rich these people are, I will put a bullet in their heads myself. This I assure you. Then he looked at Colonel Phillips. Colonel, do it. Phillips put the gun right at Howard's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! Howard's eyes closed in sudden shock. But, he felt no pain and opened them soon, only to find Hector and Phillips chuckling. Wait, is the dog also laughing at me? He's not a dog, his name is Mooney. And yes, he's laughing at you. I was just messing with you, kid. Your life is in danger, Hydra will not stop. So I suggest you join the SSR, Strategic Scientific Reserve. A top-secret department of the military that is going to develop new technology that will win us this war. Hector offered him. This was his intention from the start. Do I get to keep the patents of the things I make? Howard asked. Hector bluntly denied. No, but you get to share them with the Department of Defense. You will be using government money and equipment, son. Don't be so greedy now. However, anything you make in the duration with your own funding you get to keep it. Howard paused for a few seconds, his mind tried to make calculations. His business mind worked and he thought, it's a sweet deal. If I can get closer to people in high places, then Stark Enterprise will have infinite developmental prospects. And the president is also pretty cool. You got yourself a deal, Mr. President. Where do I sign? He shook Hector's hand. Colonel Phillips immediately gave him a document to sign and he effectively became a member of SSR, getting its second highest clearance. Howard left soon after. Colonel Phillips was satisfied and thanked Hector. That was one hell of a plan, General. You scared him with that talk about secret society starting Great Depression. Hector blankly looked at him with a look of pity. I was not joking, Colonel. Phillips was struck by thunder this time. Degree. Chapter 10. The Unexpected Partner. It's a secret society of the world's wealthiest. It's called the Council of Nine. A group of powerful businessmen and politicians who sought to gain power, wealth, and control for its members. They mainly operated in the United States of America through the manipulation of American politics and the economy. They have been operating for a long time now. In 1901, the Council of Nine even orchestrated the assassination of President William McKinley. And in 1929, they orchestrated the Wall Street crash. Hugh Jones, the founder of the Roxxon Corporation, is one of the people behind this, as he gained the most from this crisis. The man owns shares in so many companies now that he can live a filthy rich life just from the dividends. Hector made the grand revelation. Colonel Phillips was shaken. Holy Jesus, Joseph, and Mary. Who needs Hydra when we have such folks among us? Do you want the SSR to deal with them, General? For God's sake, Colonel, stop calling me General. I'm the president now. If people hear you calling me that, they will tag me a tyrant or dictator. And no, SSR should only focus on HYDRA, they are bigger threats. About these overconfident politicians and businessmen, I will deal with them myself. He scolded the men and clarified. Colonel Phillips argued, but you are also the commander-in-chief, sir. However, if you insist, I won't call you that. One more thing, I have a request. We need clearance from you for a mission, Mr. President. We need to extract someone from Nazi Germany, a German-born Jewish scientist named Abraham Erskine. I believe he can help us create an army of super soldiers. Here is the entire report. ***, here it comes. I wonder what Steve is up to right now. He wondered if he should directly change the future, but again, he remembered that he was going to be the US president for the coming years. War was inevitable, millions of lives will be dependent on his decisions. Still, each of his decisions to minimize the damage to the world in the coming war was going to change too many things automatically. Hector thought and read the whole file. Peggy Carter was already a member of the SSR, it seems, transferred from the British side. The plan was to get Erskine to the US. You have my go-ahead, Colonel. In fact, I will be going there myself. I got some work in Europe. Hector signed the file. Colonel Phillips blinked and wondered if he heard it right. You will be going to Europe for the mission. Tell Agent Carter to be ready. I will straight away drop down near the prison where Erskine is kept. She should wait for me there, and remember, nobody should know that I will be going there, even Agent Carter shouldn't know. If the Germans find out that I will be there, they will do everything in their power to kill me. He ordered. But, why would you go there, sir? Colonel Phillips asked. He wanted to try his best to dissuade him. That is confidential, Colonel. Just know this, I am doing this for the sake of humanity. This should be enough of a reason. Congress will be told about this once the war is over. You may leave now and start the preparation. He authoritatively ordered him. Colonel Phillips silently saluted like a good soldier. I will, President General. Hector frowned upon hearing this new word. He's obsessed with my past. Woof. No, Mooney, you will not be coming. Truman is the vice president now, but I don't know much about what kind of person he is and what ideas he has about me. He will be the acting president when I am gone. Until then, I want you to stay here in the Oval Office and watch over Truman. With your eyes and ears, I will know everything. He told the fluffy good boy. Mooney barked and licked Hector's face in affirmation, taking the mission seriously. Nazi Germany. Officially, Hector was supposed to be on a visit to many South American nations to reaffirm their alliance, but instead, Hector's new Secretary of Defense would be meeting the people in his stead. The new secretary was some random guy, but that didn't matter, as the advisor to the secretary was the main man. He was none other than Roosevelt. The man refused to leave the political field when the country needed him. Hector, meanwhile, got on the plane and headed straight to Nazi Germany. The prison was somewhere in the southeast part of Germany, near the border of Poland. However, his method of arrival was unconventional. He directly jumped out of a high-altitude plane over the area where he was supposed to meet Agent Carter. It was a jungle and the night was dark. Hector had not shown his powers to anybody yet, in fear that they would consider him a mutant then. He took the parachute, which was painted black, and jumped down. He only opened it when he was too close to the trees. Even then he miscalculated and landed on his feet with a loud thump. Whoa. I didn't even feel anything. It's as if gravity does not work on me, yet I fell with a thud. It was certainly strange. But he ignored it and cut down the parachute ropes. Then he took out his compass and headed to the rendezvous point. There, the young, smart-looking brown-haired Agent Carter was waiting for him in a combat suit. She was looking left and right, staying alert. She had no idea who her American counterpart was going to be. All she was told was that the man was really high up in the chain of command. A highly experienced veteran. She had high hopes now. Agent Carter. Hector came out of the tree line. He was wearing an American Army shirt, cargo pants, and boots. Over that was a civilian leather jacket. And of course, a wide nice smile on their face along with his mean look. Agent Carter rubbed her eyes quickly first. Of course, she had seen Hector's photos in the papers many times by now. He was the darling of the media, anything about him sold really well. But, ever after rubbing her eyes and pinching herself, the huge old man in front of her remained. She looked left and right. Mr. President. Hector felt like laughing seeing her confused and panicked face. Wahaha, that's right, Agent Carter, it's me, Hector King, Washington. So, what have you planned? Her jaw was still open and she was frozen. Pat. Hector patted her shoulder. Agent, you still on Earth? She shook her head and jolted back. Why did they send the President of the United States? It's dangerous here, sir, we could die at any moment. Are you doubting my abilities, Agent Carter? I assure you, there is plenty of strength in these old bones. He showed her his strong fist, making a leather stretching sound from the gloves. No. Wait. Mr. President, where are your weapons? She inquired. _ Hector looked up at the sky and cursed, damn those bastards, they forgot to hand me the guns. He chuckled and looked back at Agent. Well, don't worry, I can just do what the mountain did and splash their heads. Mountain what? She exclaimed. Gregor Clegane, forget it. Let's go, Agent, we've got a man to save. And don't worry about me, if I die, nobody's going to blame you, not that I will. Let's move. He firmly spoke and went ahead. Agent Carter was confused as to how to even address him, as he was the head of the state of possibly the richest nation. She quickly ran beside him and couldn't help but feel small. Her height of 5 feet 5 inches was a whole 1 foot smaller than Hector. Sir, would you mind telling me if your government knows about this? She inquired. It is classified, and I did not come here to get Erskine. This is just one of the tasks I have. One more thing, Agent, I am also your boss, since you are attached to the SSR and I am the top overseer of SSR. See me as your boss, not the president. Brief me about the situation and our point of entry. He talked formally now. She nodded and started telling him everything while walking towards their target, no matter how absurd it sounded, but for now she accepted that the American president was her partner. Sir, Dr. Erskine is kept in the second underground level of the prison. He's been forced to work for Johann Schmidt, but for some reason, their partnership didn't work out. It is rumored he was working on some super soldier program. The place we are headed to is a brick outpost. It's the secret entrance to the prison and not many soldiers guard it. We are here. She stopped and hid behind a tree. Now, we must be careful not to alert them. I will remove the left one, you can take out the right one. How does that sound, sir? Sir. Ha ha ha. Freund, wisst ihr von unserem Herrn und Retter, Jesus. God. What's he doing? She panicked and hissed internally. She saw Hector walking up to the two guards standing with submachine guns. Hector was speaking German with them, she knew the language and what Hector was saying didn't make sense. What does he mean by, do you know about our Lord and Savior, Jesus? Is it some code word? Halt. The two guards aimed guns at him. Hector chuckled and in an instant used his superior strength to jump a few meters in a fraction of a second. It was so fast they could not react. Bam bam, the two guards found their heads pressed onto the wall by Hector's hands. Ugh. Their helmets caved in and crushed their skulls from the area of impact, and with that, they fell onto the ground. There, go and meet the Lord and Savior now, Hector muttered and turned towards Agent Carter and showed a thumb. Seeing this she quickly ran to him. That was very reckless of you, sir. And how did you move so fast? He just shamelessly laughed and ignored her questions. Let's get in, Agent. She nodded, not having the authority to ask questions, and pushed the door. It's locked. Maybe they have the key. The two started patting the bodies of the two guards. Hector checked the soldier and also took his pistol, knife and MP-40 submachine gun. But, they didn't find any key. So Hector came up with a solution. Just keep an eye, Agent Carter. He easily lifted the body of one soldier and put it against the door. Then he took out his knife and made a hole on the right side of the body's belly. Next, swiftly, he took the German P-08 pistol. It had a long cylindrical muzzle, much useful for Hector, as he put the entire muzzle into the soldier's stomach. Ting ting. 2 shots were fired, and the body was thrown away by him. In a matter of 7 seconds, he opened the door with the least sound made. Agent Carter didn't show any reactions, brutal, but effective. Correct, Agent. Improvising, adapting, and overcoming are the 3 most basic skills any spy should have. Now let's go and get ourselves a doctor. He headed in. Feeling much more confident in Hector now, Agent Carter followed him blindly. 1 hour later. Where the hell is Erskine's chamber? This is my 50th body, it's becoming a small hill now. Hector complained as he threw another body to the big pile he had masterfully collected. Agent Carter sighed in frustration. We have interrogated each of them, none know about him. But the intel from our informant has never been wrong. Hector sighed. Fine, we only have one option left now, Agent. Grab all the knives you can. I repeat, all of them. She obeyed the order and soon they had 60 knives, big or small. He took a few. Good, now just follow me and keep handing me knives. She had no idea what Hector was about to do, but she nodded, as there was no time to explain. They had stayed stealthy all the way until now, with not even a single bullet fired. However, Hector suddenly shouted, Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler! Bam! Immediately a few doors opened and some soldiers came out running. Whoosh whoosh! Immediately Hector threw knives at them. All the high-ranking officers were left alive while the lower-ranked ones were killed with a knife at their throats. Hector had no regrets, not just because he was from hell, but also because all of these men had red marks over their heads, meaning they had sinned enough that they will go to hell no matter what. In fact, since Hector arrived in this world, he had not even once seen someone with golden markings. At most he had seen one white marking, all the others were red, even Roosevelt and Agent Carter were red. Only newborn babies had golden markings. Whoosh whoosh. One after another, Hector threw knives while roaming around the entire prison complex and shouting Heil Hitler. Every time someone would think an important high-ranking person has come outside and they'd rush out as well. It only took the 23 minutes and 14 seconds to get the commander out. Heck, they even made the officers they let live shout Heil Hitler by threatening to cut their balls. Balls threat always worked, no matter the era. Whoosh. Arg. Oh skies. The last knife stabbed the commander's chest, just 1 centimeter away from the heart. Now, I only need to slap you to make that knife puncture your heart. But there is hope. Tell me where Dr. Erskine is. Fahr zur Hölle, he hissed. Fine, it's slapping then. Slap slap. Arg. He's in the torture chamber, the commander blurted. Hector looked back at Agent Carter and let her rush to check the doctor. Meanwhile, Hector stayed and one after another killed all German officers, all except one, who seemed to look innocent from the face. Boy, I want you to run back to Berlin and show this to Hitler. A. Neen. Asterisk SCRRRR. Asterisk Hector masterfully stirred his knife and cut a nice big swastika on his forehead. That's my autograph, son. Hector taunted him. The man was crying by now. No. Please. I will become a good man. I will save the Jews. Don't kill me, Satan. The officer wailed. Well, Hector was using his crossroad demon powers to look like the devil to him. He couldn't let Hitler know it was the President of the United States of America who made this beautiful living walking artwork. What are you doing, sir? Agent Carter appeared with Dr. Erskine barely walking with her support. He cackled, nothing, just inspiring the future generation of soldiers. He glanced at the men again. Go now, your name shall be immortalized in the annals of history, Hans. Rah. And Hans ran away like a flamethrower was fitted on his back, blood still oozing out of his forehead. Carter was confused and Erskine was rubbing his eyes, trying to understand why was he seeing the US president here. Agent Carter, I seem to have lost too much blood, I am seeing impossible things. My eyes are going heavy. Erskine fell unconscious with that. Chapter 11. I am Speed. Erskine fell unconscious. It was hard for the pretty and deadly Agent Carter to carry him herself to as far as the river from where their escape was planned. So Hector put Erskine on his back like a sack of rice and they escaped. However, Hector was secretly putting his saliva on Erskine's wounds, as he didn't want the men to die before making the super soldier serum. He knew it sounded nasty, but the faster he became accustomed to it the better. Erskine was a major and important person for Hector. And the reason for him coming here himself was that he was not sure how far his butterfly wings had caused the damage. He had no idea if they had reached Erskine. And the result was clear. Yes, they had reached Erskine. Agent Carter's intel was proven wrong and the prison had many more guards than what the intel said. And Hector could only come up with one reason, him becoming the president. The world knew that he was a military man, and his brain worked like one. It was possible that Hitler and Schmidt may have felt threatened by his existence. After all, he does try to rub his personality of a huge and strong guy everywhere, be it radio or papers. He was happy he came, or else Agent Carter might have died today. Poor old Steve would have lost his era when he shone then. Super soldier serum was of utmost importance to Hector, not because of Captain America, but for himself. He wanted to inject it into himself so that he could start revealing his crazy abilities to the world openly. He can just say that the serum had higher effects on his body as compared to Steve due to some genetic reasons and that now he was too strong. Heck, he'd just call it Washington power and the people would believe him with fanatic obsession they had for this name. He chuckled, I also want to see America's ass, can it compete with mine? But sadly, right now America's ass is probably America's hip bones somewhere in Brooklyn. His magical and demon powers were all invisible, so no one could see them anyway. Now, the only power that was yet to be tested was his ability to turn into a giant wolf, and it was about time he did it. He helped Agent Carter slowly cross the border and arrive at Freis that was taken over by Germany. Though he helped her reach the southern zone called the Free Zone. It was yet to fall. From there, it was easy moving. They soon arrived at their escape plane. But Agent Carter didn't see Hector climbing onto the Air Force plane. Sir, get on, we don't have too much time before they realize what we did and send fighters. He waved his hand, sending her off. I told you I didn't come here to only save Erskine. Take him back to the US and hand over the mission report to Colonel Phillips. I will be returning in a few days as well. See you soon, Agent. With that, the plane started moving. She just blankly stared at him, wondering what could be the secret things he was here for. It can't be a diplomatic mission, that was for sure. Hector meanwhile jumped onto another high-altitude plane with his face covered and told them to fly over southern Poland. Then, when at the right place, he once again just jumped down. However, this time he did not use his parachute to see the full effect of his ability. He had no fear either, as he'd be going down in the middle of nowhere. The plane that dropped him flew back. The pilots didn't even know they had just dropped the American president. Though they were trained not to ask questions. Hector jumped straight out at 25,000 feet. The world below him was slowly growing bigger and clearer. The tiny dots slowly formed the vague shapes of trees. The cold wind grazed past his body, touching his face and giving a cooling sensation. Then, like a rocket, he fell. Boom, he made sure to land in the superhero pose, but this was his superhero pose, which was nothing but him landing standing straight with arms folded. After all, an awesome man like him can't kneel to others, that pose is for rookie heroes. He looked around, the trees in a few meters of radius around him were uprooted and the land also suffered some damage. I should control my jumps from now on, he made a mental note. He needed to enter deep inside Poland. For that, he needed to find a German officer and take his uniform as well. Hector cursed for not having any kind of inventory space or something. But again, he was not some random horny boy who got reincarnated by some equally horny god. Maybe I should take over a minor hell dimension of this universe and use it as my dumping ground, the idea crossed his mind. Unknown to Hector, a lot of hell lords felt a mysterious shiver run down their body due to this. Yes. Let's try that now. It was time to test his shape-shifting ability. It came as biological to him and slowly his body transformed. Fur took over his body, his size grew by leaps and he transformed into a giant wolf. In this form, he was 15 feet tall and 28 feet long. I am huge, I can still speak. Nice. He exclaimed, checking himself out. He was grayish-brown with a size that could be seen as bigger than the biggest elephant. He liked it. I guess I will play with Mooney in this form. The boy will love it. Fine, time to check my top speed. Whoa. Baby. This is awesome. I am speed. Hector zoomed past the tree so fast that he looked like just a blur. His speed was 500 kilometers per hour, much faster than any animal or car. Only an airplane could compete with him. He enjoyed the run, and the best part was, he didn't feel very tired even after traveling hundreds of kilometers in one stretch. However, he did get sudden urges to howl and claim dominance over all the animals in the vicinity, by either growling or peeing. He was headed east, deeper inside Poland. His secret mission was not something anybody knew. But as the president, he could do anything, well, as long as the war went on. 1 week later. Hector had completed his mission. He was on his way back in wolf form. The only drawback of this form was the clothes that would get torn apart every single time. Due to this, he made a backpack with elastic, strapped to his leg. It had a simple t-shirt and pants. It took him a while to get over the feeling of running naked in the wolf form. The fur helped though, as it didn't allow for the wind to touch his skin. He was headed back to southern France to leave Europe. The next time he will be coming back would be after the start of the war. And for now, he needed to prepare for Pearl Harbor. Whoosh. At great speed, Hector traversed the lands. Even if some German troops saw him, they would silently cower in fear and run away or hide. Whoa. Fuck. I need to control my howling urge, what's the point if I give away my position all the time? Thump. This was not Hector. He quickly stopped in his tracks and looked around. The forest was silent as always, due to his presence. But he could sense it, there was another predator nearby. Being in the wolf form, there were few advantages to him other than speed. His smell and hearing become much more sensitive and his survival instincts get amplified by a shit ton. Growling. He acted like a normal wolf, to lure the enemy. He had no idea if it was an animal or a human, he assumed a human though, as Northwest animal would come close to him. Hi-ya. Clank. Out of nowhere, a short man, in torn military uniform, jumped over Hector. Surprisingly, the man had spiky claws extending out of his first. Hector also raised his paw and stopped the man easily. Hector immediately blurted what came into his mind, Hugh Jackman. A second later, he corrected himself. What's Logan doing here? Wait. Canada entered the war in 1939 already, no wonder. But, is he comic book Logan or movie Logan? I'd appreciate the comic one. A/N, this secret mission is going to be talked about when the war ends. So keep this part in mind. Chapter 12. Back in office. Logan seemed to be in a frenzy-crazed state as he was growling like a beast. Kid, what happened? Hector spoke. Logan's face tilted like a confused puppy. Not able to make heads or tails out of this weird giant talking wolf. Grr. He jumped again at Hector's back, this time landing on it. He quickly stabbed his claws in his body and they did go in. Hector didn't flinch and just fell back to his back, crushing Logan's skeleton with his weight. This was one of the drawbacks of being a giant wolf. He was fast and strong but less agile when compared to a small human. Logan was now on the ground with his bones crushed. They were being healed though. Meanwhile, Hector had started to turn back into his human form. Naked as the day he was born, he noticed the stab wounds of Wolverine were already nearly healed. Yawn, what to do with him now? He wondered while wearing the spare clothes. Logan was just staring at Hector silently, waiting to be healed completely to pounce on him. He checked Logan's pockets and read his identity card. Sure enough, he was in the Canadian Army. But why he was so deep inside Germany was a mystery. I can't leave you behind now, can I? Fine, I will adopt a new puppy then. Mooney will like a new friend. He grabbed Logan and knocked on his head with a strong fist. Then he put him on his shoulder like a sack of rice and ran away. After a whole day of running and then rowing a boat, he arrived in southern France. From there, he jumped onto an American aircraft and headed back to the US. Inside the flight, only Hector and Logan were present on the passenger side. The short ferocious man was still unconscious. Meanwhile, Hector had changed into a nice suit once again and looked like the good old badass president. He was reading the newspapers and a few important documents. Nothing new had occurred in the US while he was gone. Though his Secret Service detail was angry with him since even they did not know where the president went. Truman had been doing well, not taking any dumb steps, as he learned from Mooney, who was following Truman like a good boy. Ugh. Logan started to wake up. Hector quickly put the papers down and prepared to knock him again if he showed any violent tendencies. Kid, you're safe now. We're on a flight to New York. Logan held his head while grunting. He looked around and only saw Hector. He paused immediately as if he saw a ghost. President of the United States is a mutant. Hector jumped over to him in fright and grabbed his mouth hard. Logan, in shock and due to instincts, pulled out his claws and stabbed Hector's thigh, but Hector didn't react. Now listen here, you little. I am not a mutant, and do not call me a mutant ever again. Not because I hate mutants, but because I am the president and can't have them see me as a mutant. Is that clear, soldier? Logan retracted his claws and nodded. He just stabbed the American president. That was a crime worth death in itself. He nodded. All right, bub. Hector sneered. Don't call me bub. When were you born? 1885, why? Logan asked. So the comic book Logan. Nice, he smiled and put his arm around Logan's shoulder. Boy, I was born in 1870 officially. So call me Big Brother, Grand Frere, Grosser Bruder, or even Oni-chan if that's what you want. In fact, Oni-chan sounds good actually. Logan grunted. He didn't like any of it. I will just call you Prez. Fine with me. So, what were you doing so deep inside Germany? Hector sat back in his seat with comfort and poured a glass of whiskey for each. I was deployed with the Canadian troops attached with the British. But we were ambushed and they caught me, then conducted experiments on me. For a month now I was in a German secret facility. Then I broke out and was on the run until I met you. What about you? What are you, if not a mutant? Logan asked him. Hector was a bit surprised by how much Logan was talking. But again, he hasn't lived that long yet and is still not that broken. Hector decided to use Naruto's most powerful jutsu, the bullshit no jutsu. Oh, I'm just an old good man, who happens to be the president. I'm pretty old, older than official documents state. And my powers are, you can say, like an inheritance. You mean, did George Washington also have such powers? Logan asked him, astounded. Hector shrugged, probably. How else could he fight and win the Revolutionary War? Now, kid, don't tell this to anybody. It's our little secret. Our pinky promise. This explanation was much more acceptable than telling him he was Hell's Inquisitor from beyond the multiverse. Logan nodded and silently sat back. It was somewhat appreciative though, knowing that the boss of probably the most powerful nation right now was like him, a wolf-like human. But he still had a question. Why were you in Germany? Hector smiled and revealed to him why he was there. After all, he knew Logan was not a villain. By the end, Logan felt respect for this old man rising in his heart. That was not what I ever expected from a politician. I'm sure the world will appreciate this later. Hector shrugged. Who knows? All I care about is that this was the right thing. And about politicians, yes, they are indeed mostly blood-sucking leeches good for nothing. Good thing I'm here now to bonk them. By the way, are you sure about not calling me Oni-chan? United States, Camp Lee. The hottest spy in the town had returned to the United States to report. Her brief report on the mission to save Erskine was complete and she just needed to pass it on to Colonel Phillips. Phillips knew that Hector was in Germany, and honestly, he felt like each day he was aging 10 years. No matter what, he just couldn't digest how a 71-year-old man can survive. But here he was reading about the madness that occurred. So, Agent Carter, you are saying, a 71-year-old man ran so fast you couldn't even notice him, punched 2 men to death, then killed 50 men with just hands, and 50 more by throwing knives. Please tell me you were joking. Or perhaps the Germans poured some funny gas on you. Agent Carter stood in attention and seriously replied, every single word in that report is true, sir. Fine. I'm going to sit on this report until he returns. I hope he returns. Colonel Phillips once again got depressed. Quite frankly, sir. If Mr. President is as strong as what I saw, I don't think he will be in any danger. She gave her opinion. Duly notes, Agent. Get back to your post now. You are to be the security head of Erskine for now. Colonel Phillips sent her away. White House. Harry Truman knew that the visit to South America was a farce. He honestly hoped that the men just die so he could take over the position permanently. Who doesn't want to become the president? Still, he did his job honestly, knowing that if he was plotting against Hector, then possibly Hector too had the means to bring him down. For now, the only thing he felt annoyed with was the giant wolf dog, Mooney. God, why won't you leave me alone? I'm going to the washroom. Mooney growled and still followed and stood outside the washroom door. For the past whole week, Truman had been followed by Mooney everywhere. In fact, Mooney had already sensed Truman's thoughts against his dad. Woof, he barked and started scratching the door. He had decided to punish Truman by not letting him have peace in everything he did in his life. Fuck, let the men shit in peace, you demon. It's the most sacred time of a man's day. Truman cried from inside. The thing was, no one dared to kick Mooney out, as that enrages Hector, seen from the past. And wherever they tried to trap Mooney, he'd come out soon. The boy was too smart. Bow wow, asterisk bam asterisk grrrrr. Mooney, angry at being called a demon, punched right through the door. Once there was a hole, he inserted his head and started madly barking, scaring the crap out of him. Luckily for Truman, he was already on the toilet seat. White House, a week later. Woof, I missed you, Dad. Ah. Were you a good boy? You did well. Haha, nice job keeping Truman on edge. He hugged Mooney. But then Mooney looked behind and saw another man, short but ferocious. He felt a connection, a familiarity. Whoa. A new friend. Mooney jumped onto Logan and licked his face. Actually, Mooney didn't even have to jump, he was slightly taller. Logan didn't reject him and patted, he too felt close to him. So, what are you going to do now, Logan? Hector asked, relaxing in his chair. Logan seemed confused. If he were to appear back in Canada now, then he'd be seen as a deserter, though Hector could most likely help him with this. However, he doubted Hector would tell the Canadian government that he was in Europe. Meanwhile, Hector had a sudden idea. Logan was going to fight in World War II anyway, so why not start right now? So he suggested, son, you can do something else. How about you become my bodyguard? Logan, acting not reserved at all, or he just didn't care anymore, picked up the cigar from Hector's desk and lit it up. You are the last person in the world who would need a bodyguard. I've seen it, you have a regeneration ability, possibly even better than me. Can I die though? Hector wondered at that. Haha, they don't know that. While you are athletic, strong, and have good instincts, it will also give you a better cover. One more thing, I shall be heading to Europe when we join the war. You too can join me. Logan silently tried to think about it. He was a nomad, living wherever his fate took him. He had fought in so many wars around the world. Now, a new opportunity, a new life was presenting itself. He honestly was a pretty selfish man and didn't care about anybody. He had no agenda or dreams, survival was the top priority. Sure, but I will not wear a suit. He accepted. Be my guest then. Don't come to me complaining when journalists take your pictures for looking out of the ordinary. Hector shrugged and started reading some documents. Logan grunted, accepting the small sacrifice. Chapter 13. Project Rebirth and Project Manhattan. March 1941. Hector had returned and had to convince a lot of Secret Service men not to quit their jobs. Many others tried to ask him where he was, but it was swiftly covered under top state secret. Nobody asked then. Knowing that the war for the US was just a few months away, he went on a spree, passing acts and some other laws. The first of them was the Lend-Lease Act. It stated that the US government could lend or lease, rather than sell, war supplies to any nation deemed vital to the defense of the United States. Under the policy, the United States was able to supply military aid to its foreign allies during World War II while still remaining officially neutral. The next thing was the Absentee Ballots Act. This will allow soldiers to vote from the battlefield. This was Hector's secret plan. Since he was going to fight on the battlefield along with all other soldiers, who were they going to vote for? For some fat politician back home or their boss who was there when they needed him. The next act was something that would change too many things, as a lot of people were going to survive this war who otherwise wouldn't have. It was called OCP, Operations Camouflage Pattern Act. According to this, the military was given a uniform that was highly suitable for blending in with the environment, as it had camouflage patterns. They came in a few different shades, for desert, for jungles, and for urban warfare. Currently, the uniform was a mix of khaki and shaded green colors. The color would fade after a few washes too. These uniforms were not suitable for the battlefield. A few senators and congressmen cried that this was wasteful spending, but Hector publicly announced that they will save lives. Then a demonstration for Congress was made as well as public and a few journalists. They were taken to jungles and deserts and told to find where the soldiers were hidden. Those in the current standard uniform were caught fairly easily from a distance, while those in OCP were not easy to point at unless you went too close to them. Journalists gave free publicity and praise to Hector, going as far as to announce that he was the best president in these times. With his military experience he made such a revolutionary change. Unknown to them, he was just coping with things from his previous life. It was basic stuff. But his next agenda was directly related to the war. Pearl Harbor. Currently, the United States Pacific Fleet was under the command of husband Edward Kimmel, a 2-star Real Admiral, temporarily holding the assignment of 4-star Admiral. From what Hector knew from movies and books, as well as the military academy in his past life, Kimmel was not suitable for his command in Hawaii. He was an officer who went by the books, he lacked self-confidence and the ability to make independent decisions. He could not face a situation that had not occurred before efficiently. The man was highly confident that if an attack came from the Japanese, it could only be from the sea, and that an air raid was impossible. Hector knew the man was wrong and his career was over. His dilemma was that he could not remove him either, as he had no reason to. On top of that, he was appointed just a month ago, signed by Roosevelt in January. I need to make sure no suspicion falls on me, he muttered and planned. Finally deciding on one thing. But, he feared that the Japanese were even going to attack the same day now. He called the Secretary of Defense and conveyed his message. Have the entire Pacific Fleet and Hawaii base hold a complete mock battle exercise for threats from the sea as well as air. It will be a surprise drill and only the top officers will know about it, even that just a day before the drill. It will start at 7:35 a.m. sharp, on the morning of December 7, 1941. The attack occurred at 7:55. This will give them plenty of time to get in position and the fighters in the air. Mr. President, this will cost us millions. The Secretary of Defense said. A/N, 8 million in 1941 equals 18 million today. He seriously scolded the men, you will not say the same when our men and ships win wars for us. What good is a sword if the wielder does not know how to swing? Understood, we shall commit to it. They agreed, not as if they could reject. I shall be there to watch it myself. He added just as they were about to stand up to leave. All the 3 chief of staffs looked at each other's faces. This would just add more pressure to everyone's heads. Unlike other presidents who were civilians and didn't know much about the military, Hector would be able to find faults. They quickly saluted and left. As they were leaving, Colonel Phillips entered. Despite being a colonel, all 3 chief of staffs envied the man for his position. Bam, the door closed and Hector eased up. Working in hell, he had grown to become very laid back and informal. This was frustrating to him now. Colonel Phillips looked around. Where is Mooney, Mr. President? Hector laughed. A few people had come to love the good boy, he's playing with my new bodyguard. Come, I have something important to talk about. But before Phillips sat down, he asked with judging eyes, Sir, did you really kill 50 men with bare hands? Colonel, you know better than anyone that you don't ask questions whose answers you don't want to know. Perhaps, I will tell you someday, but not today. By the way, I'm not a mutant. I know the government checks every senior officer and government personnel's blood. If you don't believe, you can test as well. He replied smartly. Having SSR and later SHIELD loyal to him was important. It didn't matter if Hydra infiltrated it, as long he had access to its every level, he was the boss. Philip sighed and took a seat. I trust you. Good, now, tell me, does SSR have a codebreaker department, and if they do, how good are they compared to our tri-service codebreakers? Hector asked him. Phillips confidently answered, on a scale of 1 to 10, they are 7 and we are 11. Ha, overconfidence. You haven't been able to break Enigma. Hector laughed. We never tried. It's not on our priority list. We are currently only focusing on Project Rebirth. With that, we can ensure American hegemony everywhere for decades to come. Phillips briefed him. Hector sighed. He had to be careful with the money or he'd end up messing up the economy. The current GDP was 139 billion. A fraction of that was their budget. Most of it went to many services. Soon, the Manhattan Project will also start eating up too much. But he needed SSR to play a bigger role. I understand that. However, I want SSR to play a bigger role. I need your best people to start sweeping clean the country from spies. Their main purpose is to steal our technologies, mainly the planned Manhattan Project and now this Project Rebirth. Understand this, Manhattan Project is my priority when it comes to maintaining our hegemony. If our enemies get this technology as well, there is no point in having it. I need you to come up with a plan to secure all secrets, filtering the spies from the men even working for us. At the same time, I want your team in Hawaii. I want to know about every single wired and wireless transmission that goes through there. Don't worry, I will increase the budget of SSR. Lend-Lease Act is going to make us big money soon. Hector poured a barrage of orders at him. Colonel Phillips was a smart man. Do you suspect the Japanese will attack? Hector sighed. They are going to attack, Colonel, that I am sure of. When? Nobody knows. That's why, keep this task at the top of your priority. Project Rebirth shall go on as it is. Phillips nodded and walked out after saluting. Tired, Hector sat back, thinking about what to do now. He wondered if he was doing everything right, as he expected to be much busier as the president, but here he was, with free time. I guess I will play with Mooney. Japan, Tokyo. Ministry of War. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, a former student at Harvard University who had served as Japan's naval attaché in Washington. Yamamoto knew that the United States had far greater resources than Japan, and that his country could not win a protracted war. So, he came up with his genius plan to attack Pearl Harbor. The location was far enough away that the Americans would not suspect an aerial attack. The ships are docked there in close formations, good for them as they can inflict more damage. He met Hideki Tojo, the Minister of War. A/N, he became Prime Minister in October 1941. Currently, it's March. Admiral, how confident are you to be successful? Tojo asked him bluntly. The attack would require resources that were not small. Yamamoto confidently nodded with a bow. I have devised this plan, all we need is to follow the steps correctly. In the course of our preparation, they should not find out about the plan. All the way until our planes are dropping bombs on them, we must not be found out. For this, we need the cover. Tojo nodded. I shall inform the concerned department to start peace talks with Americans. Then, when they least expect it, we will strike. With their Pacific fleet gone, our hegemony in the Pacific will be ensured. Our conquest of the entire Eastern and Mid-Asia will be swift and deadly. For West Asia, the British Raj has made enough enemies in India. I recently received news that a major politician, some man with the name Bose, is building an armed force against the British, and they want our help. If everything goes well, the entire region will burst like a bubble. Anyhow, you have my approval, proceed with the plan. Yamamoto stood up and saluted. As Tojo was also a military general, their tall president is already 71, I don't believe he has enough cognitive capability to lead his nation through this war. The Americans will not even know what hit them. A/N, LOL. Chapter 14. Rounding up the spies. July. Despite Hector showing his physical strength on many occasions, there were still many to talk badly about him, often the stupidest of mouths were the loudest. Some papers and radio media were calling for his resignation, for being too old. The oldest president at the time of inauguration previously was William Henry Harrison, in 1841. Now, with Hector, he has made a new record, being 70, the oldest U.S. president to take office. Hector, meanwhile, grunted, all these accusations were baseless. He shows the country his fitness on his regular visits to public gyms and lifting with other common men. For him, these demands were funny, as, in his previous world, some presidents took their office in their 70s or even their late 70s. It seems a few of my political opponents and some businessmen have joined hands to pull me down, he realized. His policies were slightly anti-capitalistic after all. But they were actually normal. The thing was, businesses were just too capitalistic, entering the category of crony capitalism. Hector had one simple rule: capitalism is good as long as the cost is not the lives of Americans, or a child, or human life in general. Sure, you can exploit laborers and cut salaries, but you can never exploit them so much that they die, starve, or are unable to feed their family. Meanwhile, Hector had another aim in his head, which was to stop unions from forming and gaining too much power. These unions were the reason why in the future all the production would leave the country and China and the rest of Asia would become major producers. These unions would act like mafias, forcing companies to pay them more and more while demanding extra benefits. If that continued and the companies complied, there would not be many profits. Meaning a lack of research funds, lack of funds to expand the company. He silently worked towards his goals. At the same time, he had the idea of using mass media. He decided to become history's most well-connected president with the citizens. He launched a television and radio program, called Smart America. In this, he explained the problematic policies of the country in most layman's terms that even a middle schooler would understand. Heck, he taught them how to do their taxes. His goal was to get all the people to his side, to convey his reasoning and establish an idea before he even takes a step. Slowly, the country started to realize, the zoning laws around their cities and areas were hampering growth. Zoning laws were the reason housing prices were increasing. As a majority of the land in many big cities gets reserved for single-family homes, instead of high-intensity apartment buildings. Then there was the education problem. the amount of money a public school gets is based on the wealth of that district and how much tax it pays. This often creates a problem as once all the tax is collected, poor smaller localities get fewer funds and richer localities get more, even when they don't need that much. Then there was the biggest problem Hector could see, and solving it was going to be one big headache. Jim Crow laws were still popular in many southern states and overall the entire country. Jim Crow was the name of the racial caste system. It was more than a series of rigid anti-black laws. It was a way of life. Under Jim Crow, African Americans were relegated to the status of second-class citizens. Jim Crow represented the legitimization of anti-black racism. I'm no SJW, trying to force an agenda. In the story, it is the 1940s, all this is real history. It was an ideology that the blacks were racially inferior. Yup, to Hector, this sounded the same as Nazi propaganda, but Nazis were new, Jim Crow laws were old, based around the centuries-old mindset. It was much deeper rooted. Under these laws, a black male could not offer his hand, to shake hands, with a white male because it implied being socially equal. Obviously, a black male could not offer his hand or any other part of his body to a white woman, because he risked being accused of R***PE. Blacks and whites were not supposed to eat together. If they did eat together, whites were to be served first, and some sort of partition was to be placed between them. Under no circumstances was a black male to offer to light the cigarette of a white female, that gesture implied intimacy. Blacks were not allowed to show public affection toward one another in public, especially kissing. These were just a few of the clauses, there were many more. And in the previous decades, these laws have started a lot of riots, killings, arsons. It was bad for business. For Hector, this was one of the biggest challenges. In the original timeline, only after mass protests, a lot of race riots, lynchings, and general anger, President Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964, outlawing legal segregation, racial discrimination, and anything related to Jim Crow laws. Hector didn't want all this civil movement unrest to erupt in the country. For progress, stability was needed. And the best way to remove an ideology from people was to change it with another ideology, which proves that their previous belief was evil. And I have one beautiful mustached boy in Germany to help me, Hector muttered, planning. He was going to first tell people the history of slavery, that in ancient times, all were slaves, whites, blacks, browns, it didn't matter what skin. Kings in Africa, India, and other Asian countries liked to own pale-skinned Greek women slaves for their considered beauty, while the Greeks did the opposite. Then, in Europe, slavery turned into serfdom, basically slaves with extra rights but still not fully free. Hector would slowly bring the matter towards modern slavery, which was a return of ancient tradition. Still, he didn't get too much into the details yet. He first started to talk about Nazis, their Aryan race theory, then he swiftly debunked that none were pure Aryans anymore. As the entire world is a construct of the mingling of the population. Possibly, right now, the entire world is a descendant of a slave in the past, no matter who. Even he himself. Hence, blood purity was out of option, none of them was pure. But, he didn't push it too much, brainwashing happens slowly after all. He had 1,000 things to focus on. But he did make sure that no newspaper wrote anything that supported segregation and slavery. If they did, well, he controlled the SSR now. Brooklyn, Hell's Kitchen. Steve Rogers was a scrawny boy, 21 years old, yet looked like a 15-year-old senior with medical conditions. He was looking for an aim in his life, something behind which he can stand, give his everything. His only friend, Bucky Barnes, was a normal man. Steve secretly envied him for having a fit tall body and the strength he lacked. But, he was not a vindictive person. I'm telling you, we are soon going to enter the war. That Hitler is bad news. I just read in the paper yesterday that he's rounding up all the Jews in camps. Bucky spoke to his friend, both of them worked in a restaurant, flipping burgers. Their shift was coming to an end and they were about to head home. Then we should join the army when the nation calls upon us, Steve suggested. Haha, I knew you would say that. I saw your room, the walls are filled with President Washington's posters. You are mad about him like a teenage girl for her sugar daddy crush. Bucky made fun of him constantly. Steve was accustomed to it by now, he sighed and looked at the sky as they walked home. I just feel that he's very inspiring. He seems like a man out of place, his thoughts are so different from other politicians. You heard his radio show, Smart America. I want to follow the same path and stand by the principles he has instilled in me. Bucky nodded. Steve, he's been in the military and has fought for more than twice our age, of course, he's like this. He must have seen things beyond what normal people can fathom. Now stop fangirling and let's go to the strip club, it's about time you pop your cherry. Steve, however, froze. I've got something else to do. See you later. For how long will you run, boy? Bucky laughingly shouted towards him. The first thing Steve did was to head to the nearest recruitment office. He there asked for a brochure. He had to request it in fact, as they were reluctant to waste it on him. In it, he read about the minimum height, weight and health requirements. In every single category, he saw himself failing. Gloom filled his heart, realizing that no matter what, he cannot serve the nation. Slowly, the date of the attack was approaching. Did Hector have any kind of regret by letting the attack happen? No, he didn't. If he doesn't let it happen, Congress will never allow a declaration of war. If that does not happen, too many things could change. Maybe Hitler could win. So, by doing what he was right now, he was saving a lot of lives without stopping the Japanese attack. Yes, it is an order. I want anti-aircraft guns all around the Hawaii base. I want it done within this month, and the biggest part, I want it done discreetly, understood? He ordered Colonel Phillips. Phillips even nodded seriously. Reason? Well, the codebreakers they sent to Hawaii did intercept some pretty suspicious messages. It was clear that Japanese activity was increasing for some reason. It will be done, sir. This is the report for Project Rebirth. We caught 16 spies, both from Germany and USSR, inside SSR. Thankfully, they were caught before they could do anything. Meanwhile, we caught 50 German and Soviet spies, who had infiltrated the Manhattan Project on various levels. But we have not caught all of them, as we aim to root out their entire network. To keep secrets, we have created 1,500 false paper trails, and only a select few know the correct locations for all the important documents, Phillips reported. Hector nodded, but he could help further. Write these names down. Klaus Emil Julius Fuchs will be entering the U.S. in a few years. Morris Cohen and his wife, they hold communist beliefs. Harry Gold, David Greenglass, Theodore Hall, George Koval, Irving Lerner, Alan Nunn-May, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, Seville Sachs, Oscar Sebaer, Morton Sobel, Melita Norwood. She needs to be eliminated immediately. She is employed as a secretary in the British Non-Ferrous Metals Research Association. And last, Arthur Adams. All of these people are either already employed in secret laboratory in Los Alamos, or are college students. You have complete authority. Do whatever you need. If you can't extract information, kill them. It is the safest route to keep the Manhattan Project a secret. Colonel Phillips wrote in his diary quickly. He had no idea how Hector knew all this. He didn't ask either. All this was for national security, and he had no complaints that Hector had the best interest of the nation in mind. In reality, Hector didn't originally know all these names in his previous life, maybe a few famous ones. The reason he knew so many human names was because he met all of them in hell. Being third in command, it was his job to remember all inmates there. And since there was an infinite number of Earths, meaning infinite versions of the same sinner, it was important to remember all this, as they are repeated offenders across the multiverse. That would be all, Colonel. One more thing. I am recommending you for a promotion. The scope of your work has increased significantly, much beyond the Colonel. So, congratulations in advance, Brigadier General Phillips. Hector shook the man's hand. Philip wasn't expecting this. He was in his 60s, basically the last years of his military career, and it didn't make sense that he'd get a promotion. But, this was a welcome surprise. All right, I need to go out and show my face in an elementary school. Bye. Hector quickly packed his bag and left his office. He hated all this stupid work, but since it was for kids, he relented. They deserved to see their awesome president. After all, they were the soldiers, businessmen, and politicians of tomorrow. Chapter 15. Pearl Harbor. December 7, 1941. 7 a.m., 55 minutes before attack. Hector arrived at Pearl Harbor. It was a beautiful place, with the ships docked around. There was a sense of strength here. Sadly, it was soon to be challenged. The Secretary of Defense was with him as they went to check various ships and the airfield. What was the point of him being there? Well, there were two things. One, due to him coming here, all officers and soldiers would be on alert and attention. They'd be ready to move at any time. Second, he was baiting. As soon as the base started the mock battle exercise, there was a high chance that the Japanese would abort the attack. However, with him here, they would go on, as killing the U.S. president was worth more than losing a few pilots and aircraft. Hector remembered the major damages that were inflicted on the Pacific Fleet due to this attack. In total, about 2,403 people died in this attack. And sadly, 1,177 men were from a single ship, USS Arizona, and 429 died in USS Oklahoma. These large battleships were the main targets of the Japanese, so it was also his main point of focus. 7:30, just 5 minutes before the start of the mock drill and 25 minutes before the attack. Hector boarded the USS Arizona to start an inspection and be with the commander of the Pacific Fleet, Admiral Kimmel, as it will be the center for commanding the entire battle exercise. Everything is ready, sir. Admiral Kimmel saluted him and informed him. Just this morning, all the officers above the rank of lieutenant colonel were informed about the exercise. Due to this, all personnel were kept close by, the medics were also on standby. Entire island had prepared for this. 7:34 a.m. Started according to the plan. Hector nodded. Admiral Kimmel held the already connected telephone and waited for the clock to move for a minute. Tick 7:35 a.m. Pass the order, Admiral Kimmel ordered. In an instant, the entire Pearl Harbor and its nearby military facilities started blasting sirens. Each and every ship in the harbor started loud alarms as well, calling all men to their battle stations immediately. The airfield saw quick activity and all fighters started taking off, thanks to their director knowing about the drill. Hector stood on the deck of the USS Arizona, looking around the entire harbor. All ships, big or small, had started moving out of the harbor and towards the open seas. He was delighted to see that they were quick and swift in doing this. But then he started to focus on the skies. The Japanese fighters, aka Zeros, had photos of the major battleships. So no matter what, they will still target USS Arizona and Oklahoma. It's about time the world sees the most awesome president to ever exist in history. He silently put his hat on the side and tightened the waist strap of his long coat, preparing for the action. 30 minutes ago. 300 miles off the coast of Hawaii. The huge fleet of the Japanese Navy was heading straight towards Hawaii. They had 6 aircraft carriers, 3 submarines, and more than 300 aircraft, high-altitude bombers and dive bombers. Vice Admiral Chuchi Nagumo, an experienced, cautious officer, was the one in command of this operation, initially named Operation Hawaii but then changed to Operation Z. As they arrived close to Hawaii, he received very conflicting news. That the US president was at the base. But this made his resolve stronger to attack. But a few minutes later, he got the news that the base had a lot of activities, but he was informed that it was a mock drill to show to the president who was on the USS Arizona. Now, he had the choice to either go with the plan or turn around. There was no way of quickly talking to the leadership back at home. His orders were simple, to only turn around if somehow they were found out or if some diplomatic miracle occurred and America agreed to take back the blockade of Japan's supply routes. Until now, none of these two had occurred. And the mock drill he guessed was going to be small, as it was just for the show to the president. So, in the end, he decided to go on with the plan. Hawaii Underground SSR Bunker. Good job, Lieutenant. Now we just wait. Brigadier General Phillips praised the young codebreaker. But sir, why are we giving away President's location? Isn't this putting his life in danger? The lieutenant asked. Phillips sighed, we will get the answers soon, son. This was a direct order from the commander-in-chief. His work done, Phillips headed out to see what was going to happen. But he remained under the shelter of the bunker. Masashi Kishimoto was an ordinary pilot of a Zero fighter. He was too low in the rank for his life to matter to the higher up. Did he believe in the war, in the fight and in the emperor? Yup, he did. Just like all other youths. This was the rise of Japan and nobody could stop them, not even the United States, the bully from the West. He was in the leading squadron, heading straight towards the naval base. Their new goal? To kill the president. All of them were going to drop bombs on USS Arizona. Soon, he could see the last mountain, beyond which was the base. Slowly, his plane moved forward. He hoped to see the unprepared Americans. Whoosh. Bang bam boom. Opposite to what he guessed, the moment his squadron crossed over the horizon, they were bombarded by anti-aircraft guns, and there were dozens of American fighters in the air as well. Not only that, making him vomit blood was the fact that now no ships were closely docked, all of them had spread out and been on the move. They were headed out of the harbor. Boom! He heard a loud explosion at his side, immediately realizing that the ships were well prepared. One after another, he saw all his partners, friends, and colleagues die, facing the first bluntness of the American response. But he was able to maneuver his fighter, which was faster than the outdated American ones. A/N, the US was in the middle of commissioning new planes at this point. His eyes bloodied and enraged, he was no fool to realize that their plan was doomed from the start. They were lured here by the Americans, they already knew about this. Every single thing he saw in front of him signaled that. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Japanese Empire. He screamed at the top of his lungs and dived straight towards USS Arizona. He was no kamikaze pilot, in fact, there were no such pilots at the moment. He just wanted to drop his bomb on the ship. After a few nerve-wracking seconds, he finally found himself in position, the perfect place to drop the bomb, so that the explosion reaches the armory of the ship. Shiny. He pressed the release button and pulled the stick up, to focus on the enemy fighters now. Boom. However, he immediately felt a warm light engulfing his surroundings, then the explosive noise came. He looked down, his eyes immediately widened in shock. Nani. USS Arizona. Hector silently stood on the deck of the ship. Around him were a few officers, including the admiral. In his mind, he was nervous. If Japan didn't attack, he would face problems, as this military exercise was truly very costly. Asterisk ZZZZZ. Asterisk. Admiral. Unknown aircraft spotted on the east. A sailor shouted. Bring the binoculars here, boy, Hector ordered him quickly, even snatching the thing. He looked towards the mountain top. Immediately, he felt as if his soul smiled. Ha, they took the bait. He put it down and shouted with an authoritative manly voice, we are under attack. Japanese Zeros. Alert everyone. Bring them down. A frenzy took over the entire ship, the commanders quickly ran to their stations, the men responsible for guns started shooting towards the planes. Soon the words were passed to the entire base and immediately the mock drill turned into a real battle. Mr. President, please, let's get you to safety. The ship is not safe anymore. They will target us. The Secretary of Defense, Admiral Kimmel, and his Secret Service security chief pleaded with him. But he didn't budge. They didn't dare force him either, as they didn't want to face his punch. Instead, their jaws fell when Hector requested something, bring me your automatic rifle. Quick. For a second they just looked at each other in panic. Now. When Hector raised his voice, they jolted up, waking from their mental slumber. Admiral Kimmel ran into the ship and brought a gun. It was an M3 submachine gun. Will this do, sir? What are you planning, sir? He inquired. Hector, instead of answering, issued orders, alert all fighters, take to the air and expect something big. If the Japs have dared to come here, they must be planning something big. Admiral, issue the orders to keep an eye underwater as well, there could also be submarines. Go. A/N, Japs was an abbreviation of the word Japanese in that era. Today, it is generally regarded as an ethnic slur. The men hurriedly left, now only the Secretary of Defense and his Secret Service head stood behind him, gritting their teeth in nervousness. They wanted to run away, but if they did, and the president lives to see the day, then, they didn't want to imagine. Whoa. Just after a few minutes, Hector saw one single Zero fighter, that survived the defenses, diving towards his ship. He aimed his gun towards the oncoming Zero and tracked the motion. After waiting a few seconds, the penetrating bomb was finally launched, aimed directly at Hector's position on the deck. It was meant to plunge into the ship and explode inside it. Asterisk bam. Bam. Bam, asterisk. Hector sprayed the entire magazine precisely at the falling bomb. The whole time, he looked calm, but others were nearly craping their pants. The Secretary of Defense was a civilian, so he was the most affected, already falling on the deck. The sailors who were running around also stopped, the bomb signaled their doom after all, and if it didn't stop then they were as good as dead. But, the most unexpected thing happened. Boom. As if another sun appeared in the sky, the bomb exploded into a magnificent cloud of smoke and fire, spreading the light far and wide. Many felt this was their death, staring at them. However, as it appeared, it vanished, bringing a short moment of utter silence, even the violent sea felt calm as a statue. Their gaze fell on Hector, who was bringing his gun down and adjusting the collar of the suit. That image would never leave their minds now, not in this life, for this was no man in front of them, he was a godsend, to bring their enemies to an end. Hector smiled and turned around, noticing the eyes of the hundreds of men, he couldn't help but whisper in inside, and today, a legend is born. However, this was just the start of the day. Chapter 16. The Flying President. With binoculars, Brigadier General Phillips watched the entire showdown in Pearl Harbor. His gaze was on Hector the entire time, a bit tense as well as expecting to see some miracle, especially when Hector asked for a gun. Then, the explosion came and his jaw fell, Mother of Jesus. He shot the bomb. Everyone dumbly stared at the scene. How can a man shoot a bomb dropping from the sky? It was understandable with big guns, but a handgun. It was too out of the world experience. Hector could understand what they were feeling, as there were no public superheroes yet and all such things were first for them. He did wonder though, will I be seen as the first superhero now? Chop chop, those planes aren't going to shoot themselves. Return to your position and gun them down. Expect more to come. He roared in a commanding voice. All sailors saluted and ran back to their positions, now with newfound courage and enthusiasm. You two go to safety. He ordered the Secretary of Defense and his Chief of Secret Service. Where will you be going, sir? They asked in confusion. Hector grinned and slowly walked to the edge of the deck. My boys are fighting for the nation, their president can't leave them alone, can he? Whoosh. He jumped down. Many ran up to the edge to see him fall in the water with a splash, however, a fast Curtiss P-40 Tomahawk fighter zoomed by and Hector landed on it. Everyone saw with horror as Hector stayed on top of it and the fighter gained altitude. Inside the cockpit was one grunting man with a cigar in his mouth. I am neither trained for this nor paid enough. I only know how to fly this thing, not land. Hector laughed. Calm down, Logan, my boy. Folks like us, landing ain't something to worry about. Besides, you are supposed to be my official bodyguard. Now, bring me to a greater height. I'm sure a bodyguard isn't supposed to take the president to his possible death, but who am I to care? Logan shrugged and pulled the handle, going straight up, as Hector held onto a safety bar. There was a dogfight going on in the sky, as this time, all of the fighters at the Hawaii base were in the air, ready to give a fight. This made sure that a majority of the Japanese fighters could not directly go to their bomb drop zones, as they had to first fight in the air. Still, they decided to randomly drop whenever they felt it was right. It did some damage to a few ships, but nothing too destructive yet. In this aspect, Hector felt that his work was successful. He was able to reduce loss of life by a big margin. Bring me closer to that plane, Hector ordered. Logan clumsily flew the aircraft and brought it above the Japanese fighter. Hector waved his hand and jumped with no fear. The warm wind fluttered his beard and hair. His coat also waved like a flag. Thump. He landed on the Japanese fighter that dropped the bomb on USS Arizona. Bam! He clasped the glass and metal frame and pulled it off easily. The Japanese man inside was shocked when he saw who it was. Bam! Hector punched his face. You picked the wrong country, fool. Haha, ignore that, just felt like saying it. Anyway, you guys should have stuck to anime, but again, if you didn't do this, there would not be anime, I think. Hector then read the nameplate. It was in Japanese but Hector could understand it well. So your name is Masashi Kishimoto. I hope the creator of Naruto is not your descendant, otherwise, I'm about to eat his existence away. The Japanese soldier was dumbly looking at Hector with confusion, but he was at the same time slowly trying to take out his pistol. Boy, say Oniai-chan, and I might let you go, Hector demanded. Oniai-chan, the soldier repeated, as it was the only Japanese-sounding word he heard Hector speak. You were looking for this. Bang. Hector fired a bullet straight to his head from the small pistol of the soldier. Sadly, you didn't sound like a cute anime girl. Rest in peace. He pulled the soldier's body and threw him out. It landed on the terrace of the medical center, though beyond healing now. Nice, the controls are nearly the same as what I learned in the 3-day crash course. Hector cheered and flew the plane around. Bang bang. However, he soon realized that flying a Zero in this place was not a smart move, as he was receiving friendly fire. Sighing, he steered the plane to a high-altitude bomber and jumped out. Boom. The sky was engulfed in flames at that instant. He meanwhile fell straight down while looking at the multiple planes. Eventually, he saw an American one coming his way, so he landed on it. The pilot was scared by the loud thump. He looked out and noticed the old man with a fabulous white beard and hair. Holy shit. Mr. President. Hector smiled and nodded. He forced the small window in the glass open and ordered, Kid, take me over that area, there are a lot of Zeros. This is an order. The pilot stiffly nodded and followed the order. He tried to tell Hector that he'd land and bring him to safety, but he was strongly ordered to follow the previous command. Soon, Hector stood up and jumped from his plane as well. Seeing this, all that the American pilot could muster out was, fucking mad. He looked down and saw Hector landing on a Japanese Zero, then subsequently killing the pilot, taking the plane and ramming it into another one, then jumping onto another Zero or an American fighter, then ordering the pilot to take him to another Zero fighters. Meanwhile, a lot of high-level commanders, the Secretary of Defense, Secret Service head, generals, admirals were using their binoculars to look at the madness going on in the air. Heck, there were Japanese commanders in a few aircraft, going crazy, questing themselves, who does hand-to-hand combat against an air raid? Well, the questions were shared by many on the ground as well. On the wireless radio, the Japanese informed the situation to the fleet in the Pacific. Mission failed, they were prepared, we were fooled. Their president is a madman, he himself is fighting us in the air, without an aircraft, by jumping on aircraft one by one. He can't be a human. He's likely a mutant, the words were passed to the Japanese command. On the fleet, Vice Admiral Chuchi Nagumo had to make a decision now. Their attack utterly failed, this was a fact. But, he could not return home with any good news. So he ordered, retreat, all aircraft, drop your bombs wherever you can, it doesn't matter if military or civilian. A super squadron of 50 fighters will remain and aim all their fire at their president. Kill him at all costs. Well, when the words were at all cost, it was basically saying, don't come back if he's not dead. So, after the entire group of 50 Japanese fighters were selected, they headed straight to the American fighter Hector was on. They all fired at the same time, there was no way the American fighter could survive that. They started to crash down with a tail cloud of black smoke. Hector was quick to punch through the glass and take the pilot with himself. The man was unconscious from trauma to the head. Cursing, Hector jumped onto another American fighter, a different Model 1. It had space for two to sit, but only one occupied it as there was an emergency and the requirement was more planes in the sky. He opened the hatch quickly and put the men in. By now, most of the American pilots had seen Hector jumping around, so instead of acting shocked and crazy, they behaved respectfully to his orders. Go up, as much as you can. Taking his command, the pilot pulled up, going vertically upwards. Meanwhile, Hector took the wireless radio microphone from the pilot and spoke to all the ground commands. President's order to all American aircraft: the Japanese are retreating, do not chase, your fuel won't last. I repeat, do not chase, and return to the ground immediately. Help the wounded there. With that, slowly all American aircraft started retreating, leaving only the 50 Japanese ones, madly chasing Hector. Hector, knowing all too well that he can't stay on top of this fighter, ordered, "Kid, take your injured colleague to the ground. I will follow up soon." Whoosh. Hector jumped in style, a back dive with arms wide open and on his face a big grin. From a distance, it looked like everything was in slow motion. 50 Japanese fighters came towards Hector from below as he fell towards them. He took out his gun and aimed at the fighter, bang bang. One bullet, one pilot. Even before they approached each other, Hector had already downed 10 of them, the rest realized their mistake and spread out. Hector quickly latched onto one of them and killed the pilot, taking over the aircraft. He then tailed a few while firing machine guns with no reservations. He had nothing to fear, while others did. So, he just needed one lucky shot. This way, he brought 10 more planes down. But by then, his ride started to smoke, so he decided to ram it straight into another one. Just a second before it did, he jumped down once again. This time, Northwest 1 came close to him and fired at him from a distance. Fuck, he cursed as a big bullet pierced his right arm. But because his strength was similar to that of Hulk, it didn't do much damage. He was free-falling, he didn't have the power to fly. His ultra strength didn't help in this situation, his exorcism magic was useless as it only worked on dark beings. He didn't have any hell summons either at this point, as he was yet to go to hell dimensions of Marvel Universe. But he did have simple telekinetic abilities, such as pulling and pushing things. So he tried to do just this, in a way it would seem he's gliding. He tried to make a few Japanese aircraft his point of focus and moved closer to them. He was also calculating the movements of others so he could get onto them. After a few seconds, he had the perfect opportunity. Boom, he brashly landed, killed the pilot, took his pistol and started shooting both, the plane's guns and his pistol. Slowly, he eliminated 45 out of 50 planes. The battle had been going on for more than an hour now, while Hector's battle had been going on for dozens of minutes. People on the ground were just watching the fast-paced, high-intensity drama. Hector, the commander-in-chief, had himself ordered for no one to move and focus on the wounded only, so no one dared. Soon, Hector once again found himself free-falling. This time, the 5 remaining Zeros were too far away to use his telekinetic powers. Bam. Out of nowhere, an American fighter came and caught Hector's body. Hector looked down inside the cockpit and laughed heartily, "Wahaha. Logan, you came for me. This much loyalty, I am honored." But Logan had a conflicted face as he replied, "I don't know how to land this shit." Gathering himself, Hector chuckled, "Haha, just crash it into the sea. Anyway, now that you're here, let's get them. You got spare bullets." Logan handed him a few and kept on flying. The Japanese fighters were in a crazed state now, their do-or-die attempt was going to be wasted, they didn't want this. The 5 came at him together. But Hector calmly stood on top of the fighter and aimed accurately. Bang 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 bang. 4 bullets, 4 planes down. The last one reached too close to them, so Hector jumped onto it while shouting at Logan, "Crash your plane, boy." The sky was soon cleared, Hector was on the last plane. The pilot was dead and now in the sea. He flew the plane towards the USS Arizona now. At the same time, he picked up the radio mic and spoke in Japanese, "This is President Hector King, Washington speaking. Anata wa okina mashigai o okashimashita. Watashi wa natagata zenin no tame and I kaite mesu. Mata chikiuchini o ai shimasho." His words were simple, "You made a big mistake, I will be coming for you all, see you soon." The message was not for the soldiers, but the commanders, the generals, and their war council. The Vice Admiral Chuchi Nagumo felt sweat run down his head and back when he listened to the heavy manly voice. He knew his military career was over now. He suddenly sat down on his knees, reddened eyes, darkened face, and disappointment clear. He opened his military coat, unbuttoned his shirt. Then he took out a small dagger and plunged it into his heart while screaming in a crazed voice, "Banzai! Long live the Emperor," he meant. The soldiers around him frowned in fear and disappointment that they could not bring the ultimate glory to the Empire today. The high-ranking officers, on the other hand, felt devastated, knowing that they had just woken up the sleeping giant that was America. They could not inflict much damage to the Pacific Fleet, and this was going to cost them greatly now. Hector steered down the plane so he could do a flyby over the USS Arizona. Then, just as the plane was over the ship, nearly a few inches above, Hector jumped out, directly onto the deck. The plane then crashed into the sea and was destroyed in a cloud of flames. The scene was the definition of badass. He patted his clothes clean and straightened his collar. The Secretary of Defense saw him with eyes that could part time as bulbs. The Secret Service chief looked at him with the eyes of self-pity, feeling his job was so useless. He quickly addressed the Navy commander, Kimmel, and Secretary of Defense in a grave voice. Send some long-distance bombers to check the surroundings. We don't want a second attack. Keep the base at maximum alert. Count the damage and casualties. I want the report by 9 in the night. I will be heading back to Washington, D.C. The nation is going to be devastated by this news. This was an unprovoked attack. You should know what this means. This means war. Every single American who found out about this attack knew it. Those in the political circle knew America was going to enter war sooner rather than later from the day the Lend-Lease Act was passed. But, they never expected to be attacked by Japan. Sure, they had cut Japan's 80% oil supply, as well as other precious minerals, but they did not think Japan would go to this length to turn them into true enemies. Chapter 17. The Declaration of War. Blink blink. Blink blink. Just say what you want, Phillips. Don't stare at me like a schoolgirl in love. Hector annoyedly told Brigadier Phillips. They were on a plane back to the capital now. There were Hector, Logan, and Phillips alone sitting in the passenger cabin. It had only been 2 hours since the attack. Hector had quickly addressed the men at the base, cheered them for their courage and promised them that the enemies will not sleep a single day peacefully now. Logan sat there smoking with a frown, apparently in a bad mood, as he mistakenly landed directly on a mountain instead of the sea. He was gravely injured, then got healed and had to trek back to the base. Phillips asked, Mr. President, how will you make the country believe that what you did was normal? I won't, Hector replied with a grin. Philip, there is a thing called public narrative. As long as you know how to control it, you will never have to worry about some conspiracy theory going out of hand. I will just tell the country that I am old, I do not have any family, other than this nation, and as a proud leader of the nation and this family, it was my duty to save it, protect it. And so I did, with no fear of life. In the end, God was with me and blessed me to come out alive. Hector masterfully gave him his statement. Logan snorted, while Phillips blinked dumbly, and couldn't help but feel, God damn, Roosevelt did right letting him take over. Just relax now and head back to SSR headquarters to prepare for the war. A joint session of Congress has been called, and I will deliver my speech to the nation tomorrow, live. I will call for a declaration of a state of war with Japan. Knowing how hanky-panky Nazi Germany and Imperial Japanese leadership is, Germany will declare war on us. Then us on them. Hector instructed him while drinking some whiskey. Phillips nodded. This was a good assessment of the situation on Hector's side, he thought. Things worked out as Hector had expected. However, the people were praising Hector as well, since some really lucky, high-quality photos of his crazy deeds had surfaced in the papers. Secretly, all thanks to SSR. Anyway, the public sentiment was that of anger and they wanted to get revenge. The final casualty report had come in. A total of 4 ships were destroyed, the rest were slightly damaged but could be repaired. 500 military personnel died, 200 civilians died due to their ending crazed retreat. In Hector's mind, the operation was both a success and a failure. Success, because he reduced those casualties by a lot, nearly nullified the damage to the Pacific Fleet. A failure because more civilians died this time. A bit mournful, he called for the majority and minority leaders to show the stats and talked about what the country's attitude was right now. Without clearly saying it, he got his words passed that war is inevitable, be prepared to vote. Woof, Mooney spoke up. Yeah, sorry, I will take you with me next time to have fun. Now, let me write my speech. I guess I will take some words from old Roosevelt's original speech as well. He muttered and wrote on a paper. The next day, much of the world's focus was on the joint Congress session. The Allies were looking at it with the hope that, finally, the United States will enter the war openly. And they didn't get disappointed. Hector wore his best suit with a long coat, put down his hat and started his speech. He looked tall and mighty. However, first, he asked for a minute of silence for commemorating the fallen souls. He then looked left and right, the cameras were rolling, the mics were transmitting to the whole country. Yesterday, December 7, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The United States was at peace with that nation and, at the solicitation of Japan, was still in conversation with its government and its emperor looking toward the maintenance of peace in the Pacific. Indeed, an hour before Japanese air squadrons had commenced bombing on the American island of Oahu, the Japanese ambassador to the United States and his colleague delivered to our Secretary of State a formal reply to a recent American message. And while this reply stated that it seemed useless to continue the existing diplomatic negotiations, it contained no threat or hint of war or of armed attack. It will be recorded that the distance of Hawaii from Japan makes it obvious that the attack was deliberately planned many days or even weeks ago. During the intervening time, the Japanese government has deliberately sought to deceive the United States by making false statements and expressions of hope for continued peace. The attack yesterday on the Hawaiian Islands has caused damage to American naval and military forces. Although it was thwarted effectively, I regret to tell you that very many American lives have been lost. I believe that I interpret the will of the Congress and of the people when I assert that we will not only defend ourselves to the uttermost but will make it very certain that this form of treachery shall never again endanger us. Hostilities exist. There is no blinking at the fact that our people, our territory, and our interests are in grave danger. After saying this much, Hector closed the paper and looked at the cameras and the many members of the Congress, one eye after another. All who felt his gaze perceived a sense of pride and shiver run down their body and they clenched their fists. He took a long breath, letting the crowd go silent enough that they all felt their hearts racing. It was clear to everyone he was going off script. The Japanese Empire has terrorized Eastern Asia, becoming its dictator. Many sons and daughters of many nations are being killed and are *ped there as we speak. We, as a nation of the free, we, as one of the oldest democracies of the world, have a duty and obligation to uphold these ideals. For if they fall, we fall. I do not like war, I do not support it. Every American is like a son, a brother, a daughter, and a sister to me. People say I do not have a family, but I see every American as my family. His eyes shined at this, as if he'd tear up any moment. But the next moment he raised his fist slightly. But they came to our shores, they murdered my sons, my daughters, my family. They clawed over the spirit of this great nation called the United States of America, and if we are not now ready to fight for her, if we are not now ready to stand up when she needs us, then perhaps, we shall go down in history as the nation of cowards, not free people. Know this, if I must, I shall go to the front lines myself and fight. I will take a bullet if I must, as long as I can fulfill my duty, as the president, to keep this country safe, to keep my family of 132 million safe. And I have complete confidence in the unbounded determination of our people. We will gain the inevitable triumph, we will destroy those who want to take our peace from us, so help us God. Today, I ask that Congress declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire. Hector ended his speech. There was no thunderous applause as that would be inappropriate. His speech had the desired effect, it brought great pride and anger in the hearts of all these men of power. No one had any doubt about his words, as he had already shown that he was ready to fight himself. The truth was, just before the session was held, there was a theory going on around that Hector knew about this attack. But the rumors were smoothly tackled by revealing that the Hawaii base's military exercise had been planned for months in advance, and if Hector knew about the attack, why the hell would he go there? After Hector's emotional speech, Congress held a joint declaration. Enacted by the 77th Congress, the United States declared war on the Empire of Japan. Following this, on December 11, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States. In response, through the joint resolution of December 12, 1941, war was declared on Germany and Italy. With this, the big game had begun. The bloodiest era for a long time, until the madness of Stalin and Mao is revealed to the world. I want to go there, Logan demanded from Hector. Logan sat in the office with Mooney nearly at all times. Most politicians even envied him, as he probably knew more secrets than they ever would. Rejected, Hector replied. I don't need permission, Logan argued. I will take you when I reach there myself. I told you that I will be fighting. There is not much war involved right now. In the coming years, at least until the second half of 1942, Germany will be at their peak military success. I will be heading there at that point. Meanwhile, we have so much to do here. I am about to rebuild the American civil society as we know it. A country that lived on the concept of unity, with no racism. Now, when most of our young boys will be fighting wars, I have time to enact some laws that would have called for riots. Hector told him, and this honestly sounded more interesting than fighting. What kind of laws? Logan asked. Equal rights, removing segregation by law, land rights to the natives, rights to equal vote for the colored folks. Such things are a ticking time bomb. It is better to resolve them before they take a bigger shape. Anyway, let's go. I got a call from Einstein and his team. He got up to leave. Woof, Mooney happily skipped along. Inside a large secure warehouse, a team of some American and Jewish scientists worked on a large machine called a helicopter. All of them were folks saved and brainwashed by Hector into the juicy ways of capitalism, instead of their previous ideology of socialism. Einstein was a happy man now. His son had now been cured of his schizophrenia and was an up-and-coming music artist in L.A. His wife was happy with him and worked alongside him. His stepdaughters were smart and in school. Life was never better. Hector reached the place with much excitement, wanting to see what these mad geniuses even made. All he had given them were the general designs after all. So, what have you made for me? Tell me I didn't waste my millions. He asked them. Einstein had a smug look on his face. There is nothing impossible, Mr. President, just unexplored. Yes, we have been able to develop what you want. Show it, my brothers. He instructed his team of 20 scientists. The team was seriously an overkill for making this. They brought Hector to something covered under a big cloth. They were excited by their looks. Hector could understand, if anyone, these men could understand how revolutionary was the ability to land and fly from anywhere one wanted. I have named it any one. It means anyone as it's so easy to fly. Albert said as he pulled the sheets. Whistle Logan admired the thing. Mooney barked woof and jumped into it quickly. In front of Hector was a helicopter, like those used in the Vietnam War. They were real workhorses. Specifically, it was called HU-1 in his world. But here, it was going to change World War II. With this, they can take supplies anywhere, swiftly drop men in strategic positions for operations, and provide emergency air. He laughed widely, ha ha ha. I like it. Chapter 18. It's time for Africa. This is beautiful, boys. Marvelous. This will help save so many people and stop the mad ones. He praised them all. So, tell me about its capabilities. He asked them, as he had no idea if they had made any changes. In the end, he was honestly happy with what little updates there were. It needed 1 to 4 crew, could carry 2,000 kilograms of weight, or 15 to 17 troops. Its max speed was 250 kilometers per hour and it could go 600 kilometers in one full tank with no reserve. We had to come up with a lot of new technologies in order to fulfill your demands. But, we just hope that we can get credit for those inventions, although the patent will stay with your company. Einstein requested. Sure, I will recommend all your names for the Nobel Prize, just keep on making new things and you will have all the fame, name and money in the world. Now, I know, most of you don't care about money, but think about your families, don't you want to see smiles on their faces? Don't you want to buy a car for your son or daughter? Keep your wife happy. There is no harm in being a little selfish, as often, selfishness is what pushes men to build things. Hector said to inspire them. His company was called King Tech. He honestly didn't care about the company or the name, all he wanted was to save lives in the war. What about the other dual-rotor one? He asked them, as he had given them the designs of Chinook as well. These helicopters were good for transferring heavy equipment. Just imagine, landing tanks behind enemy lines and leaving a trail of destruction like never seen before. The twin-rotor model is a bit hard to make, we need to work on such circuits that would allow one to control the two blades smoothly. But worry not, Mr. President, we will present a prototype in half a year. They promised him. He was happy, good, the war ain't going to stop anytime soon. So, when can we start the production of these Any-1 helicopters? We have already designed the production line, all you will need is a production manager and workers, they said. Of course, they were not going to be working in factories. They were only responsible for R&D, fine, I will take care of it. I want 50 helicopters prepared first so we can show Congress their effectiveness and allow the military to use them in a few missions. Once their effectiveness is clear, I think we will make hundreds of them. He planned. After all, his aim was not unachievable, because from what he knew, Stark Industries had built 100,000 planes during WW2 for the war effort. Hector then left a few designs of modern automatic guns and tanks with the team and headed back to his office. He had to sign a lot of documents. The military draft was already open and new soldiers were being trained. The ones already trained were to be sent to Europe in January. On December 25, Hector enforced the Defense Production Act, DPA, to force various industries in the country to start producing items necessary for the war. Quickly, the newly designed camouflage dress, guns, ammo, planes, tanks, parachutes, military rations, helmets, vests, explosives and shoes started to be produced in large numbers. Millions of citizens quickly found themselves working in factories and the effects of the Great Depression immediately disappeared. However, Hector had to sign a really controversial law. It was the decision to relocate the 110,000 Japanese Americans into camps, due to the fear that some of them may be loyal to their emperor. But Hector did ensure that they got the best food and parks for kids to play in, hospitals, schools and police protection. A special Senate committee was made to oversee it, all made up of people loyal to Hector. He just warned them that if any kind of inhumane acts occurs in the camps then they can expect to live in a crap jail in some South American country. Other than this, the British Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, came to New York. Hector pitied the guy, we may be allies right now, but I'm afraid you will hate me later. Hector's ideals about non-colonialism were in direct conflict with the policies of many European countries as they held colonies around the world. Although the United States also had a colony, the Philippines, which they won from a war with Spain, he knew it was not for long. The US only kept it to stop the expansion of Japan, though they were unsuccessful and General Patton lost the Philippines. I believe that the United States will stand by the free world and fight the autocratic animals. What happened in Pearl Harbor was a tragedy for which they must pay. Winston Churchill said. This guy, they have half of Asia and Africa under them and called Germany autocratic, Hector scowled. Soon, they signed the secret agreement for the development of the atomic bomb. However, Hector ensured that the United States was the sole owner of the technology and will oversee everything. No documents shall reach Britain as he was afraid of the Soviets getting it. The war slowly turned huge, on sea and land. Soon North Africa was invaded by the United States and Great Britain to counter the German occupation. At the same time, Hector started to gather his stuff to head to Africa. It was time to push the Germans out of the region. Pack your stuff, Logan. Mooney, you will stay here again and keep an eye on Truman. You don't like the desert anyway. I promise to take you to Europe later. Hector instructed the good fluffy boy. Woof, you can count on me, Dad, was what Mooney meant. Oval Office, White House. Where are you going? Roosevelt asked him. Hee, to fight, what else? I will be by my soldiers' side. I have already prepared the entire roadmap of the administration in advance. I will return every month to plan again. Not to mention, I shall run the government from the field, as my secretary and bodyguard, Logan will be with me. Hector replied as he packed his suitcase. Roosevelt was angered, are you mad? I thought if you were president you would not leave, and now you want to go there to die. I don't care if you were somehow lucky and survived the madness you showed in Pearl Harbor, you may have some sort of secret strength, but are you sure a bullet to your head will not kill you? Hector laughed, come on, the nation calls it Washington power. Didn't George Washington fight too? He didn't die, I will be fine as well. Don't worry, Roosevelt. Just relax and listen to the news as I stomp on Hitler's plans. Knock knock. Sir, you have a letter. Hector's chief of staff, June came. He looked at the name of the person who wrote it to him and howled in laughter, Bwahaha. Can you believe it, Gandhi sent me a letter. Let me guess, it has his pleading words that we should not make war and live in peace. Ah, that Gandhi. British love and hate him at the same time. Roosevelt remembered the guy. Of course, they hate him because he's against the abysmal British Raj, while they love him because he's too mad in his non-violence thinking and even stops other armed rebellions. What a fool, freedom is never achieved by non-violence. If we had not fought the Revolutionary War, the United States would still have been under the British, begging for freedom. Hector tore the letter in two and threw it in the fireplace. For the fact Hector knew that Gandhi had sent a similar letter to Hitler in the previous life, he must have done the same here too. Seriously, how did the man expect his letter to stop Hitler from killing Jews and making war? His ideals of non-violence and peace were really beautiful to look at and hear, but in a real capitalistic world filled with selfish people, these ideals were useless and gained nothing but pointless publicity. This was akin to what those Twitter warriors will do in the future. To hell with them, Hector. My friend, think about it. Who will run the country if you are gone? Don't do this, you don't need to go. Roosevelt requested him. He had faked a heart attack, not for this, damn it. Hector put his hand on the man's shoulder, my friend, just this one visit. Just imagine the popularity I will gain by doing this. The next elections will be secured. He was lying. He will just prove to all how effective he was on the battlefield. I know you are lying. Roosevelt was an experienced president, who won 3 times. Of course, he knew. You are the craziest son of a bitch I have ever seen, Hector. What will you even gain by doing this? Hector sighed and sat down. Roosevelt rolled his wheelchair to his front too. Hector realized that perhaps it was not good to push Roosevelt away, he could help a lot in running the country as his proxy. Roosevelt, what are the chances that a man can survive a plane crash and then trek across the Grand Canyon without any injury? He asked. Roosevelt was going to scream but calmly thought as he felt Hector was onto something, near to none. And what are the chances that a 72-year-old man could stop a bomb with a bullet, jump from one fighter plane to another midair while killing enemies and this way bring down more than 50 aircraft, all the while being unscathed? He asked further. Roosevelt's hand shivered. What are you implying? My friend, you have seen me long enough. Do you think I am normal? You know, I am not a mutant, as you have read in my blood reports, blood group B+, borderline cholesterol, perfectly fit body and muscles, with love for ice cream and burgers. Yet I can do all that, am I normal? He questioned him while keeping his sharp gaze on him. Roosevelt fell silent for a whole minute. In his mind, he was seeing all the moments with Hector. Truly, Hector had always been different, too energetic for his age, smart, strong and wise. Not to mention, all his previous military deeds, his work as the governor of Illinois and eradicating the Chicago Mafia with his own hands. All this pointed to one thing: no. I have no idea what you are. Normal. Absolutely not. Sigh, you know, the Congress, the media and all the rich folks with vested interests will pounce on you when you leave. They will call you mad or something. But I know, once you show results, all of them will be shut up. But care to enlighten me, what's your goal in all this? Roosevelt inquired from him. Hector stood up and picked up his bag. I wish for the world to not just love me, but also fear me. So that when I shall speak, they would have no choice but to hear me. See you later, Roosevelt. Ah, feed Mooney on time. He waved and left the White House in an amazing technology that was never seen before, a helicopter. Chapter 19. 4F. Hector handed the monthly agenda to Truman while giving the hidden agenda to Roosevelt. Mooney had to stay in the White House and keep an eye on what went on. After that, he got on a ship to North Africa with Logan alongside him. The man was excited to finally have some action. 50 helicopters had been manufactured. Congress was still deciding on their effectiveness, however, so Hector decided to take 10 of them to Africa for free. Though he was worried if they will endure the heat, thankfully, Einstein and his friends designed a cooling mechanism that needed a special liquid coolant. With this, they could fly over the pyramids easily. Their journey took a week to reach the place. The ground forces were majorly participating from the United States, United Kingdom, mainly British Raj and Free France. Operation Torch was sanctioned by the American and British governments. Hector had signed on the plan himself, so he knew everything about it. Their plan was to land in 3 places: Casablanca, Oran, and Algiers. Out of these, Casablanca will have only American forces of 30,000. Oran will have only British forces, while Algiers will have American and British combined. Their major enemy was not the Germans and the Italians right now. Axis forces were currently in Eastern Africa. Meanwhile, the entire northern Africa was under the occupation of Vichy France, the French state headed by Marshal Philippe Pétain. The regime was authoritarian, xenophobic, anti-Semitic and traditionalist in nature. Officially independent, it adopted a policy of collaboration with Nazi Germany. So, it was a puppet state of Germany. France was in trouble, most of it was under German occupation. It was Free France that sided with the Allies and Vichy France that sided with Axis. Hence, according to what he knew about history, wanted to capture the commander of the Vichy forces. It was a fact that the man, François Darlan, was an opportunist. That was why Hitler never trusted him. So, Hector gathered the Allied commanders on the British carrier for briefing. He was the only person there without a military rank, yet he outranked everyone in the room. He was the commander-in-chief after all. Mr. President, it's a great honor to be alongside a great general like you. Dwight D. Eisenhower, Supreme Commander Allied Expeditionary Force of the North African Theater of Operations, Natussa, greeted him. Hector, from his memories, knew that Eisenhower had worked under him a long time ago. There was another man who had done the same. But this is going to be a dangerous place for you to be, General. I mean, President Washington. Lieutenant General George S. Patton said. Hector patted the man's shoulder. Don't worry about me, my friend. I hope you can keep your temper in check in this war. We don't want any controversial words reaching back home. Be compassionate as much as you can. Hector's words had deep meaning. The slapping incident was famously known in the previous life. Patton had slapped 2 privates in a field hospital in front of doctors for showing battle fatigue and forced them to head to the front line. That even caught a lot of bad press, and eventually, Patton lost his commands and was sidelined. I have brought some gifts. The new flying machines are called helicopters. They can take off from anywhere and land anywhere. They will help you folks transport heavy artillery to the fields. You will need them to siege the castles. He advised them. Mr. President, we won't need them. We expect no resistance from the French. Eisenhower said. Hector sighed. This was exactly what caused the loss of lives originally. He shook his head. You may be right, but also wrong. Understand this, the Vichy forces are spread around. They have no way of communicating fast. Do you think every single soldier among them knows whatever deal you have made? They will not crazily attack, but they might try to defend to their best. So, I advise you to hold on to the attack until I have settled things from my side. If everything goes well, we will have won without even fighting. All of the commanders looked at him with either confusion or disregard. But could they say no to his orders? Nope. So, the plan was just slightly changed. Out of the 10 helicopters, Hector gave them 9 and took one with himself with extra fuel. His destination was Algiers. Free France had their resistance already captured the city in expectation of the Allied invasion. They had also caught François Darlan. Hector piloted his helicopter himself and arrived at the fort in Algiers. Nobody was expecting an air raid or invasion, and Hector flew close to the ground from locations where nothing but desert existed. "What's the plan?" Logan asked. "Get Francois Darla to sign a deal with us and make him surrender his forces and then help us fight the Axis," he explained. When they landed their helicopter in the fort, they were surrounded by French resistance soldiers, guns aimed at their heads. Their leader quickly came forward. Seeing there were just 2 people, they didn't feel threatened. How wrong they were. Hector spoke in fluent French and told them who he was and why he was there. It shocked them that the American president was here, but they didn't really care at the moment when they were being sieged by enemies. Soon enough, he was taken to Francois Darla, kept inside a prison. The men had been fed well as he was the only way for a bloodless war here. "Wait outside, I will negotiate with him," Hector told everyone and entered the prison cell. Logan followed up to see how he would negotiate with him. But, he nearly spat blood. Bam. Hector punched the man so hard he lost half of his teeth. "You fascist evil scum, do you know who you are facing?" The men weakly nodded. "Fuck off, I will never make my forces surrender now. You bloody allies, I will see you all die one after another. Bam. Then I will skin you alive, scum." Hector took out a knife from his pocket and seriously started to skin his body. First, he skinned his arms, then cut his ear. Hector then started to use the satanic powers to make the men speak up. "Do you want to say something? Something that you desire, always wanting to have but never quite got there. Tell me your deepest darkest desire." Francois Darla's eyes had a strange shine all of a sudden and sense of ecstasy appeared on his face. I want to become the Emperor of France. Become the richest man in the world, defeat Germany and conquer them. Kill Hitler and claim myself the ruler Führer." Hector chuckled. "Haha, why are you all the same? Europe is a mess because of folks like you. But don't worry, we've got all that in the video now. We just need to send it to Germany. Once Hitler sees it, he will send men to kill you." Logan waved at Francois Darla while smoking a cigar and turning off a big video camera. "You're dead meat, bub." Hector nodded and laid down the terms for his continuous survival. "Yes, you are dead meat. Of course, if you decide to side with me now and do as I say, not only will I announce you as High Commissioner of France in Africa but also the President of France. President for life. Of course, first, you must help us push back the Axis powers out of Africa." Of course, he was not going to do all that he suggested. 1 week later. 0 deaths. The first campaign in North Africa was madly successful. Hector got the credit for this huge victory. Behind such fast-spreading words was the SSR. Phillips knew that for the smooth running of the United States and the continued dominance of Hector in decision-making, it was necessary. The news was heavily publicized in the United States. Most didn't even know that their president was in Africa, but now, they were excited and cheering for him. The depressing mood that the war brought was now overshadowed by the pride and hope of Americans. Hector didn't stop. First, he made Francois Darla tell the Vichy forces to attack the Axis powers. Germany and Italy were mostly in Northeast Africa. They were now regretting waging war with the USSR, as they felt their ranks and power were thinned out. However, Erwin Rommel, aka Desert Fox, a well-known German general, was holding the command. He was greatly experienced and respected by even Allied generals, Hector included. Germany didn't want to lose Africa, so they sent their best guns. The new Panzer Tiger I armored division was deployed. Hector felt the need for Chinook helicopters greatly with this. Still, they were able to bring some tanks and aircraft, but they numbered much less than Germans, who had been camping here for so long. However, Hector didn't stop. He gathered all the forces and called for them to start a sweeping operation across Libya. He was going to finish the Africa campaign before the end of 1942. By now, his command was already recognized by the Allied countries. Even the United Kingdom didn't send any high-ranking generals now to take the command, as there were enough from the previous operation to follow Hector's words. Thankfully, with 10 helicopters, they were able to provide quick air support and also carry light artillery everywhere they went. At the same time, they were ordered to inform Hector whenever they would come face to face with the German armored division. Meanwhile, he had sent Logan to go crazy, killing as many high-ranking officers as possible. Boom. "What are we going to do now, General? You said we should inform you if we see them. They have the latest Tiger I tanks, our artillery, and tanks can't pierce their armor easily." General Patton asked him, having gotten too comfortable with calling Hector a general. He had already decided to put all the responsibility on Hector so he don't get blamed later. Hector looked at the desert field with dozens of panzers moving around, creating a cloud of dust around them. All Allied forces on this front were hiding behind a ridge for now. His own clothes had gotten dirty by now. He was wearing normal soldiers attire with no rank insignia. His white hair was now slightly dirty. He sighed. "We have a motorbike, right? Gather as many grenades as you can for me." "You can't be suggesting that's a suicide," Patton exclaimed in shock. This was a mad plan. Hector seriously ordered him, "This is a command, General. I have done much crazier things than this." His command was followed word to word. They gathered 50 grenades and brought him a military bike. He quickly put on a helmet. "The moment the last tank is blown up, you are to charge ahead." "Yes, sir." The commander saluted as they saw him go. Hector drove through the hard desert land fast, much faster than tanks. He went as close as possible to each tank without getting shot by their gunners. He then precisely threw the grenades at the weakest points of the tanks, as well as the see-through window for the gunners. His grenades would either leave the tank unmovable or all the operators dead inside. He did it for 4 hours straight, multiple times saving himself by an inch from a shell. "Ha ha ha, it's your bad luck that I exist here, fools. This war is my playground." He laughed while throwing grenades crazily. His helmet had already been blown away and now his hair spectacularly fluttered in the air. Boom. The last tank blew up. With that, they charged ahead. Light tanks and vehicles moved quickly. They continued sweeping the lands. Soon, Germans were on the back foot and had to trek all the way from Libya to Egypt. But, in Egypt, a harsher war was awaiting them, as British forces with a large number of troops from their colonies had launched an attack through Tunisia. Germans were cornered. Erwin Rommel, the Desert Fox, knew that this battle was lost. He was swiftly called back to Germany and someone else took his place. But, it was the worst time to do a staff change. Hector did not give them time to breathe. But, their last battle was to take place in a large number of trenches that the Germans had dug. By now, both sides had lost nearly most of their air and tank support. Even Hector's helicopters were lost, only 2 were functional now. Hector gathered the commanders in his tent in the camp. "François Darla, you're under arrest for crimes against humanity. You will be sent to the United States and wait for trial." "No. You promised me. You will make me the president of France," he cried as soldiers put him in cuffs. Hector sighed, "You've got to be the stupidest man alive if you think I have that power. My forces will not follow you if you do this," he barked. Patton scoffed and spoke, "All of the Vichy forces are dead, we had put them in the front of the front lines. They were our first line of defense." Darla realized that he was played by Hector like a fool. He silently limped down and was dragged by the MPs. Once that was done, he congratulated the men, "My friends, we are in the final stretch of this dangerous campaign. As long as we cross the trench field and take over that fort, we will win. They will have no choice but to surrender. Now, I want to make this as less bloody as possible." "How?" they asked. "Well, I will start blasting," he said with a chuckle and left the tent. He went to the edge of the camp and called Logan. "You brought them. There you go." Logan put down a crate beside Hector. Immediately, Hector picked one mortar shell and threw it swiftly. It made a whistling sound for a while, then a loud explosion came in distance. Boom. All of a sudden, the enemy camp had movement, and alarms went on. Sadly for them, they were much further from the normal mortar range. Hence, Hector was the only person who could throw them. Slowly, a big crowd gathered around Hector. The top general stood behind him, then other officers and soldiers. Many had drinks with them and some were smoking while laughing. "General, 10 degrees to the left." A lieutenant used binoculars to help Hector aim. Boom. This time a bigger explosion appeared. It was most likely the enemy armory. "Haha, good eyesight, Kennedy, my boy," he praised. This young man was John F. Kennedy. Originally, he was to serve in the Navy, but since Hector appeared, he inspired many young men to follow in his footsteps. Slowly, the enemy side started to look like a hell camp. People were seen trying to stop fires from spreading in the trenches. After 4 hours of bombardment, a white flag was seen on the trenches and the fort behind it. The Allied troops cheered, jumped in excitement, with no care about the fatigue. The war in Africa had come to an end, and Hector had saved more lives than he could count. The Germans and Italians surrendered, with their total prisoners of war exceeding 500,000. While 12,000 British were killed, 200,000 had been injured. On the American side, 1,087 were killed, 2,000 were wounded and 3,000 were missing. The loss had been reduced by a huge margin compared to what it would have been. Battles were many times won by Hector's clever plans or himself carrying the entire army on his back of steel. He was seen as a beloved old man on top of being their president and commander-in-chief. The soldiers loved to talk to him as he was approachable. He even heard about many problems soldiers described that their families face in many parts of the United States. All of them were noted down in a register and then the register was transported to the White House for a special committee to oversee that they get solved. His popularity was off the roof. Since most of the army was made up of newly conscripted soldiers who were young, they came up with a nickname for Hector, though they never called him this face to face. Among themselves, they used the word Old Father. The African campaign was a huge success. Unlike in the original world, where the campaign lasted more than a year, here it ended in months. Just 1 month after Hector's involvement. His decisions, such as introducing a new camouflage dress, saved many lives. With this, the campaign for the Italian campaign was open. But, Hector had to return to his country to do his job as the president. And it was also the time he solved the civil rights laws. Brooklyn. Stephen Grant Rogers, a military doctor, called the name. Steve put down the newspaper and walked to the doctor and showed his file. But the moment it read, 4F rejected. Philadelphia. 4F rejected. Cleveland. 4F rejected. Please, give me a chance to prove myself, he requested. No, next come forward. Steve Rogers, with a tired and frustrated face, sat in the park. On his side was a newspaper with a big photo of President Washington in military attire, posing with other generals and troops as the American flag waved behind them. The headline read, "Walks the Talk. The President Fights for Nation." Steve had tried to get into the army from 4 different places, each time he was rejected for being too weak and sick. He begged to be allowed, even if he's to do menial jobs, he would. But, there was no place for weaklings in the army. Defeated, he alone sat there. His best friend, Bucky, had already been inducted into the army and was getting trained. He looked at the image of Hector in the papers. "Mr. President, I don't know how to serve the nation anymore." Sighing, he headed back to Brooklyn, his home. "I guess, being a weakling good for nothing is all that's written in my fate." A/N, this was a long chapter related to war. I used it to establish to the world that Hector is an amazing general. One who can lead by himself and also carry the army on his own. After this, things will be faster, but we will be entering the first Avenger arc. Steve and Hector will be meeting soon. Chapter 20. Mission London. U.S. Congress. Pardon me for the language I am about to use, but goddamn. What the fuck is going on? Is our president even human? He has already won us the war in Africa. General Patton and Eisenhower reported that if not for President Washington, American casualties would have been in tens of thousands. But they also reported that because our president does not have any military designation or rank, problems in the chain of command occurred. Since the United States is providing the most troops, machines, money, and President Hector King Washington is already the accepted commander of the Allied forces, I propose an emergency act today. According to this act, President Washington will be granted a military rank, one that suits the commander-in-chief. I propose a rank above 5-star generals be given to the president. The senator proposed. Simple to say, everyone agreed. Since Hector was already fighting the war, there was no need to reject, as this act would only help them. Hence, the rank of 6-star general was offered to Hector. All this had occurred without his knowledge, so when he returned to Washington in December of 1942, he saw the document on the table for his signature. What the hell is this? Do they want to give me a military rank? It does sound badass. He rubbed his beard while thinking. Woof. Mooney jumped onto him and put his head on the lap to get pats. He also asked in his language, "Dad, can I get a rank too?" Why not? I will take you to the Italian campaign later and make you a lieutenant. He fawned over Mooney and caressed his furry head. Next, Hector wrote something on the act and sent it back for discussion. He put one argument in it that nobody should have a higher rank than George Washington. So, if they wanted to give him a rank, then they first needed to give George Washington a higher rank. After that, he nearly forgot about it and went back to do his work. It mainly involved making sure the economic policies were right, and they supported industries and competition while stopping crony capitalism. Right now, a large number of the population is working in factories producing war-related vehicles or items. Later, when the war ends, and the soldiers return, a lot of people will be jobless. He needs to make sure that the country becomes an industrial powerhouse before that can happen. His next target was the Civil Rights Act, which legally ended the segregation that had been institutionalized by Jim Crow laws. The Voting Rights Act that halted efforts to keep minorities from voting. The Fair Housing Act of 1968, which ended discrimination in renting and selling homes. His goal was to bring equality to society, so color-based discrimination can stop. To some extent, Hector could understand why in the future this became such a big issue. In the original timeline, all these acts would pass in the 60s. The 60s was the post-war era, most of the major opportunities had passed by and poverty had already hit the people. So, even after these laws were passed, the colored communities had a delayed starting point compared to the white population. It was done by law, and they were not given the right opportunities at the right time. So, due to this delay, even years later in the future, the colored communities would face poverty. So, by passing these laws, he was making sure that no matter what one's skin color is, they can attend college, participate in politics, do any job they want. Sure, there is going to be opposition from some states, but Hector was not going to accept any of that. He had the power of mass media under his control. And as long as he fought the war, whatever he will say will be treated like words carved on stone. Also, by doing this, he was avoiding all the civil rights movements in the 60s, bringing future stability. Of course, new laws will also need to be made to address discrimination cases. On top of that, he was initiating police reforms for the whole country. Any state that does not accept it will face his anger. It is pretty simple. The base training period for any police officer will be a minimum of 1.5 years. In this, 1 year will be physical, law, psychological and de-escalation training, while the remaining 5 months will be martial arts, gun training, disarming training, and also human biology training, so one knows where to not strike. He wanted a police force that people respect and love, not the one people fear. He was going to add a clause that any unlawful act committed by an officer will be treated as an individual case rather than a case against the department. This way, the department won't come out to save asses. But at the same time, more clauses were needed so departments don't just use this law to get away by making scapegoats. My friend, you are on fire. All these laws are bound to hurt a lot of powerful folks. Roosevelt said when he was called by Hector to give his advice on them. I know, but this is the right time to do it. We are all preoccupied with war. I have too much power as the president during a war. I aim to use my popularity to offset all the anger against these laws. Hector planned. Roosevelt put the papers on the side and looked at the many portraits of George Washington on the wall. Haha, that man never got to sit in the White House, but he did build it. I think he would be proud of you. It takes balls of steel to do something like this. Every single man in power will know what you are doing is right, but some will oppose just because they are against you or their monetary interests will be harmed. But, no matter what happens, you have my support. Roosevelt knew that what was going on in the country was wrong. But he never thought about tackling it, putting it off as dangerous territory to his position. But, now, as he could look at things from an outside perspective, he felt that by supporting Hector, he was doing the greatest service to the nation. I have a suggestion. You should add a new act by which, designating a locality as a black neighborhood or white neighborhood is to be banned and demotivated since they lead to segregation. Nationality-based neighborhoods can be allowed. I love my Chinese food. Roosevelt suggested him. Hector nodded strongly in approval. That was a good suggestion. Thank you, let's go to a fine restaurant now. I'm tired of eating that crap spam. Mooney, come, my boy. Hector got up. Where is your bodyguard? Roosevelt asked as his wheelchair was pushed by Hector. You mean Logan? I sent him to London for some personal work. Hector didn't reveal too much. Congress happily accepted Hector's terms to grant George Washington a new rank. So, the man was made a 7-star general, with his designation being General of America. Meanwhile, Hector was made a 6-star general, the highest ever rank with actual powers. His designation was Commander-in-Chief, and the rank was called Grand General. It was not a rank attainable with promotions, as only an act passed by both the House and the Senate could grant it. He was also allowed to make a uniform for himself. Funny enough, for this act to pass, it needed Hector's signs. He was going to accept it this time and make a cool uniform for himself. London. Knock knock. Logan stood in front of a house. It was raining and the weather felt gloomy. I hate this country, he grunted. The door opened and Logan entered without asking, as if he owned the house. It shocked the suit-wearing man. Soon the man's wife also came running. Who is this man, honey? I don't know. Hey you, leave. The man shouted, clearly agitated. I can enter wherever I want, bub. Where are the drinks? Logan went into the living room and took out a whiskey bottle from the cabinet. Who are you? The man asked him. But Logan didn't reply until he had taken a nice long sip from the bottle and relaxed on the couch. Now it's better. Are you Alan Turing? You fucking cunt. No, I'm not that weirdo. He's my neighbor. I am Edmund. Edmund shouted in anger. Degree. Logan grunted in annoyance and looked at the man's face. Arg. I hate this place. ... He then looked at the nice whiskey bottle in his hand and decided to take it with him. Fine. Oi, my whiskey. Edmund shouted as Logan opened the door. He turned back and sighed. Quickly taking out a stack of $20 bills, he threw it on the man's face. Bam, Merry Christmas. Logan walked to the next house and knocked again. As soon as the door opened, he again entered and took a seat. The thin, clean suit-wearing man was shocked by the sudden intrusion. Who are you? You cannot enter here without my specific permission. The house was smelly, with dirt everywhere. There were papers lying on the floor, each with different calculations. Logan gave a self-nod, believing that he was now in a scientist's house. You Alan Turing? Why yes. Police. Army. Me 6. I have told you I am not trying to recreate the computer in my home. Alan said in a maddened state. He was not well, it seemed. Logan calmly drank. Well, I may not be that intelligent, but that does look like a computer thing. Alan looked back. The door to his bedroom was open and a block of the machine was visible. He stuttered, That is not. It's just a calculation machine. True, Logan was not a man of science. His science was just about stabbing things, and if it still moves, stab again. So he didn't understand that a calculation machine was also a computer. Fine, take this letter. They know you are gay, they are just waiting for the end of the war to come after you. Alan panicked and snatched the letter. It was an intercepted telegram, from the military intelligence to the police. It said that they need to keep an eye on Alan, note every man that enters the house. Of course, the intel that he is gay was released by Hector himself. But there was no other way to force Alan to come to the US. He was too talented to let him die for nothing. Kid, they are going to electrocute you to heal your sexuality. Read the next letter. Logan scared the poor guy. Alan was shivering in fear already. He was not like Howard Stark, he was like Einstein, a genius in certain aspects but not in overall life. He had depression, anxiety attacks, and much more. I am invited to the United States to work for King Tech, a company run by Einstein and 20 other super-specialized scientists. I can work on any project I want as long as it's related to creating workable computers that can help humanity. He read the letter. It was really enticing. Some of the names of the scientists were his idols. He faced Logan with uncertainty. What if they also found out about my sexuality? Logan chuckled. Kid, look at the one who signed the letter. Alan glanced at the bottom of the page. Hector King, Washington. Yup, pick that newspaper. You see that totally normal old man. He's my boss. He's the boss of the United States. You still got anything to fear? Look behind the letter, there is a personal message from him for you. Alan looked and read it in his head. Son, you are one of the most intelligent people on the planet. I have already saved Einstein and his friends, let me save you too. I do not care if you are gay, for God's sake, Greeks and Romans were openly super gay. I promise you that I will provide you with protection, and also a guarantee that in the next 20 years, I will decriminalize homosexuality. Alan's hands shivered. A strange sense of freedom took over his body as if chains unlocked him. From his childhood up until now, he had lived a secret life, always scared and conscious of those around him. What would they think? What would they do? Today, for the first time he got these words, and them coming from one of the most powerful men on earth was reassuring. To hell with this place, he thought and folded the letter. He will keep it forever with himself. I will go with you, he told Logan. Cool, you got any spare rooms? Logan inquired. It took Alan a few seconds as he tried to remember the layout of his own house. Yes, on the right. But, it's dirty. Logan shrugged and headed there. I've lived in the wild for years, no problem. You pack your bags, I'll take a nap. With that, Logan closed the door and got comfy. His habit was to sleep shirtless and he did the same. After drinking a bottle of whiskey, he had the best sleep in years. 5 hours later, he was woken up by loud knocks and shouts. He angrily got up to check. But, he took steps back immediately. Police. Open the door, Mr. Turing. Chapter 21. Fine, I'll do it myself. This is not very nice. Alan cried in panic. Logan, meanwhile, realized it was not nice to sleep in this man's home, without a shirt. Many questions will be asked now. Arg. Not very nice indeed. You got any secret exits? Please, mister. I don't even know your name. And no, I got no exits, I'm not a spy. Alan replied anxiously. Scientists. Always paranoid but never for the right reason. Logan scowled and looked for a way out. You stay here, I will go and deal with them, he ordered him. Quickly he clothed himself and took out his Secret Service identity card. What can I do for you, officers? Here, I'm from the Gov. Clack. Before Logan could finish speaking, a handcuff was placed on his wrist. You need a license to be here, chum. You are under arrest, come with us to the station. The two coppers took him away, much to the annoyance of Logan. Calm down, calm down. I do not want to kill these men, they are beneath me, they are rabbits, I'm a wolf, yes. Logan took long breaths and said the meditation words that Hector had taught him while in the police car. Alan was left there alone, scaredly watching Logan being taken away, wondering if he would see the men again. 12 a.m., London. Bam. Wake up. We're leaving. Logan shouted at Alan, who was sleeping on his bed. Alan nearly had a heart attack because of this. What? How did you get in here? Police let you go. Wait. What are these claws? Logan grunted. Those bastards, they kept offering me tea but refused to see my ID. I broke out of the cell and broke into your house. Quick. We're leaving. What are those claws? Alan was stuck on that question. Logan grabbed his collar and made him stand up. They are decorations, kid. Now, do you want to stay in this raining hellhole or come with me? Let's go. I got everything packed. Alan jumped into action and brought Logan to the room where he had put his packed stuff. But when Logan saw all that, he felt like stabbing this rabbit. What's your IQ? We're leaving in a car. How will we fit your computer into it? And you've got 10 more bags. Just grab one and follow me. All your other stuff will come later. My boss will handle it. Weee woo weee woo. Shit. Those tea fetish bastards are here. We're leaving. Logan handled Alan like he was a toddler, picked him up and shoved him into the car. Hector's new bills were facing the scrutiny of Congress currently before being put for voting. At the same time, he didn't sit silently. He constantly talked to people through radio. Smart America program was a hit, and people listened to it in record numbers. He also openly used his power to enforce the executive order. The first executive order abolished discrimination based on race, color, religion, or national origin in the United States Armed Forces. The second made it illegal to discriminate against persons applying for civil service positions based on race. Other than that, he put forward another law in Congress for creating several federal offices devoted to issues such as voting rights and fair employment practices. Hector was facing a lot of heat from the southern states, but the overall majority was supporting him. The reason was his constant touch with the public. Before each executive order or law, he tried to explain to the people why he's doing it and what it will do for the country. Slowly, weeks passed. The Sicily campaign began without him, as he was too busy. Hector made sure Operation Husky didn't start on a bad note this time. At the start of this operation, they aimed to drop a lot of troopers from the sky and capture a few key bridges before the full invasion. But, in the original world, due to a storm, a lot of aircraft crashed or had to drop soldiers far away from the drop zone. This in the end stressed the land invasion. This time, Hector warned them to keep an eye on the weather and if there is any doubt then abort. This they did and attacked the next day. This time the troopers landed in the right place. Another thing that happened was that his uniform was ready. It was much different from normal army dress, as he wanted this to be his superhero uniform. It had a long red coat, with 6 stars on each shoulder. There were some other insignia on the dress to signify his win. Then there was a normal brownish red shirt, dark gray pants and matching big gloves. All of it was made to fit his big body. And man oh man, it looked awesome, and sexy. Wolf Mooney also complimented, "Dad, human bitches are going to get horny on you." No, Mooney was not cursing women, he was just using the terms he knew. Human bitches were the equivalent of dog bitches for him. Bwahaha, thanks, my son. He played with him. After his photo in the new dress was published in the papers, the War Propaganda Department asked him to pose for a recruitment poster. Only later did Hector realize that this was the Uncle Sam poster, this time it was with his face. Operation Rebirth was scheduled to be carried out. Hector was informed about this, he was pretty excited as he was also going to take a shot. And that's why he decided to have a look at Steve. He wondered if anything had changed. Stark Expo was scheduled, that was the best place to find the boy. So he simply planned a motivational fan meet at the recruitment center. "You brat, flying cars are impossible without a good enough power source." Hector scolded Howard Stark. "Huh, stop doubting my capabilities, Mr. President, I am a rich, smart and ladies' man. If I can't, no one can do it." Now, just watch from the backstage, full of confidence, Howard smugly entered the stage. Hector sighed and waited behind the stage. Soon enough, boom. A dejected Howard returned. Hector chuckled and patted his shoulder. "Failure is the key to success. I'm limited by the technology of my time. I wish I was born maybe 1,000 years from now." Howard said. "Who knows, at that point, everyone would have been as smart as you. You would have been a simple fish in the pond then. Here, you are smart, rich and... ugh, ladies' man." He sighed when the girls who were on stage with Howard tried to come their way and flirt. Hector knew it was time to move. He entered the recruitment office and waited in a room just outside the "I want you" poster and the soldier mirror to see if Steve enters. Soon enough, a young little skinny boy walked there, with a man in uniform behind him. They started bickering. "I know you don't think I can do it. This isn't a back alley fight, this is war. What do you want me to do? Collect scraps for the rest of my life? Bucky. Come on, there are men laying their lives. I got no right to do any less than them. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. I want to do something." Steve pleaded to his friend, to make him believe in his cause. Bucky shook his head. "Yeah, like you've got nothing to prove. All that fantasizing about walking down the president's path, that bullshit. Nobody can walk his path, he's not normal. I mean, it's war, look at yours. Fine, try if you want. Soon his dates came and Bucky decided to leave. He hugged Steve strongly. "Don't do anything stupid until I get back." Steve didn't reply, he just stared down at his own feet. Hector had already noticed that there were some changes in how Steve was behaving. He looked tired, lost and defeated. On top of that, it seemed he was a fan. "Ah, he's going in." Hector cheered. But to his horror, Steve stopped in front of the recruitment poster and looked at his image. He could hear everything. Steve sighed standing there. "Can I walk down your path?" Bucky was not wrong. "Look at me, I am one of those guys you probably don't even notice on an empty street." Hector now had doubts that Steve was not going to enter. He had lost all the motivation after watching his crazy achievements, it seemed. "Go on, little one, you can do it. Trust yourself." But Steve stayed standing there alone. His feet were slowly stepping back. "I will try to serve the nation as a civilian, I guess." He turned around towards the exit. Hector looked around and cursed, "No. Where is that Erskine? I didn't save his ungrateful ass to ditch the mission I gave him." Knowing that future America's ass only needed some motivation to juice him up, he wrote a quote on paper and threw it at Steve's face without being found out. "A man who refuses to even try can never achieve greatness." An old man. Steve looked left and right to see who threw it. But as soon as he read the contents, nothing mattered. He was fired up once again. There is no harm in trying. He quickly entered the recruitment room to fill in the details. Just then, Hector saw Erskine dumbly arriving. "Pest." Hector called him to the room first. Erskine corrected his glasses first. "Where is the person you mentioned?" "Where were you?" Hector angrily questioned him. "I went to the bathroom for a minute." "Why?" Erskine wondered if he made a big mistake. That seemed to be the case by the look on Hector's face. "How could you, Erskine? You made a pinky promise to do this." Hector scolded him like he was a kid. "Well, I had to loosen my other pinky. I had been holding it for too long," Erskine argued. "Gah. It's pointless now." Now, Erskine had not heard Steve, so he had no reason to intervene in recruitment. Hector sighed. "Fine, I will do it myself." He got out of the room. Ignoring all the gaping mouths of soldiers and civilians alike, he walked straight towards the recruitment room. A/N, you might be a little overwhelmed by all the political things. But this is temporary, as this is 1945 and Hector is just trying to fix the country much earlier. Later, such things won't appear. After WW2, there will be some other wars with a few time skips. Chapter 22. Setbacks. "Is there a problem?" Steve asked nervously. The doctor checking him suddenly told him to stay seated as he rushed out. He looked left and right, anxiousness seeping in. There were enough posters around him warning him not to give false information in the recruitment form. But he had given a whole lot of that. Possibly one of the only few acts of deceit he had committed in his life. "It's an honor to meet you." Steve noticed sudden silence outside and the doctor's voice, sounding like he was saluting someone. He reckoned it was some top officer. His anxiety went off the charts at that moment. "Can I serve the nation from prison?" he wondered, soon realizing, no, in prison, you can only serve time. "Is he in here?" Steve heard a heavy thick voice asking about his curtain room. 1,000 ideas went on in his head. "I'm very small, I can possibly sneak out." But he gave up. That was by default telling that he was a criminal. No, he was going to face whoever this person was, and if he is a top-rank officer, then maybe plead with him to let me join the army. But boy oh boy, he was not ready to see who was on the other side. Not even 9 lives could prepare him for that. Ever since he was a kid, he was a fan of Hector, often hearing about the great men from the radio or papers. At first, the man was a governor, who fought crime head-on and eradicated the scums. Then, he became the vice president, and now president. A president who fights his own wars with soldiers at his side. This was the manliest man any man could ever dream of becoming, including Steve. Steve silently stayed seated and waited. "Damn it, stop this flowery talking, let me do what I came to do," Hector was cursing inside, as the doctors and nurses had surrounded him. "Mr. President, please give me an autograph," a few nurses requested him. Well, how could he say no to these jolly pretty nurses? Nurses here were meant to be hot, to lure more young men to sign up for service. However, then one extremely hot nurse came forward and out of the blue spread apart her uniform blouse, showing her cleavage and a major chunk of her fluffy flesh. She then spoke in the most seductive voice, "Mr. President, would you not give me an autograph too?" Hector, the virgin boy, had seen a lot of movies, went to strip clubs, but never had sex, saying he would only do it with the one he truly felt connected to. But, being president is awesome, there was no crime in enjoying the view, right? He sighed and gave his autograph on her boobies. But she was not done yet. Despite being much shorter than him, she slammed her jugs on his chest by standing on her toes. "Mr. President, how about I give you a really thorough physical checkup?" Maybe you can check me too. Here. Or here. What the hell, is she even a nurse? He wondered and stepped back. Although women rarely filed sexual harassment suits at this time, there was no point in taking risks. Hector took out his handkerchief and put it on her chest. Behave, please. You are serving in the military. No, she does not work for us. The doctor suddenly muttered. She chuckled and walked away after giving a flying kiss. I work at the drama club next door. Bye. Everyone just blankly looked at her leaving. Meanwhile, Hector eyed his Secret Service chief. Man, did you stop doing your job? And they most likely did. I envy you, women don't even look at me, Erskine commented from behind. Hector laughed. Anyway, is he in here, doctor? Yes, General. Do not disturb. Erskine, follow me. Hector moved into the curtained room where an MP was keeping an eye there. As he entered, the MP saluted stiffly and left, shutting the curtain. For the first time, they were face to face. Hector eyed the boy. He was seriously just a boy in front of him, so small, so fragile. Compared to Hector's 6'5", Steve was just 5'3" tall. A dwarf in comparison. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. A good quote, kid. Hector spoke to him. Steve's brain was already short-circuited. Nothing made sense. Why would the president, in his new military uniform, appear in front of him? He quickly rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was having hallucinations due to some new medical condition. He wouldn't be surprised if there was one more strange disease in his body. Hector laughed. Ha ha ha, you're not dreaming, son. Erskine, the file. Erskine handed Hector Steve's medical report and recruitment form. At the same time, he eyed Steve, wondering what was so special about this kid. So, you want to become a mighty soldier? Kill Nazis, become a hero? Hector asked him. He was just trying to make Steve say some good things, as it was ultimately Erskine's choice who gets the shots. He had happily agreed to give him one, but since he wasn't really a soldier, they needed one more. Steve stuttered, Aye, sir. Hector opened his file and read it. Asthma, scarlet fever, rheumatic fever, high blood pressure, and heart trouble. It's as if when God was making you, he added whatever disease that came to his mind. Sadly, you are not fit to be a soldier, it seems. And yet have you tried recruitment from 8 different centers? 8 times. You sure got the determination. Erskine complimented. Steve shrank his neck, thinking he was done for. He was caught. Mr. President. I wanted to. Hector cut him off. Son, this is the best and only chance you can get in this life. I am the Commander-in-Chief of all forces, Grand General of all Allied forces. If you can convince me why you should be allowed to join, then I will let you in. So get yourself together and speak like a man. I repeat the question, do you want to be a soldier and kill Nazis? He asked again. Steve took long breaths and looked up at Hector's serious face. He realized this was truly happening. But he had no idea what to say, so he said whatever came to his mind. I'm just a skinny kid from Brooklyn. I don't have any great ambitions of being a hero and saving the day. I don't want to kill anyone, I don't like bullies, I don't care where they are from. Ha, classic. Probably the only Avenger I can fully respect. Don't worry, kid, you'll get your girl eventually, Hector thought in his mind. He gave Erskine a look of, see. Erskine also nodded in affirmation of Steve's ideals. The small man deserves a chance, I say, but you're the president and I can't decide this. Hector nodded. Stephen Grant Rogers, a chance is what I am giving you. Don't let me down, son. If everything goes well, we will see each other again soon. Erskine, stamp it and get him to Camp Lee. I will not let you down, Mr. President. Steve all of a sudden clumsily saluted him. Hector chuckled internally. He had no idea that his existence already had such a huge impact on the world, especially people. For Steve, he was the role model. Be well, son. Hector left after that. He was the president and had so many other things to do. However, a piece of really bad news was awaiting him at the White House. House of Representatives. Nay. 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 Aye. Nay. Hector's proposed 5 laws get voted no in the House of Representatives. None of them even reach the Senate. Hector was being called out now. Some congressmen and senators were attacking him, saying he's power tripping. They claimed that his laws would create civil unrest and hurt the community sentiments in the nation. This was coming from both sides. Hector, who had been facing no resistance up until now, was once again made to realize that he was in the 1940s. People were assholes here and cared not who saw them being an asshole. A lot of the powerful folks in the country immediately started to oppose Hector in everything, questioning all he did. Some senators and representatives from southern states called him a Negro lover. A/N. I used the N-word in a historical context here. I don't aim to hurt anybody's sentiments. Tell me if you feel this is inappropriate, I will turn it into N-word. However, all these representatives and senators had no idea that Hector's constant effort in the past to stay connected with the people through radio and television had worked wonders. His ideas had been passed on to a lot of people. It wasn't just the blacks who wanted a change, people from all communities wanted it. When the news reached everyone that the president was trying to bring about good change and was now being cursed and pushed back by the people they elected, simple to say, protests erupted. However, Hector quickly came onto the radio and asked everyone to stop and get back to work. The war was more important. At the same time, he promised he will reintroduce these laws again very soon. In truth, he didn't do this for war. Instead, he knew that such protests could turn violent from a single speck of spark. They could take a bad turn into full-fledged race riots. Heeding his words and due to love and respect for him, they stopped protesting. One good thing these protests did, however, was to tell the various representatives and senators what the population wanted. But the men in power now came harder on him, as he just announced he won't stop trying to bring these laws. Talks of impeachment started echoing in the halls of the Capitol. White House. What will you do now, my friend? It's a mess now. We can't have all this during a war. Roosevelt asked him in concern. Despite all his efforts, he could not rally all the needed people to these causes. It was not just Hector's failure, but his as well. I can hurt them if you want, Logan suggested. He had personally seen what a nice guy Hector was and his aim was just to help the people and country, yet he was being accused. He didn't like it one bit. Growling. Mooney also showed his fangs. I am angry. I am trying to save this goddamn country from decades of unrest and economical self-inflicted harm. And these bastards say I am power-tripping. Fine, I will show them what true power is. Hector was really angry now. How was he supposed to work if he had folks like these sitting in power? Hector, calm down, don't do something stupid that really gets you impeached. They are just trying to scare you right now. Like hell will they impeach a president who is a great general in times of war. Roosevelt tried to calm him down. He was truly afraid for him, knowing his temper and madness. Hector shook his head. Roosevelt, don't worry, I won't do something stupid. But I vow to the people of this nation, I will get all these laws passed by a majority by the year end. Not just these laws, but all laws in the future. Hector's eyes had a new shine at that moment. All this time he had refrained from using his manipulative powers too much as he didn't want to spoil the experience of being the president, but this was not a matter of experience anymore. It was a matter of human lives, justice, and the nation's future. They can raise their voice against the president. Now let's see how these bastards fare when hell's Inquisitor visits. Chapter 23, 23. Superpresident. Senate Majority Leader's Office. Hector entered without any greetings or knocking. The man, his name was Paul Rudd. Initially, he had a great relationship with Hector, but now it all seems to have gone down the drain. Hector first closed and locked the door and took a seat. How are you doing, Rudd? Paul Rudd, 65, was the Senate Majority Leader. President or not, he deserved respect. Hector, the laws you proposed were foolish. Do you have any idea how many voters we would have lost in southern states if we passed those? Hector sneered. It's all just votes and politics for you, right? The plight of people does not matter to you. You are no better than those Nazis killing Jews. Your puny pathetic brains lack the ability to realize that if not today, then tomorrow you will have to pass these laws. But sadly, then it'll be too late. Don't get too emotional, Hector. You only became the president because Roosevelt resigned. You are a magnificent general, so do that, win us this damned war. You will most likely not win again anyway. Paul said in a mocking tone. Hector stood up. I've seen fools in my lifetime, none like you. I became the president, and I will damn make sure I do the job right. Bam. All of a sudden Hector grabbed Paul's tie and pulled him on the desk. The men looked at him scaredly. Why you, don't do this, Hector. You will regret this. They are already angry with you. Bam. Hector slapped him just enough to not leave a mark and still hurt. I'm the president, and the president enjoys absolute immunity, you dimwit. Now, I want you to tell me your deepest darkest desires. I know you have many, just like all other politicians. What do you want? Power, position, fame, or something else? Paul's eyes shined in a red tint and he spoke with a cheerful smile. I want to be the president and marry Ava Gardner. The actress, Hector realized whose name he spoke. He punched him this time. You pervert, she's just 21. Your fat ugly ass is 65. You really are a pig who wants to use his position and power to force women. I must investigate you, it seems. A fine idea indeed, investigate every single politician. Of course, he didn't hear him as he was still under the effect of his power. Well, since the man was such a pervert, Hector decided to make a deal with him, a devil's deal. The best thing about it was, if one spoke about it to anyone else, they just wouldn't be able to for some reason. Then I can grant you your wishes, just tell them and sign this document and your wishes shall be met. In return, you will have to do as I say, whenever I say and give your essence. Hector used the crossroads soul buyer power, but it also made him look like a demon. Not that it matters currently. Can I really become president and marry Ava Gardner? He asked greedily and lustfully. Paul, already in the effect of his previous magic, was going with the flow. Hector helped him stab his thumb with the needle and then stamp it on the paper with blood. Done, congratulations, you will soon become the president and marry Ava Gardner. Now, it's your job to make sure all the laws I propose get passed. Have a good day. Hector left the men in office, now dreaming about the future. But what he didn't know was that this deal was crap. He just sold his soul for becoming the president of a bankrupt company and marrying an 80-year-old woman named Ava Gardner. Of course, he will get all these in a few years. That day, Hector visited all important influential leaders of Congress and made a lot of messed up deals. He also met some who voted in favor and talked with them about the future of America. He even decided to make a few young ones among them his students. Camp Lehigh. This is making me cry. Brigadier General Phillips frowned at the sight of Steve Rogers, whom Erskine had revealed to be his choice. Erskine chuckled, I am looking for abilities beyond physical. Besides, he was selected by the president himself. Phillips sighed in annoyance, yes, I know. I don't understand what even goes on in his head. If you understood his mind then you'd be the president, General. And I'm sure nobody in the world can understand his mind. What he does goes against all logical reasoning. A 72-year-old man, destroying planes in the sky with his hands and tanks while on his bike, led an army to win northern Africa without a casualty. Even now, the laws he tried to pass, does he not want to win another term? Erskine asked. Phillips grunted, Arg, he's the best president this nation has ever had in more than a century. I would like to see him in office post-war as well, but his ideas are too radical, too progressive, and that goes against the thought process of a man of this era. Leave it, Doctor, politics is not for the weak minds of ours. Still, I withhold my decision. Just look at this kid, you stick a needle in his arm, it's gonna go right through him. He has the determination, will and compassion needed to be a good soldier, Erskine argued. He lacks the physical abilities, and possibly the courage to become a soldier. All right, let's see. Phillips walked away from Erskine and stood there, watching everything. Bang, don't move. I will kill him. And you all. I will blow this whole truck. Out of nowhere, a soldier appeared behind Erskine, held him by his neck with a gun and in his other arm there was a grenade. He looked crazed and pointed the gun at the soldiers every now and then. All the soldiers training there ran away, as the assailant had a grenade in his hand and they were standing by an ammunition truck. Stand down. Agent Carter fearlessly proceeded to stop the men, but Phillips signaled to her to stand down and move aside. But, to Phillips' anger, each and every single soldier ran away, even Steve Rogers. I guess we're doomed to fail. Bam, run, Doctor. Out of nowhere, the little skinny boy, Steve, sneaked up behind the assailant and jumped on him clumsily. His body was small, but he had the experience of 1,000 beatings, he knew where to hit to drop a man by now. He had kicked just behind the keens of the men from behind, making him fall down, face first, with the doctor now being free. However, just as the men fell, the grenade was released. Moving faster than one could think, Steve jumped on the grenade and shouted, get back. Move. Phillips just speechlessly looked at the little boy, with a new expression on his face. As the grenade didn't blow up, everyone also looked. Agent Carter smiled and walked to Steve. Steve was having an adrenaline rush, so he didn't move and stayed there. Only when Agent Carter touched his shoulder did he look up. Am I alive? Is this a test? She had a smile on her face, one beyond just appreciating his action. Get up, Stephen. Dr. Erskine, meanwhile, glared at Phillips, knowing he was just used by him in this little test. The attacking soldier also laughed and stood up. That was nerve-wracking. I feared someone would shoot me from a distance. The training at Camp Lehigh was not really for training, it was only meant to be used for the selection of a soldier to become the super soldier. So, after Phillips agreed with Erskine's choice, Steve, there was no point in delaying. Men were losing their lives in Europe, they needed super soldiers. So, on June 22, 1943, the whole experiment was set to take place. Hector was informed about this and told to arrive in time in a low-key fashion. However, Hector was having a dilemma right now, it was to leave Erskine alive or not. He knew that the man was most likely going to be assassinated. He had stopped Soviet and German spies, but Hydra spies were in a different league, so there was no way that they wouldn't be present at the experiment. I know how strong super soldier serum can be. As long as Erskine lives, there will forever be super soldier serum. And for a fact I know, finding more people with great morals and honor like Steve is impossible. If the United States makes an army of super soldiers, then a lot of them are bound to be captured and get their blood taken for research. Or some might just go rogue after they sense the amount of power they have, he thought in his office. A super soldier can bring so much damage, it could be seen by Bucky in the original timeline. So, Hector had a few choices: let Erskine die, let him live, or do something that he lives and does not make more super soldiers. It seems I need to take over a minor hell dimension to make an alternate home for myself, Hector felt, and started the preparation. Once he gets the serum, he won't get much boost, but he shall be able to show his extreme physical abilities publicly with no need to give any justification. That will be when he will truly enter the war and become the first super president. The idea made him laugh though. Haha, it sounds funny, super president. A/N, these are Hector's current powers. 1. Super healing saliva. Meaning he can heal better than Logan. 2. Turn into a giant wolf. 3. Exorcism magic, branches into physical and spiritual, focusing more on spirituality. Useless against non-dark beings. This is his ultra OP power, no MCU's dark entity can stand against him. 4. Telekinetic ability, such as pulling and pushing things. 5. Height damage nullified. 6. Crossroads soul buyer demon. 7. Ultra strength, at the moment he's as strong as Hulk. 8. Hell summon, demonic beings, not usable at the moment. 9. Shape-shifting, with illusions, not physical shape-shifting. 10. Getting one's deepest darkest desires out. 11. Dreamer maker, make people dream whatever he wants. 12. A really awesome power that I won't reveal yet. Chapter 24, 24. Taking over a hell dimension. Before Project Rebirth's final part took place, Hector decided to take over a hell dimension so he has a place to keep some stuff and also a place to live with no worry of someone interfering. This was one aspect that Hector was utterly confident about. No dark/evil entity can stand against him, even if the Dormammu or the strongest Marvel demon, Thawne, all would die in an instant by his hand. In Hell, it was his job to exorcise demons, and during his long time as Hell's Inquisitor, his exorcism magic had gotten full OP. Also, he was asked by Satan to exorcise a few of them and send them to Hell. Which dimension should I go to? I don't want to take over any major ones, just a small one will do. He tried to think about which dimension to take over. Unable to decide as all of these realms would provide him with fun powers, he decided to make it random. Mooney, my son, come here. I want you to choose a name from this list. I know you can read, so close your eyes. Mooney, wagging his tail, jumped on the table of the president. The list had 10 names: Speyer, Nastir, Zarathos, Blackheart, Null, the Living Darkness, Dormammu, Shumagorath, Thawne, Mephisto, and the one below all. Hector personally wanted to go after Mephisto, as the man was just a demon but called himself Satan and made deals like a Satan. It was unacceptable, the puny demon was making a joke out of his friend, the real Satan. But Mooney randomly chose one, leaving the selection to fate. He sniffed the paper with closed eyes. Woof, he finally put his paw on one name. Hector ruffled Mooney. All right, let's see what name you choose. Mooney jumped onto Hector's lap to sit and looked at the page like a little kid. Ah. It's not Mephisto, but this is decent as well. Let's go and meet this being. Hector stood up, with Mooney still in his arms. Now, to get into a hell dimension, he needed the Godpad Pro. It was the only thing he could bring with him from real hell, as it was his personal property as Hell's Inquisitor. He willed it and it appeared in his hand. The wallpaper was by default, the photos of a masked man, who was the top ruler of hell, sitting seductively in the lap of an old beardy man. It was heavily edited for sure. He tapped on the search option. The loading screen appeared as it searched all the dimensions inside the Marvel Universe and made a list. Woof, Mooney demanded to watch a dog video. Haha, fine, the search will take time. Here, watch this clip of a dog trying to say I love you. He quickly played a clip. Like a good boy, Mooney happily watched from his lap. He was a big dog, but still didn't lose the habit of sitting on a lap. Wah-wah-woo. Mooney tried to imitate saying I love you. Aw. I love you too, my son. He hugged the snowy gigantic husky. Beep beep. Ah, the search is complete, let's go. The process was simple, they just disappear and reappear in this dimension. No, the Godpad wasn't a teleportation device, but instead an interdimensional travel helper. As soon as they appeared in the new dimension, they saw fire all around them. Of course, it didn't hurt, because it was made of darkness, something that didn't affect him, and by extent Mooney. Arg, why can't these minor hell demons be a little innovative? Every single one of their realms looks like this. He boredly yawned and moved forward toward the biggest mountain he could see. Most often demon castles are in such places. Too predictable, he muttered. However, as he walked toward there, he heard a lot of demonic screaming and the sound of a lot of hammers pounding on stones. He headed there to have a look. A moment later, he froze in shock. Are these? They do like them. Damn. I nearly forgot. Zarathos fought the ancient spirits of vengeance and corrupted a number of their overseers once. This means he has control over a few ghost riders. Hector had come to this realm to kill Zarathos and take over the dimension. Zarathos was a strong demon who wished to use the spirits of vengeance to dethrone Mephisto. But Mephisto tricked Zarathos and defeated him. Later, on occasion, Mephisto would forcibly bond Zarathos to mortals as a mockery of the spirit of vengeance. On one such occasion, he bonded Zarathos to carnival stunt cyclist Johnny Blaze. But all this had not happened yet. He felt bad for these spirits of vengeance. They were a team of benevolent beings who protected mankind during ancient times. Although their origin was a mystery with a lot of unproven myths only. Fine, I will free them. He headed straight into Zarathos' castle. Zarathos, I've come to kill you, Hector shouted, but there was no excitement or fear on the face as if he was in a park. Raaa, demonic screams came from the castle and its doors opened. Then came a weirdly looking, but muscular, tight-clothed wrapped demon. It had a red skull for the head and was covered in bluish fire. He had a long blue cloak fluttering behind him as well. Who dares challenge the almighty Zarathos? Bow and kneel and I shall show mercy to your soul. But death is imminent. Zarathos proclaimed with total confidence. Oh, how wrong he was. Hector didn't even hear him. He was cleaning Mooney's eyes. There was some dirt under there due to sleeping for too long. After he was done, he looked at the demon. You said something. I am Hector King Washington, by the way. I'm also known as Hell's Inquisitor. What Inquisitor? I don't have any Inquisitors. Zarathos said. Hector sighed. Funny of you to call this little backyard a hell. You have no idea what the real hell is. But you sure will see it now. Puny human. Zarathos, in his burning anger, lunged at Hector with his fist out to punch him. Hector didn't even move and took the punch like a man, but it never reached. Zarathos' fist just touched Hector's beard when his body all of a sudden froze in its place. It was not Hector's doing, instead Zarathos himself stopped. Then shocking Hector, the skull had started to sweat and the fire decreased. Hector smiled, puny human. Thud. Zarathos fell to his knees. I didn't know it was a supreme being, forgive this small one. Hector didn't. He grabbed the Zarathos skull like it was a basketball and lifted him up. I'm going to need this realm, so I need to kill you. Zarathos cried. Fuck, how? No. Arg, Lord, I'll suck your cock if you want, I'll do anything, but please don't kill me. Hector quickly threw him away. What the? Disgusting. And why do you sound like you want me to say yes? I wouldn't mind carrying your mighty seeds. Hector felt like a billion insects crawled under his skin. No. Please. No. Arg, gods, what did I just hear? Please wipe my memory. Satan, my brother, do me a favor. But Hector only heard joyful laughter in his ear. Satan was having fun watching it seemed. Hector, annoyed, kicked Zarathos away. Get away or I will turn you into minced meat, bitch. Please make me. Zarathos pleaded. Hector asked, what? Minced meat. Your bitch. Ooh. Zarathos blurted in the most shameful way. Pal, I may be a virgin but I'm not this desperate. Go and stand in that corner, still and silent. He commanded, using his exorcism powers to instill fear. He then turned to Mooney, who was howling in laughter. Boy, you go and tap on his back, he will die. Whoa. Bow. Mooney rejected by strongly shaking his head. Dad, he wants to be a bitch, what if he catches me and, was what the good boy argued with. Hector grunted, fine, I will do it. He walked to Zarathos and tapped his finger on his shoulder. This was enough to send a surge of his own powers into the demonic body. Hector's exorcism worked well by sending the demons to the real omniversal hell to be deconstructed cell by cell, then remade into a servant demon. As soon as Zarathos was killed, the air changed across the dimension. It didn't become like Earth, but the red, fiery and repulsive aura disappeared. Now, it was a neutral place. Just a bit red. We will later return to renovate the palace. Let's head back now, I need to take that shot. Hector took out his godpad again. Dad, taking drugs is bad, Mooney barked. Ha ha ha, you're being too cheeky today, boy. Come, he picked the good boy up. Bam. But, he was stopped from leaving. He turned around and noticed a crazy sight. All the spirits of vengeance that Zarathos had caught and corrupted, for some reason kneeled to him. You are all free now, go back to your realm. He ordered them. You are the supreme being, the Hell's Inquisitor, the ultimate punisher. You are a pathfinder for us. The spirits spoke in an airy whispering voice. Hector and Mooney looked at each other's faces. This was a surprise, to be sure. So, all of you will follow my commands. Fight when I ask you to come and fight. We shall. They all affirmed. This is amazing, they can be really helpful in my future wars. But, they cannot exist in the mortal world in their spirit forms. So I needed to find bodies for them to possess. Thankfully, we're in the middle of a war, and getting a few dozen bodies should not be hard. He made plans for these spirits. Then this is my first command, I shall find bodies for you all to possess. Until then, go and broom this palace, it will be my secret dwelling. He ordered, as absurd as it sounded, it saved him time cleaning the place himself. All the skeleton spirits nodded and headed into the castle. At the same time, Hector counted all of them. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there are 68 spirits of vengeance. Mooney, let's go. He called the good boy. But, for some reason, unlike normal, Mooney didn't come. He turned around to look for him, and lo and behold, no. Mooney, you're not supposed to chew these spirits. They are not bones to eat. Wow. Mooney said they were tasty. Come on, I will get you other bones, leave this poor guy alone. He felt bad for the spirit of vengeance who was being chewed on by the large husky. Mooney threw some tantrums, being true to his breed, then jumped into Hector's arms. Haha, you know what, this makes 69 spirits of vengeance, which is nice. He happily left the dimension, which he had newly named Funhouse. Chapter 25. Taking the shot eye. Hector and Mooney reappeared inside the White House. Just then, one of the good young congressmen that Hector took in as a student entered after knocking. Mr. President, the draft for gun laws is ready. Already? Good, bring it over. Hector read it with focus. This was one of the big steps in his quest to fix the future of America. With the advent of social media and the betterment of human lives, people in the future will become snowflakes, not being able to face even a small amount of shame or pain. They will break easily and use these guns to create trouble. The reasoning was simple, hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. In the future, when wars are fought diplomatically, with remotely guided missiles dropped from UAVs, or on the internet, people become too weak, both, physically and mentally. Now, Hector was not against having guns, he was all for it, that's what made America what it was. But it needed more regulation. For fuck's sake, you can have a gun at 18 but not alcohol. So, the way to fix it was to make it harder for just anyone to buy a gun. They will need to show a few things at any gun store first. 1. Address proof. 2. Identity proof. 3. Police verification certificate. 4. Health certificate. 5. Mandatory 3-month gun control training from a registered training center. A 6th clause will also be entered in a few years, it was a mental health certificate. There were also new rules about people who carry a gun. For example, anytime when they are stopped by a police officer, be it in a car or on a street, they must reveal that they have a gun and where it is. They should also always have the gun owner's license. This will clear off any future misunderstandings and chances of mishap panning. Even after this, what type of gun one could own ranged by age. For example, an 18-year-old can buy a pistol, but not any automatic rifles or shotguns. For this, they needed to at least be 21. Other than this, owning grenades, cannons, rocket launchers were completely illegal. Unless they had a special permit or they were decommissioned antiques. Alright, I see no problem here. But do add a clause for seizing illegal guns from a person if they are unable to show their license even after 1 week notice. He gave suggestions and the work was done. Hector then packed his stuff and left for Brooklyn with his pup. He only took one car and Secret Service personnel drove it. Directly arriving at the secret location, he rushed inside the building. He made sure nobody saw his large frame by hiding behind a few umbrellas. As he was entering, he saw 2 men outside, standing by a car and watching him. This proved that Hydra was here. He didn't stop and entered with a smile. Today, he didn't wear his military uniform, it was red and too eye-catching. But after he gets the serum, he was going to wear it all the time. He wanted to carve his image in people's minds, so they never forget him, so that even future coming generations who will not see him personally will feel a sense of nostalgia. Mr. President. As soon as he entered, he saw the absolute beauty, Peggy Carter. Every time Hector saw her, he felt that he was probably into warrior women, women who could fight and weren't just flowery pot of tears and emotions. He won't deny, he felt attracted to her, but, making a move on her would be inappropriate, she was young and also Steve's girl. There is the best agent, how are you, child? He asked her jokingly. Woof. Mooney also greeted. She smiled, already expecting for him to talk so frankly, I'm good, sir. Please follow me. Will, he also. He walked beside her with a smile. Mooney. Of course, he's a good boy. He will just sit in the visitor's box. By the way, is the boy already here? Yes, he's here, waiting to be tied to the machine. But sir, are you sure you want it too? It's an experiment, quite dangerous, she asked him. She still couldn't accept that a politician could be this badass. Yes, he was a general in the past, but she knew plenty of generals who were now spineless politicians. He chuckled, it's going to be a success, Agent Carter, mark my words. And if I didn't have the assurance, I wouldn't have let Steve do it. All Americans are my sons and daughters, remember my speech. So how can a good father let a son take the risk alone? Inspirational, that's how she felt. Unknown to her, Hector also had selfish reasons, but those can be ignored. Soon, Peggy spoke the password to the old lady and they entered the secret lobby. Wait, Agent, he stopped her all of a sudden and asked, do you have a gun? Confused, she nodded, yes, sir. Is there any problem? Care to give it to me? There is some pest cleaning I need to do. He said, cryptically implying something else. Peggy was a spy, she saw the confident light in his gray eyes, so she nodded, here it is, sir. Can you tell me who it is? He didn't say it and walked in. The door was opened by MPs and for the first time, the entire lab was in his view. Machines making noise, people chatting, a known voice of Steve, Erskine, and Howard resounding there. This place looks horrifying and beautiful at the same time. Bow. Yes, Mooney, it smells bad too. Now, you go and take a nice comfy seat at the front. He sent the fluffy boy away. Mr. President. I didn't know you were coming. Senator Brandt, like any other cockroach politician, came to lick his feet. I had to come, we're making history today, Hector replied, and noticed Phillips on the side. Why are you standing there, come here. General Phillips saluted him, welcome, Grand General. I was just talking with Senator Brandt, we need electricity today, or else the whole Brooklyn grid will be short-circuited. He nodded, I know, I've ordered the governor, they will be cutting the electricity supply of the city for an hour. I'm disappointed you needed my interference to solve this small problem. Mr. President, I tried to talk with the electricity company but they asked for money in return to cover the loss of cutting the power for an hour. Senator Brandt tried to clear his name. Hector scoffed, and money is more important than our nation's security. Senator Brandt felt nervous, his back sweating under the suit. He had been crying for funds all this time when the funds were being issued by the White House directly. Hector despised the man and was going to deal with him soon. To divert the attention, Senator Brandt introduced another guy, a tall man, wearing a nice suit and had glasses. At one glance, Hector knew that this was the guy. Mr. President, this is Fred Clemson, from the State Department. He said. Fred Clemson came forward to shake Hector's hand. Mr. President, it's an honor bang. Hector shook the hand with one and with his other hand, put the muzzle of the pistol under the man's jaw and pulled the trigger. The bullet went from Fred's jaw and pierced out of the skull, with his blood being sprayed on the roof, painting it red, the body dropped dead. Phew, Hector blew on the gun like a candle, then he cursed, bloody Hydra spies, this ain't Fred Clemson, his real name is Heinz Kruger. Every single person in the room was left in utter shock, the guards had their guns out but were confused where to aim, not on the president, of course. Phillips was speechless with his jaw hanging and Senator Brandt was pale, fear and shock visible on the face. Agent Carter looked at the dead body, realizing this was the pest Hector talked about. Hector then turned to her and passed the pistol, dear, there are two more standing beside a car on the right of the shop. Would you deal with them? And this one, check his teeth, he must have a cyanide pill in the mouth. That's how Hydra works. Agent Carter did as ordered. She first checked the dead man's mouth. Snap, she found the pill and showed it to everyone. I will deal with those outside. She ran away, calling on a few MPs to cover her. A frenzy took over in the lab, Hydra had penetrated so deep inside the US government. State Department. This was an utter shock. Phillips looked annoyed though, wondering what else was compromised. Should we continue? He asked, uncertain if they should take the risk of doing the experiment in such a situation. Hector laughed as he took off his coat and then shirt, showing off his awesome tall tanned muscular body, of course. Let's get pumped. Erskine. Load the juice. Chapter 26. Hector's power level. Erskine did load up the juice, while a few gunshots were being exchanged outside. Not that it mattered. Hector, like the boss he was, relaxedly descended the stairs. Steve was there, looking like a little kid, knowing he was soon going to look buffed. Hector called the photographer, son, take a picture of me with the first super soldier. Steve stiffly stood beside him like an awkward kid who was also a fangirl. Then Hector turned to Howard, boy, don't kill me, or the nation will be after your blood. A drop of sweat slid down Howard's forehead. Fuck, I could have done better without that pressure. I gotta pee. Chuckling, Hector whispered to Steve, who was looking toward the entrance, son, don't worry, your sweetheart is gonna return soon. Now, don't expect a kiss from her, get into that machine, soldier. Yes, sir. He instinctively saluted and jumped right into it. Erskine, start with it. He also jumped into a frame made for his large body. However, now that he thought about it, he had a few worries. Crap, I hope I don't grow even bigger now. I'm already the tallest president at 6 feet 5 inches, I don't want to be called Bigfoot President or the Giant of America. Fine, Mr. President, please relax your muscles. It's going to pinch a little. Steve, you do the same and clench your teeth, it'll hurt. Erskine instructed them. Though Hector had to use his powers to push the needles into his skin, or else their motorized mechanism would have failed. Mr. Stark. Erskine voiced. A button was pressed, the blue liquid was injected into the two's arms. Then the platforms were slanted into a standing position. Now, we shall bombard your body with Vita rays to activate the serum and let it affect your bodies. Erskine briefed and shut the machines close. Soon, Howard turned the dial and the two experienced their bodies being bombarded. For Hector, it wasn't much as his body was already superhuman. Steve started screaming, however. Cut it out, Peggy shouted from the platform, she had just returned after catching the spies. Don't, he's fine, Hector voiced confidently. Yeah, I'm good. I can do this. Steve also reacted quickly. Slowly, Howard increased power, and lights started to flicker as well. Although Hector had directed more electricity to this facility, there were now 2 different machines instead of 1. Some sparks started to come out of the machines. Howard hurried after noticing this and turned the entire knob. Bow wow. Mooney barked from the visitors' chairs, scared for his dad. He quickly got up, smacked the MP aside and came down to the machine Hector was in. He quickly jumped, standing on his hind legs and looked inside the small window. Hector smiled from inside, I'm fine, boy. Don't worry. Mooney didn't leave, continuously wagging his tail like a helicopter. Howard laughed, nice, we've got another system cooling fan now. Boom. The machines broke down all of a sudden and the power reduced, all the blinding lights blasting inside the machines stopped. There was a silence lingering in the room. Everyone stood up to see the results. Whoosh. Hector's machine was opened first. He was still awake, as good as ever, in the whole process he only felt a slight prick. But, his body was sweating profusely, his white hair was stuck to his shoulder as well. Arg. I need ice cream, soldier there, being me 2 ice creams. Rogers will need one too, one for Mooney as well. Hector stretched his body to see if there was any change. In terms of strength, he didn't feel a change. Though his muscles did look more detailed now. Wait. He noticed his pants. I grew by an inch. Actually, this was a relief, 6 feet 6 inches was acceptable, besides, he can overwhelm other politicians and world readers with his size. However, he didn't get the expected applause, since his body was mostly unchanged and the people didn't know if it even worked. Howard, stop looking at me and get that poor kid out. He scolded him. Whoosh. Quickly, the second machine opened, Steve's body started to fall forward as he was still getting accustomed to changes. Hector quickly stopped him, it seems people can't make fun of your height now. Good job, son. Those victory trumpets and cinematic themes would be playing right now if it was a movie, he thought, as he wore his coat. Steve looked at himself, the world seemed smaller from his new height, it was a fruit he had never tasted before. The first thing his gaze rested on was the worry-filled eyes of Agent Carter, but poor Steve was as much of a virgin as Hector, even worse as he had no idea that the woman actually liked him. He came out of the stupor and turned to Hector, thank you, Mr. President. Hector didn't know that Erskine had met Steve the night before and told him that it was just Hector's decision to allow him to enter Camp Lehigh. But Erskine did say that it was the right decision and that after seeing his hard work and mental state, he too agreed that he's the best candidate. Call me General. Now go and get yourself checked. I need to return or those damn vultures in Capitol will do something stupid again. Just as he came, he left, despite some saying he should also get checked. Hector was more worried that no matter what they use they won't be able to penetrate his skin and take his blood this time. The same day, late at night Erskine received a call from an unknown caller and was asked to come somewhere. Of course, he had security with him, but they were swiftly knocked down by some flying stone. Woof. Mooney appeared and gestured for him to follow after he arrived at the said location. Erskine did the same and entered the small warehouse. There was nobody there for as far as he could see. Where have you brought me, my furry friend? Good evening, Erskine. Come with me, I got beer. Hector appeared from the room and called. Erskine had some doubts about his safety now as he looked left and right. All he could see was darkness and the only visible light was from a bulb on the door where Hector invited him. His instincts told him to run away, however, Mooney was behind him, looking cute but also threatening. Tippy-toed, he walked into the room, it was heavily furnished and had a nice leather sofa, radio running on the side. What is this place? He asked. Haha, my and Mooney's secret hangout place. I own this entire block, all warehouses here are mine. You must have heard about King Tech. Catch. Hector gave him a bottle of beer, ice cold. Why was I given the privilege of being invited here? Erskine inquired. I had to make a decision, Dr. Erskine, a big decision. It was whether to let you live or not. Believe it or not, I can see short glimpses of the future. I saw you dying at the hands of the spy I killed in the lab. You would have been shot and your formula would have been taken away, straight to Schmidt. Hector told him, not accurately though, he was not a saint, he could lie as openly as he wanted. It served him better not to tell him that Steve stops the spy in time. Erskine gulped a large sip of beer and looked at him with a paled face. His heart wanted to jump out of his mouth, but he tried to look calm. I believe you, the things you have done all this time, the Pearl Harbor, I understand everything now. I should kill you just for knowing that. But I'm not a heartless man, I truly do consider every American my son and daughter. You're an American citizen now, so you too. I know you feel weird, but I am much older than I physically look. Hector added. Erskine had an intelligent light in his eyes, decades. He asked, only to get a shake of the head, centuries. Erskine's felt his mouth dry, millennias. Perfect. How? He cursed and asked when he got a nod. Hector smiled and pointed at Mooney who was merrily chewing on a human thigh-sized bone, that good boy Mooney is that old too. Erskine, how do I say this, but the universe is vast, there are beings older than the universe out there, gods that humans pray to are merely powerful aliens out there. Now coming to the main topic, Doctor, just when Johann Schmidt is such a pain in the ass, what do you think will happen when the US Army has 100 perfect super soldiers, many of them not so virtuous as Steve Rogers, many will get caught, their blood will be taken, researched and then the serum will be recreated by enemies. You must understand, the only successful super solider is Steve and the only successful serums were used on me and him. If I am to let you live, you will continue to make the serum for the army, risking the future. So, there is only one way, after all, dead men tell no tales. Erskine's mind was full of questions, are there aliens in space? Who really are you? What do you want? Yes, they are real, and I am Hector King Washington, just a superpowered president, don't expect me to reveal my real background. What I want is to enjoy my life and make the world a bit less shitty than what I saw in my visions. Seriously, you'll be paying $2,000 for a one tiny bedroom New York City apartment, that's messed up. Ah, yes, there will be communist nations and military-industrial complexes as well. There are two options for you, 1, you die. 2, you can survive but you will live in my own dimension. Hector finally revealed. Erskine was a good man whose family was killed just because he refused to do the devil's work. Now, Hector may be half devil, he couldn't just kill an innocent. The marker on Erskine's head was slightly grayish-red before, now it was white, this meant that him making Captain America gave him so much good karma that he now had neutral karma. Hector could now help him get to gold or red. What dimension? Erskine inquired. This, all of a sudden Hector used Godpad and all three arrived at the funhouse dimension. The spirits of vengeance had cleaned the house nice and tidy. They were just standing on the sides of the hallway like lifeless decorations now. What is this place? It feels like hell. Erskine muttered. Haha, it was hell not long ago, a demon occupied it. I killed the demon and took over the place. I am the master of this dimension, without my permission, nothing can enter here and nothing can leave. This entire dimension and this castle will be your home. Sorry, you're too much of a risk, it's either death or living here for the rest of your life. Of course, you are allowed to do whatever research you want to do and pass your time. Hector showed him around. He had picked up one of the labs from his company and put it here, it was a mess though, as he wasn't gentle. Bow bow, whoa. Mooney all of a sudden jumped toward one of the spirits of vengeance, finally giving in to his temptations. However, this time the spirits instead played with him, petting him. Hector laughed and watched while giving Erskine time to think. The scientist could see the situation from Hector's viewpoint. If in return for his imprisonment here or his death the world can be better, then he does not mind it. He would have done the same as Hector if he was the president. But he did have one question. Suppose I decide to stay here, how will you ensure that the world is safe, that we win the war? How strong are you? Hector tried to think of a correct analogy. Okay, imagine a god, let's say, Zeus or Odin, on a scale of 1 to 10, how strongly do you think they will be physical than a human? Erskine smartly replied, speaking from the examples from ancient texts, they could destroy mountains, so 10. Hector nodded, correct, I am an 8, and this isn't even my final form. However, on a scale of 1 to 10, how strong do you think these gods are from humans in spiritual powers, in short, occult, magical and such powers? Again, a 10. They are bound to be much stronger. Odin is immortal from what the myths say, he dies and gets reborn again and again. Erskine answered. A 10 you say? I am a 100. No being in this universe can comprehend my existence. Not Odin, not Zeus, nor death itself. For I am the Hell's Inquisitor. Ha ha ha, Hector laughed widely with his hands resting on his sides, but soon a frown appeared on his face as a realization hit. Degree. Crap. Did I just reveal my identity? Woof. Mooney also gave a tired bark and shook his head, saying, "Oh Dad, so clumsy, what am I to do with you?" A/N, in short, he is physically 2 points weaker than Odin. At the same time, because he's an omniversal Hell Lord, spiritually he's still a very high-dimensional being, making him supreme in this category in the MCU multiverse. This does not help him in physical attacks, but if any being tries spiritual, mental, or soul attacks on him, it will fail poorly. Chapter 27. Education Reforms and Angry Logan. Erskine had no choice in this matter. Hector didn't have any ulterior motives either. He didn't expect Erskine to miraculously develop some crazy serum that would make him the strongest being in the universe. That only happened in fanfics. No, he just wanted the man to live his life and die peacefully as a mortal and go to heaven. But of course, he wanted a few more samples of super soldier serum. He might inject a few people in the future, who knows. After settling Erskine inside the secret dimension and telling two spirits to be assistants, he returned to his normal work, nation building. His new laws will get passed by December, so he focused on other aspects. Which was education reforms. Education was really important in any nation, it will define the future. He wanted the United States to be seen as a country of technology. After all, why can only Japan have awesome automatic toilets that also speak? So he personally drafted the new Education Reform Act, one that he based on his inspirations from Finland from his past life. Hector, knowing that the future is all about globalization, wanted Americans to dominate it. For this, a certain mindset was needed. Hence, in the new act, it was now compulsory for all kids to learn at least one foreign language that was not English. Special emphasis was given to Russian, Chinese, Japanese, Hindi, Thai, Filipino, German, Spanish and Arabic. Kids who get good grades in these will also get some extra benefits in terms of marks and college selection. They were also to be taught more deeply about the world, the flaws of communism, dictatorships, the genocides around the world, colonialism, or even the Native Americans. The future Americans will not be seen as jokes around the world for being dumb. The other major changes were not standardized testing until the end of junior high, where at the end they will give an exam and choose what to specialize in their high school. At the same time, many vocational specializations will be taught in the 3 years of high school, such as woodwork, electrical work, plumbing, electric work and much more. This will allow even those kids to get a job who lack higher intellect and can't get into colleges. The next part was the accountability of teachers. The bar to become was raised higher. A teacher must at least be a master degree holder. They will be the homeroom teacher of the same class for 9 years so they can form a bond with their students. If a teacher isn't performing well, it's the individual principal's responsibility to do something about it. Of course, even the principals will need oversight on them. A/N, I don't know what a homeroom teacher is called in the US. Other than this, free meal plans will be there. Schools will start at 8:30 to not have sleepy kids and last until 2 or 2:30. After school, extracurricular activities can also be done until 5. Saturdays were specifically reserved for sports, no studies. Even homework common halls were set up after school, as kids will be given little to no homework. The aim was to make the life of a student less annoying and more enjoyable while also learning. Of course, all these changes were to be slowly implemented in the coming 5 years. Many things might need to be changed, but overall it will be the same. All he needed to do was to make sure that a good system was in place to pump out more teachers, tackle the issues such as bullying faster and also keep campuses safe from perverts, including perverted teachers. He had a few secret weapons for all this, but that will only come later. As long as all this happens, the United States will have the best education system in the world. Other than this, Hector also wanted to start something similar to the National Health Service of the future UK, but it was wartime and there were not enough funds. Days passed, America's birthday, the 4th of July came. It was also Hector's birthday. And funny enough, because of this almost every American remembered his birthday. They burst firecrackers while chanting his name and, "God bless America." When he heard about this, he had one idea in his mind: God allowed me to be here, so I guess he did bless you all. However, war was getting intense. Sicily campaign has started and the next aim was Rome. As soon as they have Italy, they will be able to do air raids on Berlin. At the same time, Steve Rogers, now known as Captain America, was selling war bonds across the country, because Erskine was found dead in the Hudson River. His body was so damaged that it was beyond recognition, but a lot of stuff matched with Erskine. Hydra got to him, that was all they could say. Project Rebirth was stopped and scientists were transferred to Project Manhattan. Much stricter eyes were being kept on the creation of the nuke this time. By now, SSR had killed 1,400 spies. Bond sales had increased due to Steve, Hector didn't meddle either, allowing Steve's story arc to not change, as it was detrimental for his mental development as captain. September came, the fascist Grand Council deposes Benito Mussolini, enabling Italian Marshal Pietro Badoglio to form a new government. They unconditionally surrendered to the Allies, but Germany immediately seized control of Rome and northern Italy, establishing a puppet fascist regime under Mussolini, who was freed from imprisonment by German commandos. It was finally time for Hector to return to the fields once again. Not just to take over Rome, but he also had a specific task in the Indian Ocean. Fuck, again. Your ass is literally on fire right now with your new proposed laws. Roosevelt told him. Hector only laughed, as he had already taken full control over the majority of the Senate and the House of Representatives, at least before the next elections in these two, he had nothing to worry about. Calm down, Russie, just enjoy the show. Look at the economic numbers, we're getting richer faster than Europe is getting poorer. He walked to Mooney, his giant son, and tried to take his measurements. My beautiful boy, you're coming with me this time. Dad and son are gonna beat some Nazi asses and liberate Rome. Oh, I also got you the rank of a lieutenant now. Mooney literally had stars in his eyes as he licked Hector's face. Woo-woo-woo. He said in growls. Ah. I love you too. Now, where the heck is my bodyguard? Logan. Come here. He shouted. Knowing Logan's wolf sense, the men would come soon. Bam. The door was slammed open, no care at all that he was in the Oval Office. Can't a man smoke his cigar in peace? Dress up, we're headed to Rome, Hector ordered. Well, fighting was always welcome. Logan turned around and left to pack his uniform. Sigh. Roosevelt breathed out, you know, I love your work as the president, but also hate you as the president. Bwahaha. I am also the Grand General of the entire Allied forces around the world. If I don't go to war myself, I don't deserve that uniform and rank. Well, adios, mate, he left with no worries at all. Why was this the case? Well, simple to say, Henry Truman was one of those who made a deal with the devil. Italian front. How many of you are ready to help me sock old Adolf on the jaw? Bring back the chicks. Disappointed in himself, Steve Rogers, in a funny dress, walked off the stage. All his expectations and dreams had been shattered as soon as he got the power to really make a difference. Soon, Agent Carter met him, tried to console him and also tried to awaken his spirit. There were only two options, a lab rat or a dancing monkey. You were meant to be more than this, you know it. Steve looked around, pretty frustrated. You know, for the longest time I dreamt about coming overseas and being on the front lines. I finally got everything I wanted, and I'm wearing tights. Just then a military ambulance arrived, bringing out injured soldiers. Looks like they've been through hell. Schmidt retaliated against our 200 soldiers, less than 50 returned. Your audience was what was left of 107th. She informed him. As soon as Steve remembered that it was the same unit as Bucky's, he rushed to meet Brigadier General Phillips. The old man had nothing but contempt though. Look who it is, our rising superhuman Hollywood star. Steve quickly blurted, Sir, I want to see the casualty names of 107th. Just one name, Sergeant Bucky James Barnes. BUC. Calm down, son, I'm not a preschooler. I have signed more condolence letters today than I can count. But the name does sound familiar. I'm sorry. Phillips replied. Steve sullenly looked down, but he didn't give up. What about the captured ones? Are you planning a rescue mission? Phillips went on to explain why they could not rescue them, as the heavily fortified territory was 30 miles behind enemy lines. That the cost was too much. But you've got nothing to worry about, chorus girl. Grand General Washington is taking over Naples as we speak. Once he's done, he will be here and lead the charge himself. We're having to rely on a 73-year-old super president. Goddamn, Erskine, he just had to die now. As expected, Steve rushed to take some gear from the barracks. Deciding to head in there himself and save the men. Don't do this, Grand General will be here soon. Agent Carter tried to stop him. By the time he gets here, it'll be too late. Naples is huge, the fortifications there are also heavy. Trust me, I can do this, I have the super soldier serum in me, I was made to do this. Steve resolutely said. Clap clap. Just then Phillips entered, face much prouder this time. Steve thought he would be stopped. General, just give me a cha. Phillips interrupted him. Son, if you had not taken this step, Grand General would have been so disappointed in you. Yes, he gave me orders to let you go if you decide to. This was all a test of your will. Now, take a goddamn better helmet and vest. Howard. Get the plane. Howard Stark was just outside the tent. Yes, boss. Dumbfounded, Steve looked at Phillips. He planned this all along. Phillips patted his shoulder. Kid, take this advice. Never assume he's doing anything for no reason. Never assume he doesn't know what's in your head. Now go and bring the boys back. Above Naples Beach, 100 miles away from Rome. A bomber flew in the sky with the special cargo of 3 people. Inside, Hector set Mooney's parachute up, while Logan looked a bit angry for some reason. He was staring at Mooney this whole time. Even the dog got a higher rank than me. True, Logan was a sergeant and Mooney was an officer, lieutenant. The dog outranked him. This didn't annoy him initially, but now that even Mooney had a uniform and the insignia on his back, it made him feel it. I want a promotion, he finally voiced. Hector and Mooney paused and faced him in confusion, not knowing what got into him all of a sudden. Sure, Hector agreed. But then Logan pointed at Mooney, a rank higher than him. _____. Mooney and Hector looked at each other's faces for a second, and then, ha 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 ha. Bow wow. The two laughed loudly. Mooney's sound made Hector laugh even more. This annoyed Logan. He just grunted and pushed the button to open the hatch. Ugh, meet you on the ground. Who knew that even our rough boy Logan gets jealous? What a fine day it is, son. Hector muttered and soon jumped with the good boy. His red dress shined and looked clear from the ground in the daylight. But, at this point, no bullets mattered. It was time to show his true strength to the world. Ha, Hitler will shit his pants, he chuckled in midair. Chapter 28. Red Demon. They landed on the beach of Naples. The town was a short distance from there, but the road was heavily armed by German soldiers. There were also a few Italian soldiers, but they were not very keen on fighting, as they knew that they were just cannon fodder for the Germans. Their country had already surrendered, but then they were suddenly forced to fight again. Nobody wanted to fight anymore in this exhausting war. Germans too were tired by now. They had been fighting for so long, but victory was nowhere in sight. The conflict just kept on getting bigger and bigger. Germany was being sandwiched by the Allies at this point. Hector regrouped with his men. The highest-ranking one among them was just a lieutenant colonel. This was the case because most colonels were old folks with not so much ability to move like a young soldier. It didn't matter anyway. He outranked all officers of all ranks among all Allied nations. All right, the strategy is simple. The choppers will give you cover fire. All you gotta do is sweep in and take over the high ground. I will lead the main ground troops to start cleaning from below. They've got a few panzers there that we will need to take care of. Got it, General. They saluted and left in smaller teams. A group boarded the chopper as well and headed straight to the higher grounds. Back on the ground, a few screams were coming from inside the many buildings as loud shouts of German soldiers came. Logan was already going wild in there and nobody knew what was happening. Too bad, Hector was also responsible for the men. But that didn't stop him from showing his awesome badass strength. Bam. All of the 30 or so men were stuck beside a building. In front of them was a road that they needed to cross, but the thing was, there was a panzer overlooking them and waiting for them to come out. Hector sighed. All right, 10 of you make a straight line and get cover behind me. Stay hidden so the bullets don't get you. It was a crazy idea, but honestly, no one really dared to say no to him. Many of these soldiers were there with him in the Africa campaign, so they were used to crazy. Quickly, 10 soldiers hid behind his large body and Hector started to cross the street while facing the panzer directly. He even smiled and waved. Mooney, though, had already left secretly, taking a detour and killing all the men in their path stealthily. Heavy machine gun fire hailed over them like a storm, but Hector was their shield as he also used a metal manhole cover as a shield. But even that was not enough for what was about to come. Boom. The panzer had launched a shell straight towards them. Get down. Hector's loud command came, and even louder was the blast that soon followed. Smoke covered him for a few seconds. A few of the new recruits or from other fronts who saw Hector for the first time started to pray to God as soon as they found that the old president was fine. Did he just stop a tank shell with his forearms? A private asked. John F. Kennedy, who was a follower of Hector by now, patted the private's shoulder. Kid, you haven't even seen a fraction of his badassery. But it is indeed shocking what he just did. I guess the rumors were true. He is our super president. Run. Cross. I will handle this toy. Hector shouted. The smokescreen was the perfect opportunity. As the men ran across the street, Hector instead ran towards the panzer. Boom. Another shell hit his forearm. It was blocked effortlessly. His running speed didn't even decrease. The whole time he had a nice cold smile on his face. His red uniform fluttered in wind due to his speed, and that made him look 10 times terrifying. Whoosh. He moved like the wind and appeared right in front of the muzzle of the tank. His hands gripped it strongly, and a moment later, Hector lifted the whole tank up and started to rotate as if the tank was a disc in the discus throw. Bye-bye, show. He threw the tank a few dozen meters away. It exploded on the spot due to great damage. Can Captain America also do that? Logan suddenly appeared, out of breath and covered in blood. Hector denied. No, I was already this strong, the super soldier serum just gave me the perfect excuse. Steve is much weaker, but still, he could have at least curved that tank's muzzle easily. Logan proudly scoffed. Huh, I can just slice anything. Chuckling, Hector patted his shoulder. If you behave like a good boy, I might just provide a way to make your claws deadlier and heal faster. That was enticing as fuck. For a man who didn't have many aims in life, strength was one of the few things he was hungry for. On Mooney's side, with Hector gone, he was leading the troops. Initially, there was an issue, as the commanding officer of this group was Kennedy, who was a lieutenant, but he decided not to fight for it, saying, look, he's a lieutenant as well, and he's doing just fine, let's follow. They followed Mooney, who warned them at every turn about enemies ahead, sometimes even taking out single enemies. He quickly won over all the soldiers. Boom. Damn, Grand General is going to leave us behind at this rate, Kennedy exclaimed, seeing an explosion occurring in the distance, probably another tank. The entire campaign had turned into a nightmare for the Germans, as Hector easily carried the entire American forces into the city. Naples was beautiful for sure, but the people living here were in terror. What happens when an army takes over a civilian village? Crimes, such as murder, looting and mass rapes. It was not something just done by the Axis but also the Allies. All German soldiers, put your arms down and surrender. I repeat, surrender. All your tanks have been destroyed, most of your men are dead, there is no way out. Hector's loud voice echoed through the speakers around the city. This showed that he had reached the broadcasting center in the middle of the German encampment. But the thing was, the Germans didn't see that happen. Only when they went to see the broadcasting room, Hector, in his red uniform and radiating dangerous aura, come out. Red Demon. All of a sudden the soldiers shouted in fear. Truly, seeing a 6 feet 6 inches tall muscular man with long hair and angry eyes was not that easy to digest. Ha, Red Demon. I like that name, I can use it in my election campaign. Hector chuckled and opened fire. His aim was not at the enemy soldiers, for they were already running. No, he fired at their small weapon stashes. Explosions followed soon after, leaving the German forces in the city with no means to protect themselves. Basically, the bullets they had on them were now the last. At the same time, the helicopter team sent to take the high ground had done a great job. The choppers were proven to be greatly useful already, today as well they proved themselves. The U.S. Department of Defense had already ordered to procure 50,000 such N-1 helicopters. He once again started blasting through the loudspeakers for them to surrender. An eerie silence took over the city now, no shots were fired anywhere. The German soldiers decided it was better to run. However, U.S. troops slowly circled in, on foot and with gun-mounted army jeeps. Historically in Hector's previous world, the event was called 4 Days of Naples, as it took 4 days to conquer. But now, it would be called 9 Hours of Naples. It didn't take long for him to break all hopes of the Germans, and soon, Walter Scholl, German commander of the military and Domenico Tillina provincial federal fascist leader of Naples, surrendered to Hector unconditionally, right in front of him. The people of the village were happy and overjoyed. They wanted to get a hold of Domenico Tillina and kill him though, but he didn't allow that, promising them that he will get death legally. After that, he gathered the troops and ordered one single thing: if I find any of you stealing, fighting, or raping, I will put a bullet straight into your head. You are not just representing the United States here, you are representing me, and I sure as hell don't want my reputation ruined. None disobeyed, heck, they didn't even dare to drink, in fear that they would do something stupid. Right when this was happening, Steve was flying over the Hydra base in Austria. Howard flew the plane and briefed him, here, take this transponder. Ah, one more thing, hand it to him. Agent Carter took out an envelope from her pocket and gave it to Steve. Grand General ordered this. Inside that base, you might find Schmidt. If you can't kill him, at least give him this letter. How did the Grand General know? Steve wondered. But he didn't have much time to ponder. I will do it, Agent Carter. See you later. He took the parachute and jumped down. Howard soon returned with the plane while it was still night. Steve stealthily moved in and got inside the factory that looked way beyond today's technology. But thankfully, he found the soldiers and liberated them, quickly starting an uprising. Prisoners were many, enough to overpower the Germans. Steve meanwhile looked for Bucky, ending up finding him inside a room, tied to a chair. What they do to you, Bucky? Bucky chuckled, hee hee, what a strange dream, buffed Steve. Smack. Steve slapped Bucky, it's really me, Bucky. We compared our dick sizes when we were 10, mine was bigger. Fuck. I still don't understand how that's possible. Steve. Bucky exclaimed, eyes clear wide open now. We gotta get out, the factory is burning. Steve dragged him along. On their way, they got face to face with Schmidt. He put Bucky at the side and fought hand to hand. However, Steve only had a month of combat training, and getting beaten in a Brooklyn alley didn't count here. Schmidt was able to stop his punches. But just then the dwarf pig Zola pressed a button, separating the platform. Just in time, Steve passed a letter. President sent this. Though Schmidt was more focused on Steve right now, probably having a jealous girlfriend experience, no matter what lies Erskine told you, you see, I was his greatest success. In a disgusting display of madness, Schmidt took off his mask, revealing his red skull. Bucky was clearly traumatized and asked Steve, "Fuck, God save us from such success." "Steve, you don't have one of those, do you? You are deluded, Captain. You pretend to be a simple soldier, but in reality, you are just afraid to admit that we have left humanity behind. Unlike you, I embrace it proudly. Without fear." Before Steve could call him out, Bucky did. "Then why are you running like a little bitch?" "What he said," Steve added. But the last thing they saw before the doors of the lift closed was the annoyed face of Schmidt. However, they could not give a chase, as the factory was still exploding, so the two decided to leave. Schmidt, when in the lift, decided to see what the president felt was so important that their super soldier came to deliver it. As soon as he read it, his face boiled in anger and he raged, "Ree! I will destroy America." Arnim Zola meekly picked up the letter from the floor and read it in his head. "I have a humble request that you politely agree to my small wish to eat shit, you fungus-infested red testicle. Lovingly. Grand General Hector King, Washington. The President of the United States of America." Chapter 29. Missing money. Arnim Zola clenched his butt cheeks as he tried to hold off his laughter as hard as he could, but he had one confusion: what does P.S mean? However, he soon realized there was more to the letter as he turned the page. There was something just for him. "Arnim Zola, you discount of a DC penguin, surrender or I will feed you to real penguins. Red Skull will die, no matter what. While I respect scientists, if you want a way out, this is the time." Cold sweat covered his back as he stole a few glances at the red testicle head of Schmidt. "He will surely kill me if I make a mess. You take the car." As expected, he was not needed. Schmidt left in a mini rocket while he was given the car. Truly a simple disregard for his life. He once again read the letter and thought, what's even my life worth? Everybody's heard about the bird. Bird, 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 bird's the word. Bird, 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 bird is the word. Bird, 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 bird. Hector had handed the lyrics of the wacky song to a decent singer among his men with a decent guitar. The end result? Party. Sure, after they buried their fallen 15 brothers. Hector was cheering up the men for the siege of Rome. Mental strength was pretty important, as he knew that many of them probably already had PTSD. Oh whoa. Mooney was cheering the men as well. He danced beside the bonfire, tippy-toeing and wagging his tail. He was big enough to eat him and whole here, yet the soldiers loved him. They also started to call him the Blessed Mooney because every time he licked the wounds of a soldier, the wounds hurt less. No one suspected it was his magical saliva healing them. As that sounded too absurd. Mooney was already informed by Hector not to heal someone completely just to be safe. The last thing he wanted was someone coming after Mooney to experiment on. Meanwhile, as the highest general in the entire war and the US president, he had too much stuff to do. He had a tent set in the middle of the camp. It was heavily guarded against all sides. Logan was there too, now happily a captain. Kennedy was acting as his assistant, helping in sorting documents. Hector liked this kid. He had a smart brain, one a bit too adventurous sometimes but still intelligent. Not to mention, he came from an old family with a history of being in politics. In 1884, 35 years after the Kennedy family's arrival from Ireland, Patrick Joseph Kennedy became the first Kennedy elected to public office, serving in the Massachusetts state legislature until 1895. Since then, there has always been a Kennedy somewhere in the government. While working, he decided to interview him, to see if he was even worth keeping close. "Son, tell me, what are your views on civil rights?" Kennedy looked at his face for a second first. "There are 12 million black folks in our country. I don't see any issues as to why they shouldn't be given the same rights. If God really hated them, he wouldn't have made them. God made them black because he hated them. That's what some folks like to say." Hector pressed him to speak more. Kennedy smartly replied, "Well, I spent a nice afternoon on California beach when I was young. I sunbathed too long and got a tan. So did the sun hate me or the God?" Hector burst into laughter. "Wahahaha. Good answer. Now, get back to work, son." Next document. Hector initiated a new campaign to brainwash the American population into believing in equality and forgetting the race theory. The biggest fear Hector had right now was the KKK and its offshoots. Basically, he wanted to declare KKK and any violent and ethnicity-targeting hate group a local terrorist organization and ban it. The thing was, a lot of people felt they agreed with what these folks preached. Although there were not many KKK members currently, their ideology was spread far and wide. For this, Hector was going to use silent propaganda. Are you a Nazi? These questions will often be asked in papers from now on, across the nation. It was propaganda in which pictures of malnutritioned, beaten, and bullied people bowing, crying and kneeling to Hector would be posted. Along with that will be posted the inhuman atrocities committed by the Nazis and fascist soldiers. Then parallels will be made to similar accidents that occurred in the United States. White, black, Chinese, Indian, Japanese, or any other race that had ever been involved in hate crime will be provoked to think. The main aim was to make people think that Nazis do this after spewing their shit propaganda of pure blood. Every American will have to do some introspection and ask, am I a Nazi? Hector, who was probably the strongest president in the history of the United States or will ever be, in both political and physical power, had all the authority needed to do all this. In fact, all these revolutionary changes weren't just happening in the home, but field too. By law, discrimination was not allowed in the military. His strategic troop placement made it so a white man would have more contact with the colored men. Slowly, a sense of solidarity and brotherhood will develop between them. After all, a bullet does not discriminate between the color of one's skin. Before the siege of Rome, however, Hector had to go to Tehran for the Tehran Conference, where he'd be meeting Winston Churchill and Joseph Stalin to decide on next year's Operation Overlord, also known as Battle of Normandy. He arrived at the Soviet embassy in Iran. Churchill was already there, along with Joseph. To intimidate the other two, Hector decided to remain in his military uniform. Hello, Churchill. He first saw the British Prime Minister. The man had visible trauma from the war. His nation was subjected to German air raids after all. Then he met Stalin. The man with a fluttering mustache was 5 feet 7 inches tall with a crippled left arm. Looked puny in front of Hector. However, the man said something that annoyed him. Good evening, Mr. Washington, I see, you two have embraced the red. It's the best color out there. This motherfucker. Is he taunting me? He cursed in his head. Yeah, red is a good color to hide blood when you kill, he replied with a big chilling smile. Stalin's mustache fluttered and he shut his mouth. Later the meeting started. It was mostly Hector's plan, however, as he was the boss of all military operations, the other two were just taking his advice. He devised the opening of a new Western Front. This will ease up the Soviet Union. But Hector had another objective. Soviets were able to get inside Germany or Germany's occupied region. They killed all the German commanders they could find. He didn't want that, he'd rather have them caught and lawfully tried in the trials and then hanged to death. Although both resulted in death, one would help Hector show himself as just, while the other would allow the Soviets to gain glory. Despite what the plan said, Hector decided to end the war slightly quicker. This way he could return to nation building. But, just then, something occurred back in the home. U.S. Department of the Treasury. United States Secretary of the Treasury, Henry Morgenthau Jr.'s office. Knock knock. Sir, this report was submitted by the Inspector General, he said it's important. Henry Morgenthau Jr.'s secretary handed the man a file. Is the Inspector General outside? Send him in, he ordered and opened the file. He started reading it and slowly a frown appeared on his face. Soon it was changed into anger. He threw the file in the dustbin and stood up just as the Inspector General entered. What kind of conspiracy theory bullshit is this? You can have your entire career ended by slandering against President Washington. Mr. Morgenthau, all the words written in the file are facts, supported by evidence. $10 million, about $150 million in 2021, are missing from the Treasury. The spending was signed by the President but the money didn't reach anywhere. We have lost complete track of it. Inspector General said seriously. Sighing, Morgenthau took out the file from the bin again and read it slower. Are you saying that the President is embezzling money? It's not me, sir, it's the papers that are saying this, the man replied. It was a dilemma now. By normal rules, he was to inform Congress about such things, but he didn't want to really, as this was not the time to start such investigations. I am authorizing you to make a full report, but you are not to reveal anything about this to anyone, not even your wife. We are in a war, President is fighting there himself, and if we release this, either we will be chewed down by the public for slandering their president, or we will damage the president's reputation, bringing down his efficiency in the war. Once the war is near its end, we will submit the whole investigation to Congress. Secretary Morgenthau ordered and took his seat. Sighing, he tried to think about what was happening. What is he doing? This isn't befitting his name. Chapter 30. Changing history. While at work, Hector saw some glaring problems in the structure of the United States Armed Forces. Although he had made the office of Secretary of Defense to make the matter of joint operations more streamlined, it was not enough. Problems were caused by inter-service rivalry. Currently, the line of command flowed through him as the President, then the Secretary of Defense and then the respected Chief of Staff of the three services. The problem came because the U.S. military was too big and spanned across the world. It was not so easy to first contact the COS and then hope that he will timely pass the orders to the respective commander. From what Hector remembered, this problem became too big during the Vietnam War, hence the Goldwater-Nichols Act was passed. It divided the U.S. military into theater commands. Northern, Central, European, Pacific, Southern, and Africa commands, along with a few more strategic and service commands. What this did was that it changed the line of command. Now, the president could directly order the respective theater commanders. The new line of command was President to the Secretary of Defense, and from the Secretary of Defense to the commander of the theater command. Not just this, a new military position was created, one above the 3 chiefs of staff. It was called the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff as opposed to the service chiefs. The chairman was designated as the principal military advisor to the President of the United States, National Security Council and Secretary of Defense. This way, the command was more streamlined and the 3 services would act like one unit instead of different entities. Since Hector knew everything, he prepared a polished draft for the new act. In normal times, this whole act would take decades to show effect, as it did in his previous world, but not now. Soon, he sent the draft back home for a senator and representative to put forward. It was named Washington-John Dover Act. Named after the 3 people who worked on it. After Naples, Rome was the target, the seat of Italy's government. The moment they take that over, Italy would be won. But the place was swarming with enemies. Hector's few thousand men won't be enough. They needed at least 300,000 troops. So he ordered for the Canadians, the British and the American commands to send over the men. That happened quickly, as they had already taken Naples and the port was clear. After that, he prepared a few plans. Of course, he was the spearhead of it all, as his fist was enough to destroy a tank. This time, because General Patton didn't slap 2 soldiers, he wasn't sidelined and was allowed to join in. He, along with another Lieutenant General Mark Clark and 4 more British generals, took his instructions. All right, since we have so many tanks now, they are going to provide us with a good cover, along with the choppers. We need to take over the winter line, and as long as we take over the defenses around the town of Monte Cassino, we'll have access to Highway 6, which led uninterrupted to Rome. He planned. However, this was a new war, as he was here. Our strength is in our ability to overpower them. So the men will be divided into a group of 50,000 each. With 5 such groups, we will launch an attack. However, the last group will come with me and airdrop directly inside Rome. My job is to stop the war as fast as possible. That's only possible if I capture the enemy flag and make the German generals surrender. This is why, remember, I want you all to preserve men. Do not blindly enter the fight, drag it for as long as possible. He ordered them. The good thing was that the Soviets were not involved here, or else their generals would have never followed his command. The 5 men saluted him and went on their way to do their duties. Hector turned back to prepare for the upcoming battle. It was going to be the biggest one yet that will be deciding the future of the war. Basically, Hector was speeding up everything. In the original timeline, Rome was supposed to fall in the June of 1944. But right now, it was just November of 1943. Mooney, son, wake your Uncle Wolf up. He tasked the fluffy boy. Woof. Softly barking, he went right to Logan, who was sleeping in a bunk bed and sat down on top of his stomach. Now, Mooney was huge, hence his weight was too much. Even Logan can't sleep with all that weight. However, Logan didn't get angry, instead just started petting him. He felt close to Mooney after all, or maybe it was some sort of wolf paternal instinct. Arg, what happened? Did he call for me? Mooney nodded and led him to meet Hector. I am leaving for the Indian Ocean, need to catch a submarine. I will return in a week. Until then, all the preparation for the siege of Rome will be done. Take care of Mooney. But Mooney suddenly ran up to him and grabbed his legs, showing his puppy eyes. Hector smiled, fine if you are okay with swimming in the ocean, let's go. Underscore. That was all it took. Mooney ran to Logan and sat beside him like he was a saint. Water was one thing he hated. If not an emergency, he would avoid it. Though he was pretty strange, as he loved the rain, and playing in the water, just not swimming for work. Ha ha ha. I'll see you in a week, boy. Where was Hector going? Well, his aim was this time Imperial Japan. The United States was busy with heated ship battles in the Pacific every single day. The major matter, for now, was to liberate the Philippines. On the other hand, Japan had started to eat up Asia. They had reached Burma, Myanmar now, and were soon going to enter India. Of course, it was under the British Raj right now, so it was a problem for the British, also allies. Now, the Indian National Congress, the political party fighting for Indian freedom, one whose boss was Gandhi, was non-violent. But they agreed to let Indians join the British Army in the hope that it will make the British grant them freedom. How dumb they were. In WW1 they were promised the same thing, but after the Allies won, Britain came harder on India to recuperate the losses, increasing taxation and whatnot. It was a fact that Indians hated Britain and the Allies. In their eyes, the Allies were the oppressors. There was a strong politician, named Subhash Chandra Bose, who used to be Indian National Congress president but got ousted for his militaristic views by Gandhi. Later he decided to support the Axis powers. Not to mention, the major reason for hate was also the Bengal famine. It was caused by a mix of reasons: one, natural disasters, and the second was the man-made, Churchill, to be precise. He was a conservative, an extreme one at that, and he often shared his views with people in private, something that not many found palatable. He explicitly told his Secretary of State for India, Leo Amory, that he hated Indians and considered them a beastly people with a beastly religion. He had the same old belief that the white man is good, the same as what Hitler did. It was also on record that in 1902 the men called China a barbaric nation. Currently, he prioritized the stockpiling of food for Britain over feeding Indian subjects during the Bengal famine. A/N. Churchill was both a hero and an ass. His problem was his mouth. Just like how Truman was a hero for the world but an ass for those who got nuked, but he never spoke crap. This is the 1940s we're talking about. Most people were racist, sexist and whatnot. Though know this, I picked this information from the wiki, these are not made up. In this famine, 2.1 to 3 million people would die. So no shit, they hated the Allies. People were literally meat shields for the Empire at this point. Well, Hector had the chance here. He could be the knight in the shining armor. World War II was a crazy war for Indians because, in it, Indian soldiers fought from the sides of the Allies, as well as the side of the Axis. They were formally inducted into the German army, given ranks, and were called the Indian Legion. They were literally fighting each other for independence at this point. Subhash Chandra Bose played a smart game. He went to Hitler and asked for support. Hitler met him and denied, but agreed to let Bose take command of all the Indian prisoners of war that they caught. Bose gave a few speeches to them and they happily agreed to join, since they hated the Allies. After that, Bose headed to Japan, to gain their support as well. This is where Hector's worry came from. He knew for a fact, as in real history, the US sent troops to India, to fight the Japanese in the Burma campaign. Here, it was not just the Japanese whom they had to fight, but also Indians under Bose, formerly called Indian National Army. This army was going to be big and will cost American lives, but if he could get Bose to his side, he can use him and his army to fight Japan. In fact, he can formally use Bose to destroy the Indian socialist and borderline communist beliefs, effectively bringing future independent India under the capitalist American influence. It will be a great help for defeating the Soviet Union in the Cold War that will happen no matter what. But why does Hector know so much about this Subhash Chandra Bose? Well, that was because of one single slogan by him that he read when he was in his officer training back in his previous life. It was, "Give me blood and I will give you freedom." And honestly, for a man fighting for freedom of his nation from a foreign occupation of 200 years, these words were pretty badass. It reminded him somewhat of the American War of Independence, as he too believed that for freedom one must fight. Expecting that you will be given freedom just because you nicely ask is useless. If the US had done that, they may have been 48 colonies of empire, not the states of America. Around the Cape of Good Hope to the southeast of Madagascar. Bose was on a German submarine U-180, and he hoped to get transferred to a Japanese submarine and reach Tokyo to meet the Prime Minister. The transfer was supposed to take place at night. It was a calm night, the sea was being kind to the two submarines. The Japanese submarine had already arrived and was awaiting the transfer of the passenger. In the sky, a bomber was hovering, inside which Hector was present. The hangar was open and he looked down at the sea. A normal man could not see it, but he could with his wolf gaze. The submarine had already surfaced. After waiting for an hour, the time finally came. With a smile, he jumped down. "Go back, boys," he waved at the pilots. In the waters, the two submarines docked beside each other, unsuspecting of the men that was falling on them. They exchanged greetings first between the two commanders. And then, the men of the hour came out. But just then, boom. Under the bright moonlight, a towering figure appeared near the hatch of the German submarine. His white hair shined and Hector's red coat appeared like blood. The Germans, the Japanese, and the Indian felt as if the devil had fallen from the sky himself, but it was unknown which of them was the sinner. "Our red demon!" a German soldier cried. Hector's gray eyes shined as they noticed the balding Indian man. "Let's have a drink." Bang. Some dumbass shot their gun at him, which annoyed Hector, although it didn't hurt him. He lifted the man in the air and threw him into the water. "Is this how you treat your esteemed guests?" He turned to the Japanese submarine. With one leap he reached the top of it. One single punch was enough to make a hole in it, making sure it can't submerge anymore. The crew of the two submarines felt true horror that day. They overpowered Hector in numbers, but they still felt fear taking over their hearts and minds. Although they were in the open sea right now, each of them felt confined. They could only hope that their enemy would be kind. German-occupied Poland, Auschwitz concentration camp. What did we do to deserve this? Why do they beat us? Are we different? A young boy, 11 years old, asked his father. No, Max, we're no different. It's they who are different, they are mentally challenged. They have nothing to do, so they kill us, beat us. These men have no purpose in life, they are mindless sheep. Never be like this, son, Max's father told him. Will we ever get out of here? Max scaredly asked. His father had no answer, they were counting days anyway, until one day his name will be called to take a bath. He just caressed Max's head, don't think too much, whatever is in our fate, we will get it. Max just silently kept looking outside from the confines of the camp, the barbed wire was really sharp, but by now his cold hands had gotten used to that pain. It was much less than the sound of that dreaded train. A/N, as I said before, the majority of Marvel superheroes and villains will be born because of plot demands, but a few things about their circumstances may be different. Hector is going full crazy at this time and the modern world will be slightly different from what we have in our world. Chapter 31. Discussion. Sir, your coffee. A German soldier scaredly brought Hector a cup of coffee. Their entire ship had been taken over by who they knew to be the US president. Their commanders had already gotten their teeth knocked out and Hector treated the whole submarine like his home. He pulled Sabaz to the cafeteria to talk to him. The Indian man was confused and also a bit scared. Hector was really famous right now, stories about him were being told everywhere. In allied countries, he was told to be the greatest hero, protecting this or that, while in Axis counties, stories told him to be really ugly and big, a demon who eats babies. How can I help you, Mr. President? Bose asked. A/N, Sabaz's last name is Bose. Haha, don't look so tense now, son. Here, have a drink. I came here to talk with you about the future of your nation. I know what you've been doing, gathering Indian POWs to make them your soldiers. But, do you really think you will get your freedom this way? And let's say the Axis wins, do you think Germany and Japan won't colonize you? After all, Hitler does consider Indians inferior people, while Japanese consider themselves divine beings. To them, all are below, even the Germans. Hector asked him. Bose silently thought, fidgeting the glass in his hand, I know you will win. I know the Allies will win. I know I am shaking hands with the devil, but I have no other choice. To me, the Germans and the British Empire both are devils. Desperate times require desperate measures. Didn't the United States take France's help to defeat the British? Hector nodded, good point. Anyway, why do you think that the British will give you independence if you kill a few dispensable soldiers of theirs? Unless your ink stands up, unless your Gandhi stands up, they won't leave. Do you want me to not fight? I thought you would be the one to understand me the most. To get freedom, one needs to fight. Bose said. When did I say I'm against you? I am against you joining the Axis. Other than that, you have my support, perhaps you will be better for your nation than the last time. Hector purposefully left some words at the end. What do you mean last time? You sound as if you know the future. Bose scoffed at the idea. I do know. I know exactly when and how the war will end. I know the sorry state your country will be in coming decades, poverty, corruption, death and discrimination, casteism and what will not plague it. Even 50 years later your nation will have many religious riots, casteism, corruption, and poverty. All thanks to socialist policies. Hector said, sounding very confident as if he really knew everything. Bose stared into Hector's gray eyes, there was no malice or look of superiority in them. The eyes made him feel as if to Hector, nothing mattered, he was just a pest, like any other. Do you want me to trust your words? No, I want you to trust this, BAM, Hector smacked on Bose's head and made him fall unconscious. Being sleeping or unconscious was one of the criteria he needed to ensure to show people visions. Bose, in his sleep, saw a great many visions. Hector made sure not to show him the fuck-ups that the US made in the original world, that was already null and void since he was the US president now. As for India, well, he showed everything he knew. 1945, the war ended. In 1947, the UK decided to let India go as maintaining the colony would cost them more than they would earn. Redcliffe Boundary Commission was made to divide the colony into Pakistan, a Muslim state, and India, a secular state. Ratcliffe did a shit job, ended up creating a boundary due to which some 14 million people left their homes and set out by every means possible, by air, train, and road, in cars and lorries, in buses and bullock carts, but most of all on foot, to seek refuge with their own kind. Many of them were slaughtered by an opposing side, some starved or died of exhaustion, while others were afflicted with cholera, dysentery, and other diseases. Anywhere between 200,000 and 2 million died, with the consensus being around 1 million dead. What followed were countless violent riots, multiple wars with Pakistan and one with China. Over-reliance and trust in USSR, following USSR's policies, messing Indian economy by not utilizing the huge population and opening up. Casteism persisted even after independence. The system that should have been abolished remained and plagued the nation. Hector showed them everything from the day of independence to the year 2021 of pandemic. Bose's eyes were closed but his pupils were violently moving. The final scene Hector showed him was his own death. In 1945, without even seeing his nation be free, he died while fleeing Southeast Asia, in a Japanese hospital in a Japan-occupied Taiwan as a result of burn injuries from a plane crash. Countless conspiracy theories soon followed, putting questions about his death. "Wahaha, you do look like Hitler," Hector laughed as he drank with the crew of the German submarine. Even the Japanese crew had to come and join as his punch had damaged their sub too much. They too laughed since Hector spoke with them in Japanese. "Ha ha ha. He alone, who owns the youth, gains the future." A German soldier acted like Hitler and gave a funny speech. "Wahaha, why do you numbskulls even follow that half-brain?" Hector inquired. "Sir, what other options do we have? Although we do not like Jews, we do not hate them enough to kill them. We just want to live a good life, get a salary every month, and send some home," a soldier said. Hector nodded. Indeed, the worst assholes were actually the SS. The rest of the soldiers were like any other army soldiers. "What about you, kids from the land of the rising sun? Why do you fight?" "Because our emperor says we are the purest divine race and it's our divine right to rule the world," a Japanese soldier replied. Sigh. "And you believe it?" he implored. The Japanese soldiers looked at each other's faces, confused about what to say. They feared being rated out if what they said was wrong. "We believe what our emperor says, he's our god." "God damn, you brainwashed fools. There is no god on earth in this day and age. I guess I will visit your emperor soon. Anyway, make sure the sub reaches South Africa as quickly as possible. You all know the penalty." He scared the hell out of them. Giving his command, he went back to Bose, who had just woken up. His eyes showed fear, anxiety, and different light as if he knew everything there was to know. He faced Hector in confusion. "What are you?" "A blessed one. President of the United States of America, and I have no idea what you mean by blessed one." Hector proudly replied. "I mean, what do you call them in your country?" "Yes, a mutant." "Are you a mutant?" "No, you think I would have been the president if I was. But yes, I do have many abilities some consider to be unnatural. Anyway, what have you decided? Are you still going to join Axis?" Hector straightforwardly asked him. He had not much time. The moment he reached South Africa, he'd return to Italy. "Why should I not join Axis? All the visions you showed me, they will still occur?" Bose asked. Smiling, Hector pulled out a small file from his bag. "Here, this is my official offer to you. As long as you take it, everything will change. Of course, you will have to spearhead this entire plan. You shall only have my support." Bose read the file. In it, the first thing it revealed was that Bose will still create an Indian national army and fight beside the Allies against Japan. Then, he and his army will be publicized to the level that his popularity shall compare with Gandhi. Hector will force the UK to declare an independence date as soon as the war ends, and they will verbally say that they were motivated by Bose to do this. Then, the UK will appoint not its own, but instead Hector, to divide the nation, as the partition was inevitable at this point, and too much hate had spread. Then, India, Pakistan and Bangladesh will be included in the Marshall Plan of post-war redeveloping the world, but it will have a status akin to Japan. India will join the US as its allies and even become a member of a special group, where the attack on one will mean an attack on another. It shall allow the US to have one base in one of its southern states. The country shall forego its socialist policies and instead take some sort of capitalistic policies but with emphasis on healthcare and education. Hector will covertly help Bose take care of Gandhi and his friends' opposition to these reforms. At the same time, there shall be no East or West Pakistan. Having a country divided with a higher landmass between them was nothing but inviting future trouble, even more, when the two speak different languages. Hence, instead of two, there will be three new countries. Pakistan, a Muslim nation. India, a secular nation. Then Bangladesh, a Muslim secular nation. Well, I hope you give me a reply before I leave. Now, I should go and see what they cooked for their esteemed guest. He left the men to think. Chapter 32. Rome. 8 hours later. "He is a criminal, we need to arrest him," said a British officer at a South African port. Hector sighed. "As the commander of Allied forces, this is my order. This man has reached a deal with me and he shall join us, the Allies. If anything happens to him, you will have to answer to your Prime Minister." Sweat appeared on the officer's face and he changed his attitude. "Yes, sir." Bose had agreed to Hector's plan. From what he saw in the vision, USSR did fall, and it wasn't even that successful in whatever it was meant to be. So it was better to join the West before it was too late. Though he did ask a question of how he would solve Pakistan's problem. Hector answered simply, by grabbing them by their necks and forcing them to invest in health and education instead of religion and army. Since Hector had reached a deal, all he needed to do now was to call Churchill and tell him to declare Bose a free man in India and take back all police cases against him. On top of that, give him an official position of Allied Commander of Indian National Army. It took Hector a lot of talking before the men agreed. It was actually less talking and more threatening that if the UK didn't do as he asked for, they wouldn't be included in the Marshall Plan. This was his intent from the start. He was absolutely against colonization. Hence, he will declare formally after the war that any European country, if decides to still occupy another nation as their colony, shall not be included in the Marshall Plan and will be a silent enemy of the United States of America. Hector knew that a few European nations went out to reclaim their colonies after the World War. They received a lot of protests and fight from their ex-colonies. Some were successfully taken back and some were not. Hector wanted to stop it from even happening. Anyway, the US population will support him after he's done with social engineering. Italy. When Hector returned to Naples, he was shocked to find that Mooney was alone and angry. "Where is Logan?" "Bow wow, woof." Mooney barked for a whole 1 minute, jumping and growling. He had much to speak, it was clear. So someone took Logan with him. He had claws like Logan as well. "Did Logan tell you where he's going?" Hector inquired. Mooney ran to the map of Rome on the table and pressed his paws on the Colosseum. "Dad, he's here. I saw Uncle Logan marking it with his burning stick secretly." "You mean, cigars?" "I got you, my son. It seems I will have to take Rome all alone and then find this kid. He'll get a thrashing for sure." Abandoning his post without authorization, he sounded dangerous while looking at the map. "Ready to get some action, boy?" "Scratch." "Ugh, don't lick your pepe, Mooney." "All right, war comes later, bath comes first. Here we go." Hector lovingly lifted the cute boy in his arms and ran out to jump straight into the Gulf of Naples. "Soldier, bring me a towel, soap and shampoo," he shouted at one of his assistants. Bang. But all of a sudden, a loud gunshot echoed throughout the camp. Soldiers ran towards their posts and some looked for where the bullet came from. Meanwhile, those near Hector had their jaws touching the beach. Hector annoyedly rubbed the back of his head. "Arg, who shot me now?" Picking the bullet from the water, he realized it was from a sniper. "In that tower over there, go and check." As soon as they received his order, soldiers rushed to catch the assassin. Hector, though, continued to bathe Mooney, who was loving a bath in the sea. Woof. He carefully rubbed him. "Haha, fine, no soap in eyes, my cute little cloud." After washing, ironing clothes, polishing boots and killing the assassin, all generals gathered in his tent to start the attack. "Sir, the Germans are being anxious. They are very disturbed by how easygoing our troops are being," Patton pointed out. "Good, happy soldier is a good soldier. But make sure they come out of their happy mood now and get serious. We will start the movement at 9 in the morning. The paratroopers will go with me in planes. Patton, the command will be under you for this attack. I will try to end the battle as soon as possible." "Understood." Everyone saluted and left as planned before. The plan for the battle had already been made long ago, he just briefed them for namesake. Soon, he got on the C-69 plan, one of many, and prepared for the drop. Rome was a well-fortified city with German soldiers in plenty. Italians were rare at this point as most of the soldiers could not be trusted anymore. Mussolini was just the head of state in name, the real command was in Germany's hands. Still, the general mood in the city was that of calmness, knowing that before the Allies attack them, they will have to pass through heavy fortification around them. However, just then the humming noises of planes in the sky came. Soon followed multiple parachutes landing slowly, but just one of them was without a parachute. It also shined the brightest as the men had red clothes. Soldiers on the ground waited for the men to open the parachutes. However, as the body reached closer to the ground, they lost hope. Bam. Hector landed straight on his feet. The height damage was nullified and he didn't even feel anything. He made sure to land between the German soldiers arming the submachine guns. He quickly picked the lid of a trash can beside him and threw it at one guy, while the other one received his fist. "Haha, does this how Captain America feels?" Making a note to ask later, he punched anyone he saw and made them drop unconscious. But of course, if they had the SS logo, it would be instant death. Some got their jaws broken, some legs. He made sure it wasn't life-threatening. After all, these men were also somebody's sons, brothers, and husbands. They were just standing on the wrong side of history. "Where is your general?" he asked after beating one man bloody. There." The soldier pointed while crying. He zoomed past all buildings. No matter what tank or gun was placed in his path, it got slapped away. This was the effect of his smaller body and Hulk-like strength. It made each of his munches much more fatal due to less surface area and more concentration of power on it. Mooney was not with Hector. The good boy was to lead the paratroopers into the city so they could clean it up. Truly, Mooney has more respect now than many generals. Hector's target was not Mussolini, it was in fact the top Nazi general in Italy, Albert Kesselring. He was one of the most decorated generals in Nazi Germany. The basic rule of capturing the enemy flag was to capture the commander, he was the flag. Rome was too big, he straight up headed to the main building from where Mussolini ruled. Bam! He kicked the gates down, behind him a trail of unconscious guards was left. He knew that killing would have been badass, but in his eyes, all were the same, with red markers on their heads. They were headed to hell anyway. The only soldier at this point who did not have a red marking on the head was Steve. Bang bang. Inside the Venezia palace, many men emptied their guns on Hector. All bullets hit his chest, but they fell down as if colliding with metal. He continued to walk inside the building, slamming one head after another into the wall. He continued to slam open one door after another while asking, "Where is your commander?" Most didn't say anything, but on rare occasions, one would point in a direction. Death was just too much of a fear for some. "I should have brought a camera today," he muttered as soon as he saw a great many photos and paintings on the walls. But just then, to his luck, he saw a soldier. "Son, bring me a camera quickly." The Italian soldier looked left stand right, wondering if he heard right. He was expecting a punch. After all, he didn't prepare himself for this. "Me?" "Yes, you. Bring a camera from wherever your propaganda room is. Quick." Hector rushed. The soldier ran away as his life depended on it. And this way, Hector found a boy to click nice photos of him. It was a Graflex camera, one used by journalists all around the world. It clicks beautifully clear photos. A few moments later, they were taking their first photo. "Okay, I will punch this SS soldier to death, click my photo the moment I will strike him." The Italian soldier nervously nodded, while the SS soldier cried for mercy. Hector had none. The punch broke his nose and slammed it into his skull, effectively damaging the brain and killing him. It was a painful death. Flash. "Boy. You were too late, he's dead." He reprimanded the Italian soldier. However, just then he noticed his shivering body and some sort of liquid drenching his pants and now creating a puddle around his feet. Did I scare him too much? Chapter 33. Rome has fallen. While taking a few pictures, Hector arrived at the office of Mussolini. If not here, it was going to be hard to find the man. Benito Mussolini was a bald short man, just 5 feet 6 inches tall, but at least he was 1 inch taller than Stalin. He was now old and fat, also useless since he was just a puppet. Hector had no respect or thoughts about him. For Hitler. Well, Hector saw him as an intelligent fool. After World War I, Germany had to pay so much money in reparations that their economy tanked. And then came the Great Depression, which made things worse. Life was extremely bad in Germany, and Hitler single-handedly brought the country out of it. The truth of the matter was if Germany had stopped their expansion after Austria and some other nearby regions, the world would have ignored them. Even if they had started exterminating Jews, the world would have ignored it. But since Hitler's ambitions turned too big for Germany to swallow, they poked feathers they shouldn't have and started expanding the West. Mussolini was just another fool along the way. "Come on out, I know you're in there. See, if you come with me, you will not die by being handed over to the people, you will get a fair trial. Will you spare me?" A head popped up from behind a table. Mussolini came out, his face looking tired and scared. Hector nodded. "Of course, if you will just take me to the Nazi general, then you will have your ass secured." "You want my ass?" Mussolini asked, unaware of the 21st century's humor. "Sigh, just take me to the Nazi general." He put a rope around Mussolini's neck and told him to lead the way. It was dehumanizing, but the guy was scared. He took him across the entire palace and brought him underground. In his way, Hector killed a lot of SS soldiers. These were the most elite, probably protecting the general. After descending 3 floors, they arrived at a door. "Is this the one?" he inquired. Mussolini nodded honestly. Hector abruptly lifted him by his neck. "Thank you for your service, boy. If you survive this, I will let you go and be trialed normally." "What d? Arg." Hector slammed Mussolini's body onto the metal door as hard as he could to break it. In the end, the door did break open, but along with it, Mussolini's ribcage broke. The man was still alive, however. Throwing him to the side to cry in agony, he proceeded in, "Sad, you didn't die, it would have been painless. Now you will wish that you died. I'll be back soon." Leaving the man in his own puddle of blood, Hector arrived inside a large room. It was like a bunker actually. All around there were thick concrete walls. There were 5 soldiers and the general. They didn't even shoot him, knowing he was a super soldier. Red Demon was indeed a very terrifying name to folks. Albert Kesselring. Hector pointed at the men with the best-looking uniform. "Why are you looking left and right? Just come with me, you have lost Italy, it's better to surrender." Hector said, politely for now. But they didn't understand this simple thing. I will kill myself rather than surrender, Albert Kesselring shouted. Bang bang, using his revolver, Hector showered the 5 guards with bullets and killed them right there. Then he went forward while activating his Crossroads demon power. He was not making a deal, just scaring the general by looking demonic. The men fell to his knees, shivering. Such out-of-the-world things were not normal, even for him. He quickly started praying, "Oh Holy Father, protect me." Hector laughed and took the cross from the man's hands. He kissed the cross and put it in his pocket. "Ha ha, you fool, you think I am a demon. But you are forgetting something, be it angel or demon, all are the creation of God, so why would his creation, his own son, be affected by one of the millions of symbols?" He then used his ability to see the level of sins and found that the man had a deep red mark on his head. It depicted that he was going to hell no matter what, but if you do not stop now and save the people, you will end up in hell. Now, the words coming out of the mouth of a demonic-looking man were much more meaningful than, say, the President of the United States. Even an atheist would believe him if they saw this form of his. After all, the only reason people deny God is due to a lack of proof. He was now a living walking proof. I will surrender, holy demon," the German general said. "TSK, just call me Mr. President, and if you tell about my form to anybody then you will rot in hell," Hector warned him, though not telling his fate was already sealed. Albert Kesselring followed him out, now not having a speck of will to fight. Why? Because now he knew that the Allies were being led by a mythical being like Hector. Rome was huge, there were too many streets and locations to clear through, but the 50,000 troops that Hector brought with him were only to take over a few key buildings and defenses. Mooney, surprisingly, led the entire group. Although he had the mental ability of a 10-year-old, his intuition and ability to know what he should do was better than humans. He sniffed the threats, mines, and traps like a master and led the men into the city. Woof. By now, a lot of officers had understood what his different barks meant. Kennedy forwarded the command to the back, "Get ready boys, Boss Mooney wants us to ambush. Keep the grenades and smoke screen ready." This way, he slowly took over the entire city. The good boy loved getting all the pats and treats from the soldiers for his help. Many officers even agreed to recommend Mooney for a promotion now and also a medal. But hidden plots cannot always be known. If it was fighting a human, Mooney could shred anyone to pieces. Even the strongest and sharpest blades did not affect him due to his regenerative ability. However, when fighting the same species, things get a bit tricky. When Mooney was resting, eating, and quenching his thirst on the terrace of a building, out of nowhere a huge 7-foot-tall man jumped on there. He had eyes with no discernible pupils or irises and had pointed ears and claws at the tips of his fingers. Half his hair, including his ponytail, was white. Mooney felt threatened with this presence as it gave him the feeling of being in the presence of another wolf, growling. He growled, ready to fight. The tall man looked at him with eyes of disgust. "You think you can fight me, you lowly dog? The only valuable thing about you is your regenerative ability, and I will extract it out of you, just like with Logan, and then I shall have the perfect weapon X." Mooney, doubting if he can overpower this man-beast, looked around, but there was nobody to help him. Gore. Bow. "Silence, you mindless creature," the man angrily growled and abruptly moved to Mooney. He was very fast, too fast. Mooney was not like Hector. The only super thing about him was his mind, regeneration, connection with Hector and super soldier strength. He was nowhere near Hector's level. Oh whoa. He howled and tried to twist, wrestle his way out from the man's grasp around his neck. He bit him on the face but his teeth didn't pierce the skin. "Do not fight me," the man out of nowhere extracted sharp claws from his right hand and stabbed Mooney in the side. It hurt the poor boy as he cried in pain. "You will not die, but that only allows me to agonize you more. The more you move, the more I will do it." Mooney stopped, realizing there was no point in fighting, as he silently tried to contact Hector through the mental bond they shared. "Stop. Leave Mooney alone." A few soldiers had heard the cries and had come to the terrace with their guns. The men looked back, Mooney in his arms now. "You are in the presence of Romulus, pests. Leave, or die." Bang. The soldiers shot, noticing the blood dripping from Mooney. Romulus zigzagged from among the gunshots and reached the soldiers. Slash, just one wide swing was all it took to cut the men in half. They died immediately. Strange enough, this was the biggest loss the troops in Rome faced today. 10 soldiers were dead in an instant. Romulus just leapt away from there after killing them, directly landing inside the Colosseum. Mooney was fine. He felt weak due to blood loss but his body had started to heal. He saw everything where he was being taken with his intelligent eyes. There were some secret facilities under the large Colosseum. It seemed unlike any laboratory he had ever seen before. The best one was where his dad got injected with that strange blue water. "Oh whoa." He exclaimed in worry as soon as he noticed Logan there too, tied to a wall, arms and legs apart. There were pipes connected to the back of his head. Logan's eyes opened as soon as he heard Mooney. He angrily growled right then, "Fucker, we had a deal, you were to leave him alone." Romulus ignored his words with a snarky reply, I did let him live for so many days. It is your mistake that you didn't specify the terms clearly. Logan looked at him with a deep hateful gaze, anger burning in his eyes. Mooney was the kindest being to him, he never asked for anything or would ever backstab. Hector, too, was a great friend and elder to him now, as the man never asks for anything from him and instead keeps him under his security umbrella. He had noticed that ever since he had joined Hector, his life had become much more stable, even with all the adventures, it was calm. So, when Hector was not there and his past came hunting, he had to save Mooney. You're a stupid cunt. He might not have cared if it was just me, but you took away his only family from him. He has nothing to lose now and everything to gain. You're basically fucked. Your entire ancient existence doesn't mean jack shit when you mess with entities beyond your understanding. Fuck, I don't even know what he is. Logan blurted, threatening voice clear. He then talked to Mooney, reassuring him, don't worry, bub, he will come soon now. Romulus didn't even entertain him anymore and passed Mooney's body to another man who felt like a wolf to Mooney, connect him as well. Dad, come fast, Mooney muttered in his mind. Chapter 34. Bitch vs. Hell's Inquisitor. Hector was on his way out of Rome after making the general announce that they had surrendered. All the German army in Rome laid down their weapons and surrendered as well. However, he still needed to take him to the major battlefield and announce the surrender there. So he put the guy on a jeep and went about his way. Along with them was also the crippled Mussolini, crying in pain and cursing the German general. Hector didn't even give him the magic saliva to get healed. You two are my prized possessions, of course, I won't let you die, he assured them as he drove. Boom. But out of nowhere, a landmine blasted and threw the car a few feet in the air, making a few rolls before stopping. Hector had already jumped out, it was Mussolini and Albert Kesselring who got hurt. The German general was cursing as he came out of the wreckage, fuck you, we will die before we even fully surrender at this rate. Hector rubbed his head in confusion as to which fucker put a mine in the middle of the road which was used by both the Allies and the Axis. Oi, Benito, are you still alive? The German general checked his partner in this misery, he was lying lifeless but still breathing, so he left him alone on the ground and cleaned his uniform. How will we go now, Mr. President? Albert asked. Hector looked around him, they were surrounded by trees, the perfect place for an ambush. But, he was confused as nobody had ambushed him yet. All right, whoever it was, come out, I won't bite you. There was silence around them, no sound of any gunfire or vehicle, just nature, air brushing past the trees. Hector didn't care but the German was scared, so he hid behind the destroyed jeep. It was a mistake, all of a sudden a hillbilly voice came and soon a man came out from behind the trees, his arms raised in the air. Brad Pitt. Hector exclaimed. Brad Pitt shook his head, no, General, I am First Lieutenant Aldo Rain. I head a group called Bastard. You signed the order yourself. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be just Marvel Universe? Why do they exist? He wondered and talked, where you from, son? Maynardville, Tennessee, brah. Aldo Rain replied in a thick accent. Hector chuckled, haha, accent checks out. Well, I don't remember signing any order for you. Must have been Truman. Where are your team members? Tell them to come out. And why did you put a damn mine in the middle of the road? He inquired. Aldo replied stiffly, after all, he was standing in front of his role model and the most American to have ever been born in America, strong, wise and above all, a badass. We heard the sound of the jeep and thought it was the Germans running away. Well, I do have a German. Say hello to Albert Kesselring, the highest commander of all German troops in Italy, and that lump of crying meat is Mussolini. He introduced his prisoners. Albert Kesselring cursed at that, fuck, these are those assholes carving swastikas on foreheads and cutting scalps. Hector scolded him, shut up, Albert, or I'm sure many of these would like to have the scalp of a Nazi general. Anyway, son, what are your orders? Why are you in Italy? He asked them. As the bastard went to mess with the crippled body and poked him just for fun. Aldo Rain started to tell Hector about his mission. We're on a mission to hunt and kill SS Colonel Hans Landa. He was responsible for hunting Jews in France. Do you know where Hans Landa is? Hector asked the German general. I don't know, he never came to Italy. He's known to spread false information about himself to create a lot of false trails, the men answered. Aldo Rain seemed annoyed, we gotta go to France then. Well, how the hell am I to reach Monte Cassino now? They were supposed to declare their surrender there. If we don't reach in time, a lot of good men will die. Hector said in a scolding tone. They should not have destroyed the jeep. Aldo Rain felt responsible for what happened. Don't worry, General, we will go and bring a new jeep in no time. Dad, come fast. Hector's body suddenly stiffened and his friendly face turned into one nobody would want to see. Anger and rage were clear on it, and one thing that was unacceptable to him was anybody harming Mooney. He was not a dog, he was his son, and he would do anything for his son. First Lieutenant Aldo Rain, you have a new mission. You are to keep these two morons alive and well while I take care of an emergency situation back in Rome. Understood. He ordered. Aldo Rain saluted like a good soldier. Understood, all right, sir. Boom. Hector kicked the ground with ultimate strength and his body flew like an eagle. The bastard were left looking up dumbly and wondering if super soldier serum was so amazing. Hector leapt straight towards Rome and then to the Colosseum as Mooney had told him before about it. His body had the strength of Hulk, it was among the topmost physical strength on the planet. So he landed directly in the center of the Colosseum with his fist held out, aiming at the ground. He knew that there were multiple levels under the ground according to history and that must be where Mooney was. Boom. He was proven right, he broke through the ground and went straight into whatever was under there. Mooney. Woof woof. Hearing the barks, he started punching the ground, even more, it was as if multiple bombs were being dropped from the sky, the loud sound echoed around the Colosseum and the shakes were felt even outside it. He continued to punch until the ground had a large hole in it, finally revealing the concrete roof of whatever was under it. Without stopping, he stood up and kicked it down. Cracks soon started to appear, followed by it breaking open and Hector falling straight underneath it. Bam! He fell a few meters down before stopping, this made it clear how big the underground space was. His gaze first fell on Mooney, the poor boy was helplessly tied to a wall, along with his paws held in cuffs, bolted to the floor. He couldn't even move. Then there was Logan, in an equally bad situation. Don't worry, I'll get you out, he assured them. Woof, Dad, I can't even scratch my neck like this, Mooney complained. Hector chuckled and turned to the 7-foot-tall being, he recognized him at first glance, who else could have claws like Wolverine and look like this, so you are Romulus. Romulus acted surprised, I am delighted that you know me, human. But sad for you, your little serum-enhanced body cannot defeat my biologically superior strength. Ting. All of a sudden, Hector felt some sort of intrusion trying to enter his head. He had honestly no idea about the powers of Romulus, he just knew that the man was responsible for a lot of misery in Logan's life. Bwahaha, you lowlife. Do you think your psionic powers will work me, a higher dimensional being? Truly, your foolishness is limitless. Hector burst into laughter. He was an omniverse level, Hell's third in command, like hell any mortal's mental abilities would work on him. Are you challenging me? I have ruled over empires and destroyed them at the same time, what are you? An overly proud puppet of the country's rich. Romulus spouted whatever he thought about Hector. Okay, I have changed my mind, you are not a lowlife, you're a bitch. Come here, bitch, Hector enraged this overly proud fool. It was clear from how he behaved that Romulus was a dumbass when it comes to his pride. Romulus was strong, but not strong enough, Hector punched straight to his jaw, sending an uppercut. Romulus' body flew in the air, so Hector jumped and drop-kicked him down. Mooney is my son, and you dared to hurt him. He slammed on Romulus' face, putting on a nice tattoo of the army boot. Enraged, Romulus jumped up and stabbed his claw at Hector. And this was when Hector found out that he was not invincible, not physically. Arg, Sinofa, it went through. Romulus' claws stabbed deep into Hector's waist, they were long enough to come out from his back. It was hella painful, something he felt after a long time. Romulus lifted him with his claws, making the wounds deeper. You should never underestimate your opponents, human. You fought bravely, but sadly, you could not comprehend my strength. Hector, hanging in the air, laughed, haha, now I get it, adamantium, right? That's why you could stab me. Nice, I always wanted to have this element. Thanks for the charity. Romulus exclaimed in pain and confusion. Hector quickly initiated his transformation into a giant 15-foot-tall wolf and without wasting time he chewed off Romulus' one arm. I am the Alpha, Romulus. You are just a tiny speck in the omniverse, it is you who cannot comprehend me. Romulus's eyes contracted, face contorted, confusion apparent, he had never met another mutant like himself who could take the full wolf form. He noticed Hector was fully healed by now, while his own arm was on the ground, twitching. He had never seen another beast like this and truly felt suppressed psychologically at this very moment, just the mere presence of Hector was making the air heavy. What are you? He questioned. Slash. Hector, in his wolf form, slashed his claws at the ancient humanoid beast. You are lucky, Romulus, for I want you alive. But also unlucky, because I want you brain dead. He leapt toward him with jaws wide open, aiming to rip off his whole head. Chapter 35. Surrender of Italy. Romulus was like a cornered wolf, agitated and confused. From all his knowledge, Hector should not be this powerful. This only meant that there were things that he had no idea about. Sabretooth, leave, Romulus shouted to his assistant. Seeing this, Logan seemed to have gained a bit of strength and got himself freed. You ain't going anywhere, Victor, he blocked Sabretooth. Knowing the lore, Hector let them fight, both had a score to settle with each other. He focused on Romulus. Did you really think it was the best thing to provoke me? I seriously had no idea that you existed. You sound as if you know everything. Who are you? Romulus questioned. Hector had no reason to reveal his status to him. You won't need to know, at least not anymore. It's time to turn off the lights. Hector lifted Romulus' arm that he had chopped off and thrust the blades into his head, damaging it in the process and leaving him blank. However, in doing so, he forgot that Romulus had a healing factor even better than Logan. So even if he decapitated him, he would not die. The only good thing was that he could not regrow his skeleton anymore since he had put adamantium on it. Still, decapitating him was the best option, as even if the head and the body separately stayed alive, it was not an issue for him. He only wanted the body. But Romulus had gone into berserk mode by now. This is what happens to those who could regenerate when their mind goes blank. The only exception might be Deadpool. He was always in a mad state. Now he tried to jump on Hector. Calm down, you mad dog. The only drawback of the berserk mode was the mode itself. As the name implies, Romulus went into a crazed state. His mind took a back seat and instincts took over. Instincts only know how to punch and jump. The tricks and tactics don't matter. So Hector was able to easily avoid Romulus. At the same time, he was stronger physically. Bam! His fist connected with Romulus' jaw, throwing him meters away. Getting a break, Hector quickly walked to Mooney to free him. Whoosh! The fluffy boy jumped to him while growling and speaking, "Dad, I was scared." Barraging him with kisses, Hector hugged him tight. "It's all good now, son. After this, we're gonna look for ways to make you stronger." Bam! Just then Logan's body came flying and slammed into Hector's. Though he caught Logan. "Son, you sure you don't need help?" "I'm just warming up," Logan growled and jumped back towards Sabretooth again. They were actually doing more talking than fighting, accusing each other of killing somebody close to them. Not giving too much attention to them, he went on to behead Romulus. Without an arm, Romulus' maneuverability had diminished by a lot, so Hector took the claws from the earlier hand he chopped. As only fire could kill the fire, or maybe his claws in wolf form, he wished to chop the adamantium-clad neck. "Thank you for your service," he leapt at him. Romulus did the same. Hector smiled. "Now, boy." Mooney also jumped from below and booty-slammed Romulus so his neck would be exposed to Hector. It all happened too fast for anybody to think. Hector by instinct moved and slashed at the neck. Bam! Romulus' body fell down. "Oof. I missed a little," Hector gasped seeing the scene. The head was just hanging by a small amount of skin, rest was disconnected. The body had stopped moving for it had no brain to order, but he knew it was alive. The head was still growling and the eyes were moving. He smoothly chopped the remaining skin and completely beheaded him, then put the head in a bag as if it was nothing but cabbage. Then they just sat by the side and looked at Logan and Sabretooth's fight. "Who do you think will win?" Hector asked, placing a bet. "Wowoo, I bet 3 treats that Uncle Logan will win," Mooney said. "Hey, that's not how it works. I also bet on Logan," Hector complained. "I don't see where that's my problem, Dad," Mooney replied with a bark. After an hour of Logan and Sabretooth fighting and destroying the lab, Hector grew annoyed. He had more important things to do. "All right, I'm done. I need to stop the war in Italy now, can't waste too much time here." "Logan, he's like you, he can regenerate, how will you kill him?" he asked. This was the thing about these mutants with regenerative ability, they were impossible to kill unless their powers were first removed. And such things could not be done for now. Logan did realize this problem now. "I will one day kill him." "Is he letting him go?" Hector noticed. "Stop, no, I am the President of the United States, I'm not the dumb hero who lets his enemies go so they can get stronger. What if he returns tomorrow and causes problems across the nation? I will store him in pieces until we have a way to kill him." Well, that was scary. Sabretooth decided to leave the fight and get the fuck out of there. Hector had defeated Romulus. What was he now? He jumped up, trying to get out of the same way Hector came in. Grr. But Mooney was faster and caught Sabretooth's legs in midair and pulled him down. Laughing, Hector walked to him and looked down. Logan did the same, looking down at his face. "Haha, who would have thought Mussolini would give me such a gift?" Bam! He stomped on Sabretooth's head, knocking him out. Then, using a normal knife this time, he chopped his head clean and put it in another bag. Yes, Hector was brutal, but effective. "Logan and Mooney, you head out, I will destroy this whole lab before leaving," he ordered them. Logan saluted him with respect before leaving. "All right, time to deal with the bodies first." Outside Rome, the bastard had Mussolini and the Nazi general in their custody, waiting for Hector to return. But Lieutenant Aldo Rain was having a hard time keeping his men away from the 2 prisoners. "All right, my final warning, I know you all are getting a real urge to slice their scalps and draw a swastika on their foreheads, but we cannot do that. They still have use for us. He scolded his men. But sir, what if we make a swastika on their chest, one suggested. Aldo Rain thought about it. Fine, we will draw them on their chest, but no scalping. And so, the horror of the two prisoners started. Soon, Hector arrived there with another jeep. He didn't even mind what they did. Lieutenant, you head to Rome, find Captain Kennedy there, he will get you onto the unit that's heading to France. The bastards saluted their president and left silently. There were too many Nazis to scalp and practice their drawing on, after all. It took Hector a few hours to travel 130 kilometers south of Rome to arrive at Monte Cassino. This was where the German battle command was to stop the Allies. With no care at all, Hector headed straight into the enemy camp. As with him was the top Nazi general of the Italian campaign, none dared to attack, even when knowing who Hector was from his large body and red coat. All they received was the German salute. Soon, they entered a bunker where the battle's top commander, General H. von Vietinghoff, was staying. Heil Hitler, the men shouted as soon as he saw Albert Kesselring. Hector took over from there. Rome has fallen to me, Mussolini is in my truck, nearing his death. Your top general has surrendered to me, so do your nation's sons a favor and surrender. There is no glory in fighting a losing war, knowing your men will only die for nothing. The general looked at Albert Kesselring, standing in front of Hector, and asked, is this true? Keeping his decorum, Albert nodded. Surrender immediately and send a word to the command, Italy is lost. We will be treated with dignity and sent to the prisons. The entire room was full of soldiers and officers, looking at Hector with eyes of fear and hatred. They gulped one after another. The sound was clear. So many men with guns and just Hector with his two subordinates, one mutant and one a dog. Soon, a formal document was written, detailing their surrender. Then Hector signed it and shook hands with German General Albert. Flash just then, the Italian soldier that Hector recruited to click photos of him earlier clicked once again. This time it would become one of the most iconic photos in history, with the president standing tall, fearlessly, surrounded by a room full of dozens of enemies, straight in the heart of the enemy camp. The Italian soldier who was now Hector's unofficial photographer had never clicked photos in his life before, but now he will go on to become a famous photographer in the future, his name forever immortalized. Chapter 36. A fanboy. White flags were soon hanging over all the German bunkers, forts, and troop camps across the winter line. 140,000 German soldiers surrendered to 240,000 Allied troops. The best part was that the Allied also won a lot of tanks, ammunition, and guns. The battle had just started and a few casualties had already occurred. 5,000 US soldiers lost their lives, while 11,000 Germans died. But, in the end, the Italian campaign was utterly successful. With Italy under Allied influence, they could start bombing the hell out of Germany now. Berlin was in their reach from here, and they could also start preparing for the French campaign. But Hector didn't want to drag the war for too long. He was only waiting to get results from the Manhattan Project. Once that happens, he will lay siege to Berlin, not giving the Red Army a chance to do it, as they burnt too many things in their conquest. The news spread far and wide. Then back home, the people found another thing to feel happy about their president they didn't vote for. This at least reduced some voices that were against his social reforms. After all, a lot of people who were against the reforms were hardcore religious folks. Now, if Hector was achieving one victory was another, wasn't he blessed? In reality, this rumor was spread by Roosevelt. Acting smart, he thought this was the best way to reduce the voice of anger. Roosevelt was absolutely the best bro of Hector at this point. Inside Rome once again, the Allied command took over the city after cleaning off the German camps, arresting all soldiers and sending them to the prison camps. The thing was, there are no ready-made such camps, and whenever an army surrenders, the army itself is made to make that camp. This keeps the mind of the soldiers off of anything sinister. All they have to do is work, eat and sleep. Supreme Allied commander in Europe, Eisenhower took his office in Rome. He was the second highest-ranking officer in Europe. Hector came above him. In fact, Hector came above all. Patton was also praised for using his brain and not launching a stupid attack on the Germans when they started to gain victory. It was later found out that it was a trap to lure the Allied forces in. British and Canadian generals were also in plenty. Basically, most of the top brass of the Europe front was here. All generals grouped inside Hector's office, which used to be Mussolini's office. He stood in front of his table while the rest of the generals sat on various chairs. Well, good job. Make sure you all sign all the letters of recommendation for medals for the deserving soldiers. Next, focus on preparing for the France campaign. I want to end this war as soon as possible before the Red Army does, because they cause more destruction in their path. Remember, if we want to make sure that there is not another world war in the recent future, we cannot leave Germany as it is after this war ends. And let's not forget, we also have Japan to deal with. Dismissed. He ended his meeting with them, taking some reports from a few generals. However, he stopped Eisenhower and Patton from leaving because he had a bigger role for them. He first addressed Patton. I want you to head to the Pacific. MacArthur is the supreme commander there. Your job is to do a study and make a plan for the invasion of Japan. I want straight numbers without all the cluttering. General Patton saluted him. I will head there immediately, Grand General. With that, only Eisenhower was left. Hector laughingly talked to him, knowing that he had stolen this man's future. He who would have become the U.S. president in the future was probably just going to retire after the war. You and many generals probably feel annoyed by me, Dwight. This tall president came out of nowhere and is taking away all the military achievements himself. Hector said. Eisenhower shook his head. You will be wrong there, Mr. President. You are the commander-in-chief of the United States military. You have every right to order us around. It's in the Constitution. The fact that you are fighting alongside us, in places where even I, with my old bones, can't go to, you have mine and many others' utmost respect. Above all, you are saving so many lives. Hector patted his shoulder. Sit, my friend. Let's share a bottle of whiskey. I will be heading back home tomorrow. Too much stuff I need to keep an eye on. We have enemies even in our backyard. Hitler just tried to woo the Mexican Prime Minister, offering them Arizona, New Mexico, and a part of Texas. Besides this, I am working on a few projects that might change the direction of this war. The Manhattan Project. The top brass has been talking about it. We have no idea what it exactly is, but it must be deadly. Eisenhower interjected. True and false. The Manhattan Project will take time. What I am doing is my personal work. If we succeed, it will help us tremendously in the Pacific. While the war in Europe, I will end it soon after we start taking back France. I will drag Hitler on the streets of Berlin myself. Hector confidently proclaimed. Eisenhower did not doubt that the son of a bitch will do it. What are your orders for me in your absence, sir? He inquired. Hector seriously replied, help Brigadier General Phillips in any way you can. Hydra and Schmidt are a bigger threat to us than Hitler. He may have created bombs that can decimate entire cities in one go. SSR is focused on stopping them. So if they ever ask for anything, such as funds or manpower, give it. General Eisenhower frowned. He just realized what danger his home country was in, and now he realized why the president gave so much importance to a mere brigadier. I will keep that in mind, sir. Haha, good. Take care then, General. Hector left the room to find Mooney and head back home. Capitol Building, Washington, D.C. Inside the House of Representatives. Pardon my words but, fuck yeah. The President, Grand General Washington just won us Italy, and I would like Congress to award him with a Medal of Honor. I know he already has 2 of them, but have you seen the photo? Oh Lord, such a badass. He is the living embodiment of the American spirit. Hector had no idea who he was, nor did Roosevelt. He was just some representative, a fanboy of Hector for some reason. He was the one who suggested that Hector be given a military rank as well. Do you want Congress to award the President a Medal of Honor? A medal that he would have to sign before giving it to himself. It sounds absurd, but, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those not in favor, say nay. Absolute silence took over. However, there is always one mood spoiler, nay. It was a woman, one of the first ever female representatives to enter Congress, who when everyone glared at her, defended herself. I cannot and will not condone violence in any way. Well, she was also the only person in Congress to vote against declaring war on Japan after Pearl Harbor. Her life had been made a hell already. But she didn't learn her lesson, it seemed. Her social justice ideologies were making her too much of a brain-dead zombie. Still, the House of Representatives passed it, the Senate would also pass it, and there was no denying, because unknown to others, the Senate was under the absolute influence of Hector. Hector was the Senate. Funhouse dimension. Erskine had found new life in this weird hellish place. He couldn't say he liked it, but he did appreciate the silence and safety. He could just spend his time doing whatever he wanted, which was mostly studying or experimenting. Whoosh. All of a sudden, 2 bodies and 2 heads dropped outside the castle from a portal. He went out and found that the heads were alive, but he saw a note stuck to their foreheads, do not attach them. I wonder what he wants to do with them. The world had changed a lot. Hector's various policies, defense reforms, creation of reliable helicopters and fast-forwarding the Manhattan Project, the killing off all German and Soviet spies in the U.S., thwarting Pearl Harbor, all this had changed the timeline of World War II entirely. This occurrence troubled a single entity in this universe a bit too much, one that took safeguarding her realm seriously and was obsessed with the timeline. Why can't I see anything about this anomaly? He's a blank dot in the infinite pathways of time, yet this empty blank has altered everything. How can anything have so much influence on a universe? Unless, he was not supposed to be here. Reaching this conclusion, she tried to put more focus on this being, wanting to see if she should remove this existence so the damage can be contained. Chapter 37. Space Bets. Before leaving Italy, Hector had one small thing to do. Meet the Pope at the Vatican. Was it due to his religiousness? No, it was because of his anger and the urge to slap the men. In WW1, the Vatican rented their warehouses to an arms manufacturer that sold weapons to Germany. They were literally making money from war. But they later acted like they had no idea it was happening. A/N, this part is only about WW2 Vatican, not the modern one. I don't hate any religion. MC himself is a Christian. He don't want churches' money, he only want them to stop their policies. Now comes World War II, and guess whose side it took? Fascists and Nazis, of course, not openly. Instead of staying out of politics and focusing on religion, they wanted to make more money. The Pope took the German side, and became friendly with Mussolini. In exchange for their support, the Third Reich was to deduct 8 to 10% of Catholic Germans' wages and send them to the Vatican. However, Hector was going to hammer when the iron was hot. All this money that the Vatican had compiled was held in Western European banks, in countries that were on the Allies' side and hated Germany. All this money could be traced to be coming from Nazi Germany. Knowing that the Vatican would try to get away with all this money without it being frozen by making their own bank called Vatican Bank, which they already had, Hector was going to take it all and use it to help those who suffered from the war. He was going to do real God's work. Even Hitler was making direct deposits to the bank, and since the bank was Vatican's national bank with no obligations to reveal the deposits, all kinds of folks can keep their money there, even the mafia of the future. The life insurance money for Jews was also placed in this bank. After the war, when the Jews will come to ask for money for their dead relatives, the bank and the insurance company will ask for a certificate of death, something impossible to get. The OSS, the precursor of the CIA, had already submitted Hector the report of all these findings. The church was and would be in the future the biggest landowner in the world, owning land around the world that if combined would be the size of France. Hector had no problem with all this. His problem was that all this wealth was not used on anything but lavish lifestyles of those who live in the beautiful palaces of the Vatican. Even then, most of the money is just sitting in the vaults. A/N, someone got offended by this part. Tell me what's offensive here, as I can't see it. When he arrived in the city, he was enthusiastically welcomed by a few cardinals. The world knew his power and influence by now. All he had to do was point his finger and the allies would chew them out. Pope Vitus XII was the current ruler of Vatican City and the leader of the faith. He warmly welcomed Hector, albeit Hector was a Protestant officially. Let's talk in private, Your Holiness. His eyes contained a glimmer of threat. Clear to the Pope, he took him to his personal chambers to talk. Grand General Washington, we are pleased to welcome you to this holy land. There is enough light for God to shower upon us, be it a Catholic, Protestant or any other. I don't believe in religion, I only believe in God, the one and only, the Father, the old man. All the religions in this world, be it monotheistic or polytheistic, lead to him. I hope you won't try to convert me. I am not here on religious matter, I am here to call out your crimes. Hector coldly said, as he looked at the man's sin marker. It was red, as all people have. Pope Vitus XII's face contorted, a sneer developed on it. What are you saying? Are you accusing the church? Slap. Do not make that face with me, for you cannot comprehend who stands before you. I know of all your crimes, all your dealings with the Nazis. How you are making money, why you made your bank. The money has not been transferred yet, correct? Don't worry, it will never do. I have ordered for all Vatican assets to be seized that are in foreign banks. An independent committee will also investigate Vatican's involvement with the Nazis, and in the end, those who must, will face trials. Pope glared at him in deep anger. You come to the Vatican to threaten me. Do you have any idea how easy it is to make you a public enemy? Just one decree and you shall become the most hated man in the world. Bam. Hector grabbed his robes by his collar and lifted him in the air. Do you know how easy it is for me to make the Vatican the most hated institution in the world? I just need to reveal your dealings with Nazis. Guess what? I will do exactly that now. The moment I take Berlin, I will reveal all the documents in front of the world. Your hands are painted red from the blood money made off of innocents. Vitus, do not make me paint these walls red with your blood now. Guards, he screamed. However, nobody came in. Reason. Logan and Mooney were standing outside. Mooney had already chased all the guards away. He acted like playing but was in reality just dragging people away from there. Inside the room, Hector took out his GodPad Pro to connect with God's assistant in heaven. An angel. Is this Pope liable to punishment? He asked. The angel checked the records and replied soon. Yes, to the hell. Wait, God said he will teach him a lesson right now. And behold, a white light appeared in the room, formless, yet felt like a warm presence. It spoke directly to the Pope. By the end of the whole ordeal, the man was on the ground, crying while repeating, sorry, sorry, sorry. His mind was utterly broken for sure. A/N, a guy in the comments claimed I'm letting my personal feelings sway MC. Well, maybe, but I'm using real history for the most part. I consider myself a neutral guy, that's why I have not named any American political party in this FIC. If your feelings are hurt, then I apologize and hope you become more tolerant. About the Vatican, we have a lot of example of great popes, but as with all trees, there is always a bad apple, like Alexander VI in the past. Let's head back home. Hector came out of the office and walked away with Logan and Mooney, went straight to the airfield and got on the airplane. What did you do to him? I was hearing all the voices, Logan asked him. Hector chuckled, nothing, just a simple chat about God. Ugh, you mean you talked about nothing, Logan grunted, clearly not a believer. Hector passed him a glass of scotch. Boy, believe it or not, a religion can be fake, but God, well, he's real. Don't tell me you became religious after meeting the Pope. Logan talked back. Bah woof. Mooney voiced, God is awesome, he used to come to dog heaven to play with us. Of course, Hector could not tell that to Logan. Someday you will meet him and it will all make sense. Wait, actually, I can be seen as a god. He was not joking, after all, if Odin can be a god, he too can be one. But, how could Logan believe that? He just went to sleep. Somewhere in Nevada. Hector had returned to fulfill his other constitutional duties. But the first thing he did was go to the place where his company warehouse was. Have you done it? He asked the team of scientists. We have been able to achieve a breakthrough, but we've been unable to test it. You're making us do something that would otherwise take us decades of research. They, as always, nagged. Well, I can't wait decades. The war needs to stop and we need this to do that. As long as your math and construction are right, trust yourself. He basically gave them the green light to continue. What they were doing was something unthinkable. To send a satellite into space and use it for communication was a concept that could only be theorized. This was in a way more revolutionary for its time, more than the A-bomb. Alan, how confident are you? He asked the young genius from the UK, now an American. My calculations and machines are good, if there is any problem it would be in the construction. He replied, focusing on the many small dials and expensive screens. Hector nodded and looked at the light rocket. I hope we are successful. With these, we won't just be helping in the war but the entire future of our nation. The rocket was made to just take the small satellite to space. It could not carry anything beyond 40 kilos of weight. By length, the rocket was about 10 meters tall and 1 meter wide. The plan was to send 5 satellites into geosynchronous orbit, but even if 2 of them are successful, it'd help. Einstein, are you enjoying your new sea-facing villa in Los Angeles? Hector talked to his lead scientist. Living a better life of luxury had done wonders for the men. He didn't look dumb and mad anymore. My younger son loves it since it's his dream to become a great musician. My wife is also happy, but sadly, we don't get much time to enjoy ourselves there. Still, we appreciate that we are not in your place. The amount of work you do is backbreaking. Albert gratefully replied. He was happy to be living this American dream. Haha, don't worry, after the war is over, which I will do by the start of 1945, I will periodically send everyone on a month-long holiday, all paid by me, he cheered him up. This was the #1 rule of running a successful tech company, never making your scientists dissatisfied. A few hours later, the first rocket was to be fired up, the countdown was done, beep. The button was pressed and the rocket's engine ignited. It slowly started to fly up while making rumbling noise that felt like it could punch a hole in the ground. Yes, yes. Alan Turing cheered, seeing all going well. No, no, no. A minute later he started crying, as the dials started showing a problem in trajectory. Boom, with that, the rocket came back to the ground, burning. A distance from there, Logan and Mooney sat on beach chairs, an umbrella on their heads, and they drank chilled beer, milk for Mooney though. Woof. Mooney raised his paw towards Logan, who annoyedly handed him $1. I will win the next bet, Logan said, consoling himself. Chapter 38. Worrying Ancient One. Rocket number 2 lifted off soon after and they made a few changes to calculations. This time it went straight up without any problems. All had learnt their lesson and nobody cheered until their task was successful. The rocket was a 2-staged one, and the main body would fall back to Earth while the satellite would position itself into orbit. Then once there it would send a signal back to the ground base, telling it was successful. The technology was very crude and completely experimental. All it could help them do was simple communicate wirelessly. Their main task was to help the warships in the Pacific against Japan and in the Atlantic against the Germans. If they were able to send all 5, then they could cover the entire war zone and even help the ground troops. But that hope seemed to be lost as one had already failed. The second one was possibly a success. The entire process would take a few days, so Hector headed back to the White House and left Logan in charge of security there. It was December, as he had vowed it was time to pass the laws. All the 4 laws that were blocked by Congress from passing, the Civil Rights Act to stop segregation, police reforms, housing zoning reforms, and the Voting Rights Act were once again to be voted on. The House of Representatives was the trickiest part as it had a lot of members, but still, by controlling the big names, he was able to get them passed, albeit not with a total majority. Then in the Senate, the laws were passed with a high majority. Of course, there were going to be some problems in the coming days when people try to fight them, but he won't budge. With this, his work to reform the United States really began. His next targets were going to be education reforms, Social Security reform, Entrepreneurship Act, Income Equality Act, with a few exceptions, healthcare and baby bonds. The day all of these get passed, he will consider his job finished. But for now, he had to tackle a major problem. When the war ends, too many young men will return home and look for jobs. These men could not study much and knew only to do physical labor. There were also going to be many with PTSD. To tackle this, he was going to bring in a big infra spending bill. The real solution to poverty is not handing money to people, it is to hand them jobs. From Hector's memory, the greatest example was China. China didn't go into recession after the 2008 crisis. The reason was simple, giving stimulus was temporary, but getting people to work while building infrastructure was the best solution. These men who will return home after the war will be perfect for this. A big countrywide high-speed railway system will be built with a focus on cargo. All kinds of projects will be made, and the best part was, infrastructure was something you can show to others for years to come. The Mental Health Act also needs to be passed to at least acknowledge something called PTSD. But for that, he had to tell a few medical institutions to research it and write some papers. Next, the most important thing Hector wanted to do was to reduce American love for conspiracy theories. It creates problems when the country is going through a crisis as too many fake ideologies take over. Sight, running a country is hard. I guess I will go to Howard's party tonight. He stretched his back in his office. He was practically spending all his days and nights in the Oval Office, working. Due to him, many others had to stay awake. The papers were sure to mention how much their president was working. It was all good publicity for the presidential elections of 1944. It was just next year. Funhouse dimension. He returned to deal with Romulus and Sabretooth's bodies. He only needed Romulus, however. Sabretooth's body was left to rot in the storage. Erskine had stayed away from the two bodies as much as he could, but still, he couldn't help but take a sample of their blood to see what it was made of and how the two were still alive. He quickly found out that they were mutants. What does Mr. President wish to do with them? Interesting, he muttered. Whoosh. Just then Hector appeared, scaring the hell out of him. I may just die from a heart attack. Haha, I will heal you then. Now, where is the big one? He asked, soon to be taken to an operating room. Romulus' headless body was on the metal bed. It was dead in the sense that the heart had stopped and blood didn't circulate anymore, but the body looked fresh and healthy. You know, Erskine, those skeleton beings you see around, they are benevolent creatures, tasked to fight evil. But sadly, they need a body as a means. He said, clearing his intentions. The only drawback for the spirit of vengeance was they could only take over living bodies, and when the human dies, they just look for another body. The spirit of vengeance had boundless power, enough to scare even the mightiest beings. But they were restricted by the imagination of the human mind. He was experimenting here. What if the spirit possessed a body without a head and yet alive? Will the spirit be able to think for itself and use its power better? He called one of the spirits to him. He liked this one because of how much this one used to talk about being kind, following God's will, punishing the bad people, and he had a special love for flowers. But the poor guy could never touch them as they would burn in his hands. Buddy, try to take over this body and see if you can inflict your free will on it. He asked it. The burning skeleton silently came forward and put its hand on the chopped neck. The moment he came in connection with the blood, he vanished from the spot. I can never get used to all this occult part of the world. Erskine rubbed his eyes. This was something much greater than making a simple super soldier. However, ever after 10 minutes, nothing happened. Hector turned to look at Romulus' head. Do you feel anything? Die, scum. I will not answer you, the head growled. Hector ignored it and focused on the body. Wake up, at least tell us if you were successful. Whoosh. Just then, the chopped part of the neck lit up in a fire. It was blazing and raging. Where normally a skull head would be was now just fire. Then, like a zombie waking up, the body got up. Can you see me? Hector asked. Yes, Lord Inquisitor, I have free will over this strong body. It is undying and this makes me much stronger than any other Ghost Rider in history. But, I cannot return to humanly form anymore without leaving this body, the fiery being said. Clap. Hector cheered. Sweet, from now on, all of you will be called Skull Knights. You named is Skull Kite H, meaning headless. You will remain in this realm for now as you cannot really blend in. Whenever I call upon you, you shall come and ravage the enemies. Understood, Lord Inquisitor. Skull Knight H walked to the side and stood there like a dead puppet, the fire still raging. Truly a good lad. Chuckling, Hector cheered him up. I will find some flowers for you that won't get burned. Clank. Probably in happiness, the fire on his neck became deeper red. What about the other one? Erskine inquired. No, this is still an experiment. this is a risk, as I do not know if someday Romulus will be able to take back his body by some means. These undying mutants are really a pain in the ass, he replied. It was a smart move, better be careful than sorry later. Can I use his blood to test some things? Maybe I can improve the healing factor for the serum. Erskine asked, also hiding his gaze. Pat. Don't think I am unaware that you have already started testing it. You have my go, but never put that head back on a body, or you will die in no time, he warned him and soon left. Ring ring. In his Oval Office, he received a call from Phillips. They were in France right now, dealing with Hydra. Sir, can you come here and give a hand? Roger lacks the charisma that you have, and he just lost his buddy, Sergeant Barnes, in a mission. What? He still fell. Hector exclaimed. He had set up plans to make sure Bucky does not get lost. The world could do better without Winter Soldier, although he already was a Winter Soldier because Hydra had already injected him, but there was no brainwashing yet. Phillips sounded smug. I knew it. You can see the future. What? No. I can't see the future. And I'm coming there tomorrow. Keep up the work. He put the phone down. It seems some things will always happen, but I can surely change their outcome. He was not going to allow the Soviets to get their hands on Bucky at all cost. Yet another diversion from the timeline. This was not supposed to happen. Humanity is developing faster than I saw before. Complete outcomes of countries have changed. If this goes on, I cannot continue to protect this world from dimensional threats, for the Eye of Agamotto will be rendered useless. The Ancient One frowned at the sight of the future she saw through the time stone. Every day, her resolve to confront the anomaly was increasing. But she waited for a reason to use her full strength on the anomaly. Chapter 39. Seduced. Warning, light NSFW stuff. New York. One good thing about Hector was that he didn't need too much security, just one car was usually enough, and it was rather the opposite. The 5 Secret Service member team felt safer near Hector than away from him. He arrived at the party that was being held by Howard for the success of the company and also the success of the Italy campaign. It was also a fundraiser for helping those permanently injured in the war. Hector was invited to give a small speech to start off the event. How do I look, son? Hector asked, wearing his usual military uniform to give the real vibes. I will be frank, if I was your enemy I'd shit my pants. Damn, you're tall, old man. Howard was very frank with him by now, as they had to meet many times for the war effort. He also helped a little in making the rockets for the satellite launch. Hector in return injected some money into Howard's company to give it more push. I hear that too much. People in the Soviet Union call me the Babeka, also known as the Bogeyman. This creature usually takes away children who misbehave. When did I take away children? Hector complained, dissatisfied by the name. Or maybe they named you this because you're scary. You are, after all, a bad capitalist American in their eyes. And you being the president, you are like the boss of bad capitalist Americans. Howard joked. Grunting, Hector shrugged. Mooney, follow me, boy. You're going to be the star of the show. Just act cute and let those rich ladies throw in as much money as possible. Woof. Mooney nodded, in his cute army red-colored dress which was similar to Hector's red uniform. You got it, Dad, I will be the best whore tonight. Mooney, where did you learn that word? Hector seriously asked him, kneeling to his head level. Mooney barked in reply, oh, Kennedy and his friends were talking about strippers, whores, and how they will throw money on them. Hector's body radiated a dangerous aura, scaring away Howard. Those fuckers, corrupting my sweet son, they will pay. Old man. We need their money, not wet pants. Howard shouted quickly. A moment later, he was standing on the stage in front of a podium. In front of him was a large expensive-looking dinner hall, round tables set up everywhere, looking luxurious. Everyone had a wine glass in their hands as they looked at Hector in reverence and respect. A few women fawned over Mooney. Too many of my sons have lost their lives in this war. I do not condone it, but for the sake of the safety of our lands, we must fight to protect. But I do assure everyone with the utmost guarantee that I will end this war. I will drag Hitler out of his bunker and show the world what a weak little man he is. He ended his small 10-minute speech and then let Mooney speak in the mic. It was just a few cute barks and noises. Nobody minded it. Instead, a lot more cameramen clicked photos. Good Boy was surely going to be on the first page tomorrow. After this, the auction was started. In it were a few items belonging to Hector as well. One was his pen with which he signed on the approval of war against Japan and Germany. It was bought by Smithsonian. They probably hoped that it would be valuable after Hector's death. Joke's on them, he wasn't going to quit anytime soon. Other than this, Mooney's paw prints were also selling like hotcakes. There were only 5 sets anyway. Though the most expensive thing to be sold was the opportunity to get a photo clicked with Hector and Mooney. And in this, the boy was in lead. Dad, I got 10 more photos clicked, he boasted. After 3 hours, the auction came to an end. They ended up gathering $1.2 million, a lot of which was given by Stark Industries itself. Then came the party. Hector moved around, eating some snacks and mingling with people. Most were licking his boots, the reason being simply that he could not be controlled. Unlike previous presidents, who had to bow down to corporations, Hector was the man of steel. He was rich and cared not for anybody. The only way to gain favors from him was by being in his good books. Haha, so you want to become a senator? Well, you got the money, all you need is people's confidence. Hector talked to a rich businessman, named Calvin Chadwick. Thank you for your advice, Mr. President. I haven't introduced you to my wife, Whitney Frost, the top Hollywood actress. The man showcased his wife. Why wouldn't he? She was a classic trophy wife, an absolutely hot blonde bombshell. A/N, not to be confused with Emma Frost. Hector would be lying if he didn't feel anything. He was a damn virgin old man after all. He shook her hand. Hello, Miss Frost, forgive me but I have not seen any of your movies, been fighting for the past few years now. I might just make a personal theater in the White House later, can't miss out on such beautiful creations. She chuckled, covering her mouth, realizing he was flirting. Thank you for your words, Mr. President. I really hope that someday a biopic is made on you and I can be the heroine. He laughed. Haha, for that I need to find a real heroine for myself first. Suddenly, Whitney Frost moved slightly closer to Hector, letting him get a clear view of her cleavage. She looked up at his face with a seductive smile. You already have one in front of you, Mr. President. Hee, I was saying I am the most famous actress right now. Did she just try to get hanky-panky with me? Hector, the gigavirgin he was, felt confused. But by the end, she returned to being normal, not letting her husband suspect anything. After this short encounter, the whole evening, he found Whitney Frost, again and again, coming closer to him, either nearly bumping onto him, or walking past so close her body would touch his. Old man, she wants you. Never knew she was one of those who like to be dominated by monsters. Howard appeared with a glass of wine. Are you calling me a monster? He narrowed his gaze. Cough, anyway, she's inviting you. Go and use any of the booked rooms. You're the king of the United States of America. You deserve some actions, not with anyone less than her. Howard urged him. He was the god of debauchery after all. Who else could give such advice? Hey, I'm not king. And I don't think she wants that. Hector rejected the idea. But then Howard and Hector looked at Whitney Frost. She was staring at Hector directly from across the hall and making an inviting gesture with her fingers while biting her lips. Then she turned around, seductively wiggled her back and entered the elevator. Still not sure. Howard grinned. But Hector shook his head. This was not right in his mind. He didn't really care about any age difference or anything, but this whole situation didn't seem right to him. This is wrong. She has a husband. Yeah, the same husband who just took 2 actresses from the party to a room. That's the rich lifestyle, Mr. President. Welcome to America's elite world. Here, take this and go. Howard handed him a small packet. Hector thought for a while. I shall go and ask her why she's doing this, he thought and left. Seeing this, Howard cheered. Fuck yeah. I just wingman the president. I need to add this to my business card. Hector went inside the elevator. It was empty and only for exclusive use, so nobody was using it. He found a small piece of tissue paper stuck on the mirror. 4th floor, room 420, was written on it. He went straight to it. The moment he knocked on the door, it slid open from the force. It was set to be like this. I hope I don't end up causing some scandal. Wait, Twitter does not exist yet, he thought and went inside. Miss Frost. He called her name. But, for a few seconds, no voice came. Guessing it was nothing, he started to leave. Not so fast, Mr. President. Just then a seductive, mournful voice echoed. As he turned around, his jaw dropped. There stood the woman, hot blonde bombshell in no clothes other than her stocking and heels. Describing her body as just hot was disrespectful. Her perky full breasts, hourglass figure, and plump hips, along with the red lipstick was the peak sex appeal. He walked toward her. She did the same and eventually pressed her body on him, her breasts pushing against his lower chest. She was a whole foot shorter than him. He was so huge that if she were to hug her she would disappear in his arms. I will be your heroine for tonight, Mr. President, for the great things you have done for this nation. I want to thank you. Do whatever you want, I am all yours. She made the most submissive face possible and tried to rub her hands on his nether region. Hector's face didn't change however. He touched her waist, feeling her soft skin, then slid his hand to her breast and slowly moved up, in the end grabbing her neck tight. Whitney Frost thought the men liked to be brash and oppressive. No man can reject the temptation of my body, she thought. Hector moved, slowly pushing her to the wall, pressing her on it. She knew it was going to be a very painful night, but she needed to do it. Accepting it, she started to kneel. However, Hector didn't let her neck go, and instead, he clenched tighter. Cough, Mr. President, I can't breath, cough. He didn't stop. Instead, he lifted her in the air, her back pressed on the wall. This was when his face changed, turning colder. Why are you doing this? Who sent you? Tell me, or you die here. Chapter 40. No horny. Hector was able to overcome his lust by thinking from his head, not his dick. Why would such a beautiful woman want to sleep with me? An old man. Although his body was as good as of a muscular 40-year-old man with just a few age lines on his handsome face. His hell status also had a slight secret effect on people, making him appear better. But it was a simple answer. She wasn't doing this because she wanted to get smashed by him, but because he was the president and could get things done for her. She started to choke. Mr. President. I didn't mean anything bad. He pressed harder. I will count to 10. If you do not tell me the truth, I will kill you. Don't think it's not easy for me to get rid of all the evidence. He warned her, his angry aura radiating. Whitney Frost was turning paler and soon light blue. She could not breathe. Her eyes were going softer, nearly getting closed. Fear took over her. She was naked right now, in her most vulnerable state, and being in a life-threatening situation made her feel more panicked. All she could see was the grim threatening face of Hector, looking down on her like she was the lowest scum on earth, and it truly made her tears fall down. Hector King Washington was known to be the most honorable man, and being seen like this by him was the lowest for even her. I am sorry, sniff, she started bawling all of a sudden. Old Hector panicked. He didn't mean to make the woman cry. He quickly put her down, disrobed himself and put his red coat on her shoulder, covering her body. Then he went to the kitchen, poured a glass of water and gave it to her. Drink this and tell me everything that's in your little heart, Miss Frost, he advised her. At the same time, he kept himself from calling her child out of the habit of calling everyone not with white hair that, because he was attracted to her not long ago. He helped her sit on the couch and increased the heating in the room. Crying, she spoke in a breaking voice, my only crime is being born a woman. I am just a tool for sex, my body is my only worth. What are you saying? Why are you saying this? When I was young, I was good at science, fixing things, but my mother used her body to live with a rich man, who provided us with money and a home in exchange for sex. I was rejected by the University of Oklahoma just because I was a woman. But I was still pretty, so I was scouted by a man in California for either modeling or acting in return for sexual favors. I agreed, for my mother taught me that. I also changed my name from Agnes Cully to Whitney Frost. A/N, this was the 1920s. I slowly climbed the ladder and married my current husband, who's rich and powerful, who like all men, lusts after my body. In return for sexual favors, I get to use his company, Isodyne Energy. The world only sees me as a pretty face, but I have also helped the Allies. It was I who had the idea to rotate the frequencies used by the Allies to send coded messages across enemy lines. I made Isodyne Energy prominent with my patented inventions. She told him everything about herself, from her childhood to now. Hector's view of her changed completely, as she turned out to be a genius inventor. Now he just saw her as a poor little anxious girl. He sounded softer. And why did you decide to do this to me? She had gathered herself by now and didn't cry. I also designed and patented a reactor that could theoretically generate 1,000 times more power than a fast neutron reactor. But then a powerful substance was discovered. I named the substance zero matter. I believed that zero matter could be used to push humanity to higher levels of advancement. But they have rejected my project, stopped funding it, taken all my research from me and are going to throw it all away. They think it's a waste, but I know, my zero matter can change the world. This is why I came to you, wanting to use your feelings to get help. Hector meanwhile came to remember, dark matter. Dark force. Isn't it a negative interdimensional force? Who stopped the funding? The Council of Nine. He asked her all of a sudden, shocking her to no end. Why you know them? She asked back. Snorting, Hector got up to pour himself a drink. Of course, they are on my hit list. They caused the Great Depression. Miss Frost, you could have just come to me to ask for help instead of taking this path. But I am afraid I cannot help you, for dark matter is interdimensional energy, called dark force. It's evil and negative. If you touch it, you will die. Allied and Axis soldiers have come across this black air in Europe. It's an anomaly that kills all who touch it. It's not the dark matter you think it is. The dark matter you are looking for is real. It is the invisible building block of our universe. But what you're calling dark matter is nothing but a strange interdimensional force of destruction. If you want, I can hire you into my company and let you research true dark energy in space, but if you want to research this thing, I won't help. Hector was, in fact, going to destroy this dark force now, as it was negative and borderline occult evil. Whitney Frost, though, was not satisfied with it. How can you know about it so much? Haha, girl, I am more than 3 times your age. All my life I have served in high positions of power. I know too many things that the world thinks are impossible. For starters, aliens are real. They are supremely more advanced than us and not all of them are kind. In fact, most of them are bad. The only reason we're still safe is that Earth exists in a deserted sector of the universe. So, it's all on you. Do you want to waste your life on some useless energy, or research something useful that will help the world? Hector said. He purposefully revealed all this to her because curiosity was the mother of invention. Can you prove it? And what do you want in return if not my body? She inquired, not really accepting his revelations. Seriously? Aliens, she thought. But there was still a small voice in her head. What if they are real? Whistle. Boom. As soon as he whistled, the door was slammed open and Mooney barged in. Son, cheer this lady up. Miss Frost, just forget about the sex in your body. No one in this world shall ever use you for their lust. You are free from now to pursue studies under my protection. Of course, if you do anything evil, I will not forgive you. I cannot prove aliens, for now, they are state secret, but I can prove that dark matter you found is fake. In return, all I want is your help in destroying the Council of Nine and then taking over all their assets. You are a science genius, I will treat you like one, your gender means nothing to me. He revealed his demands. There was no free meal, after all. Wolf Mooney wagged his tail and walked close to the woman. All of a sudden she jumped and hugged the white furball and cried her eyes out. All her life she dreamt of hearing these words. Now when it finally happened, she felt overwhelmed. No one could think how much of a hell she has been through to get to where she was. The sense of powerlessness never left her, until now. The safety umbrella provided by the president had already started to work on her psyche. I will do anything you ask of me, sir. Anything. She firmly stated, a small hint of fanaticism appearing in her eyes. Hector nodded and patted her head. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of Hector's genuine unadulterated good intentions. Something new to her. Good girl, if you want to divorce your husband, do it. I will pressure some people to allow you to get half of his assets. He's already dead meat anyway for being associated with the council. Meanwhile, I want you to invite the council men to my office in the White House. I will, sir. Thank you, you're really like what I expected you to be. An upright old man with morals and a sense of justice. You truly are. America's father, she said what was in her heart. Hector felt giddy in his stomach. It made him happy. Laughing, he ruffled her hair. Wahaha, you're way too good with words, little one. Now, fix your makeup and return to the party later. Also, congratulations on your new life. Make the best of it. I will, sir. She bowed her head with respect. Whistle. Mooney followed him as they left and closed the door. Oh. Whitney Frost just realized she was still wearing Hector's coat. She took it off, feeling the weight behind every metal on it was too much for her. She couldn't help but curse herself. Eek. Stupid. Stupid. Stupid Whitney, how could I even think of corrupting him? He's a perfect man, with no flaws. Sadly, it was her personal opinion. Hector himself knew there were many flaws in him. Chapter 41. Cruelty of Mankind. How was it? Howard asked Hector after he returned to the party, wearing a spare coat. How was what? Do you mean Miss Frost? Sigh, poor girl, she faced so much hardship in her life. I gave her a nice talking session and helped her with her problems. Howard looked at his face stupidly. If it was him, he would have absolutely banged her. You mean you didn't do it with her? Why would I do it with her? I knew it was a trap from the start. She was doing it in helplessness. Anyway, why would any normal woman want to sleep with an old man if not for hidden intentions? Hector said, indirectly advising him to be careful. Sip Howard snorted after drinking. Old men, if I was a woman, I would have genuinely fuck. Okay. You've had too many drinks. Take care, see you later. He didn't let him finish his words and quickly left. He'd rather not puke right now. France. Trenches. Man, I wonder when father will come here again. A soldier tiredly wondered. There were 3 of them talking to each other. It was currently raining and was slightly cold. Not a very pleasant experience during a war. The second soldier agreed. I wish he was here. He could have already moved the battle into our favor. No general is as good as him. But he has too many responsibilities back home. The third soldier sounded confused. What? Your father is also fighting in the war. Ah, you were from the 23rd Infantry, right? You spent your entire time here so you don't know. All those who fought alongside Mr. President, Grand General Washington, now call him father. The first soldier explained. And it was an enviable fact. You guys are lucky, we here are just rotting in trenches. I heard he will be coming here soon, so I guess you will see him in the action as well. All we gotta do is to survive until then, the first soldier muttered, looking around himself. Soldiers upon soldiers sat there. It was as depressing as it could get. Hector first went to Mexico to meet the Mexican Prime Minister and tell him not to agree with Hitler's plan or face an invasion of Mexico and lose even more land. The Mexican Prime Minister turned out to be smart and knew that they could not defend against the American military, so they declared war on Axis instead. Then he got on his plane to France to start the French invasion. The invasion from Normandy beaches was already being planned. He will be leading it to make the least amount of soldiers die this time. After all, they had helicopters now, they could destroy the enemy bunkers with machine guns on the height easily. The only other problem was the artillery and tanks. They would deal with heavy bombing a day before. Right as he headed to France to meet Rogers, Logan was already scouting the area around Normandy and mapping all enemy heavy guns. Hector's plane landed near Italy and the French border. The SSR was camped here with a few battalions of soldiers. They were mainly focused on Hydra, so it was enough for them. "All right, Phillips, give me a list of all your problems. Santa is here," Hector loudly spoke as soon as he got down from the plane, making a few soldiers nearby laugh. Embarrassingly, and with the signature look of a frown, Phillips shook hands. "Welcome to France, sir. And, thanks for destroying all my attempts at looking serious to my men." "What serious? You look like you're constipating all the time. Let's go and have a drink as we talk about kicking some Nazi butts," Hector joked, putting his arm around the old general's shoulder. They got into a military jeep and headed straight to the camp at the front lines. In the meantime, Hector read the pages of reports. Steve and his howling commandos were destroying Hydra bases one after another. It was mostly the same as the original timeline, but what caused him a worry was that now, because he was such a famous threat to the Nazis, they had started to increase their intensity of work as well as war crimes. Before they would arrest people and soldiers, now they straight away kill them. "I need to enter Poland and liberate all the concentration camps, Phillips. I'm afraid Hitler and Schmidt will start killing them all as I come closer to them." "But all these camps are deep inside enemy lines," Phillips said. "And when has that ever stopped me? I will take Steve with me. A month-long campaign will be enough. And with my company's new creation, I will be able to communicate with you at all times. You see that bag behind me? That's a satellite communication unit." Hector handed him a big backpack. "Satellite? How does this work? Where are the towers and antenna?" Phillips inquired. Laughing, he pointed at the sky. "My friend, welcome to the new age. This is a state secret, so keep it to yourself. I sent rockets to space and placed satellites that act as antennas. This means that all our ships in the Pacific can communicate with each other with Naval Command in Hawaii in real time. The same goes for troops here. Eye in the sky." It was too much of a shock to Phillips, reminding Hector that things that seemed ordinary in the future were impossible for people of this era. Don't use too much of your brain, Phillips. You're a soldier, not a scientist." Hector patted his shoulder and moved on. An hour later they arrived at the camp. Steve was there, along with his entire team, all looking particularly sad due to Bucky's demise. Still, his arrival there cheered a few up. "Why the long faces? You all are acting like men haven't been losing their lives all this time. I cannot count how many times I have lost my friends. The best thing you can do to honor their memory is to continue to do your duty and get a victory. So cheer up, drinks on me." Just then a few helicopters landed with cargo that was full of crates of beer bottles, cheering up all the men. He then took Steve to the side. "How are you doing, son?" "Tired." Steve sat down, putting aside his iconic shield. Hector instead picked it up and analyzed it. Wakanda forever indeed. Those cunts are hiding in their tiny nation while entire Africa is being ravaged by colonizers before and now war." But he could also understand their fear. They probably think that the moment they appear to the world, it will be like a gold rush. Nations will want to take their land, technology, and especially their precious metal. "General. Mr. President, the war has been more brutal than I imagined. I was blinded by my fairy tale vision of heroism, failing to see that lives are lost every day here." Steve spoke, his voice full of regret and more maturity than the skinny boy in Brooklyn. Bang. Hector played with the shield, throwing it at the wall, making it bounce back into his arms like it was child's play. "And? Are you going to quit because of this? There are kids back home, they play on the streets impersonating you, making trash bin covers their shield. There are comics about you, posters about you. Are you going to let them down? They do the same for you, and even more. I have seen how soldiers look at you, like a father figure. There is nothing special about me." Steve replied. Hector realized that he had probably eaten some of Steve's limelight, and his popularity was likely overshadowed by him. "They would have done that even if I was not a soldier, since I am the president. While what you are doing means much more, because the difference between you from past and now is unimaginable. **son, this is the price we soldiers have to pay, for the peaceful nights of those who don't even know our names. We lay down our lives. If not you and me, someone else will, because peace always demands sacrifice first. Anyway, pack your bags, we're headed to Poland, too many concentration camps to liberate." He handed him the shield. "Right now. What about Hydra?" Steve questioned. "Don't worry about them, I got a fool inside their camp passing me all the plans, they won't do anything major anytime soon. He left to gather a few more men, and possibly a woman. Auschwitz. Get in line, guards shouted to many prisoners, including men, women, and children. There were even small babies in women's arms. Why are we all going to take a bath? A kid asked his father. The men replied with some generic words and looked scared. It's nothing, son. Everything will be fine, this is so we don't stay dirty from all the work. Max Eisenhardt sneered, knowing all too well what was going to happen, as he stood in line with his mother and father too. There was no hope left, death was imminent. Bang. Just then, a loud gunshot resounded, dozens of soldiers came running, shouting commands, "Follow us." Almost all of the people standing in line were dragged away, he as well, but amidst all the rush, he lost his parents, M.A.P.A., he shouted, only to get pushed by a soldier violently. They were brought to a giant ditch soon after and told to enter it, everyone. Enter, now. At gunpoint, none had any will to fight, they were weak anyway, so the strongman was always right. Silently, like chickens being put inside a cage to be slaughtered, they filled the ditch, only heads of those 300 were visible due to the crowd, eyes darkened, face gloomy all looking at the guards, who returned the gaze with a look of disregard. The gunmen started to arrive soon, one after another dozens of guns were pointed at them by noon. The intentions were clear, all the prisoners silently closed their eyes, some cried, some prayed to God. Max Eisenhardt didn't, he looked straight into the eyes of Chief Commandant, Lieutenant Colonel Rudolf Haas, a true monster in human skin. The men who came to Auschwitz to supervise Operation Haas, in which 430,000 Hungarian Jews were to be transported to the camp and killed in 2 months. There is no God, only evil rules the world, the more evil one is, the stronger they are, Max Eisenhardt spoke to himself in his mind, his eyes glaring and his fist shivering. He hated this feeling of helplessness, this weakness. There is no God. If there is a God, he will have to beg my forgiveness. He voiced, loud and clear. Bang bang bang. And so started a hailstorm of bullets to shower them all, punching holes in their bodies like lifeless dolls. There were enough cries and calls for mercy, but that didn't stop the animals from committing heresy. Men and women fell, and with loud wails, babies stated their farewells. Deaf were those ears on whom these voices fell, their hearts were dark and endlessly empty well. Chapter 42, 42. The Red Demon. The Howling Commandos happily agreed to come with Hector and Steve. But he specifically requested Agent Carter to come as well, saying he might need a woman to help the female prisoners. Though he wanted to help another fellow virgin boy, Steve. Next, they got on the plane and headed straight behind the enemy lines. They flew 3 hours before the dawn of the morning to avoid being spotted. When they reached above the sky of Auschwitz, the hatches of the plane opened, letting in the strong wind. Everyone, let's meet in the designated location. Be safe and do not make any abrupt noise. The place is swarming with true Nazis, remember, these are the soldiers who know what's going on in that camp and still stay here. Steve, you lead your commandos. Peggy, you're coming with me and Mooney. He briefed everyone. They saluted him one by one and started to jump. Steve took the last glance at Peggy and jumped down. Hector chuckled, haha, fool's crazy about you. Sadly, he's confident in fighting a dozen men but not confessing. Peggy sighed, shrugging her shoulder. Bow. Mooney chimed in, get him in heat, was his advice. Hector didn't translate it though, it was too inappropriate to say. Good, let's jump, he strapped Mooney to himself first. In the darkness, they all landed on the ground safely and regrouped in one of the fields outside of the concentration camp. Because it was too dark, no guards could notice them. Now what, General? Dum Dum Dugan asked, a smile still plastered on his face. The man was a witty, gentle giant who just hated injustice. Now we shall kill some Nazi sons of bitches, Hector jovially said. Steve wanted to say language, but he felt it was not his place or rank to do it. The president was saying it, after all, the men had full immunity. Taking out a map and a dim flashlight, he showed them the outline of the entire concentration camp. All right, look at this. Peggy, you are going to be responsible for communications, you shall operate the equipment from the base here. Here. Right in the middle. It'll be dangerous, Steve objected, earning a narrow gaze from all the other men. Mooney, get to work, Hector ordered. The good boy quickly started digging the ground with his mighty paws. He was huge and strong, so it didn't take him much time to make a big hole. Whoosh whoosh. He's totally enjoying it, Jim Morita muttered. It's his nature to enjoy digging, Dum Dum Dugan defended the boy. A minute later, Hector stopped him, that's enough. Woof. Bam. He softly knocked on Mooney's head, dummy, do not bark here. Agent Carter, you will remain in this cave. Mooney dug and handle the equipment. We shall put a camouflage tent on the entrance to hide you. Each of us has a short-distance radio, if you get any news from the headquarters, inform us. he ordered her. It was better to leave her behind, as he had no idea how many enemies were there, and the last thing he wanted was for her to die and for Steve to turn into a bad boy. Steve, you will take the commandos and enter from behind, get inside the prison camps, talk to the people and get them as many weapons as possible. I and Mooney will enter from the main gate and be an explosive distraction. He instructed them, encircling the locations on the map. No one questioned him about his crazy plans, they were well aware of his feats. Sons, and my daughter, this mission is very dangerous, there will be hundreds of soldiers in there, so be careful, I do not wish to wrap your bodies in the flag anytime soon. One more thing, take these small vials with you, if you are hurt gravely, put the liquid on it to heal. This prompted them to look at each other, wondering if this was the last time they would see each other. Hector walked beside Steve and whispered in his ears, this would be the right time to kiss her bye. Steve, however, could not muster enough courage, he did go to Peggy but was only able to give a hug. After that, they all started to move away. Hector and Mooney heading in a different direction. Peggy just saw them leave sadly, she didn't want to be left out of the action, but she could understand. Peggy. All of a sudden, Steve's voice resounded in her ear again, she turned back, there stood the tall saint-like man with a body to die for. Steve. Did you forget something? A blush appeared on his face, putting his shield behind his back, he moved closer, yes, I believe I did. What it ma? She found her lips warm all of a sudden as Steve amateurly kissed her. He held her waist from one hand and cheeks from the other. Just 3 seconds later, he let her go, I'm sorry, Peggy, I may be too bad at it, it was my first. She coyly chuckled, don't worry, I will teach you later. Steve just smiled, his heart beating too fast, unable to believe this perfect woman could feel romantic about him. Wish me luck, he dashed away. Don't die. Peggy whispered. A good distance from the two, Hector sat in the fields, kneeling, a binocular in his hands. He giggled, hee, mission successful, my boy. Mooney at the same time was complaining in a low voice, oh whoa, you never let me see, Dad. I want those eye guns too. Ugh, here, look, he helped put the binoculars on the boy's eyes. Seeing the kiss happening, Mooney made noises that could only mean giggles. All right, back to the mission, you be the distraction, I will bring down the guards in the watchtower, he instructed him. Mooney agreed immediately. They went all the way to the road leading into Auschwitz camp. Mooney then started cutely rolling in the middle of the road. Because they were too far away, even his large size seemed smaller in the dark, under the moonlight. 2 German guards were in the watchtower, they noticed the dog. Look, what a strange dog, but so cute. The guard too took out his binoculars to see, let me see what the dog doing. Bam. Hector, like a bear attack, appeared behind the two and slammed their heads with each other, dogs awaiting your deaths, fools. There was no mercy for these men in Hector's heart, all had a red marker of hell over their heads. As they fell unconscious, he took out a dagger and slit their throats. Then he picked up a piece of gravel and threw it towards Mooney to signal him to stop. However, Mooney was enjoying scratching his back on the road too much and didn't even notice. How do I call him now? Having no other way, he took out a pack of military rations and opened the can. Sniff sniff, can I eat it? Within a second Mooney was standing beside him, his tongue drooling. Bam, never get distracted on a mission, son. Hector imparted some good dad knowledge, though he still got the treats. They were now inside the camp, big floodlights and guards with German shepherds patrolled the grounds. Although the dogs had started to act scared out of their wits due to Mooney and Hector's mere presence. Boy, I want you to start running around in the shadows and mow down as many throats of Nazi soldiers without making a noise, okay, he commanded him. Mooney quickly showed off his razor-sharp fangs and nodded. Go, and he disappeared. Hector next took out throwing knives and started to throw them towards the necks of all the patrolling guards. With his extreme strength, the knives easily pierced through their necks and plunged themselves into the walls. This left all of them silently dying. I need to find their commander and learn how many soldiers there are. He urgently headed straight to the most secure building that looked to be more premium than others. Using his telekinetic ability, he turned the door lock from inside, opening it. He entered without any reservation, as he was so fast that before anybody moved he had their throats in his hands, making a sound of crunch. True. This was all they could muster to say before being killed. Room by room, he searched all offices, until he found the soldier attendance ledger. Turning to the last page, it showed number 10,969. This meant there were this many soldiers. Sigh, it's going to take too much time. Fine, this is the only way, distraction it is. He frowned and headed straight out. He made his way into the middle of an exercise field for the soldiers. Taking a long breath, he lifted the revolver into the air. Mentally, he commanded Mooney to take care of the perimeter and not let any Nazi escape the camp. Bang. That was it. The loud gunfire alarmed nearly every guard in the camp, barks of some dogs started to resound, footsteps as well. The men started shouting in German, asking each other if it was an escapee. But none had an answer and could only run straight to where the source was. Tick tick. Floodlights focused on Hector, illuminating his red coat, the gold medals on it shined even brighter. His white hair, a color usually a sign of peace, seemed too violent. "Our red demon," one of the soldiers shouted, fear clear in his voice. Too bad, they had encircled him, the demon was only happier. All of a sudden, Hector took out an automatic gun from his coat and aimed at the crowd. Bang, one shot was fired, one soldier fell, the bullet struck right in the middle of the forehead. But, that was not the end, he pressed the trigger and didn't let go again. Rat-a-tee-a-tee-a-tee-a-tee-a-tat-tat. It wasn't just Hector pressing the trigger, the soldiers that were not the first to fall had also started shooting crazily, but sad for them, each bullet only dented his coat, not his skin. All bullets fell as soon as they touched him, slowly piling up beside his feet into a small hill. Ha ha ha. I am here to take your souls. He laughed in the most blood-chilling way possible. To maximize the terror, he activated his Crossroads Soul Buyer demon power. This made his head look like a demon. All the German Nazi soldiers felt their scalps tingling, tongues drying and eyes contracting. The red demon truly looked like a demon tonight. But fools they were, kept on coming one after another as those behind could not see his face until they were at the front, but when they were at the front, the view would make them freeze. It was a total bloodbath. A crazy laugh resounded around the entire camp that night. For the prisoners it was scary, for the Nazis it was deadly. Bodies upon bodies piled up, a lake of blood started forming since the soldiers mistakenly would fire on dead bodies as well. Hector's feet made splashes on the red while masterfully shooting, not wasting a single bullet. 100 soldiers. 200 soldiers. 3,000 soldiers. The numbers only increased. This was his pure strength. The mortal bodies of humans were too weak in front of him, and he didn't hold back either. This is justice, Nazi pigs, he shouted, sending a clear message to the innocent prisoners of what was actually happening. Their liberator had come. Oh whoa. Mooney howled in anger, showing his viciousness. He too joined in and started ripping heads apart of the soldiers trying to run. Commander Rudolf Haas, come out. See, death is here to kiss you to a good night's sleep. Hector called out the German commander, who he guessed was most likely hiding somewhere, shitting himself. Chapter 43, 43. Pit of Blood. Sometimes, I forget that he's not just a funny old man and president. Jim Morita interjected. The absolute brutality that Hector showed the Nazis didn't go unnoticed by the howling commandos as they moved around secretly to get the prisoners' weapons. Hector was still at it, killing the enemy soldiers one after another, by the means of bullets and some by a simple punch to the face as they come too close. Mooney was now not just killing the runaways but also closing in from behind the crowd, making them scared and push towards Hector instead. By the time the crowd started to thin out, Steve and the commandos had already freed a lot of the men. They all came running with guns and batons and surrounded all the remaining soldiers. Some were, however, beaten to death as they had tormented some of the prisoners. Some who were a bit kinder were left alone. Hector left them to handle the situation and went inside the building to find Rudolf Haas. Mooney, sniff him out. Mooney started to look around. They first entered the office of the commander where the good boy got the scent of the men. After that, all they had to do was follow it. In no time, they found Rudolf Haas hiding inside a water tank on the terrace. He grabbed him by his collar and pulled him out. God bless you, cowards, if it was a Japanese officer he would have committed seppuku. He dragged him straight in front of people and made him kneel. Tell me where the ledger of all the prisoners is or I will give you to them. They will make sure you die in the worst way possible. Fuck off. Rudolf Haas spat on the ground. I know where it is. Suddenly a prisoner spoke. He was middle-aged and seemed a learnt man of culture from the face. What's your name, son? I am Adam Horowitz. Hector looked confused. Horowitz. From Horowice in Bohemia, now called the Czech Republic. What are you doing all this way? All Jews are to be eradicated before the end of this year, was what this Rudolf Haas was saying. Jews are being rounded up from all German-occupied and influenced territories and brought to camps. Horowitz revealed. This was not what happened in his past life. Jews were not rounded up like this, although with the days of the end of Nazi Germany nearing the killing increased but it never reached the point of extermination. Butterfly has fluttered its wings, it seems, he muttered. He quickly grabbed Rudolf Haas and shot a bullet in his leg, making sure it only hit his bone. Tell me why you people are rounding Jews. Pa. Another bullet was fired to his other leg. Mooney, start chewing his leg slowly. Mooney came growling, slowly. It was to instill fear in the men. The sharp fangs were made clear, red blood was like a residue on them. Haas wet his pants. I will tell. It was ordered from Himmler himself. The Schutzstaffel, SS, is tasked with killing all Jews quickly so all troops can be freed to focus on war. What now, sir? Steve asked him, wondering what to do next. There was also Hydra. If they were not stopped, then the world would suffer even worse. First, we count the prisoners here. Everyone else, look around if anybody is left. Mr. Horowitz, did any mass executions occur recently? He asked the guy. Hearing this word, everyone flinched, as if bad memories resurfaced. Horowitz stuttered, "Are you the American president?" "Yes, I'm the president and Grand General Washington. Now answer me, son. What happened here before our arrival?" He questioned strongly. "There were, since the morning they ran the gas chambers and made us dig large pits while the empty ones were being filled. I believe 13,000 of us were killed today," Horowitz revealed. "I can't find my brother. I can't find my mother. My husband is missing. My son is nowhere to be seen." One after another the liberated prisoners voiced their worries for their family members. Their worst fear was probably the truth and they knew it, so they didn't even act as frantic. Woof woof. Mooney barked all of a sudden, his ears perked up straight. He looked back, towards the open area away from the buildings in the camp. His nose visibly started moving as he made loud sniffs. "What happened?" "You felt a cry for help." He understood his barks. Just giving a nod, Mooney made a run towards the voice. "Hector 2, Steve, take care of things here. Call Peggy in and start ensuring the perimeter is safe. Send the report back to the command station in France." The sun was peeking through the horizon. Small rays of sunlight slowly started hitting the skies. The blue color of the sky looked much prettier without a single speck of cloud to be seen. It was a refreshing morning for the many prisoners who were liberated, but sadly, the wings of the butterfly were too strong. History altered, major changes happening. Hector had to now work without relying much on the world history he knew. Perhaps only the MCU history mattered now. Fresh air breezed past him, yet it felt chilling. He ran behind Mooney, who kept barking. The more they went away from camp, the more worry kept instilling in their minds. Whoosh! Mooney jumped right into something. It was a big wide ditch in the ground. However, as he moved closer, a strong pungent smell of burning flesh attacked his nose. There were no large flames, however, only red sparks. Perhaps they were in the middle of the burning when he started his distraction. He too jumped behind Mooney, his foot stepping on the bullet-riddled bodies of someone's father, son, mother, daughter, sister, or brother. Dead, all of them, yet Mooney started to bark louder, calling him. "Dad," the voice came from here, he told. He looked down. There were corpses. He had no idea how deep they went, however. So he started to lift them and put them aside. "Someone in here," he called out. "Help," a young voice came. He increased his speed and lifted multiple bodies at once. Soon he had taken out enough of them that he could see the back of the boy. He was pressed upside down, a miracle how he was even alive. He grabbed the back of his shirt and pulled him out. Whoosh! The boy hung in the air under his hand. He coughed and looked bloodied, his face still having terrified expressions. "Who are you?" "President Washington," Hector replied. Sensing it was not the enemy, the boy calmed down, enough to stand up on his own. However, that only lasted until 5 seconds, then all of a sudden the boy's face turned utterly depressed. He ran away and started to toss bodies around, screaming at the same time, "Mama! Papa!" Hector looked at Mooney, tried to hear any more heartbeats. He did the same. Both closed their eyes and tried to sense their surroundings, eliminating every noise one by one. They could even hear the ants in the ground, digging, but not a single heart was found pounding. The boy survived. It was a miracle to be sure. Now all Hector could do was to help him and bring him to safety. As for the loss of family, there was no cure. He and Mooney opened their eyes, the shouts and cries of the boy still resounding in his ear. However, something felt different. The sun had smiled upon the bloodied land, washing it over with its light, but the light brought darkness to Hector's sight. Finally, he had a perfect view of the gigantic death pit. Bodies upon bodies lay there. Under them was a sea of blood. So cramped that some were left standing as if they were pillars of death. Pale faces, some still had tears around their wide-open lifeless eyes. Mooney felt sad and came closer to Hector to rub himself. While Hector's heart felt a sense of shame, for he realized something right then and there. "What have I done?" he muttered. He talked to his son mentally, as he was the only one who knew his deepest secrets. "What have I done, son? From the moment I stepped foot upon this land in this universe, I treated it all as a game, like a fun party, just one of the infinite places in the multiverse, where I had come to relax. But, I forgot that all these people around me are real and as fragile as a doll of wax, while I am the lighter. I could have stomped on Hitler's neck the day I came here, but I didn't, for I wanted to play with history without changing it. I wanted to enjoy a bloody war. I am no saint, but neither am I a demon. But here I am, my own actions caused so much unnecessary death, a job that a devil would do. All the lives that got saved by me are real, all that died are real, all their souls are as real as any. How did I become so uncaring about human life like those narcissistic gods, Mooney? I thought I was better than them. I thought I was not evil. Mama. Papa. Mooney licked Hector's hand that he could easily reach with his head. He too had no words, for he too was just playing around all this time. Although he lacked the same intelligence as Hector, he knew something wrong had occurred and his dad was sad. Perhaps, living for so long in hell as Hell's Inquisitor, as an immortal, all-powerful being had changed his perception of what it was like to be a human. His only social interaction was with other immortal beings and evil entities that he would exorcise. Hector snapped out of it and walked towards the boy. He was crying the whole time and calling for his parents. Slowly the voice of hope turned into a voice of sorrow as the realization of the situation entered his mind, logic overcoming grief. Then he just stopped and stood in one single place, looking down at a dead face. It was his mother, eyes still wide open, but no life inside. He wailed like never before. Hector walked close to him and hugged the boy. Mooney too wrapped himself around the boy's back, bringing warmth to his wounded heart. "Calm down, son. Calm down." He caressed his hair as the boy started crying louder, his face pressed against Hector's coat over the chest, feeling the fatherly embrace. Hector didn't stop him. Those tears were important, the one thing biology gave humans to cope up with mental anguish. After 30 minutes, the boy calmed down and became silent, so Hector asked for his name. "What's your name, son?" "Max." "Max Eisenhart," the boy replied, shocking him. Chapter 44. The Grand Plan. A/N. This is a reply to one commenter who had a genuine question, but because he used the word damn, his comment was auto-deleted and I could not reply. He was asking, why is MC feeling so sad about all these deaths when he's been working in hell for so long? I think many more of you had this question. So I will try to explain. Hector's forte is exorcism. He doesn't deal with killing people, he's not a Grim Reaper. He exorcised and destroyed evil spirits that roam across the Omniverse. He's so OP against dark beings that beings like Dormammu can't even stand against him. He didn't have any human contact after his initial death. As for hell, all souls that get tortured there are sinners, evil souls. He can't feel bad for them even if he wants to. But here, he's watching people in flesh, being killed for no reason. They are not all sinners, they were just Jews, gypsies, and those Hitler considered impure. These were kids, women, and old people, who had no choice over their own life. Hector is an emotional person. He had become pretty uncaring about how fragile mortals can be, but now he got reminded. Max Eisenhart, the boy replied. This made Hector realize that he failed to help a villain who became bad due to circumstances not under his control, due to constant life-threatening and traumatic situations. He embraced the kid in his arms until he felt the boy would not cry any longer. He was nearly 13 or 14 years old after all and perhaps faced more hardship than most adults would in normal circumstances. But the truth of the matter was, there were many more kids even younger than him. Some had their corpses lying in the same ditch they stood upon. "Son, I could not come here in time and save you all. But I will get your vengeance. I will soon be headed to get Hitler out of his bunker. When I do that, I will make him parade naked in the streets of Berlin and you shall have the right to whip him, in front of the entire world. Not just him, Himmler as well." He promised Max. Max nodded and left his embrace. He looked at the towering figure of Hector. The man seemed like a god in front of his eyes, blocking the sun from his view which made a halo behind him. "Let's call everyone and give a proper burial to all the dead. Some of them don't even have a family member left anymore," he suggested to Max, silently nodding. Max followed behind him out of the ditch. When they arrived in the camp they had put the remaining prisoners inside the cells. All of the freed people had also armed themselves to the teeth as they found out that the war was not over and Hector came all the way here behind the enemy lines just to save them. This meant that they were still surrounded by the enemies but had no idea what was going to be their fate next. So they could only pick weapons and wait to know what Hector planned. But there was also a warm and soothing fragrance of food being cooked. The German army had a lot of rations in store, so they were cooking stew and making some bread. He called Steve and Peggy to the side. "Any words from the command?" Peggy nodded. "The Soviets have started their offense on eastern Belarus. Hector silently sat down on the ground, prompting all the ex-prisoners to do the same. He thought in his head, now that Hitler has decided to exterminate all Jews, I can't just leave after liberating one camp. The only way out is to take over the entire Poland, making it a stronghold of liberated prisoners. I can bring troops here too." He looked at them all, malnutritioned, weakened and pale, men, women and children. Then he looked at Steve and the Howling Commandos. They had more important roles to play against Hydra. He couldn't keep them held here. On top of that, he had to return to the US. It was an election year. However, one glance at these desperate people crushed his cold heart. How could he liberate them, give them hope and then leave them in despair? He was not an animal. But they will have to fight until he finds a solution. "Everyone, we are in Poland, one of the strongholds of Nazis. There are 27 main camps and more than 1,100 satellite camps in Germany, Austria, and Poland regions. Hitler has decided to exterminate all Jews. This means that as we speak, all these camps are working like machines, killing people. It is not possible for the Allied planes to land here right now either. So, I ask you, will you fight with me and help me take over Poland? I do not ask you to fight at the front, I only ask you to watch my back. Will you help me liberate more like you? Will you fight for freedom? See, can we defeat the Nazis? A pretty woman asked, fear clear in her eyes. The horror she must have faced just due to her beauty must have been mind-breaking. Her beauty, which was something she would have been proud of, was a curse ever since the Nazi invasion. Hector nodded. I know you all are hungry, desperate, and weakened due to the torment. This is why I and my boy, Mooney, will be the ones doing all the handy work. All I ask for you to do is turn this entire Auschwitz camp into an impenetrable fortress. I shall bring your brothers and sisters here. You all shall train, learn to shoot guns, operate tanks. We will bring the fight to the Nazis themselves inside their territory itself. And if any of you have any doubt about my abilities, then. He got up and walked to a motorbike with a sidecar. Boom, he suddenly picked it up like nothing and threw it away so far that it fell outside the camp, blasting into flames. That was not even 1% of my power, he revealed. They all gasped at this scene, hearts feeling rejuvenated again with their newfound confidence. However, Steve was worried. Mr. President, is this plan feasible? What other choice do we have, boy? I will find a way, I know I can. But I need you and your commandos to return. Schmidt needs to die quick. But leave Peggy behind for a while, I need a communication officer. Being the president and staying on the battlefield for this long won't be easy. He ordered him. Understood, sir, he saluted stiffly. Peggy, however, was not as confident. Sir, even if we somehow take Poland, how will we defend it? We are surrounded by either Nazi Germany-occupied regions or Nazi puppet countries. We will need an immense army to land here and open a front. We don't have this many soldiers considering the upcoming invasion of French beaches and ongoing battles in the Pacific for taking Philippines and Guam. This was a major problem indeed. Come with me, Peggy, Steve, I need to talk to Phillips. All the people were told to start burying the dead while some kept a watch. He went to the building nearby and set up a communications room. Using the satellite communication he talked directly. Phillips, change of plan. I am going to open a new front inside Poland territory. Hitler has decided to kill all Jews he can find as soon as possible. I need to stop that, so I will be liberating the camps one after another. How many troops can you spare? I'm afraid, only a few hundred. We are spread thin already, Phillips replied. Hector sighed, fine, send me a few hundred, delay the Normandy landing until I give it a go. And tell Churchill to arrive at the command post in 3 days, I have something very important to talk to him about. This can change the entire tide of the war and not just help establish American hegemony now but for decades to come. Philip's body felt goosebumps, wondering what it could be. But he suspected Hector could somewhat see the future, so he agreed, duly noted, General, anything else? Oh, and increase the safety standards at Port Chicago in California. Keep an eye on the loading of munitions, we don't want a big accident now, do we? Hector commanded. A/N, it was a big incident, 320 were killed and 390 were injured. To Phillips, these words sounded different. In his ear, it said, something big will happen for sure, stop it. Understood, sir, this was it. Hector could not really proceed until he had met Churchill. Nothing, send lots of ammunition, guns, grenades, and a motorbike to me. Auschwitz will be my base of operations. Over and out. Putting down the headphones, he turned to look at Peggy, and she looked utterly confused as to what Churchill could do. Peggy, do you know who is our biggest enemy in this war? Japan, she muttered. No, it's the Soviets. They are opportunistic assholes. They were the ones who made deals with the Germans and divided the territory of other nations to take them over. They are as good as Nazis and Japanese expansionists. But, since this time they are on the side of the Allies, they will demand that all the territory they will gain in their war and march towards Berlin stay with them post-war. We won't be able to deny them due to anti-war sentiments back home. This will create a big enemy of the free and democratic world as they are communists. In the US, we have already caught and killed hundreds of Soviet spies in government offices and important scientific researches. My plan is to limit the influence of the Soviets. By taking over Poland, we shall be keeping the Soviet influence strictly in Eastern Europe. He revealed his grand plan. What he didn't say was that in the upcoming Cold War the Soviets will be weaker. But, we don't have that big of a manpower, she pointed out. Hector just smiled. This is where Churchill comes in, agent. We have a behemoth nation that if agrees to join the Allies wholeheartedly, can provide us with millions of soldiers. Last year I met a man named Subhas Chandra Bose, an Indian freedom fighter who was building a military force with the help of Axis powers to fight against the British Raj. I convinced him to join me if I can ensure his country's freedom as well as post-war reconstruction. He has already started recruiting men after he initiated regime change. He runs the shots in colonial India right now, not Gandhi. As long as Churchill and his government agree to free the nation, India will give us complete human resources support, although not as experienced, it will help a lot. Agent Carter was also British, and things about British Raj were no stranger to her. She was taught a lot about it in her initial spy days. I don't think the Prime Minister will agree, sir. He's a very stubborn old man. Hector just laughed, walking up and lighting up a smoke. Wahaha, he's got no other choice, Agent Carter, it's either this or they will not receive a single cent in post-war help from the United States. He walked to the window and looked outside at the many people, working with their utmost strength. I am fully against any kind of slavery, be it direct or sugar-coated slavery, called colonialism. In the world after this World War, I shall leave no place for colonialism. It's a thing of the past and about time everyone moves beyond it. It's about time freedom and democracy prevails. Steve, who was standing at the side, felt a pride develop in his chest. He silently nodded at the ideals of Hector. This was exactly what he expected someone with Washington as a surname to be like. A man who values freedom above all, one who truly fights for freedom while rising above capitalistic interests. A/N, here you go, huge changes to world history are happening. The Soviet Union won't get much this time. Not to mention, the world is yet to see the atomic bombs. The European side of the war will end much earlier than real history because of elections in the United States. Oh, Magneto is here as well. Chapter 45. Changing the history. By the time the German command found out about the bloodbath, Hector was in the middle of having a heated argument with Churchill. The Britishman was furious and was mumbling constantly, This is unacceptable, you went behind our backs and dealt with those Indians. They are savages, you can't trust them. Hector deadpan looked him in the eye, the only barbarian and hypocrite I see now is you talk about fighting the Nazis to save the Jews while wanting to keep a nation of 300 million enslaved. My decision is final, you obey or you will be made to obey. We are in a new era, after this war, the world will need healing, we cannot have an empire running around, it's time democracy prevails and wins over the world. Monarchy and colonialism are dead, and if some still try to latch onto it, I will chop those hands. Churchill didn't feel threatened by him at all, why would he? He was a proud Britishman, he's been in government for decades and has seen many loudmouths. You fucking cunt, do you have any idea how many years it took for us to perfect the administration in India, how many lives we lost? We need our colonies to grow back post-war. Oh shut up will you, don't think I don't know. Since the day your East India Company stepped in and then your monarchy took over 1.5 billion of them have died from your direct policies in South and Southeast Asia. So shove that pride down your ass and get in line, I am here dragging my ass off trying to save the world and here you are, being a selfish cuck. Hector didn't hold back either, this was the language Churchill understood. Besides, he and Churchill have known each other for a long time now. And what if we don't? Churchill asked. You will be excluded from the post-war rebuilding efforts, Britain will not be in the Marshall Plan. You will never get good trade agreements from us. Think about it, Churchill, after the war, you will have to spend money to rule the Indian subcontinent as well, you will need money to take care of the population dying from poverty and famine. And you're not the only one, I won't allow any nation from colonizing, be it France, Portugal, or Belgium. After this war, the era of forceful expansion will be over. We both know you're going to lose the next election, so you should as well do this and get a permanent seat in history as one of the greatest men to ever live, one who truly fought for freedom. Clean up your asshole image for God's sake, because I am the death of imperialism. Hector offered him. Every powerful man's weakness was his thirst for greatness, kings, politicians, and even soldiers were victims of this greed. Now, Churchill was from the Conservative Party, he was fat, he was a mumbling drunkard, didn't have a neat and respected image in Britain, he was the Prime Minister because he was the best person for the job during a war, post-war, people won't want him. A seasoned veteran and politician like him knew it. However, letting the colonies go was against every principle his party and he stood for. He believed that the British Empire promoted and maintained the welfare of those who lived in the colonies, he insisted that our responsibility to the native races remains a real one. Another term in the Prime Minister's office, help me get it. Churchill blurted, shocking Hector. What makes you think I can get you one, he asked him. Churchill eyed him, I am not a fool, you are the strongest, most influential man in the world currently. It is an election year for you, yet you are here, you already know you will win. I will agree to get the Indian subcontinent freed, announce it as you requested, use your name as the main reason for convincing me, allow you to take the charge of administering regime change. In return, you will help the UK stand back on its feet and help me win another term. Internally, Hector smiled, this was a devil's contract, Churchill was asking it himself. However, he didn't want to show his demonic face but it was needed to make the contract. Idea, he used his telekinetic abilities to fly some sand and send them straight into the man's eyes. My eyes. Churchill yelped. Fine, I agree, shake hands with me and the deal is sealed, he called him out. Churchill was, meanwhile, trying to open his eyes, though he still forwarded his hand. Hector had a small pin hidden to draw blood. Clap. And it was done. Churchill just sold his soul for 100 more days as the Prime Minister, then he will have a heart attack and be paralyzed. After the meeting, Hector called Phillips and told him to suggest the newspapers publish good things about Churchill. Then he returned to Auschwitz on a plane full of supplies. It was time to wreak havoc. May 25, 1944. The Parliament of the United Kingdom passed an act, granting India the status of complete freedom, with a clause that the British administration will slowly start to replace itself with the local worthy non-corrupt administration and announce a complete handover as soon as the war is over. Of course, the headlines read something else across the world. U.S. President, Grand General Washington stands by his family legacy, freed another nation. Sad for Gandhi, Hector was getting more clout now. As promised and needed, Hector gave some interviews where he told everything about his meeting with Bose, the new man running the country. The man was quickly given the position of interim Prime Minister of India. This allowed him the power to do many things in the name of the British government, such as land reforms, the caste system being outlawed. After that, he initiated reforms to start a thriving parliamentary government, but he made sure to make some changes so non-organizations, protests, or NGOs could not come in the way of development. As Hector had discussed, 50% of the GDP was to be used on education and healthcare in the first 10 years. Of course, the 50% will have a cap later as the economy will grow post-war. In Auschwitz, he laughed while hearing about all the developments from Peggy, who operated the radio. "How many soldiers will we be getting, sir?" she asked. He had no idea. "I don't know, Peggy, I would be happy if it's 1 million or 2. Let's ask him directly." Hector called the men of the hour and congratulated him. King Tech had sent a few more satellites and they are much more helpful now. "I kept my end of the bargain, Bose. What about you? Are you ready to enter the war?" "Yes, President General, this is what we call you here," Bose replied, a strange word to use for sure. He continued, "We have amassed an army, there are currently 10 million men in training and ready for deployment, sir." "Can you repeat, how many?" 2 million. Hector asked him again. 10 million soldiers ready and armed, sir. We fought in Burma recently and got a lot of weapons and equipment from the Japanese. Some were provided by your and British forces. Bose replied in a militaristic tone. Hector looked at Peggy, who herself was taken aback. This number was too big. Hector asked again, "Are you sure? You guys already have 3 million fighting in Europe. They are under British payroll, sir. These 10 million are just jobless and hungry chaps, all they want is food and a dream of freedom. We have a population of 356 million, Mr. President General. If I had not stopped the recruitment, the number would have soared to tens of millions. Now, as in our deal, you are the Grand General of the Allied forces, you have their command," the men replied. Truly, hunger would make a man kill if he had to. However, it wasn't too shocking as the US had 14 million Americans fighting in the war. This was when their population was just a bit over 100 million. Even the Germans had more than 11 million and USSR had 12 million as well. Fine, then I am sending 4 million into Burma, Siam and French Indochina, Vietnam, with a mix of British and American troops to liberate Southeast Asia. 4 million are to head to China to liberate Eastern China, Manchuria, and then Korea from the Japanese Empire along with troops from Canada and America. Your men are new soldiers and are not that well trained, so more experienced armies are needed to lead them into the war. My generals will come and help you out there. The remaining 2 million are to be on standby. I will be needing them in Europe soon. Hitler's days are limited now. He passed his commands. Of course, he knew they couldn't do all that he asked them to, especially defeat the Japanese in China and Korea, but the push would mean a lot, even more so when the Soviets were busy with Germans. Hector's main dream was to restrict Soviet influence as much as possible. If his plan fully succeeds, possibly Vietnam and Korean War won't happen, though even if they did, he will go alone in there as a one-man army. Bose agreed, I will await your generals. In the meantime, I will suit up to head to China with my men. What the, you are on many people's hit list, boy. Stop messing around and do your job as a civilian, Hector scolded him, the man was too important for his plans. But Bose was reluctant to deny, I am just a temporary prime minister, I will need more merit so I can be more popular in the coming elections. It made sense, after all, Hector was doing the same thing. Fine, you may proceed. I will be sending some special soldiers for your protection, however. As soon as he put the phone down, he stood up and punched the air, leaving behind a booming sound as if the sound barrier was just broken. All his months of planning, secret deals, and manipulations were coming to fruition. Finally. Something good. Carter, get the men ready, we're about to make Hitler shit his pants. Chapter 46, 46. Most loved officer. Making Hitler shit his pants was exactly what Hector did. How would you feel when you are relaxing in your house, feeling all safe and secure, and then suddenly a blast takes place in your backyard, you would absolutely shit your pants. This is exactly what happened with Hitler. As Poland was the backyard and a stronghold of Germany, it somehow started to face a lot of destruction. One by one, all concentration camps were being destroyed, prisoners freed and all soldiers dead. Heck, even the large ammunition garrisons were being destroyed and looted. When the intel reached that it was Grand General Washington himself, it made everyone realize how close the enemy had gotten. This made Hitler more agitated, angry and susceptible to making bad decisions. Start bombing Poland, he demanded. Poor him, Hector would shoot down the planes precisely in a way that they would crash on German garrisons. He and Mooney were in their absolute animalistic war mode. Killing was their only goal, they also had the responsibility of the people walking behind them. Belzec, Chelmno, Majdanek, Sobibor, and Treblinka were the other major camps that were in Poland. They housed more than 1 million prisoners. This means at least an army of 300,000 decently experienced men who could use guns. Then there were many smaller camps with 500,000 population. In total, if Hector played his cards right, he could have 500,000 ex-prisoners fighting for him. By then real armies would start being airdropped. It was not like Nazis could do anything against him. If they sent any tanks, he would just hijack them and take over. If they sent planes, he would gun them down. General Washington, there is a message for you, Peggy Carter informed him. He put on the headset and talked. What is it, Phillips? Sir, a few nations east of you have started to fight the Nazis on their own as the Soviets reach near them. Your plan is successful. We have arranged several planes to start dropping troops near you. It will take at least a week. Phillips informed him. Good, meanwhile we need more grains and food, Phillips. I will try to open a route to the Baltic Sea and try to procure shipments from the Soviets there. I need to feed 1.5 million people here, and soon the army of 2 million will be coming. The logistics supply needs to be revamped. He ordered. Eisenhower is already working on it, General. You are doing good, just a little more and we'll have Germany surrounded. Phillips assured him, but at the same time, he wondered how Hector will win the coming elections without doing any personal rallies. Coming 2 months, June and July, Hector stayed in Poland, slowly expanding the region's control outwards with Auschwitz as the center. It was crazy how the place that was once a symbol of death and misery was now a symbol of hope. Though for the people, the tall red-coated man with shining white hair and beard was the real symbol of hope, and of course, the large wolf-like dog that was the sweetheart of all. However, there were millions of more Jews living in ghettos too, but for now, they were somewhat safe, albeit always in danger of being randomly killed, tortured or *****ed by the German soldiers. Hector could not help them for now. Today, we will be sweeping southern Poland. Peggy, you'll remain here. I will take a few hundred men, he planned for the missions. I want to go with you, Max voiced all of a sudden. He had not smiled ever since he faced the incident of his family dying, though he was sometimes secretly crying while hugging Mooney. I should at least be the voice of reason and a figure of direction to him, Hector thought. After all, it was better if there was no evil Magneto in the future. Why do you want to go there? To fight? Hector asked him. No, to liberate those who face the same sorrow as me, Max replied sternly. Nodding, he agreed. Fine, come along then. One thing Hector did wonder was if Max had already attained his mutant powers or not. He knew that Max was a late bloomer due to him living in really bad and sickening conditions all this time. Soon, all of them got on tanks, trucks and Hector got on a motorbike. Mooney sat down in the sidecar while Max sat behind him. Son, have you felt anything strange recently? He probed. This was the perfect opportunity to ask him such questions, as he could feel his body's movements to see if he was lying to not. Max replied after a pause, No, what do you mean strange? Woof. Mooney barked, telling him that the boy was lying. Even if he could see this, Max must be a really shitty liar then. You're a mutant, right? I know, don't worry, I am not against mutants. In fact, I would love to give you all equal rights, but it can only happen after the world becomes safer. What you can do, son, is to train your powers to do good. I'm sure your mom and dad would feel proud of that. He talked to him without getting any affirmation. Max silently sat, looking at the sceneries passing by. He wondered what kind of man Hector even was. He seemed too perfect to be real. How can a power-hungry politician be kind? This went against all he was taught from a small age, that all politicians and businessmen are power-hungry capitalists. His own community was accused of being money-minded, a stereotype, nothing else. Soon after, the fighting ensued. Because Poland was the backyard of Germany, the German army was never stationed in numbers here, most were prisons and camps. It was an easy carry for Hector. Some people did lose their lives however, it was war and he was no god. Stray bullets don't differentiate between a friend and an enemy. Like this, a week passed, and it was about time the troops started coming. A mix of American, Canadian, Mexican and mostly Indian troops were put on thousands of C-47s and other large planes to be airdropped. Hector was in the Auschwitz camp fixing the boundaries when he heard a loud rumbling in the skies. He looked up, as did everyone else. Countless planes appeared in the air, leaving behind cloudy lines of contrails. It was as if the entire sky was covered with them. It was a scene that would make any ordinary man feel small and weak. However, the real bone-chilling scene came after, as one after another, thousands of men jumped out of the planes, opening up their white parachutes. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. The numbers kept increasing. The planes kept on coming with no end in sight. The crazy amount of logistics it must have taken to do this was mind-blowing. The majority of the world was coming together to defeat tyranny. The mission was named Operation Backside, the biggest airborne operation ever in the history of mankind, and this record will never be beaten again. The sky soon got covered with parachutes, the small white dots slowly becoming bigger. For enemies, scenes like this would be devastating, but for the people there, those parachutes were like angels descending from the sky. Some cried, some cheered, the Nazi prisoners that had been caught only feared. The rumbling didn't just signify the enemy incoming, but it was the Nazi Empire crumbling. The operation went on for 3 days and 2 nights, and in total, 300,000 troops landed directly inside Poland. They were to make way for more than 2.7 million troops to enter via road. Their mission was to head south and liberate Slovakia, Hungary, and Serbia. At the same time, the British forces were retaking Greece. This way they would meet in the middle and open a direct route from Poland to the Mediterranean Sea. This means all tanks and supplies can come in since they had already taken Africa. However, big surprises awaited Hector. This time the butterfly flapped its wing too hard, but in his favor. When this news of Poland being taken by Allies spread across Europe, it challenged the Nazi propaganda and gave all the forcibly occupied regions hope that they can start resisting. Due to this, the Home Army, the non-communist Polish resistance, rose up to help Hector. As Hector pushed south more and more, the Romanian opposition became motivated to overthrow the Antonescu regime. The new government concludes an armistice and immediately switches sides in the war. The Romanian turnaround also compelled Bulgaria to surrender on September 8 to the Soviets, and the destroyed morale forced the Germans to evacuate Greece, Albania, and southern Yugoslavia in October. Finland also agreed to sign an armistice with the Soviet Union and to expel German forces. One by one, the house of cards that was the Nazi Empire started to crumble down. Hector made sure to always stay at the forefront and the world saw his achievements. He entrapped the Soviets to Eastern Europe by redirecting the running German soldiers towards them. In the meantime, Germany found itself completely surrounded, with the only remaining territories under it being Austria and the rest of Western Europe till France. This was also going to change as the Normandy landing gained a green light from Hector, the top commander. It was now October, he had been doing this for 6 months now, next month in November elections would be held in the US. And this got him worried. I need to do something so explosive that the entire world should start talking about me, singing songs about me, he thought. With his work finished in Poland and most of the region liberated, it was time for Hector to head to France. Then to Japan to talk to the emperor. "Ah, Dad, can you scratch my back? I'm itchy," Mooney requested him at his side, bringing Hector out of his mental self-talk. "Boy, look at you, you look like a commando on a mission, mud all over you. Come, I will bathe you and turn you back into the cute fluffy snowball you are." He lovingly picked Mooney up and headed to the large bathtub in the open. "Oh, Agent Carter, come along, I'm going to give this bad boy a bath," he invited her. Mooney barked, showing his tongue. Seeing that cute chubby face, she couldn't control herself and came along. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance after all. Captain Mooney was the most loved officer in all of Allied forces. Chapter 47. Run. Time, space, reality. It's more than a linear path. It's a prism of endless possibility, where a single choice can branch out into infinite realities, creating alternate worlds from the ones you know. Each a reflection of what could have been. Some heroes will rise, others will fall. And nothing will be the same. These are my stories. I observe all that transpires here, but I do not, cannot, will not interfere. For I am the Watcher. But, what the hell is this? Hector was on a ship to southern France, specifically a nice town called Nice. It was supposed to get invaded by the Allies after Normandy to open a new front in France, but since he was already in the area he decided to do it before Normandy. He was lying on the deck, basking under the sunlight, poking his nose and looking at the sky. Sunglasses on his eyes and a cigar in his mouth, it was a rest he deserved. Wowoo. Mooney asked what he was looking at. Sighing, Hector took off his glasses and narrowed his eyes. "I don't know, son, I feel like a big-headed bald dude is peeking at me." Mooney also looked up and noticed a giant cloud that looked like a man and barked, "Woof woof, don't peep on my dad, you bad bald meanie." "I don't see anything," said Max, now renamed Eric because the kid wanted to start a new life. You need to open your imagination, boy. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder," Hector advised. He had brought him along because 1. He was just an aimless kid. 2. He was an Omega level. 3. Hector couldn't bring himself to leave the kid alone, as it reminded him of his own childhood. Of course, he had parents, but they were abusive and he didn't give a crap about them. Then they died in a car crash, leaving all the wealth for him. Though by that time he was in the army. He had decided he was going to train the boy into an upright politician so he can one day take his position and become the President of the United States. This was only if he can bring the mutant reforms in time. In an unknown space between all realities. How? How is this possible? The Watcher panicked, receding his vision from this universe. This Universe 69 **** is an anomaly. I must keep an eye on this. Everything is a mess here, he felt. Somewhere under the Alps. Arnim Zola had long ago gotten an offer from Hector to leave Hydra and join him. He was initially scared of Schmidt, but when he realized that he would someday get killed by him, as did the German High Command members, his resolve grew. But he needed assurance. He wanted to surrender to President Washington himself. But the man was never in one place for a long time. Every time Captain America would come bursting through the door. All along he had been able to get away, but this time his intel was right. President Washington will be attacking Nice soon. So, he packed his bags and headed straight to meet Hector. This time either he was going to do it or die trying because each day Schmidt was getting crazier. Normandy. Grr, where are they? It's been 8 months now. Logan was angry and lonely. He missed Mooney, the only being he was ready to die for. He had been running around the Normandy region this whole time, sabotaging the German tanks and artilleries in the wake of the invasion. But that kept on getting delayed. Then he got the news that Hector was having all the fun alone in Poland. This made his mood worse, so he ended up killing a few thousand German soldiers on his own in secret. He was being called the Ghost of Normandy by the German soldiers as he only strikes at night. Soldiers were pretty scared of him, though the French people had, in fact, started praying to the deity called Ghost of Normandy. It was a funny situation. *BZZZZ. Logan, come in. Logan, his comm finally sounded. He recognized the voice. You owe me a lot, old man. I was liberating innocents. Hitler had decided to eradicate them as soon as possible. Anyway, be prepared. It's happening in a week, 6 in the morning. Logan received the orders. Crack. I've been waiting for this all along. He cracked his knuckles in excitement. After arriving near the shoreline of the nice city, Hector met Vice Admiral Henry Kent Hewitt, who was responsible for the blockade of the port of the city. They had been waiting here with the landing troops. They were bombing the city strategically and also using helicopters to locate the hidden artillery and tanks. The beaches of Nice were peppered with mines and covered with barbed wire and anti-aircraft weapons. It was too hard to land. Grand General, we are unable to enter the city with large forces. Every time we try it they publicly execute French resistance operatives. We were ordered by the Allied command to stay here. The Vice Admiral reported to him. Hector sneered, the Germans were playing the mind game. We have the entire Italy, why haven't we crossed the border from there? We did, but the Germans moved to the other side of the Var River, and we were not allowed to cross it. Vice Admiral Hewitt briefed. Well, this was a problem. However, he decided to play mind games as well. Admiral, do we have any kind of printing and copying machines in our ships? We have lithography machines on most ships to mass-produce some common orders to be put on notice boards, Vice Admiral answered, confused about how it would help them. A grin appeared on Hector's face. Good, bring me a pencil and a paper, I need to make a poster. Soon, Hector got to work while Mooney watched with focus. He drew a realistic representation of what happened to the Nazi commander of Auschwitz. In it, his neck was tied with a rope and his body hung by a pole, his arms and legs were ripped apart and were in people's hands as they danced and cheered. Then, there were words written in German. 200,000 soldiers in Poland couldn't do anything. Can you stop the Red Demon? He handed it to the admiral. Make 1,000 copies of these and throw them in the city near the dwelling of the soldiers, and hoist my presidential flag on the ship. After this was done, he went to boost the morale of soldiers, from one ship to another. He told them about the stories of Poland, the scene of thousands of soldiers dropping from the sky, the smiles of liberated people, the cries of those who lost someone. In short, he told them that they were doing God's work by saving, and they should be at their best behavior, to not hurt any locals. If any other men had told them to be kind to locals and not treat women as prostitutes, then they would all have shouted, eat shit, but since it was him, their beloved old father, they nodded. Some cried for being praised for going through all these hardships. A lot of them were religious types. They felt they had not sinned by killing other men, for those they killed were demons. When you all return home, I will have jobs aligned for all of you. You are sons of America, my sons, I won't let your hands go. So fight carefully, praise the Lord and move forward. He cheered them on. However, besides cheering them, his secret reason for doing all this was also the coming elections. He had already passed the Soldier Voting Act and Absentee Ballots Act in 1939, which means all these soldiers will be voting in November. Inside Nice City. Look at that, what flag is that? Hans, a German soldier, asked his partner. That's the flag of. Fuck. Red Demon, the other soldier cursed under breath. Just then, sounds of planes going over the city came. They ducked to avoid being hurt by the bombs. However, the sound disappeared and no blasts came. All that fell were papers. Hans caught one and read it. The first thing he saw was the image. It made his scalp tingle and mouth dry. This is Hoff. I saw him in war propaganda once. No. Red Demon is here. I want to go home, to my mama, the other soldier cried. Hans got agitated as well. He looked around and noticed all other soldiers had those papers too. Their faces show the same expressions. The commander, however, screamed for them to man the posts, but none listened. Hans too felt there was nothing to fear. The Red Demon was a hoax. How can a man be so terrifying? However, just then a loud boom came. With that, he felt some stones hitting him. Slowly he turned around, a gun locked and loaded. His facial expressions changed soon after. First, there was confusion, then he noticed big red eyes shining through the cloud of dust, followed by a giant dark shadow with horns on the head. His heart nearly gave up. Slowly he took a step back, wondering if he ran the demon would chase him. Hans. Run! His brethren were already running away for their lives, throwing guns away. The last nail in the coffin for Hans will of steel was the evil laughter and growling, grr. Ha ha ha. Face your death. That was it, fuck Hitler, fuck this war. Mamaya. And he ran like a rocket was fit to his ass. Soon after he left behind his buddies. After all, he was a champion runner at school. In a matter of seconds, the entire street and soon the city became as quiet as a funeral. The debris settled and Hector's form appeared. Just behind him was Mooney, with his ears perked up. Boy, I told you to jump beside me, that's our superhero pose. Chapter 48, D-Day. I got to sleep now. The nice city was theirs. The Germans ran away as soon as the news of his presence spread around. The beaches were then cleared of the mines and the entire city was turned into an Allied stronghold. From there, Hector, rather than stopping, helped them pierce deeper into France. Their goal was to reach the borders of Germany. Without wasting time, Hector and Mooney drove off on a bike straight into the various towns. Mooney would chew out the tanks while Hector would throw them into enemy barracks. It was a nightmare for the Germans in the region. In his mind, the war had already finished, Allies had won, what was left now was to clear off all the Germans from the occupied lands and then get Hitler in Berlin. He had no need to hide his powers anymore and no matter what he did it could be blamed on the serum and its positive rare side effects. Erskine was officially dead, nobody could know. World media was having a field day every day this entire time. Hector's face covered nearly every major or minor newspaper for pages upon pages. Knowing the importance of propaganda, he had specifically asked engineers in his company to produce a smaller portable camera. It cost a lot of money but helped. However, for videography, he needed to keep men around him. Slowly, all his ultra-superhuman deeds spread around. The photos of him standing over a pile of destroyed tanks and with the American flag was one of the most iconic photos of the year back at home. People thanking him, gathering around him and crying, him feeding water and food to orphan malnourished kids, him giving rides to kids on his shoulder. Such photos and videotapes were widely circulated everywhere. Even in enemy countries such as Germany and Japan, his photos were regular, albeit with cursing. While he cleared off the Germans in southern France, in the United States, Roosevelt worked as roadmap by Hector. It was election time and Truman was knowingly not helping as his own dreams were in a clash. Yet Roosevelt was a man with more connection and pull. He rallied all supporters and fans of Hector to pass a new bill. It was called the GI Bill of Rights. It was signed into law. It was legislation that would provide various benefits to veterans of World War II. Through the Department of Veterans Affairs called VA, the act enabled veterans to obtain grants for school and college tuition, low-interest mortgages and small business loans, job training, hiring privileges, and unemployment benefits. However, as Hector knew what amendments would be made to this bill in the future, he included them from the get-go. It also had full disability coverage and a clause for the construction of additional VA hospitals. After WW II, if America enters another war, the benefits will be extended to all who had served in the armed forces. With the passing of this bill slightly before the elections, it won the hearts of all soldiers who already loved Hector and saw him as their old father. But, the true intended effect happened on the families of these soldiers. Now even those from the southern states who didn't like Hector started respecting him. Not to mention the daily news about how badass their president was something that filled their hearts with utmost pride, as in the end, they too were patriotic Americans. There was no such thing as exit polls currently, so there was no way of knowing what will happen in the upcoming elections. But most people were sure that Hector would win, now it was only a matter of by how many votes. Against Hector was Thomas E. Dewey, the only candidate worth mentioning, and his chances seemed bleak since his achievements paled in comparison. However, one strange yet welcome thing occurred. Since Hector was not here and could not go on rallies, a lot of people of color and people with progressive thoughts about an equal society came out on their own, holding support marches, handing out pamphlets reporting why Hector was the best president. They also put Hector's recorded speeches on loudspeakers. It was basically a free campaign at this point. Another scummy yet successful tactic he used was that since he already had the Pope with him, he made the man announce himself as a savior of mankind, making all the devout Catholics vote for Hector soon. But he was not satisfied. He needed to do something big. He wanted his approval rating off the charts. Surround the town. There aren't many Germans left in this area anyway, he ordered the troops marching behind him. They were in a large town called Grenoble. German forces were already on a march back to Germany. But they do try to hold on to a few cities, only to always get blasted by Hector and Mooney. Soon, gunshots resounded and some soldiers were caught. Surprisingly, 5 SS Nazis were also found, and guess who they were guarding? He laughed. Zola, my little hobbit friend. What are you doing out of your rat hole? Zola fell to his knees and cried, I surrender. I've been trying to do that for months now. Please take me, President Washington. Grunting, he made the short man stand. Don't speak such nonsense, it feels inappropriate. If you really want to live in peace in the land of the free, then you will have to give all the intel to the SSR. I will. I will do all you ask, sir. I even brought a map of all the locations of Hydra's secret bases. These I can guarantee nobody knew. Zola sure had brought a bargaining chip with him. Zola received a pat on his head. It was not from Hector, since the hand was a paw. Mooney looked down on Zola as if he was an insect. Woof. Such a good boy, is what Mooney said. Hector translated. Zola gulped, noticing the giant fangs of Mooney. Honestly, he felt that the large dog or wolf could devour him whole in one go. He just smiled. Thanks. Good, now wait for me, I shall lead you straight to the SSR later. For now, I will have to continue in. Hector made him go to the nice city under strict guard protection and stay in lockup. A decent one. 3 days later, he had given the Allies enough momentum to continue in. He had helped them cross Lyon and they were now on their way to the German border. Seeing his time was over, he headed straight to Normandy. The final act of the European theater of war was to start. He headed back to Nice, got on a plane, first dropped Zola to Phillips, then moved ahead to meet the commanders of Normandy landing. As expected, since Eisenhower was the supreme commander of the European Allied forces, he was leading it, until Hector arrived. All right, boys. Everything should be ready. The assault will begin at 6 in the morning. How many German forces are there? He asked them for the stats. There were 6 more generals in the rooms, 5 of them were British. Grand General, our troops number 150,000 soldiers and 195,000 naval personnel. Enemies are calculated to be more than 50,000. However, since they have higher ground and already stacked up, it will be a bloody battle. Eisenhower briefed him. Hector laughed. Haha, sure, it will be a bloodbath for them. Have some trust in me, boys. I told you I will take care of all the enemy artillery guns, rocket launchers and tanks, and I shall fulfill that promise. Now, let's discuss what happens after we complete the Operation Overlord. 5:30 a.m., October 15, 1944. All landing crafts were launched. They steered towards the beaches, not for a sunbath, but a bloodbath. Filled with tanks, jeeps and soldiers, they sobbed in fear, prayed to God and some kissed their lovers' photos. One thing was certain, all were on their toes. It was slightly foggy, thanks to this the Germans could not see them yet. But everyone knew the barrage of bullets would come. They were to face them head-on. However, they felt some relief seeing a man that none expected to be leading them, their president, standing on top of the landing craft's gate, fearlessly clear for a shot from the Nazis. Hector was feeling the wind and water hit his face. He stood on landing craft, sticking out like a sore thumb in his red coat. He was personally leading the Omaha Beach landing, as it was the deadliest one, where odds of survival were just 1 to 5. Nearly 75% of the troops and every officer would be lost here. Not today, he muttered, a wide grin plastered clearly. If the Germans could see his face they would have shuddered. But, sadly the fog was blocking the view. I am a man with a plan. Mooney, boy. I want you to go mad once we land there. Chew down throats of every enemy you see. He advised his pup. The soldiers always wondered how Hector understood Captain Mooney. Looking left and right, Hector nodded. All landing crafts were in line. It was time to do the trick he had prepared with the help of Logan all this time. He took out a flare gun from a bag and shot it at the sky. The red light illuminated the foggy sky. Bang bang. The Germans on the beach were already on their toes, so they started to blindly shoot all their big guns. The bullets collided with the metal frames of the crafts, sending shivers down everyone's spines. However, that red light earlier had a meaning. Almost at the same time, all landing craft started blasting a high-frequency buzz towards the island. Not only that, Logan had set up such a system alongside the beaches too. Just as the rain of bullets had started, with loud booms they abruptly stopped on all Normandy beaches. Seeing this, Hector raised his fist, for victory. For justice. Bam! The landing craft touched the beach soil, the ramps fell, in an adrenaline rush all soldiers ran out blind. Mooney had already gone like the wind. Hector, meanwhile, lit a cigar and walked out. Everything was going as per the plan. Chapter 49. Operation Free Justice. 8 months ago, on a plane to London. What's this? Logan asked. He was in his military uniform. This time he had been given a promotion and was officially a major. Hector showed off a few small balls. He carefully picked them. This is a new kind of explosive that gets activated by the sound on a certain special frequency. I want you to infiltrate Normandy beaches and then install these bombs in each big gun and enemy bunker present. When the time comes, we will just have to play a sound on a certain frequency and these will detonate. In an instant, taking away all the firepower of the enemy. Logan was amazed by this small 1-inch diameter ball. He was skeptical, but since Hector was so boastful about it, it must be good. It will be done, General. Present day. As the Allied soldiers landed, shocking them, contrary to the heavy machine gun fire, artillery, and rocket launchers they had expected, all they met with were some Germans with normal automatic rifles. This made the entire fight one-sided since the Allies had more than twice the number of soldiers of the enemies. Over 50,000 soldiers were fighting an army of 150,000. The bloodbath that was supposed to wash away rivers of Allied forces' blood was instead blood of Germans. It was the biggest reversal in the history of reversals. Mooney ran around the beach like a rocket cutting bodies of enemies. Soldiers ran around, taking over one bunker after another. The flamethrowers were doing overtime burning the enemies alive. It was not a pretty sight to see but a necessary one. Hector knew it, and he didn't care much. All these men had red markers on their heads. This meant that they were bound to hell no matter what they did now. He just slowly walked towards the enemy camp to set up a command post. He was slow because he was giving time to the soldiers to clear things up. Since the Allies had greater firepower at this point with their many Sherman tanks, the siege was much easier. The beach was easily crossed over and the ridge beyond was not very challenging. Where in original history it would have taken the Allies 6 days to secure the beaches, here it only took them one single day. It took so long because a few Germans holed up in bunkers, refusing to come out. In normal history, throughout the entire Battle of Normandy, over 425,000 Allied troops and German troops were killed, wounded, missing, or taken as prisoners. This includes over 209,000 Allied casualties, 125,847 were U.S. ground troops and 83,045 were 21st Army Group men, British, Canadian, and Polish ground forces. Germany had about 200,000 casualties who were killed or wounded and about 200,000 who were captured as prisoners of war. Here, because of Hector's swift plan and execution, the Germans had no time to ask for reinforcements. The Allies also only lost 3,000 soldiers during this entire day's war. However, the only reason Hector made so many efforts to make this legendary battle as short-lived as possible was his main motive. As soon as all the beaches were secured, ships started to dock in the harbor and he gathered all the Allied generals. Omaha Beach. General Eisenhower was head over heels for Hector's great plan. That was the most fantastic tactic I have ever seen, General. How did you do it? War secrets, my friend. And it's a technology that's too sensitive. But we have Major Logan to thank for living inside enemy lands for 8 months and plotting all this. But, let's move on. The win was just one of many to come. We are not going to stop here, gentlemen. Our destination is Berlin. Before that, all armies and German strongholds will be destroyed by us. It's time we begin Operation Free Justice. It is time our boys get to go back to their damn homes and feel the warmth of their loved ones. If we do it right, many of us may just be able to be home by Christmas. Eisenhower, gather all the commanders and brief them. I will survey the route we shall be taking. All 6 generals saluted him and left the tent. At the same time, Logan entered, now much happy and relaxed. Killing calms his nerves it seemed. As soon as he saw Mooney, he hugged the living hell out of the cloudy boy. Logan, get ready, we're not stopping. Berlin is our destination and the date by which we must finish this is November 1st. Hector ordered him. Logan smirked, understanding the tactic, you want to use Hitler as your ticket to another term. Hector didn't even hide the fact, damn right, I'm gonna be the president people can feel proud of for eternity. I have a lot of work to do in American society, Logan, and for that, I need absolute support. We leave in 3 hours, prepare for everything. Woof Dad, I want to see the big antenna, Mooney barked. A second later, Hector realized what he was asking. Oh, you mean the Eiffel Tower? Of course, our next first destination is Paris. We are going to first liberate the entire France, Belgium, and the southern Netherlands. With the Allies reaching Paris, and soon liberating Belgium, the Germans launched a final offensive in the west, known as the Battle of the Bulge, in an attempt to reconquer Belgium and split the Allied forces along the German border. Sadly for them, it did not happen. Hector, who had reached Luxembourg, ordered Logan and Mooney to go to Belgium and wreak havoc on the German troops. They did what they were best at and sent the German army into a retreat. Luxembourg was annexed by the Third Reich as part of Gaumosa-land. German authorities declared Luxembourgers to be German citizens. The royal family of this small nation had taken refuge in the United States, away from the troubled and dangerous Europe. Hector had already taken over the nation and made it a point of entry into Germany. Truly, Germany was surrounded by all sides. This reminded Hector of a strange meme he saw back in his past life of a blonde innocent girl on a sofa surrounded by 5 big dudes in underpants. Nazi Germany was like that right now. Poland was gone, now under Allied troops. The giant army of 3 million soldiers from America, the UK, India, Poland, and Canada were on the move. Not to mention, far behind them was the Soviet Red Army of millions. Slovakia, Hungary, Serbia, Greece, and most of the nations surrounding Germany had been liberated. It was already accepted that the Allies had won and Germany was just a wounded tiger. In the corridors of power in Nazi Germany, the various generals were forming factions, deciding on how to surrender to the Allies, of course, with terms and conditions. Hitler was having none though. Surrendering was not an option in his book. The Aryan dream is not to be trifled, he said to his generals. He seemed nothing but a maddening fool at this point and nobody cared about him anymore. Their house was literally on fire, all they could think of was to save their asses and their wealth. Many of them found different ways to head out to Argentina on a ship, with all their wealth and disguised identities. Sad for them, they were walking into a trap. The great President Washington had his web spread around the world. Soon enough, Hitler started to feel anxious because the news of more towns and cities being taken by Allies was coming every day. The Germans were getting no wins anywhere. Sitting alone in his bunker in Berlin, just after cooling himself off with his lover/secretary, he felt like he had failed in everything. His whole dream of Aryan supremacy was gone. All the territories that Germany won in so many conflicts were gone. For the second time, Germany was losing. I won't allow them to have their final victory. If I fall into their hands, it will be complete humiliation, he thought and swiftly picked up a pistol from his table drawer. Quickly he aimed the muzzle at his temples, his finger on the trigger. His entire life flashed in front of his eyes, the dreams, his childhood, all the beatings from his father, the rejection from the art school, finding out he only had one ball. He remembered how great he felt whenever people used his name to salute each other. A pathetic little narcissistic drop of tears dropped from his eyes and he muttered, "Hail! Hitler!" Bang! The sound resounded in the underground bunker, his eyes were closed, his body fell from the chair due to the immense momentum. His old body was not strong enough for this, he was not superhuman. He never got a great pill of immortality from Schmidt either. However, no brains or blood splattered. All he felt was a demonic laugh from the ceiling and a taunt, "Ha ha ha ha, not this time, funny mustache." Chapter 50. Hitler gets it. Hitler got up, not even a dent was on his temple. Fear took over him. Had God rejected him? The same God he rejected. He quickly put the gun's muzzle in his mouth and pulled the trigger. Bang. Once again, he only felt a push, but no pain or wound appeared. What? Is my Aryan blood so pure that I am immortal? He quickly tied a rope to the ceiling and hanged himself. But he waited for half an hour and saw no signs of his life leaving his body. This made Hitler laugh, "Ha ha ha. I am immortal." The United States Department of the Treasury. Secretary Henry Morgenthau Jr. kept a close eye on the war. Not because he was nervous about a win, but because he was waiting for the win. The moment the Allies declared that the war was over, he was going to submit the report about the missing money to Congress for them to decide what to do with it. He had actually forwarded the report to Roosevelt already and was surprisingly ignored as if it wasn't a big deal. Roosevelt said he has no idea what happened to the money, but it's foolish to doubt Hector. All he said was to keep the file to himself until the war is over. In total, they had found $15 million missing from official accounts. All of this was signed by the president's office during the days he was there. Germany. Allies smashed hard the juicy Germany from all sides with overwhelming forces. Due to Hector's previous decisions, virtually all major conflicts had been quashed across Europe and now only Germany was remaining. This made sure that Allied troops were not divided anymore. In total, more than 10 million soldiers participated in this historic Operation Free Justice. They swept the cities, towns, and villages of Germany, removing the menace of Nazis. But it was all done in strict discipline as Hector didn't want the civilians to be harmed. War was a cruel thing, he knew that, and wartime crimes were easily committed and hidden. Rapes of entire villages were not anything new to the ears of leading generals. But not this time. Hector had promised that if they wanted to be home by Christmas, then they needed to be good boys. If they were not, it was not talked about. Stuttgart and Frankfurt fell fairly easily. Stark Industries was producing planes at a pace never seen before, deploying hundreds each month. King Tech, Hector's company, was also deploying dozens of helicopters each month. With this much firepower, no city could hold on for too long. Their final target was Nuremberg, and as soon as it falls, entire southern Germany will be cut off. This means Austria will also be liberated, a key part of the Third Reich. As the army surrounded the city called Nuremberg, Hector admired it, and his aide, Major Kennedy, was beside him again, unknowingly mentored by Hector. Ah, what a beautiful ancient city. The first mention of this place was made in the year 1050, you know. That was right, Nuremberg held great significance for the Reich. Because of its relevance to the Holy Roman Empire and its position in the center of Germany, the Nazi Party chose the city to be the site of huge Nazi Party conventions called the Nuremberg Rallies. After Adolf Hitler's rise to power in 1933, the Nuremberg Rallies became a huge Nazi propaganda event, a center of Nazi ideals. And it was at the 1935 rally, where Hitler specifically ordered the Reichstag to convene in Nuremberg to pass the Nuremberg Laws, which revoked German citizenship for all Jews and other non-Aryans. This was the reason why this place was selected to hold the trials, as they will do this time as well. The strategy is the same, the city will be bombarded, and the helicopters will land special troops in strategic locations. Then the main army will enter. Remember, do not kill civilians, but any German army dressed you see, shoot, he gave clear orders. And so, the city was besieged. In 1 day's time, it was stripped naked of all its soldiers. 30% of soldiers were killed and others arrested. The civilians hid in their homes, confused about what was happening. News about the fall of the Third Reich had not reached the common folks yet. With this major victory, the road to Berlin was clear. The contingent of 2 million soldiers marched towards the capital of the Third Reich. At the front was Hector on his military motorbike, with him was Mooney on the sidecar. Logan too had one motorbike while Kennedy used a military jeep. Behind them was a long convoy of trucks. At the same time dozens of helicopters flew over their heads, keeping a watch all around for miles to come. The first major city on the path was Leipzig. No fighting ensued as the commanding officer of the city surrendered to Hector. Surrounded by 2 million Allied troops, the little general was scared out of his mind. Photos were clicked and the troops cheered, as each surrender meant a day closer to home. After this, the ride was smoother. Berlin was bombed but the road leading to it was not harmed too much. Hitler's bunker was in the middle of Berlin, along with other important buildings. However, instead of facing heavy pushback, all they found were a few hundred soldiers blocking a bridge leading to the inner sections of the city. In front of those soldiers stood a few German officers, all in their neat and clean dresses. The giant army of the Allies scared them. The steel helicopters in the sky were their envy. Germany had tried its best to produce them but simply could not. They would have vomited blood if they knew that it was made by the same men, Albert Einstein, whom they pushed away from Germany for being a Jew. Halt, wait here, Hector signaled to the army. They all started to spread out and surrounded the inner Berlin. Tall, muscular, old and yet scary, that's all Hector in his bloodied red coat made the enemies feel. The name, the Red Demon, was not for nothing. He walked straight to the German general in the middle, his medals clanking on the chest, the 6 stars on each shoulder shining bright. On his right was the giant monster dog, Captain Mooney, the butcher of Normandy as they called, standing tall proudly. On the left was Logan, the Wolverine, as the Germans called him. Logan actually liked it. The German officer saluted, all other soldiers too. In the military ranks, be it an enemy or ally, rank was to be respected. I am Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, Chief of the German Armed Forces High Command. Here to sign the instrument of surrender to the Grand General of the World Allied Forces. Hector didn't say anything and simply kept looking at Keitel's face. The man was originally supposed to sign it to the Soviets, but this time Soviets were still stuck in Poland. The British Field Marshal, Bernard Montgomery, and the General of the Army, Dwight D. Eisenhower, soon arrived and stood behind Hector. Both were 5-star generals and only Hector outranked them. Why is it not Hitler signing this? Hector inquired. This made Keitel's face contort. A strain on his jaw muscle made it clear he had no respect left for the so-called Führer. He chooses to remain in his bunker, locked. And Himmler? Eisenhower asked. He too, Keitel replied. Nodding, Hector told him to proceed. Quickly, some German soldiers brought a table and 2 chairs. As they sat face to face, dozens of photos were clicked, from the ground and the air. On one side was Keitel with his 100 men, and on Hector's side were thousands of Allied soldiers. Soon enough, the surrender was signed, and it was a total unconditional surrender. On one side Hector signed, on the other Keitel. Montgomery and Eisenhower signed on as witnesses. Yet, the soldiers did not jump in cheer, because they had not gotten to see what they were promised. Hector folded the paper and stood up. Now, walk with me to Hitler's bunker, Keitel. Since he is still alive, I need an instrument of surrender signed by him as well. Can I hope for no senseless violence to erupt, he asked, putting his strong hand on Keitel's shoulder. Why yes. Grand General Washington. Keitel stuttered. After that, the march continued, this time escorted by German soldiers and their commanders themselves. Allied troops slowly spread around and took over major offices to preserve documents that could prove war crimes. This is it. The bunker. He questioned, standing in front of a complex of buildings where in the middle stood a huge block of concrete. Yes, this could have survived a nuclear blast, he thought. Keitel nodded, but also frowned. Yes, but the soldiers inside there are under direct Hitler's command, they are the most elite of the SS. There are around 1,700 men with all the best weapons the Reich ever produced. This is the map of the bunker. So much help, Keitel was a good boy for now. Good, men, arrest Field Marshal Keitel and treat him with dignity. They have surrendered, keep this in mind. Once taken away, Logan grunted, seriously. Treat him with dignity. Haha, he's going to die, Logan. But right now, German soldiers are still surrendering, we must show we're kind folks. Anyway, let's get things done, he turned around to address Eisenhower. Make the preparations, Dwight, I will return in 2 hours. It was a secret order. Saluting, radiant smile plastered on his face, Eisenhower replied from the bottom of his heart, as you wish, Grand General. Hector, Mooney and Logan entered the bunker forcefully by destroying the 10-inch thick steel door. Inside was a small lobby that led to an elevator straight down. As soon as they entered, a dozen SS soldiers, wearing thick suits like future juggernauts, attacked. They were armed with heavy machine guns. But sadly, Logan and Mooney were too fast. They jumped and stepped on the walls, tackling and slashing straight where their necks were. Hector meanwhile simply walked, as no bullet could pierce his skin. He lifted one juggernaut in the air with his palm by the helmet. This is useless, BAM he caved in the helmet, crushing the Nazi's head, A/N, SS soldiers were real Nazis. They bloodied the entire lobby and walked to the elevator. But, it was shut down. So they forced the door open and jumped down the deep dark shaft. Bam. The elevator cabin's roof got destroyed and they ended up directly inside it. It was very cramped however. Mooney, have you grown fat? Bow woo, I'm a healthy growing boy, Dad, he replied. Ha ha ha, fair enough, he laughingly proceeded. With the map in hand, they knew exactly where Hitler was. But first, they cleaned off those who wielded guns. Bang bang. Boom. Guns and grenades, no matter what was thrown, nothing stopped the three. Logan was in awe, this is pretty luxurious, even more so than the White House. Hector grunted, are you shaming me, boy? The White House is maintained by public funds, not dictator's purse. Inside the bunker, all troops were killed. Cooks and assistants were the only ones left, most of them being women. They locked them in one room and proceeded to arrive outside Hitler's room. It too had a thick steel door. Knock knock. Hitler twitched inside the room. The loud booms and vibrations were felt by him. His veins popped up on his forehead, his eyes turned red. Fear was clear in his stutter. Who's there? He peeked out of the peephole. Hector smiled, his proud old face clear in the view. America, bitch. Bam. One strong kick on the door and it flew off like a piece of plywood. Hitler too was thrown away by it, colliding with the wall. He slid off and sat down, blood oozing out of his mouth and head. I'm immortal. You can't touch me. Ha ha ha. Hitler laughed crazily. Not taking any of his words seriously, Hector smacked a nice slap on his face, immediately his cheek and lips bled. Then why the hell are you bleeding? Hitler squirmed in pain. His illusion of immortality shattered. Instantly a blank page was shoved to his face, sign on it. He did it quickly. Taking a pen, with his shivering hands, he signed Adolf Hitler at the bottom. Logan put a camera on the side with a timer, and in that instant, the camera flashed. Hitler is on his knees on the floor signing a paper, Hector, Mooney and Logan standing tall in front. Another historic photo was taken. Happily, Hector took it away and put it in his pocket. His smile sent panic down to Hitler's heart, so he hugged the American president's legs. I did as you asked, please. Don't kill me. Thud he yanked his leg strongly, throwing Hitler away. His face looked grim and serious now and he spoke in the most chilling voice possible. I am afraid that's not going to be enough, Adolf. He lifted Hitler by his hair and tied a leash around his neck. This is who you are, Adolf. Not a German, because they are simple people wanting to feed themselves. But you used their desperation to do all this, destroying the name of all German people. Because of you, not just the world, even the Germans suffer. You are the lowest of the lowest scum, and I shall treat you the way we do in hell. A/N, the war is nearly over, a big fight is coming soon. Then we will have time skips into decades, like the 50s, 70s, 80s. But not straight jump to the current timeline. Space empires, and politics in space are going to be a major part of this story. Chapter 51. End of European theater. Panic swept into Hitler's eyes, his future became too unpredictable for him. The leash tied to his neck was tight and choking him. He looked at Hector in confusion. What do you want? Just then, out of nowhere, a long black leather whip appeared in Hector's hand. It was laced with small shards of glass. Coldness and disregard for Hitler were clear in his eyes. You are going to do as I say, you will shout what I am going to tell you, and if you don't, these whips will not stop. Pa. He slashed the whip once, it pierced into Hitler's skin under his olive green shirt. Whoosh arg. Hitler cried as Hector pulled the whip back forcefully, ripping apart Hitler's shirt and skin together. Deep gashes became evident on his back as blood oozed out. Now, remember these sentences. When I tell you, you must say them, or else, forget not feeling pain. Hector coldly ordered him. He taught all the lines and kept whipping until he got them right. By the end, his shirt was completely removed, revealing his fat belly. It had been an hour outside. Eisenhower made sure to secure the city with overwhelming troops. Forces from Poland had also arrived, totaling 5 million Allied soldiers in Berlin. Soviets were kept blocked inside Poland meanwhile, giving them reasons such as strained supply lines for not letting them march forward. With Berlin being under the total control of the Allies, all generals and soldiers were swiftly arrested, put in trucks and shifted to the POW camps. After that, dozens of trucks started to roll into the city from outside, all filled with civilians with similar clothing. Soon after, they were made to stand on both sides of the widest road in inner Berlin. At the same time, Allied soldiers stood guard on both sides too. People were confused about what was happening and why they were brought here. However, everything became clear a few minutes later. Hector's tall figure appeared in the vision of all. A distance from him in the back, Mooney and Logan were walking. The most peculiar thing, however, was Hitler crawling on his 4 limbs, a dog leash tied to his neck and constant lashes of whips he was receiving, followed by loud cries. I am not German. Hitler shouted as he had practiced earlier. I am not German. I am not German. Slash. Say the other sentences. Hector hit him, making him scream. I used poor German people. I used poor German people. I killed 6 million Jews. I am the devil. Hitler kept repeating these lines as he crawled on the road where beautiful parades used to take place. Now, he was the parade. He looked on the side of the road. People stood there, all in a similar dress with a number written on it. Jews, he exclaimed. Hector, meanwhile, looked around and saw a young boy he had promised vengeance. Eric, come here. Eric quickly ran to him, his eyes red in anger, staring daggers at Hitler. The look made clear to the mad dictator that he had harmed this boy in one way or another. Those eyes were of bloodlust. Here, show him his Aryan supremacy privilege. Hector handed the whip to him. Eric looked at Hitler's scared bleeding body in disgust. You killed my mother, P.A., you killed my father, P.A., you killed my friends and their families, P.A. Quad arg. Neen. I don't even know you, Hitler cried. Eric got enraged and hit him a few times in a row. That makes you even worse. You killed people just because of a flawed evil belief. You killed my parents just because of your ideology. Before Eric killed Hitler right there, Hector took the whip back. Hitler, you will pay for the crimes. This humiliation is a message to the world from me, an example, especially for Hirohito. If anywhere any dictator dared to rise, he would find me, putting a leash around his neck and whipping his back. I shall not tolerate another Hitler. I am not German. Hitler continued to cry, shout, and screech in pain. His own blood left a long trail on the road, proof that this so-called Aryan didn't have golden blood. Photos were taken, ones that would make any enemy of the United States and the free world shudder, while the Allies cheered. With the right propaganda, Hector had made Nazis even more hated than originally. But now his attempts were to make sure the common Germans were not dehumanized. The people, mostly containing Jews, blacks, and many more forced prisoners, were initially silent, in shock of what they were seeing. But soon enough they shouted, cursed and cheered. The date was October 30, 1944, Nazi Germany formally surrendered, Hitler and Himmler were caught alive and the war in Europe was declared over. The Allies were to decide how to divide the territory and govern it so the denazification can happen. Since the war was over, the Yalta Conference that was supposed to take place in the Soviet Union never happened, which meant the Soviets had no big hands to play. Immediately after the war, the Berlin Conference was held. Stalin, Churchill and Hector met to decide the fate of Europe. It was a closed-door meeting where only one secretary of each was allowed. For Hector, it was Kennedy. The room was heated up, not in temperature but instead in testosterone. Stalin and Churchill were barking at each other like hungry lions. Hector silently sipped on some scotch the whole time, his brows twitching every now and then. These motherfuckers are still thinking they can put war reparations on Germany like the last time. The League of Nations failed completely, the United Nations cannot, he thought to himself and slammed his fist on the table. Churchill knew about Hector's power so he shut up, while Stalin was interested. Gentlemen, my humble self has a petition that I would like to communicate to you all in a duly respectful manner. This is my modest opinion and a desire that you all agree to just shut the fuck up, he roared, followed by complete silence. Now that he had their attention, he spoke, now listen to me, cowpokes. It was I, the goddamn President of the United States of America who fought all these years right in the field. I led all the major operations against the enemies. So I decide what happens to the territory now. The Soviet Union will fall back east of Poland, the small nation has already suffered enough. And don't make me remind it was the Soviet Union that first shook hands with Nazis to invade Poland. You will keep Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. Everything west of it shall remain under the United States and the United Kingdom's influence. And since I took over Germany, I get to keep Germany. There will be no divisions, a new political and economical system will be placed here under strict supervision. The mistakes of the previous war will not be repeated. And the UK already has enough problems to solve. Focus on your economy rather than world hegemony. You fools couldn't even realize the threat of Hitler while being so close to him. Without any worries or care he reprimanded and shamed them, he could afford to do this as he represented peak ultimate strength in the world. And besides, he had no wish to keep a good face with the Soviets, the Cold War was inevitable, as it was a war of capitalism versus communism. And he won't let Germany be divided this time either, there shall be no Berlin Wall. Many poor souls would otherwise face Soviet harassment. Not to mention, the Soviet Union, France and Italy are going to use the German prisoner of war, aka the entire German army, as forced free labor to build back up. Many of these prisoners will face torture and will be killed. The Soviet Union would even starve them up as feeding them was going to seem like a loss. It was majorly the SS that deserved all these cruelties, not the common German soldier, because like many other soldiers, they were trying to keep themselves and their families' stomachs fed. If you have any dissatisfaction then speak up, he shut up and waited. Churchill stayed silent, he was yet to win the elections and had a deal with Hector. Stalin was okay with this too, this was his original intention anyway. Once he had a good firm grip on all these locations he would extend Soviet influence. He was hoping for a lot of pushback in negotiations but it came easy. Sadly for him, Hector was playing the double game, by giving the Soviets what they wanted in the short run he was shutting them up. After this, he was going to make sure that all countries bordering USSR territories are pro-capitalist with not an ounce of communist ideologies alive anywhere. We have a deal, President Washington. I accept your terms, now what do we do with Japan? Stalin changed the topic of discussion. Chapter 52. To Japan. Hector started, telling them his incomplete plan. Soviets only knew about the creation of the atomic bomb, they were not involved in it. Even the UK was not given much participation because they were too prone to be infiltrated by spies. There are two options and I shall lay them in front of you, gentlemen. Tell me which sounds good to you. The first plan is a full invasion of Japan. It will be bloody, we will lose millions of soldiers and the war will go on for many more years to come. The second plan is that I shall personally meet their emperor and try to persuade him in a friendly manner. He said, a big smile plastered on his face the whole time. Churchill choked on his tea as he heard friendly. He knew very well how friendly those muscular arms were. Stalin meanwhile had other ideas, he knew the war would cost a lot more and due to the Indian subcontinent joining the Allies and providing immense manpower, northern China and Manchuria were already liberated, this only left Korea. So, there was no reason for the Soviets to fight anymore. Their war was with the Germans because they tried to invade, not with the Japanese. I agree with the second plan, if the president can convince that fool to surrender, this war can end with less bloodshed. However, the Soviet Union will not send any more manpower, we need to start rebuilding our destroyed homes. We can help with guns, ammunition, and the navy, however. The faster the world goes back to peace, the faster we can rebuild. Stalin gave his generic politician words. They didn't have much of a navy so it was pointless help. They were starving themselves so food was out of option. With the deal finalized, the meeting came to an end. They shook each other's hands and left. Hector appointed Eisenhower as the administrator of Germany and its previously occupied regions and headed back to the United States. It was November 5th, voting for the presidential elections was to be held the next day. The war was only over for the normal side of the world. Hydra was still going on and now was much more desperate than ever. Steve was having to work 10 times harder to stop all their evil plans. It was tough, but he didn't want to bring shame to his idol's name, the president. What are you thinking, Steve? Peggy, the official lover of Steve, caressed his manly face as they both lay in bed in a private tent. They had not done it, just cuddled in their clothes. They decided to do it after the war and start a family. Nothing, just, is he going to win the election? I hope he does. I believe he can make sure more men like Hitler and Schmidt don't rise up. Steve muttered. She scoffed, ugh, you think about him every time you're not fighting, you make me feel jealous at this point. And of course, he's going to win. Did you see his photos in the papers? Hitler was his literal dog. Now, I humbly ask Captain Rogers to maybe leave an inch of space in his heart to think about his lover. Steve burst into light laughter. I already have locked you in there, Peggy. And I think I forgot where I put the key. Oh, romantic, our hero is learning it seems, she teased him, pecking on his lips. What can I say, I'm learning from the best. It was his turn to initiate a kiss, and he didn't make it short. Alamogordo, New Mexico. November 6, 1944 was not just the day when voting occurred. It was also the day when in a certain desert, a gigantic flower of fire, heat, and radiation bloomed. So strong and destructive it held the power to strip buildings naked of their bricks and bodies of their flesh. The Manhattan Project, where funds were pumped by Hector, gave a result. Not only did he finish on the European front a whole 7 months early, but also got the atomic bomb a few months early. This time much safely and secretly made. The Soviets could not smuggle out any major documents this time, and this ensured American hegemony all over the world for years to come. But Hector had a burden to bear right now, a moral and ethical dilemma. Drop the bombs or not? And this was why he was headed to Japan himself. At the same time, he announced that Captain Stephen Grant Rogers was going to be promoted to the rank of colonel for his impeccable service. But the codename will remain Captain America. Knowing he had taken some of the limelight away, he heavily promoted Steve, as he was still in Europe fighting the remaining Nazis. This made Steve's status rise to the same level as it would have if Hector was not here. Leaving the elections aside, Hector chaired a very important meeting on the same day. He, Roosevelt, Secretary of Defense, Logan, Mooney, General Phillips and some more generals participated in it. It was to decide what will be done with Japan now. The nukes were still under preparation, so they were not considered an option for now. But everyone did have it in mind. Everyone. I had asked General Patton to prepare a detailed report for me about the possibility of an invasion of Japan. Let's hear him first, Hector voiced from his main chair. The meeting happened in his Oval Office itself. General Patton stood up from his chair and turned on the projector. Thanks to General Douglas MacArthur, I was able to gather all the necessary data needed to make this report. Fellers, the Japanese Army and Navy are not to be trifled with. They are much more high-tech and experienced in all kinds of warfare than us. Before the US entered the World War, the UK was the most powerful power in the world, and the Japanese just walked over them like nothing. They kicked the French out of their Asian colonies. They basically defeated the entire Europe all alone. He changed the slide and continued, recently, Germany tried to fight the Soviet Union and failed, Napoleon tried and failed, which country succeeded? Japan. So, no, they are not just some funny little suicidal maniacs, they are strong enemies who have the power to do what they want to. They are vicious to their enemies, borderline fanatical, on top of that, add racism. In the famous massacre of Nanjing, they literally *ped an entire city, burned it to the ground, killed whomever they found, *ped any woman they saw. They competed with each other for who can behead more people in the least time, and the result is published in local papers. Why such barbarism? Because before the Middle Ages, China's emperor tried to invade Japan and failed. Since then they had extreme hate towards each other. He again changed the slide, this time showing the slide from Korea, where trains were being filled with people, women to be precise, all young. Korea, Japan has occupied the entire region and forced women to join their pleasure squad to become sex slaves of the army. The Japanese army has been brainwashed into truly believing they deserve to rule the world, precisely like Hitler's Aryan theory. So if you thought Europe was bad, invading Honshu, Japan's main island's name, will be at least 16 times worse. They have mountains of ammunition, explosives, experimental jets and whatnot in reserve, awaiting use for when we shall invade. He ended his report with a few numbers. Allies will have upwards of 4 million casualties. This is just getting on the beach. Attempting to take cities will cause much more. The more we will fight, the more their resolve will be stronger to push us back. Well, that was a mood destroyer. All the positivity brought with Hitler's surrender was in the ruins. 4 million deaths, which was not a small number. Hector, too, was shocked. He finally understood why nukes were seen as better options. And he had actually dropped an axe on his own foot, since this time the Soviets won't be declaring war on Japan. It would have given real fear to Japanese leaders because they hate communists. Hector stood up and looked out of his office. People were standing outside the boundaries of White House, trying to take a look at their beloved president. Sigh, and this is probably a conservative number. It's decided then, everyone. I will be heading to meet their so-called emperor. Will you kill him? Roosevelt asked. Hector quickly denied, that would be the most foolish thing I could do. The Japanese consider their emperor a god. If I kill their god, it would only make him a martyr and in the process make the Japanese more fanatic and ferocious in their country's defense. No, I will have a good American talk with him, maybe a few slaps will do. Everyone chuckled at that. Patton, however, had something to add. Sir, let me warn you that if you go there, General MacArthur may create problems for you. His dreams have become too big, he wants to use the war to become the president, so, he will feel threatened by you being there. He dares challenge the president's authority. That's just asking for a court-martial, Roosevelt growled. It seems not being the president was giving him much due rest, allowing him to get more energetic and healthy. He's challenging the chain of command then. Phillips added, he was by now promoted to lieutenant general. Come on, it's nothing. I will have a chat with him. But first, we need to secure the Pacific. The Philippines is still under Japanese control. We will first get that liberated, then I will head to Iwo Jima, it's a tough island to crack. I can help reduce our casualties by a lot. Logan, please head to Okinawa in the meantime. I am promoting you to colonel rank as well, he tasked him. I will, General, but I want to take Mooney with me, Logan requested. This came out of nowhere. Hector looked at his most precious boy for whom he was ready to become Thanos on drugs, my boy. Why? I like his company, he's my good friend, Logan replied. How fucking lonely are you, kid? Hector wondered in his head. But he asked Mooney, you want to go? Wagging his tail, he barked, conveying his words mentally, yes, Dad. We're both Wolfie brothers, we claw bad men down. And I'm a big boy now, big boy goes on adventures. This melted his heart, prompting him to hug Mooney tight in his arms. Ah, my boy has grown up. Okay, the big good boy needs a big promotion, you want to be lieutenant colonel. Mooney tilted his head, confused, Lyrant, it's too hard to remember, Dad. Ah. Is it too hard to memorize? Okay, how about a general? A big 5-star general. He suggested. This made everyone's eyes nearly pop out, even Logan coughed. This was too much, 5-star generals was a rank too high and there were only 5 of them right now. Cough, everyone coughed together, reminding him not to seriously do it, which they feared he might. Hector sighed, fine, you get to be a colonel too. However, you and Logan shall receive a Medal of Honor as well. Wait. He got up and took a file from the cabinet, his face showed a shrewd smile, you all are here, might as well help me sort out these documents and select whom to give the Medal of Honor. Seeing the thick stash of papers, everyone tried to run away. Phillips got up, I have work, I need to return to Europe fast. Hector quickly threatened him, you want a demotion, my friend. Next was Roosevelt, who started to roll his wheelchair back, I have to meet my wife, Hector. She wanted me to return before dinner. Stop right there, Rusey, I know you're just gonna go whoring again. He called him out. They were best friends, this was how they talked to each other all the time. This angered the ex-president, how dare you slander my name? I have been clean for the past 3 years. Nobody believed him, Hector too, oh, by your whoring, I remembered the elections, what happened? Did I even win? Underscore. Even more ticked now, Roosevelt slammed his fist on the table, what the fuck that has to do with me going whoring? He fell for it. Ha 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 ha, oh you poor kid, Hector laughed heartily, others did that too. My friend, you just accepted your whoring. The realization hit, he dug his own grave. Roosevelt vibrated in his chair and exploded in verbal abuse. Fuayuak. Chapter 53, 53. Destroyed in seconds. One could only guess how many electoral votes Hector would win. Southern conservative states were the major problems as Hector's new policies made them pretty unhappy. Hector himself wondered how big of a win it would be. So on November 7, 1944, he woke up in the morning in his bedroom. Mooney had his nice rug on the side of the bed where he slept. Ugh. I had the craziest dream last night, some bald dude wanted to kill me with a punch, Hector muttered while drawing himself to the kitchen to make himself an egg toast. For Mooney, there was special packed food. That was the best thing about living in the White House, his office was there as well. The result should be out by now, he muttered, got dressed in a fine suit, combed his white hair, put some wax on his beard and mustache and headed out. He walked straight to the Oval Office, but on the way, everyone was just staring at him as if there was something funny on his face. Did I lose? He wondered. He entered his office, only to find Roosevelt waiting for him. He had a smug smile on his clean-shaven face. Haha, you bastard, you did you. There is never anything normal around you, is it? What? Did I win? By how much? He inquired. Roosevelt frowned, were you living under a rock last night? Everyone knows you won. Oh, I'm a heavy sleeper, it's been weeks since I last slept after all. So, how's the result? Hector sat down on his chair. Bam. Roosevelt threw a newspaper in front of him. The front page had his face with big and bold letters that were used for the title, "History has been repeated." After 147 years, another clean sweep victory, 531 out of 531. Reading the headline, he realized the absurd situation. "FUCK, I won all states." Roosevelt nodded, unable to contain the excitement. "Fuck yes indeed, you owe me a nice party now. Do you have any idea how big this is? The only other president to have won with a 100% majority has been George Washington, who won 69 out of 69 votes, and now it's you, another Washington. Hee, for Washington I'd say nice. And this means people truly trust in me that I can help the economy and the war. I guess it's time to head to Japan then. But first I should have a press conference and thank all those who voted for me." He got up to walk to the press conference hall. "My dear fellow Americans, my sons and daughters. Thank you for voting for me and giving me the confidence to keep doing what I am. The war in Europe is nearly done, all that's left is the Pacific. For this, I am personally heading out. Wish me luck that I can keep this as less bloody as possible." He addressed the reporters. As soon as he stopped, they started humming like bees, asking questions. "Mr. President, what will happen to Hitler now?" "He will be trialed in a special court headed by the Allies. Their punishment will be decided and it will be executed. Hitler, however, death is imminent for him." Hector answered. "Sir, are you going to forever wear your military uniform?" Another asked. He shook his head. "No, I shall only wear that uniform when my nation needs me to fight. In peace times, I will wear a normal suit." "Mr. President, do you wish to run for another term after winning this one with such a majority?" Someone asked. "Haha, let my new term start before asking this question. And 4 years is a huge time, nobody knows what can happen in that duration." Hector replied. It was enough to answer 3 questions, his time was too important. He got on a plane and headed straight to Hawaii, then to Guam from there. Logan and Mooney had already left for Okinawa long ago, he only hoped they would wait for him. After arriving in Guam, he met General Douglas MacArthur. The guy saluted like he should and sounded normal. But Hector still clarified, "I found out that you have big ambitions." "What's a man without any ambitions?" "You dream big and hope to get something small," Douglas replied. It seemed he had become a true politician. "Well, sorry to spoil your hopes and dreams, but I'm not leaving the office anytime soon, and besides, people won't like your little adventures of keeping a Filipino mistress for fun, it can really harm your reputation, they will call you the General Douglas MacArthur. So, you can either pointlessly keep opposing me, or you can do a nice job here, get to become the administrator of Japan after the war and then return home to become the Secretary of Defense. How does that sound?" Hector proposed, a once-in-a-lifetime deal for him. But he also needed Douglas to be the administrator of post-war Japan because it was his policies that brought the societal revolution, turning a feudal society into a capitalist modern country. Annoyed clearly, Douglas didn't dare to say something stupid. "I acknowledge your warning and your offer, Grand General. How shall we proceed with the war now?" "This fool really thinks he can win against me," Hector silently thought. "I will proceed, you can stay here. You're old, you can't jump a dozen meters in the air." He didn't even waste time and left. The biggest problem in taking back the Philippines was the Philippine Sea. It was the enemy waters, not to mention, the fiercest and the most dangerous battleship of Japan, the largest warship ever built, Yamato was here. With its superior firepower, it had stopped the Allies from moving ahead. He found Joachim Bierberg, a Navy admiral responsible here, "Bring me as close to battleship Yamato as possible. I will take care of everything else. Prepare to storm the Philippines. We're going to head to Iwo Jima in 3 days." They did not waste a second, it was an order from the commander-in-chief and must be entertained. A battleship group was deployed to meet Yamato. The Japanese ship had guns that could fire further than any other, so they had to maintain a safe distance. Luckily, the Japanese side didn't attack, probably thinking this was a routine patrolling by Americans. "How should we proceed?" Admiral Bierberg asked. Hector cracked his knuckles and stretched his neck. He wore his military coat and walked out to the open deck. "Pick me up once I am done, okay?" "What do yo?" God, the admiral couldn't finish speaking. Hector had made a huge jump from their ship to Japanese Yamato in one big leap. A few moments later, these scenes they saw horrified him. Hector single-handedly started uprooting all the big guns on the ship as if they were simple twigs on the ground. Once he had one muzzle of the cannon in his hand, he used it like a bat and started turning the ship into a batter. Loud explosions, fires and shouts erupted. The unsinkable heap of metal, the pride of the Imperial Japanese Navy, just got served. Back on the American ships, officers and soldiers alike saw the scene, all they could say at that was, "Thank God he's on our side." Hector didn't hold himself back. Not every day do you get to be the one to sink a legendary ship. It was a big and beautiful ship, honestly, one that deserved to be in a museum, but sadly, it was also very dangerous. Boom. He threw a big cannon at the commander's deck. As soon as the command unit was destroyed, the ship halted, and lots of instruments stopped working. All this time the sailors were shooting their guns at him, but he didn't even budge. A ship that took a year to build was destroyed in seconds. Hector made big holes all around it, rendering it unusable. Soon, it started to sink as well. He found the commander of the ship trying to run away on a lifeboat. He caught him. No, when the ship sinks, so does the captain. Splash. He threw him into the water. Like hell, the commander of the most important Japanese ship would be a normal person. He had a bright red marker on his head, a sinner, like most others. So, this treatment was normal. All other Japanese ships in the vicinity could only watch their flagship drown slowly in horror. They couldn't do anything to save it. It surely was a huge moral destroyer, and that was exactly what Hector wanted. Chapter 54. An ambitious general. Okinawa. Okinawa was the southernmost island of Japan. Once the Allies had it, they would start bombing the hell out of mainland Japan, and that would also be the final stage of the war. But, it was a bloody battle. The Japanese had dug caves and tunnels all around. One of the major points of struggle was Hakuso Ridge. It was a ridge that the Allies needed to climb. It was steep and the Japanese were holed up above it. Multiple times many small campaigns were made to take it over, but every time they would lose men. This was the condition of the place when Logan and Mooney arrived on special presidential orders. The major general responsible for the battle there showed high respect to Logan, since he was pretty close to the president. "What's the status?" Logan asked, enjoying having people salute him, as it gave him the perfect reason not to talk to people. 30 men lost today, they just claimed back down. Taking this ridge is impossible. We're losing more men than we kill, the general briefed. Fine, I will do it myself. Keep your men ready. When I signal, you send them up. He ordered, walking out. He walked straight to the ridge and started to climb the rope ladders. Mooney too climbed, but he was faster at it. Soldiers from the ground just saw the scene, confused. They shouted at him to come back down, but he just glared at them and shut them up. In a few seconds, he was above it. In front of him was a destroyed battlefield, limbs lying around the ground. There was smoke everywhere, reminiscent of the battle that took place not long ago. Grunting, Logan lit up his cigar and walked forward. "Mooney, you can stay if you want. Your white fur will get dirty otherwise." Woof, Mooney barked back. "Strong boys don't fear getting dirty," he meant. But Logan could only understand the general theme of what Mooney implied, not the exact words. The Japanese were most likely tired too, so there was nobody nearby them. He wanted to find their commanders and kill them first. Sniff sniff. Bow bow. Mooney alerted Logan, he smelled something. Logan followed behind, soon to arrive in a ditch full of loose mud. He simply plunged his hand into the mud and pulled out whatever he could hold. Bam. "What the F, what are you doing here, boy?" Logan was shocked to see a perfectly healthy American soldier. The soldier was hyperventilating, trying to get away. But shortly after his senses prevailed, Mooney was very famous across the country. Everybody knew this dog. I am Private Desmond Doss, yes sir. I stayed behind to help the wounded end. I thought it was enemies. Desmond replied. A/N, for anybody who is confused. Desmond Doss is a character from the movie called Hakuso Ridge, 2016. The main character is played by Andrew Garfield and it's based on a real story. "You a mutant?" Logan asked. "No, I am not," Desmond replied. "You're a super soldier?" This time too he shook his head. Logan annoyingly grunted, "So you're just a dumb kid. Keep on doing whatever you were then. If you hear gunshots, duck down." "Why you're going to fight them alone?" "I'm not alone, Mooney is with me." Logan didn't wait any more, ignoring the boy who had not seen many battles and walked forward to the Japanese camp. It was swarming with enemies and most of them were under the ground in caves. "Can you sniff them?" Logan asked. Mooney nodded his head, his nose shaking as smells overwhelmed him. He looked in a direction and raised his tail straight up. "Got it." Logan drew his claws out swiftly. He was still wearing his officer's suit, so he threw away his tie and opened the buttons from the front. He was told by Hector that the Japanese are still headstrong about winning and will not give up no matter what. They will make the Allies pay in blood for every inch of ground they gain. So, he stayed careful. With Mooney behind him, he entered the cave system. Because it was a closed space, it gave less maneuverability to all the Japanese soldiers. This also meant it was easier for Logan and Mooney to fight since they could jump around wall to wall. Hi-ya. Like a raging wolf, Logan's claws dug into one throat after another. Mooney, meanwhile, used his claws as well as his growling fangs. Their goal was to send the common soldiers into disarray without anyone to lead them. From what was informed in the reports, there were 76,000 plus Japanese soldiers and 40,000 plus Okinawan conscripts. A lot of them have already been dealt with already. Logan was only here to help in the tough spots, not in everyday warfare. Soon enough, the screams and shouts of dying men alerted the entire division of troops there. In frenzy, they would take out swords or daggers, not knowing this was the worst weapon they could use against them. Wolverine, someone shouted, an officer most likely. This name was famous in Germany. You called for me. Logan responded while slashing throats. He wondered, however, what Hector was doing at the moment. The Philippines was liberated. It was back under American occupation. Of course, not as a colony this time. As soon as the war ends, elections will be held. Loud laughs ensued around the entire camp as Hector was talking to soldiers and joking around. Surrounded by them, they watched him with eyes of respect and adoration. They voted for him just a few days ago and here he was, instead of talking to media, standing among them. Where are you from, son? He asked one Corporal Dave. Sturgis, South Dakota, Mr. President, Dave answered. Ah, Sturgis Motorcycle Rally. I've been wanting to go there ever since it began in '39. Maybe I will go there with my son Mooney in '46. Boys, who else is interested in racing this old man on a bike? He asked them loudly. Yeahhhh, they all cheered at the same time. They loved to interact with this old man who seemed all the wiser according to age but still had the charm and attitude that made the young men feel he understood them. Ship horns. Just then the loud horns of a ship resounded in the air. Smiling, Hector announced, go to that ship, you all. It's an ice cream barge, eat all you want, share it with locals too. All of them cheered and ran away to the docks. Ice cream barges were ships that were deployed by the United States Navy to the Pacific Theater to produce ice cream in large quantities to be provisioned to sailors and Marines. It was able to create 10 U.S. gallons of ice cream every 7 minutes. The ships were intended to raise the morale of U.S. troops overseas. Now with soldiers busy, it was time to plan for the next battle. The island of Iwo Jima was in the Pacific Ocean. It was small but heavily guarded. The reason the U.S. needed it was for its 2 large airstrips. They were to be used to bomb mainland Japan and help in taking Okinawa. He met with the commanding generals, and of course, General MacArthur. The general had a very crude plan, it was to send troops and try to take over. But Hector knew that this was going to be one of the toughest battles with tens of thousands of casualties and many wounded. He outright rejected the plan, a good plan, but it will cost us too many lives. Battles are won over many lives, Grand General, Douglas replied, not liking being told what to do. He scoffed, and the brain, you forgot that part, my friend. Never go into a fight if you can win with brains. Our only reason for taking over Iwo Jima is its strategic location. Our only use is its 2 airstrips. Now that the US, UK, and Canada are free from Europe, even if they cannot provide troops they can provide air force. My plan is simple. After telling the men about the battle plan, they got moving. 3 days later, it was all done in such a short time because his plan didn't involve sending ground forces. The plan was pretty simple, barbaric, but effective. On Hector's order, big oil tankers were brought to the shores of the island and then large pumps were used to rain oil on it, making literal rivers of oil flow on Iwo Jima. The major problem in taking the island was that the enemies were hidden inside the many cave systems. With oil even reaching the caves like rainwater, getting to them became easier. After this, tons of napalm came and all 25,000 Japanese troops burnt away with all their belongings and machinery. By the time they were done, the island was like a scorching raging pit of fire. Everything was burning on it, from trees to sand, of course, the Japanese troops as well. The fire eventually stopped after some rain. The American troops did a complete search and destroy campaign to find and arrest any lucky Japanese soldiers later. Within 3 days, the entire island was under Allies' control, and though it was barren wasteland now, nobody cared. The soldiers were just happy that they didn't have to die to take it over. General Douglas MacArthur was embarrassed, but what happened only made him realize why Hector was the president and why he was still here, a general. Chapter 55. Anime Country. The next day, Hector got on a ship and headed straight to Okinawa. His arrival to Japan was heavily reported in various newspapers around the world. To many people, his arrival also meant the end of the war in Japan. In history, Hector has never lost any battle and this was a fact, hence this much confidence. It had just been a week, but to him, it felt like an eternity. When he saw his boy Mooney, he ran to hug him tight, not minding his dirty fur. My beautiful little boy, how were you? You did well. Did they feed you tasty meat? Look how dirty you are, that fool Logan, how dare he not clean you? Come, I will bathe you. Mooney loved being spoiled and snuggling in Hector's arms. He licked his face and made happy little noises. Everyone loved seeing them interact with each other at this point. A lot of the troops here were some who had decided to join Pacific Theater after the war ended in Europe. They were given the offer to either stay at home as their drafts were over or head to Japan to end the real war. About 40% of them chose to go. Hence, a lot of stories from Europe were circulating in Asia as well. In Hector's mind, this world's world war was not just different due to finishing faster, but because he had invested a lot of money to videotape everything that could be, especially the atrocities. Because it was a known fact that someday in the future, a foolish man will wake up and say it never happened. Hence, all the stomach-churning vomit-inducing videos of first-hand scenes of Auschwitz and lots of other concentration camps were safely kept. These will be used in the future to teach people what to fear and why not to support dictators. General Patton arrived from Hawaii with the proposed battle plan, a real planned full-scale invasion of Japan. It was not off the books, hence the mobilization had already started. The proposed plan was being called Operation Downfall. It was the siege of the island of Kyushu and Kanto Plains near Tokyo. The plan was to use the crudest method of warfare, defeat by sheer numbers. As a part, a largest armada would be brought together. 30 battleships, 52 aircraft carriers, 450 destroyers, they will escort 14 infantry divisions of more than 2 million soldiers to the beach. All supported by 1,000 B-29 bombers. The invasion will be the largest military operation ever seen in history, and this was only the Phase 1. The major problem here was that the Japanese knew exactly where the Allies would land. Hence, by estimations, more than 50% of the troops were going to die in this battle, as the beachhead of Japan is already fortified. The US, in preparation, even ordered the metal-making company to start preparing 500,000 Purple Hearts. The worst-case scenario was being thought out. If anybody thought Europe was bad, the real war was only starting. When the troops in Okinawa found out about the plan, their hearts nearly died down. Everyone knew this was as good as a death sentence. Hector saw the crestfallen faces and understood a full-scale invasion can never happen, it's gonna be a death party, absolute madness. Hence, letting everything go, he said goodbye to his troops. Logan, you're going to stay here and help take over the rest of the island. I will head to Tokyo to meet the Emperor in the meantime. Mooney and Kennedy, you're coming with me. We're airdropping straight on top of his palace. And me. Why me? I'm not superhuman, Kennedy stuttered. Why would he, a normal meatbag human, want to drop inside the heart of the enemy territory? Don't worry, I will keep you safe. Besides, don't you want to wear a nice kimono? Treat it like a holiday, one where you might die. All right, peace out, he boarded the plane. A few hours later, the plane flew over Tokyo's sky, it was high enough to not be seen by common eyes on the ground. Hector was using his binoculars to see the Imperial Palace. We seriously bombed the hell out of the city, it seems. But the palace stays standing. He muttered to himself. Turning back, he strapped parachutes on Mooney and Kennedy. You know what to pull to take it out. Remember, do not release early or you will miss the target. What about you? Where is your parachute? Kennedy asked. He grinned, grabbing Kennedy's collar, hee, boy, my legs are too strong for such falls, and remember, real badasses don't use parachutes. And besides, someone needs to reach the ground earlier to stop them from shooting you too. Whoosh. AAA. Kennedy was thrown out, followed by a happy Mooney jumping on his own. Then he waved at the pilots and jumped without a parachute. He fell like a brick, much faster than the other two as he dived straight down. Holy shit, and Mr. President jumped. Without a parachute. One pilot screamed in fear. The other pilot was calm. Oh, calm your tits, he's done it before. I was in Germany with him. He started telling stories. Tokyo, Imperial Palace. The guards at the Japanese Imperial Palace were one of the most well-paid and trained men. They still used swords instead of guns and were very traditionalistic. They were to stop anyone from entering, even if it was some Japanese high general. After all, how can mortals just enter the house of a god? It seems it will rain today. The weather will become even colder, should have brought another coat, one guard talked with another. They stood at the main entrance of the palace. Yon the other guard felt his eyes heavy, it's a bright day, nothing is happening. You want something bad to happen to feel entertained. This is what a normal day is supposed to be, not those where bombs fall on our heads, the soldier scolded him. Soldier 2 scoffed, like we will be hurt. The Americans are afraid of Emperor, that's why they never tried to bomb the palace. SHOOO. The sound of a whistling bomb came, and with a thud, Hector landed right in front of them. Boom! A cloud of dust spread around, the ground under his feet cracked even after he tried to control his fall. He was a behemoth in front of the two guards. Sons, it's not that I'm afraid to drop bombs. I just wanted to meet the ruler of the nation that gave the world anime and tentacle porn. You fucking had to jinx it. Soldier 1 cried and made a run for the signaling bell. He was caught, however, by his collar. Hector spoke in fluent Japanese. "Don't be afraid, boy. I am but a single man, the President of the United States of America, in your terms, Emperor of America. I need to meet your Emperor and talk about the future. So go inside and get someone out who has the authority." The two gulped in fear and confusion, but they understood him clearly. His pronunciation was absolutely correct. Hector has knowingly used the word Emperor of America to make them feel that if another emperor talks to their emperor then it's normal. One of them quickly ran inside the gates and soon after returned with a few armed guards, followed by a man in a Western suit. He bowed to Hector. "I am Kono Fujiwara, the Chief of Staff of the Royal Office of Emperor Hirohito. I welcome you to Japan." This level of friendliness shocked Hector, who had to look behind to ensure the man was talking to him. "What the? This is new, nobody has tried to shoot me yet," he thought. He also greeted him back. "Thank you, 2 more people have come with me actually." Hector looked up at the sky. Mooney came down barking. Kennedy also followed behind. They thankfully landed in close proximity to him. "Mr. Fujiwara, meet my son, Mooney, and my secretary, John F. Kennedy. You are invited to stay in my lord's house, President Washington. He too is interested in meeting you," Fujiwara said in a monotonous voice. He led them inside the palace and then showed a small complex with 2 rooms. "I will return in a short while, the servants will bring refreshments for you until then." Hector was left alone after that. "This is weird, I expected I'd have to kill a few hundred soldiers before they let me in." "Haha, ease up now, Kennedy, it's your lucky day I guess. Lucky that I didn't get shot or because you didn't have to start another killing streak." Kennedy barked. For some reason, he really hated being shot at. But honestly, who doesn't? A/N, LOL. Woof. Mooney had his own requests. "Dad, where is my bamboo hat?" Laughing, he ruffled Good Boy's head. "Son, this is Japan, not Vietnam. That comes later." Royal Chambers. Emperor Hirohito, 43 years old, sat in his chair. Beside him was a woman. Nothing was extraordinary about her, looked average, had an average voice. Yet, the emperor talked with her with respect. "Great Seer Uranashi, your prediction about Pearl Harbor was wrong. I hope this time it's the right call." The woman silently tensed up. She was a mutant and her ability was to predict odds of anything. She had read the odds of Pearl Harbor. They were 90% successful, but what happened was too catastrophic. However, this time she had gotten a full 100% probability that if they treated Hector with respect and heard him out it would benefit Japan and the emperor. "That only time shall tell, Your Majesty. But for now, you must be calm and treat the Americans with caution," she advised him, trying to look sage-like. She had been able to hide her mutant status all this while and hoped to keep it that way, because mutants usually get dissected in labs around here. Chapter 56. Hector's decision. Back in the United States, some strange thing was happening in the state of Pennsylvania. When the World Wars started, around 10 million young men were drafted in for the war. However, 40,000 plus of these young men refused to participate in the war because their religion told them not to kill another man. These men were called conscientious objectors. These mainly included Quakers, Mennonites, Church of the Brethren and Seventh-day Adventists. During WW1, 500 objectors were court-martialed, 17 received death sentences for refusing to fight. Although none of the death sentences were carried out, almost 150 objectors were jailed for life, and others were harassed and beaten. In World War II, the draft law exempted from military service those who, by reason of religious training and belief, opposed the war. The objectors still served. They were assigned to work of national importance. This service fell into 2 types. First, about 25,000 objectors served in the military and non-combatant roles. They were medics who were in the army but didn't carry a gun. Second, those who objected to being in the military served on the home front. About 20,000 objectors fought forest fires, built conservation projects in rural areas, or took care of the mentally ill in hospitals. There were objectors who refused to even register for the draft, believing that the draft itself was supporting the killing. About 6,000 of these men went to jail. But something was happening in a mental hospital that sent shivers down the spines of 4 young soldiers drafted in to take care of the mentally ill. They decided enough was enough and with whatever means possible got a hold of a camera. They clicked photographs and sent them directly to the President of the United States, hoping for a response as they truly loved their president and felt the men would understand. But it had been 3 months and no response had come. They were slowly losing hope that something would even happen. They tried to talk to a few news outlets, but none dared show their photographs. In the end, they too became silent, just like many who came before them. But they didn't know, they didn't get a response from the White House because Hector was not in the country and Truman had not even tried to look at the letter, as it was addressed to Hector's name specifically. January. Tokyo, Japan. Hector did not come to waste time here. He did not need the permission of some self-proclaimed descendant of some goddess to meet him. He was here to save Japan from the misery of 2 atomic bombs. He was the one doing a favor. So, after waiting for an hour, eating the snacks, even playing with Mooney, his patience gave up. There were American soldiers dying in Okinawa as he sat there after all. He stormed out of his room, proceeding to where the Emperor's room was. Many tried to stop him, but only one was able to pique Hector's interest. Why be in such a hurry, Emperor of America, won't you share some tea with me? It was a young woman in her 20s, wearing some sort of dark robes. She had crystal earrings and a necklace around her neck. With her being so close, Mooney sniffed her twice, then barked towards Hector. Dad, she smells just like Uncle Logan. A smile grew on Hector's face. A mutant wants to drink tea with me. Immediately the woman's eyes widened. Fear appeared clear on her face. She frowned, looking left and right, thinking of a way to save herself. Hector chuckled, so they don't know. Don't worry, little one. I won't tell. Care to tell me what are your gifts? Gifts, she inquired in question. Your powers, I call them gifts, he clarified. Her eyes shined. Nobody had ever called a mutant's power gifts in her lifetime, most called it a curse instead. I can see the probability of a favorable or unfavorable outcome of a situation. He rubbed his chin. That was a pretty neat thing to have, honestly. He can know if food will cause him constipation or not. Or Mooney is about to poop or not. That's pretty good. Say, wanna work for me? Mutants are treated better in my nation. I already know a few who work for me. She was taken aback. Why would you? I am Japanese, your enemy. Hector shrugged. Well, isn't it the Japanese who you're afraid of too? And no, I don't see every Japanese as my enemy. Only those who follow the destructive ideology of war and expansion are my enemies. That includes your prime minister, the generals, and possibly your emperor. By the way, what's your name? She bowed and introduced, Yui Fujiwara. Ah, the famous Fujiwara clan. He remembered about it, the Fujiwara clan, a powerful family of imperial regents in Japan, holding the title of Asen. She affirmed, that is how I am still alive, Emperor Washington. He laughed heartily. Wahaha, stop calling me that, I am just the president. He ruffled her head. My offer still stands, kid. Take care. Leaving her flabbergasted and confused, he entered the royal chambers, forcing the door open. Mooney and Kennedy walked close behind him. Finally, the man he wanted to see was there, wearing some sort of official ceremonial garbs. There were also 2 men beside him, on one side his chief of staff and on the other someone unknown. Hector laughingly spoke, using simple English, I expected you to be taller. Emperor Hirohito felt truly terrified by the giant men who ran one of the strongest nations in the world. He felt so small when face to face, he had to look up to address him. And I expected you to be shorter, Hirohito replied. This earned him a chuckle from Hector. Good funny lad, and what are you wearing? Are you cosplaying or something? Get some nice fitting suits, these garbs make you look smaller. What is cosplaying? Hirohito inquired confusedly. He had honestly never thought the meeting would start like this, so informally. He waved his hand. It's nothing. So, where do I sit? Where are the tables and chairs so we can drink some tea and talk? At that point, the unknown man on Hirohito's side spoke up. Mind the language, American, nobody gets to sit as an equal to the living god. You shall sit on the floor, like all Kamo, *GHK. Ga. The man suddenly found himself lifted in the air by the throat. Hector looked straight into his eyes. If he was a god, he wouldn't have to send his men to war, he wouldn't have to make young boys commit suicide with their planes, he wouldn't have forced innocent women to become sex slaves. Why is Japan losing if you have a god among you? He does not see concerns with immortal matters, the men, even while being choked to death, uttered. Hector pressed harder, making his eyes nearly pop out, and doing irreversible damage to the throat. Really? So this translates to, I don't give a crap about the people who worship me, I don't care they are dying of hunger, I am happy, that's all I care for. Is that it? That's your god? He looked at Hirohito. I am leaving, and when tomorrow you wake up to see Japan covered in a sea of fire, remember, this was the men who caused it. Thud. He threw the men away and turned around. He hated being disrespected like that when he was being polite. He had self-respect, and if someone harmed it, he was ready to harm their lives. Thud. Forgive him. Please talk with me. You two, leave. Hirohito himself sat down on the floor and ordered the 2 men. Hector did not stop until he reached the door. What made him stop were the cries of the people that would perish in the blink of an eye. Sure, he had sanctioned Tokyo bombings, but they had not been as extensive as they were in his previous world. He had kept himself restrained from killing hundreds of thousands of people in a night as he knew nukes would be made. He had done so much, there was no point in letting that all go to waste. Fine, you sit down and listen to me. He turned back and sat down right in front of Hirohito. The 2 men also silently left. Feeling alone, the young emperor gulped. He's 44 but still pretty young compared to Hector. Listen to me, son. Call me whatever you want, but I can tell you the future. If you chose to do as I say, Japan will develop into a beautiful and civilized nation, one that is rich with the lives of people better than anywhere in the world. Your art and culture shall influence the world, be it man, woman, or child. Japanese women would become independent, work alongside the men of the house and contribute. A truly progressive society in some aspects. I really like your small nation, or at least a version of it. You must have gotten an idea of what I want. So, stand down, do not waste any more time. He gave Hirohito a vague version of Japan from the future. But this left Hirohito more confused. First of all, he was not as well versed in English, and Hector spoke too fast. The idea of surrender did not even cross his mind, but what he did hear multiple times was the word woman. I am sure we can provide you as many as you want. What the fuck is he on about? Hector wondered. What do you mean? Hirohito took a pause, then made a face as if he gained enlightenment. Oh, if it's something else, we can bring you that too. We have all kinds of people, thin, tall, fat or short. Hold up, is he implying? He stood up in disgust. No, son, I am straight, I like tall, big-boobed, chubby as thick-thigh women only. Hirohito rubbed his chin. That's very specific, hard to find, but nothing is impossible. Mooney laughed in his voice. Wah 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 wah. Hector slammed his fist on the floor. Get your head out of the gutter. I am talking about the total unconditional surrender of the Empire of Japan. There was silence now. The atmosphere immediately turned serious and oppressive. Hirohito took a long breath and chose his next words carefully. I cannot do that. I do not have the power to do it. The war faction controls the government and the military. Tojo will never stop. Hector sneered. And you are supposed to be a god. You are the bloody emperor, the supreme authority. They are making war in your name. When they shout banzai, they do it in your name. You only need to make a radio announcement to your citizens. They will stop because of you, and if my words can't make you, then look at these photos. He threw a stack of photographs. Hirohito picked them up to see. Initially, they showed the dead Japanese people, men, women, and children, who died in bomb blasts and fires. Then there were kamikaze pilots. Then came the photos of atrocities committed by the imperial forces, the photos from Nanking, rapes, murders, photos of Japanese soldiers with a sea of chopped heads decorated in front of them. A/N. I saw this one, all the gore was in them. Then came the photos of Nazi concentration camps that can make anybody's heart shiver. One thing was killing a man, another was destroying him alive. These are either your dead people, those your forces tortured, and in the end, the work of your good Nazi friends. Is this what you stand for? Do you think you will reach heaven after death? After being the enabler behind this. He scolded Hirohito, but there was one small part in his mind telling him, this fool won't listen. And he was right. Hirohito repeated his earlier words, I do not have the authority. Hector sighed, looked at his own feet. Every minute he spent here trying to convince him, an allied soldier died. He spoke to himself in his mind, of course, these fools still think they have a chance to win. They have not seen the destructive powers of nukes yet. Why would they? Why would he be afraid? Fine, you left me with no option. Major Kennedy, bring it, he commanded. Kennedy quickly ran to the room to bring the satellite communicator. It was the size of a common military backpack. Hector picked up the phone and connected with the White House receiver. He spoke directly to Roosevelt, giving the command, drop them. We shall talk again the day after tomorrow. Hirohito, you should get the reports by then. He left the emperor's chambers soon after. The coming day, he roamed the gardens of the palace in Japanese robes silently, looking all serious. He would often drink as well, wondering about his choices. But he knew he was doing the right thing, though the only solace he could take in was the fact that he had initiated some precautionary measures. Chapter 57. Sanctioned destruction. 1 month ago, the White House. Inside the war room, Hector, the vice president, the 3 chief of staff of the 3 services, the secretaries, and a few scientific experts discussed the possibility of dropping nukes on Japan. It was less about if they should and more about where to drop them. Still, a committee of American military generals, army officers, and scientists had come up with a list of viable options. The list went on something like this: Hiroshima, Kyoto, Kokura, Emperor's Palace in Tokyo, Yokohama, Niigata, and finally Nagasaki. The discussion started on which places the bombs should be dropped first if the situation was called for. The men started discussing with each other why which part of Japan was a better target. All cities had military production factories, they all had a large population, some even 1 million if not less. The U.S. Secretary of Defense, Henry Stimson, however, was the only person to oppose something. He outright warned them not to do any harm to Kyoto. Hiroshima was quickly picked up as a target due to its heavy industrialization. Then it came to the next target. They ended up selecting Kyoto. That was when Hector stood up to walk to the giant map of Japan on the wall, showing all its military bases. Seeing them all, he made a decision and announced, we will bomb the Maizuru Naval Base, which is 62 kilometers away from Kyoto, and then Kure Naval Base, 20 kilometers outside Hiroshima City. They all traced their fingers on the map to find these places. Indeed, these two were also strategic places, combined they had a population of 50,000. But they won't have as much of a destructive effect. The generals had no problem with where they dropped them, but the scientists were not happy. The one in the lead tried to convince him, "Mr. President, to understand the effects of this bomb, we need to drop it on a city untouched by the bombings and we need to have a large enough population to research later on." Hector's brows twitched. These were madmen, caring about nothing but their research. He walked to the man and patted his shoulder with a sigh. "You have no idea what you are talking about right now, boy. Kyoto has a population of 1 million, it's a great historic city with thousands of cultural relics of the past. To destroy it is to destroy the soul of Japan. We are trying to break the soul, to rebuild it, not destroy it. You will get your samples even with these two bases. But let me warn you, do not ever talk about the bombs like that, you sound nearly as bad as the Nazis, uncaring about human life and suffering. All of you in the room, after the bombs are dropped, I want you to reach ground zero and see the madness that we have created. Change my name if you don't vomit and lose your sleep for months to come. Remember, today, it's just us who have such destructive weapons, tomorrow others may have them too." Roosevelt, who already knew somewhat about Hector's future knowing powers, saw true sadness in the eyes. He knew that whatever was to come would change mankind forever. The meeting soon came to an end with Kyoto, Hiroshima, and Tokyo being removed from the list. Why was Hector being so kind to the Japanese when they were even worse than the Nazis? It was a simple reason of observation. Hector understood one thing: every common man in Germany knew what was happening with the Jews. After all, the Jews were caught, bullied, beaten, and then thrown out of their homes from the middle of all villages and cities. Common Germans saw all this happening. They saw these Jews working in factories, sweeping the streets, forced to not walk on footpaths. Hence, the entire German population had somewhat of an idea of what was happening. They, too, became the enablers of Hitler's evil plans, unknowingly. Meanwhile, in Japan, an island nation, the common citizen had no way of knowing what was happening outside. Heck, they were told the countries in Southeast Asia were their friends and had joined Japan happily. They had no way of knowing the atrocities committed by their army. Hence, the innocent school-going kid, the simple housewife and a simple salesman of clothes didn't deserve to die. But, some will have to. Peace demands bloodshed first, and he will have to live with this choice. Before leaving for his campaign in the Pacific, he signed the authorization letters. Those few curves of blue ink on a paper were worth thousands of lives, and the weight they put on one's shoulder was incalculable. The day was January 10, 1945, it was a sunny and bright day for Japan. The kids went to school, the women went about doing chores, the men went to work. A major part of the world was burning in flames of war, and these people did not even know an ounce of what was happening. To them, their lives went on as normal. The only change was better employment in various arms factories. But in the middle of the day at noon, the rumbling sound of a single aircraft in the sky pierced everyone's ears. It was the naval base and the surrounding small city of Maizuru and Kure. The names of the two bombs were Shooting Star and Little Sissy. People looked up towards the sky, only to have their eyes blinded by the sudden piercing white light showering the world. Their eyes burned in an instant, melting into pulp. Their clothes burned away, followed by their skin turning into a gooey gory puddle of flesh, then that too turning into ashes, then those two burnt away, leaving behind a single dark spot on the ground. Those under the covers had it worse. They did not die quickly, for them it was slow. They melted and remained conscious until their brain completely got destroyed. Loud screams, cries and screeches resounded the two cities. None could differentiate if it was an animal or a human, for today, all faced the same fate. Everything happened in seconds. The same way the light appeared, it vanished, leaving behind a sea of destruction, all buildings uprooted from their base. Nothing remained standing there, no human survived, not a single lucky soul out of 50,000, as the two cities were too small for such a mad power. All that remained were a few burnt corpses and walls of concrete. Tokyo, Royal Palace. It was midnight. Hector had remained seated that day outside beside a pond of koi fish. His eyes were closed, as he meditated, trying not to think about the scenes that must have taken place in the two cities. He could only hope that the Emperor's sense will prevail. Mooney too sat beside, tucking Hector with his tail and body from behind, his head resting on his dad's lap. "Cough, Mr. President, the Emperor wants to see you," Yui, the mutant girl, called him. He silently stood up and walked to meet the men. He was not in the mood to joke today. Entering, he found not just the Emperor today, there was also a military general beside the chief of staff and the rude guy from yesterday. "What have you decided?" he asked them. Hirohito seemed nervous, looking at the general behind him, not even seeing Hector in the eye. The general spoke in a heavily authoritarian voice. "Japan will not surrender. Your bombs will not scare the spirit of the Japanese. It is our divine will to conquer and rule." "Fine, it is my divine will that I break your throat." He walked forward and jabbed at his neck, punching Adam's apple right back into his throat, effectively killing him. A few soldiers came running, aimed their little guns at Hector, but the men didn't even spare them a glance. It was the chief of staff who had to shoo them away. Then Hector called Kennedy again to bring him the communicator. On it, he gave the last instruction, drop the next one. Hirohito shuddered as soon as he heard this. He knew what Hector did. Hector looked him in the eye. All those lives, they are on your hands now. When you sleep tonight, remember those screams, the dreams that got quashed because of your weak will. You are no emperor, you are a traitor. He walked out to sit by the pond once again, in silence, awaiting the destruction he had sanctioned. Chapter 58. Furious. January 11th. It was evening. Ample time had been given to the Japanese command to surrender after checking the effects of the bomb. Yet, nothing happened. Hence, the plan had a green light. A third bomb, Fat Man, was to be dropped. Once again, the harbinger of death, the lone bomber appeared in the sky. People looked up in confusion as loud sirens would have rung if it was a raid. But then, the white light, like a falling star, covered everything in the city of Nagasaki. Clock stopped at that very instant, 4:31 p.m. Then the heat and sound came, scorching their bodies and destroying their ears. The destructive winds uprooted houses to trees. Men returning home from work found themselves turning into liquid, their skin melting like wax. Before they could even scream, they died a miserable death. A mother tried to shield her infant baby as soon as she felt the unbearable pain and heat, but as she kneeled to cover, she and her child both turned into corpses, then into ashes. They didn't even know what killed them. Street dogs barked and tried to jump into the river, but there was not enough time. Stuck in the molten metal bars, they too turned into ashes. The strong gust of atomic winds then washed all these ashes away, never to be even remembered who it was that died. The city of Nagasaki in an instant turned into a wasteland with nothing remaining, not even the minor concrete buildings, as this bomb was slightly stronger than the previous two. Out of the population of 213,000, 80,000 instantly died. Sadly, many of them will not even be found. Many more shall die in the coming days of radiation. Within 2 days, Hector had killed 130,000 people. This was the power of nuclear weapons, and they will only get more powerful with time. The world shall get more dangerous as more nations build these. But, there was one small point of elation for him. The day the bomb was to be dropped on Nagasaki, all schools in the city were made to go on a field trip to the mountains. Nearly all the children who were not infants survived the blast. This was done with the help of SSR, who sent their spies with Asian features into Japan to sponsor a field trip to the mountains for students. Because tasty food was being offered, nearly all of them came to the school that day. He received an update from the satellite communicator about what had occurred. He sighed and went back to Hirohito's chamber. He didn't speak and simply sat down, making the emperor very nervous. After about 3 hours, the emperor's chief of staff came running in with a document. It had the report of what happened with Nagasaki. The city was gone, erased from existence. Hector spoke at that point. Next targets are Hiroshima, Kakura, Yokohama, Niigata, Kyoto, and finally, Emperor's Palace, Tokyo. Each day you waste, a bomb shall drop. But remember, I will not save the kids again, as I did with Nagasaki. And since I know your intelligence department is slow, for your information, the Allies just took back the whole of China. Now, the only land you have left is Korea, which is being currently besieged. The Emperor and the Chief of Staff looked at each other's faces, their terror-stricken hearts pounded like a fast plane. For the complete 15 minutes, there was utter silence. Hirohito then walked to Hector, sat down on the floor to his level, then kowtowed. Please, stop this. I am ready to surrender, complete unconditional surrender, please don't destroy Japan anymore. Hector agreed. Record your speech to surrender and show it to me this evening. You shall sign the instrument of surrender as well. He left saying this, as he had to contact the Allied commanders and change into his official military suit. He had not really planned any more strikes of nukes either, so this was a favorable outcome. That evening, Hirohito wore a simple Western-styled suit, his face looking sullen and eyes dark. The more information he was receiving about Nagasaki, the more he felt like punching himself for not surrendering before. He presented the audio recording to Hector. Mr. President, do you want to hear it? Yes, play it so I can ensure you are not secretly inciting violence, he wished to hear. In the whole speech, Hirohito didn't use the word surrender. Instead, he made it seem like Japan was just stopping on its own. But Hector didn't say anything. This was how it should be. Good, then sign this piece of paper. The terms will be written after the surrender has been announced. He put a blank paper on the small table between them. Hirohito's hand shivered with each inch he moved. He had no idea if he was doing the right thing. All he knew was that the sooner he does it, the faster the nuclear menace would stop. Eventually, he wrote his full name on it, Michinomiya Hirohito, then stamped on it. Hector folded the paper and put it in his pocket. Your speech will be broadcast tomorrow and... Bang. Boom. Abruptly, loud noises of grenades and bullets came. He looked at the Emperor. What is this? The man was as confused as him. Eventually, the General of Imperial Guard came running, scared, Your Majesty. They murdered Lieutenant General Takashi Mori. They want to occupy the palace and place you under arrest to stop the surrender, to instigate the entire army, and they want to kill Emperor Washington. Who is leading the men? Hirohito inquired. It's the Major Kenji Hatanaka with the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Imperial Guards, the general revealed. Hector sighed, he didn't know this bit of history. A/N, it's real. Ha, some god you are when your men initiate a coup d'état. Hirohito, do you have any safe place to hide? I will deal with them until then. Yes, Mr. President. I have an underground chamber. I shall take the recording with me and keep it safe. The Emperor got up quickly. Kennedy, you go with him. Mooney, you too, your job is to keep them safe, okay. I will send someone to scare these fools, he muttered. Without telling anybody, he used his Hell Summon, the power to open a portal. From it came out the headless spirit of vengeance, the ghost rider that was the body of Romulus. Skull Knight H appeared out of the dark cloudy portal and bowed to his leader. Go and kill all those who are attacking the palace, he ordered. Skull Knight H pulled out the metal chain stuck around his right arm, burned it into flames and left. This whole event scared Kennedy and Hirohito to the core. They wondered what that thing even was. But they didn't have time to deal with that. However, this was not the end of all the shocking mess that night. Hector had angered a powerful being by summoning an entity like the Spirit of Vengeance, that albeit meant to serve for good, was considered an evil thing. What you have done cannot be tolerated, anomaly. At that very instant, a shining yellow circle appeared in front of him. Bome fist punched his chest at a force stronger than he had ever felt in his time here. His body was thrown back at immense speed, but a similar yellow circle appeared behind him. Thud. Hector's body slammed into the ground, rolling over a few dozen times until it came to stop in an unknown place. Everywhere there was dark ash and fire, burning wood spewing smelly fumes. He fell so hard a cloud of dust had covered him. But he did realize where he was soon enough. This is Maizuru Naval Base. Being a small city where a nuke was dropped just the day before, it was still in raging fire, spewing smoke. Nothing was left here, not a building or living thing. A true wasteland. He stood up and glared directly into the eyes of the hovering person coming out of the smoke and dust. He had no idea why this was happening or how he had harmed her. All he knew, he was not anytime soon getting calmer. He was in no mood to joke since yesterday. Now, someone had come in his way of ending the war and truly bringing peace. He cared not for who it was, a superhero or a villain. He started at the person's eyes, anger radiation from his being. You bald bitch, now. I am fucking pissed. Chapter 59. As hooped. The dust settled slowly, over Hector and his foe at the same time. Everything became clear to both. Not caring for anything, he started walking to her. I did nothing that calls for this treatment. While you were sitting in Camartage and sipping tea, I was feeding soup to poor malnourished children in concentration camps. Some died right in my arms. When you were peeping at me, I was fighting for the free world, and you come here, tell me I am an anomaly. The only anomaly I see here is you, sorceress. I am not responsible for the mess that people make. My only responsibility is towards the protection of Earth from mystical threats, and you brought one directly in here that is wreaking havoc in Tokyo as we speak. She talked back loudly. Hector's eyes twitched. Did you even see what that thing is? That's the Spirit of Vengeance, one of the benevolent beings, and he is under my control. Then that makes you an interdimensional threat, she responded, activating her sorcery rune circle. She's not wrong actually. I do come from another higher dimension, he thought, but that didn't matter right now. All he saw here was a power-tripping sorcerer. So we're going to fight. Let's get on with it. I've got a world war to end. He proceeded towards her, making long leaps with each step. She flew in the air and moved towards him. Both her hands had rune circles at this point. She was going to fight close combat, it seemed. A whole foot shorter and much thinner, she looked like a twig in front of the absolute unit of muscle that was Hector. She tried to take the first shot by thrusting her fist at his face. Hector dodged it by sidestepping and jabbing at her ribs. Bam! A loud punch resounded as the contact was made. It was clear that Hector was more experienced. He was the bloody Hell's Inquisitor, for God's sake. He used to brawl with Beelzebub every weekend in Hell's MMA championship. The woman was thrown in the air by his punch and let out an audible groan in pain. Her mouth widened as her lungs exhaled. He had no chill, not giving her any more time. He sent an uppercut while she was imbalanced. Boom! A nice contact was made. Her jaw absorbed the momentum and she was thrown dozens of meters in the air. But he quickly realized his mistake. Since she was hovering in the air, the punch didn't have much effect on her. Taking a lesson, she stayed in the air, looking down. You are not a simple super soldier. You were already this much power, weren't you? He scoffed in dissatisfaction. Flying was cheating. I don't know what you are talking about, Ancient One, I am but an ordinary politician. She didn't buy it, nobody would. You say you are normal, yet you know me without ever meeting. Ah, curse my mouth, he sighed in displeasure. What do you want? You out of this dimension. Out of all the things, I cannot see your past or future. And because of you, now half of the world is beyond my vision, she said, not coming down. So what? You were never supposed to use Infinity Stone to see the past or future. Doing that has made you an addict. It's your drug. I cured your addiction and now you're having withdrawal symptoms. Forget about that power and save reality in real time, he advised her, but of course, she would not take it. Normal, you said, she derided. What appeared to be a power buff, she made a giant rune circle behind herself. The light exposure made her figure look like a shadow, but her eyes did shine bright. Hector on the ground frowned. He didn't know about such a spell. If you won't come down, I will have to come up there. He kicked the ground with his mighty legs, making a small crater there. His speed was immense and his aim was Ancient One's throat. Like a stormy wind, he was in front of her in no time. It took her by surprise since she didn't expect this speed from a tank like man. Crack. Fuck. He let her go to jump back. But it was too late already. He was in the mirror dimension now, the most OP powers these sorcerers have. She spoke to him before leaving him stuck. I will only let you out if you tell me who you are. Until then, enjoy this seclusion. And she was gone. Hector didn't panic, he instead looked left and right to find any vulnerability. Think Hector, you're supposed to be a half-demon half-angel, I'm a bloody god. He had no such powers that could allow him to break this dimension. But, then he remembered, ha ha ha, poor her, he took out his Godpad Pro through which he could connect with a different dimension, through it he can enter his personal dimension, Funhouse. He immediately disappeared from the mirror dimension, arrived in the hellish Funhouse dimension. He saw Erskine basking under the radiation of lava as if it was sunlight. The men waved at him. Hello, Mr. President, is the war still going on? I just finished it, but a witch is trying to beat me. See you later. He returned outside. Since the mirror dimension was a replica of the same location, he just appeared to be standing there. Did you miss me? He mocked. Boom! A punch directly to her face, breaking her nose and making her bleed. She was thrown away with such intensity that she knocked down a few burning trees and walls. She could not believe someone could be mortal, yet so strong. Everything she threw at him was failing. Groaning in pain, she stood up in her place, healing herself with sorcery. Rhea. But just then, out of nowhere, a man attacked her. It was not Hector, someone else, an animalistic man who moved on all limbs and had claws. I am his bodyguard. Logan roared. The man was just doing his duty, but why the hell was he only wearing tattered pants? Oi, let her be, she can hurt you real bad. Logan didn't stop. Equal right, you told me. So what if she's a woman? Sighing, he walked to them. Why are you even here? You were supposed to be in Okinawa. Ancient One blocked Logan's strike one after another, but she was injured. Logan was also not holding back. I ended the battle in Okinawa. You took Mooney as well. So I decided to come to Tokyo, but then this weird bomb dropped on my head. I was burnt to dust, just got fully revived. Hector lacked words to address this situation. He could only shake his head. Son, you're one mad lad. Now, let her go. She can hurt you in more than one wa. Ah. There you go, into the mirror dimension. Ancient One locked Logan away for being too much of a nuisance. She could not heal herself while distracted. But it was her delusion that Hector would allow her that opportunity. This ends. He pounced at her, grabbed her neck with a firm grip, slammed her to the ground and then BAM punched her once on her face. BAM he did it again. You should never attack people without understanding them. BAM, if you had come in peace, I would have told you everything. BAM, you are nothing but a spoiled brat, having been too strong for too long without facing any challenge. BAM, this is reality. You are also just a small step in the food chain, so always be humble. With his constant punches to her face, she bled, got bruised. She tried to get away from his grip, but no amount of sorcery could get him off. She wondered why it was so ineffective on him, why he wasn't even reacting to it. She tried to kick her legs, but only met a merciless barrage of punches. She had never in her life suffered such a humiliating defeat. Shrugging everything in the name of the greater good makes you the last person who should be giving me a lecture. Not me, you are the one who draws her powers from the dark dimension, foolish woman. He paused for a second there, his fist pulled back, aiming at her face. Ancient One closed her eye in expectation, but this time it didn't hurt. Instead, Hector put his palm on her forehead. Going against what she thought, that today is her end, he let her go and walked back. He stood a few meters away from her, watching as she struggled to get up. She did not look okay at all. Yet, she took a fighting stance, reigniting the rune circles. Hector chuckled, I honor your determination. She silently stared at his proud face, confused why he let her go. She was still confused about what this man even was, knowing so much about her, it was as if, while she could not see anything related to him, he saw everything related to her. Snap. She noticed her rune circles flickering like a light bulb under low voltage. This shocked her. At that very instant, she realized something more. Her hand automatically went to her forehead, trying to touch something. She didn't feel it, the dark mark. She took a glance at Hector again, who grinned this time. Her mind felt much free at this instant, as if a constant pressure was gone. She didn't have to fight the dark desires looming to grow in her mind. She felt weaker, but also fresher. The dark presence that kept talking to her conscious, calling her towards itself, enticing supreme power, it was all gone. She had let herself be tormented in return for these powers for centuries. She had given her all to keep herself sane. After centuries, she was feeling her powers drain again, yet she had no words to complain. It was now less taxing on her body, almost relaxing. Her eyes twitched, ignoring the pain. She asked, "Why? How? Who are you?" Chapter 60. End of War. Why? How? Who are you, was what she asked in eyes filled with confusion. Hector crossed his arms, standing tall in all his awesome might. He scoffed at first. You don't need that world-eating Dormammu's powers. I'm here now. Let me introduce myself properly this time. I am Hector King, at Washington 2. I am Hell's Inquisitor, the exorcist of all omniversal dark entities. It's not a pleasure to meet you. Like a gentleman this time, he introduced himself. Ancient One slammed her fist into her palm and gave a monk's bow. I am the Sorcerer Supreme, Yao. Catch. She caught a vial filled with clear liquid. He instructed her, that's a special liquid that can heal you. Put it on your face, except that's Mooney's saliva. What do you mean by omniverse and hell? She inquired, not putting the liquid on her face. Do you know what multiverse is? He asked her. Getting a nod, he elaborated, well, like there are an infinite number of the universe that creates one multiverse, there is an infinite number of the multiverses. The place where all these multiverses exist is called omniverse. Any being that resides in this multiverse can never comprehend what exists outside it. Since I am so above all dimensions, I can basically one-shot any dark entity, like how I knocked Dormammu out of you. So you are not just interdimensional but an extra-dimensional being. That makes sense. Since you are not connected with this universe in any way, you are not bound by the rules of the Time Stone either. Ancient One muttered to herself, finally getting an answer to her questions that troubled her for a few years now. Why are you telling me all this? Isn't this supposed to be a secret, and what are you doing here then? She inquired. After all, why was such a high-level being living in a lower dimension? 1. I do not give a crap about you. You are too small in the hierarchy for me to care about. 2. I'm on a vacation and decided to fix America while at it, not make it all that sucky, do something good other than just screeching freedom all the time. He explained, patting his clothes. The only reason he was telling her all this was because she was too disconnected from the world. Now she knows that an entity like him lives in the world, she won't bother him and also feel confident about keeping the realm safe. She could agree on that. I did see the state of the world until you become the president. Indeed, it was sucky. The army meant to defend became the one to invade. But it seems everything's changed now. Don't worry, more or less, the lives and history of the future Avengers will remain the same. They are something called a constant. They are bound to exist in each universe in the multiverse, maybe not exactly the same, but they will. He patted the Ancient One's shoulder and walked away. Now, will you drop me back at the Tokyo Palace? I need to end the war. Free Logan too, he requested. When he saw her move the sling ring to make a portal and free Logan, he truly felt a bit envious. But, I will not fall to these temptations, I got better powers. Of course, Mr. President, she gave him the due respect now. It seems the beating brought some humility to her. Truly, every single all-powerful being in the universe needs a beating after every few years so they don't become too cocky. Hector did think of doing this. I am on a journey to fix things, maybe I can give some ass-whooping to Odin someday. Rhea. You bald bitch. Logan jumped toward the Ancient One, this time being stopped by Hector. Calm down, wolf boy. She's not going to attack anymore. We've come to an understanding, he told him. But Logan still wanted to slice her in half. Where the fuck did she send me? I was running for miles upon miles, there was not a thing alive. It was a mirror dimension, Logan. It's just like our world but nothing living exists there. It's magic mumbo jumbo. Upon his explanation, Logan calmed down. I hate magic, spits. Forgive me for misunderstanding you, I did not know you were on the good side. She bowed again to apologize. Don't mention it. If I was in your place I would have been confused and scared too. But remember, which side is good can be subjective. After all, for the common Japanese villagers, they were the good guys, but for any Japanese soldier with a conscience who was in Nankin, he knows he's the bad guy. My only advice for you is to be a bit more considerate of the people, not everything has to be related to interdimensional threats. Anyway, see you later, if our paths cross again." He shook her hand. "I have a feeling they will, Mr. President, good luck." She closed the portal as soon as Hector and Logan were gone. What an embarrassing day, she thought, and went back to Camartage, thinking that at least nobody saw her being beaten so badly. Hector looked around. The place he stood not long ago was now swarming with Japanese soldiers. These were the rebels who wanted to start a coup. They looked scared and some were crying. Logan was efficient in cutting each one of them in the quickest time possible, possibly his personal record. Once they were done, Skull Knight H came in, his body in flames. "Sinners have been purged, Lord Inquisitor," the knight informed him. "Good job, you can go back now," he ordered. Immediately a portal appeared for him to head back to the funhouse dimension. Logan's jaw was left wide open. This was no mutant, it was pure occult. What was that? "Just a helper I got in my spare time." "Let's go and get Hirohito out. I wonder if Kennedy got the message out." He walked towards the secret vault. He could feel where Mooney was. When he busted open the vault, there was only darkness. Immediately Mooney zoomed out and hugged him, wagging his tail at the same time. "Haha, what happened? Why was it dark, and why is Emperor's chief of staff dead?" Kennedy appeared, his pistol out and face frowning. "Fucker wanted to kill me and Mooney to stop us from telling allies the war is over. He was with the rebels. He had a pistol, shot the communication machine and the light bulb. I was quick enough with a bullet to his head." "Then why does the Emperor's ass have Mooney's bite marks?" Hector asked. That was indeed confusing. In the darkness, after Kennedy had killed the chief of staff, he had heard the Emperor's cries, probably got confused due to darkness. That was not possible though, Hector knew it. Strange, Mooney and I can see in darkness. Then that means, he bit the Emperor's ass because he wanted to. "Wahaha, naughty boy," he laughed and caressed Mooney's head, asking mentally, "Why did you do it?" "Dad, I wanted to see if Emperor was a soldier. If his ass was hard, he was a soldier, but it was the softest ass I had ever bitten. He's a vanilla boy, I can tell." Mooney explained his reasoning. "Can't argue with that." He chuckled and helped the Emperor by putting the healing saliva of Mooney on it. Of course, it came out of a vial, not directly from the good boy's tongue. "All rebels have been dealt with. It's time for you to tell your troops to stand down. And I don't have the means to contact my men. Do you have a telephone?" he asked the Emperor. "It is, in my office," Hirohito, now pretty traumatized, informed. So they headed straight to his office. Thankfully, the staff of the palace were not killed and they came to help. Not to mention, the true loyalist army also came. They saw the dead bodies of the rebels and felt confused as to who did it. By then, Hector was on the phone, talking with MacArthur. "Yes, the Emperor is beside me. He has surrendered. The speech has been recorded. It shall be announced tomorrow. A coup was conducted by some army men here. It's thwarted. Keep the men and ships ready to enter Tokyo Bay." After his command, Hirohito called a few generals he knew would listen to him. In all reality, all these generals were pretty happy to hear the Emperor accepted the term since they knew it was a lost war. Just like that, officially, the war came to an end. The next day, January 12, 1945, Hirohito's pre-recorded message was broadcasted through the radio and then into the speaker system of all the major cities and towns. All the people stopped doing whatever they were and stood still to listen. By the end of the address, all those with normal brains understood that Japan had lost. This was a surrender. The very same day, a giant fleet of warships and aircrafts arrived at Tokyo to take the charge and start arresting the war criminals. The list was already made, all that was left was arresting. But sadly, many of these cowards will commit suicide in their messed up ancient culture of seppuku. But in the eyes of Westerners, if you can't face the consequences of your own actions, you ain't man enough. No better than one Ballman Hitler. I'm handing you the command now, General. Make sure you do a thorough job. Restrict troops from entering nuke sites without anti-radiation suits, or else they will get cancer or something. He warned General MacArthur. His job was to finish the war with the least loss of life. He had done it. Quite possibly he had saved America billions by saving the soldiers, as dead soldiers mean they would have to pay the GI life insurance money to families. MacArthur was surprised, however, that bomb causes cancer. It's radiation, General, that's what radiation does. Anyway, a few people will be coming soon to see Nagasaki. It is more of a warning to not play with fire for them. He briefed. But the thing was, the scientists were still researching about the nukes and their radiation. Anyway, MacArthur was an old man, he had no care for it. What should we do with the Emperor? Hector quickly stopped the men from thinking something funny. Leave him be, he's a spoiled man-child with not much power. Yes, he most likely supported his army initially, but I think his common sense prevailed. And if we touch him, we will have to fight the Japanese population on a whole another front. Hence, don't go after him without my permission. I have to be in Washington, D.C. I will leave as soon as the official instrument is signed. But what he didn't know was that a mess from the Department of the Treasury was waiting for him, a mess that he had let accumulate, as it served his best interests. Chapter 61. WTF, Canada. The war was over, the official instrument of surrender would be signed soon enough. The entirety of America and Congress was simping for Hector at this point, be it from any side, they just loved him. His propaganda from all the photographs and the recorded videos had worked wonders. Not a single day went by when his name was not in the papers. But the documents were out, and Congress got a hold of the investigation and the subsequent results. Tens of millions were missing from the government's treasury, the money was issued by the president and where it went was unknown. The thing with the media was, they were hyenas, they jumped from one sensation to another because in the end, sales matter. Hence, when the news was made public, dozens of papers posted them. However, most still kept a decent attitude and left some gap, saying that the reasons can only be revealed by the president after he returns. Now, since Hector was the president, he had absolute immunity, so no criminal proceedings could be held against him. He had an absolute majority in Congress, and they couldn't do anything either. Their only option was to make a congressional hearing and politely ask Hector to appear before it and reveal what happened. Still, if he wanted he could reject it, there was no law that compelled him to answer to anybody. Unknown to everyone, Hector knew about all this all along. Tokyo. It had been one day since the war had stopped. Quickly the delegation of the Japanese government was decided and sent to sign a surrender. However, when the Japanese Foreign Minister Mamoru Shigemitsu and Gen. Yoshijiro Yumizu arrived at the harbor, they were shocked to see a new huge ship. It seemed to be newly painted and their jaws hung open, it was even bigger than Yamato. "What ship is this?" the foreign minister inquired. The officer escorting them replied, "Oh, this beauty. This is the supercarrier, USS Hector K. Washington, named after the most beloved President and General of the United States. It just left the docks and arrived here." They were taken on board the ship, it was big, much bigger than they could imagine. Standing on top of the empty deck, it felt like a playground field that stretched for as far as they could see. In the middle of the deck was a table set with a chair on each side. Behind the table stood Hector in his red military uniform, folding his arms and looking proud as he smoked a cigar. Behind and beside him were other big generals from allied nations. Dozens of men had surrounded them. "He's short," Douglas muttered. "He's not the emperor, you think that guy would appear in public at this time?" "But yes, emperor is also very short, I'd say 5'4", Hector replied and walked forward. "Come, Foreign Minister Mamoru Shigemitsu and General Yoshijiro Yumizu, let's get this over with and start rebuilding your nation." Since it was unconditional surrender, there was nothing to talk about except signing. The foreign minister took the seat first, he took out a pen from his own pocket. He read the details carefully at least twice with his monocule. However, just then he started to feel a certain vibration in the air. He instinctively looked up, and all he could think of was complete dread. There in the sky were hundreds upon hundreds of planes, all in disciplined formations. There were more than 100 helicopters, all flying at a lower altitude over them. It was the 20th century version of the Roman tradition of making defeated enemies pass under the yoke. This made him feel, this is what we were against. The Japanese propaganda had multiple times declared that the Americans are uncultured, indisciplined barbarians. But, it was far from the truth. This only made him see the surrender as something acceptable because if they do not, there would have been no Japan left. Hence, he signed first. Then General Yoshijiro Yumizu signed as the representative of the military. After this came the turn of the allies. Hector went first as his signature mattered the most. The position of his signature was on the right while the others were on the left. He signed above his designation, Grand General of all Allied Forces and the President of the United States of America. Then came General Douglas MacArthur's signature. There was no other U.S. representative, as Hector himself was. Next was the Republic of China's representative. Then the UK, India, Mexico, Soviet Union, Commonwealth of Australia. However, a fuck-up happened at the next stage. It was none other than America's friends across the border, Canada. Hector facepalmed, "Damn it, Colonel Cosgrave, Bud, you were supposed to sign above the line, not below it." Colonel Cosgrave frowned and turned his head to look better. Forgive me, my one eye is blind from a First World War injury." Everyone shook their heads and continued. The French representative next had to cross the previous name and edit the text to write his nation's name and then sign. The Netherlands and New Zealand had to do the same. Due to this, the document ended up looking weird near the end. But who cares, war was over, it was party time. Wolf Mooney suddenly voiced. Hector's heart melted. Of course, you're a colonel too, the first among your species. Okay, come, you get to sign as well. Just a small tap. All generals and representatives of allied nations looked at Mooney with wide smiles. Heck, the guy from the Soviet Union also seemed like he would jump to pet Mooney. Asterisk paw. And there it was, history made, Mooney's paw marked the instrument of surrender of Japan. The Japanese representatives could not understand whether to take this as an honor or shame. A similar document was signed for the Japanese to keep. This was a simple paper with no leather cover with seal. This time Canada didn't mess up, Mooney still signed. The Japanese general saluted, the foreign minister shook his hand and hurriedly left the aircraft carrier. As soon as they were far away, smiling, Hector went to the edge of the deck and looked at the troops below. All those not selected for duty here, get ready to go home. Yeah. Victory. It's over. Various emotions speared out of their hearts, they started hugging each other, dancing, and some took out their musical instruments. They had survived one of the bloodiest years in human history. At the same time, the Allied forces of 10 million soldiers in the Asian campaign finally cheered loudly. They were currently in the process of taking Korea, but then the Japanese soldiers showed a white flag. With this, the war was finally over. Back in the United States of America, radio constantly reminded everyone what historic thing took place today. A majority of soldiers had returned home who were in Europe. Now was the time for men from the Pacific. Celebrations erupted in an instant, streets got filled with people dancing or jumping around. It was VJ Day, and of course, some history repeats itself as an iconic photograph was clicked in New York Times Square, a sailor kissing a total stranger, a dental assistant. The only difference was that someone was holding a giant poster of Hector in the background. These posters were too common across the country by now. This was a celebration that would go on for a whole night and a whole day. At the same time, Hector got onto a ship bringing the soldiers back home. His duty was over, it was time to put this uniform down. That was until the world needed it again. Austria. The war on both fronts was over. Yet Schmidt was hidden somewhere, plotting something. Thankfully, they had Arnim Zola in their custody and he was being completely helpful. It's Valkyrie, he's waiting for its completion. Once made, he can fly directly over any city in the United States and drop bombs of the same or greater intensity than the nukes. Zola warned them. How long before he completes it? Steve asked him. Zola had no idea. I don't know, when I left it was half complete. It's been more than half a year, it could possibly be ready already or not. I've told you the location, it's under the Alps, a mountain is hollow from inside there. Steve got ready, I should take a look. Wait there, Colonel Rogers. I am coming with you, we have no idea who we will find there. Phillips picked up his pistol and coat. Let's go then, Peggy got ready too. Steve paused at it, this angered her. Stephen Grant Rogers, do you think because you're a superhuman that makes you better in techniques? Steve smiled, she always teased him like this. It was indeed true however, her technique was better than him. No, I was just admiring the beauty, let's go. Phillips grunted, arg, if you two lovebirds are done, let's move. Seriously, Rogers, I miss the old shy and virgin you. I'm still a virgin, sir, Steve unknowingly blurted. By the time he realized, his face was red. Ha ha ha, too bad, never leave things for later, son. The devil often strikes when you least expect it, Phillips advised and moved on. Chapter 62. The Congressional Hearing. Although Hector was supposed to head straight back to the US, seeing that Steve was still in Europe, he decided to check up on him and also see if the butterfly effect had changed anything. Turns out, yes, it had changed a lot, maybe not the final outcome but what preceded it was much different. As he arrived at the base, he was invited by Peggy and Steve for something special in the local church. We want you to be the one who presides over our marriage, Peggy said. Surprised, he asked Steve, you're getting married? At this, the two lovers held each other's hand. Yes, Mr. President, what Colonel said some days ago hit me. I can't put things for later, anything surprising can occur at any time. Since we love each other, we decided to get it done. So they want their virgin president to be the priest, haha, he chuckled internally. Sure, I will read your vows. They cheered. Steve wore his complete military uniform and Peggy did the same. Because of Hector, even Peggy was given a real military commission and made a major, she deserved it. As a witness, there were General Phillips and Mooney. Phillips, as always, looked as if his fifth wife died in a row. He was also double-timing as the cameraman. Mooney acted as the ring bearer and brought the small box tippy-toed. He received a lot of kisses from Carter for doing this. Steve, do you promise to be a good boy and always take care of this beautiful girl, cherish her, keep her happy and be by her side whenever she needs you? Hector didn't read the vows, he just said whatever he wanted. Steve happily agreed, yes, I promise. Peggy, do you promise to be a good girl and always take care of this foolish innocent boy, care for him, keep him happy and be by his side? He asked again. Always, she happily responded. God, I feel sad for her now, maybe I can do something later. Hector thought about what was to come for Steve. Then you may seal the deal with a kiss on lips, he closed the Bible. Kachak. General Phillips clicked the photo masterfully. As expected from a top spy. In the frame, however, there was Hector behind them, grinning, and Mooney, standing beside Hector, happily looked at the couple. "Phillips, set the camera on a timer and come here, you need to be in the picture," he called them and two. And soon, a picture that would be remembered in years to come was clicked. History had changed already, might as well enjoy the changes, that was all Hector thought. He was happy for Steve and Peggy, for however long it may last. "Okay, go and do what lovers do in your bunkers now. I gotta get a report from my commander." Phillips left quickly. Hector too decided to leave. "Kids, don't overexhaust yourselves tonight, you've got an important mission tomorrow." Peggy grunted after he left. "Ugh, old people, they always know how to embarrass the young ones. We will be heading in to deal with Schmidt, hopefully, it will be the end of it. He wants to drop bombs on America, so I hope you keep things prepared there and send some fighters to blow the plane in midair if we fail." Phillips informed him about the plan. The plot of Schmidt didn't change much. This was probably because Schmidt was never really totally connected with the Nazis, he was just using Hitler. "I wish you luck, Phillips. I will await your return. SSR will probably have to be renamed and become even bigger. There are threats much bigger out there than Nazis, I will need you to deal with them," he praised the old man. Despite being at this age, he was not afraid of picking a weapon. Great quality as a leader. After this meeting, he had to get on a plane to enter the East Coast. The pressure on him was increasing every day with more and more people coming out against him. They demanded his impeachment or some other harsh step, all because they thought he committed a scam by swindling American money. Right at that moment, they were trying to rally the public behind in their opinion. Hector had let this matter reach this level because it made clear to him who was a friend and who was a foe. Who to get rid of later and who to keep. And it was finally time to end this whole nonsense. He had too many things to do, such as helping the hungry orphans in Japan. The kids who were saved from Nagasaki were also alone in a very exploitive world. There was also India, which had suffered from the biggest famine recently and was still recovering. There was China, left ravaged by the Japanese army. Germany, Poland, Austria, and many more nations with their Jewish, Gypsy, foreign nationals, socials were left skin-thin after suffering from the camps. They needed a lot of care to get back to good health. They could not just be fed food as that would kill them, they needed extra care. On top of that, there was the task of bringing the criminals to justice. He was going to meddle in trials this time and more people will get the death punishment, as in his books, among all men, these deserved to die. Anyone that had even an ounce of affiliation with the SS was an automatic death sentence. Not just that, Hector had asked a few men to start compiling a book, which he named Book of Blood Records. It will have testimonies of the soldiers, the resistance, the unfortunate ones, last words of men, all kinds of emotional things. This book will be the proof for tomorrow, about how bad the world can be sometimes. Right the day he landed, he was greeted and cheered by the people of New York. They gathered around his car and saluted him, throwing flowers on his motorcade while he stood up, looking and waving at them from the sunroof, a new concept he suggested. They chanted some victory songs, the national anthem and much more. But by far his name was a common theme. However, the nation was in shock when Hector agreed to appear in front of the congressional hearing the very next day. When he arrived at the hearing to take a seat, a photograph was clicked, which showed the side shot of the entire room, with Hector sitting in a chair in front of a few senators sitting in high positions. This photo was immediately sent to the news companies for making an edited version of it. The edited photo showed an image that was divided into two. The right side had Hector's photo from this hearing, while the left side had a side photo of the hall where Nuremberg trials were being held. The headline of the article was going to be, "One side punishes the evil, the other punishes the good. Politics falls to its all-time low." But of course, these articles would come out the next day. For now, Hector had to make sure he shames the political world to the point that nobody will think of speaking against him or making scandalous baseless remarks. He showed clear proof first of all. "Yes, I have taken out $23 million from the treasury and used them. I signed them during my presidency. I have also sold every single piece of my old ancestral land that I had so many feelings attached to. The only piece of property left for me is my house at Mount Vernon." He made the saddest and most emotional face he could make before continuing, "I am quite literally, absolutely broke. All because I wanted to save as many lives as possible, and I was able to do it, no matter how many sacrifices it took me." "Where did you send the money, Mr. President?" a senator asked. Sighing, he replied, making sure to look and sound sad for the recording and live audio telecast. "For this, we will have to go back to somewhere in the middle of 1941, before we officially joined the war. I personally went on a secret mission during that time. It had two parts. One was to save the scientist that brought us Captain America, and another mission which was to save countless people. All alone, I went deep inside Poland during that time, just to meet one man. A member of the Nazi Party, an industrialist. His name was Oskar Schindler. Book of Blood Records, not real. Herman, a former Luftwaffe fighter pilot, we realized the war was over when the Americans started sending their planes up unpainted. because this meant they were producing planes faster than they could paint. Sergeant Matthew Paul, U.S. Army. At first, I hated this war, bringing our asses across the ocean to fight some crazy men, for people we don't know. When I saw the stenching camps, it all made sense. Albert Martin, French Resistance, my wife was raped and murdered, my hiding son died after they set the house on fire. I knew then, there was no God, my solace was my gun from then. Jonah, a German soldier on D-Day, I saw the medical kit of a dead American soldier, there were chocolates and cigarettes, I realized the war was over right there. These were luxuries that only our officers could have. Ella Gertner, an actress, Auschwitz survivor, my father converted us to Roman Catholic in the hope to survive. They still considered us Jews and sent us to the camp. On the day I was to be gassed, Mr. Washington came and punished the guards. I hugged him the moment I saw him, I felt warm and knew I was saved. We were saved. Chiranjit Singh, New Indian Army, we were starving anyway, so when we heard they needed new soldiers, my father and the rest of the family volunteered for 3 months of training, for food and freedom. I just had 5 brothers and a father, only I returned home. Now, I am free and have food, but no family. Bingwen Zhao, Chinese village resistance, they treated us worse than animals. What did we do to them to deserve this? Fighting was the only option they had left. Kiyoshi Haishi, Imperial Japanese Navy soldier, I saw them behead 100 men and women in a competition, I knew it was wrong, against the Japanese spirit. But I was a small soldier, if I had voiced, I'd be the one facing that sword. Lt. Paul Owens, 101st Airborne Division, killed in action, I have come to do my service to the nation as an American. If you get this letter, Jane, then I failed to do my service as a husband and the father of our child. Please use GI insurance to start a new life and take care of our son. Love, Paul. Chapter 63. Guardian Angel Plot. 4 years ago, in 1941, Poland. Hector had gone deep into German territory after saving Erskine and had taken the uniform of a German officer. He infiltrated the city of Krakow, it was swarming with German soldiers, swastika flags were everywhere, Jewish men were made to sweep the streets, factories were constantly spewing fumes out of the chimneys. He was stopped multiple times but thanks to his fluent German he was able to get away, along with his various skills it became easier, but his height was his biggest disadvantage. It was like a spotlight constantly putting himself under attention. Still, he was able to do what he came for. With the help of a Jewish worker, he passed on a letter to Oskar Schindler, a German industrialist and a member of the Nazi Party. He was initially a cold-hearted man but slowly his heart changed as he saw the treatment the Jews and various other social groups were getting just for the sake of existing. So, he started saving them from being sent to camps by employing them in his enamelware and ammunition factories in occupied Poland and the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. He was a smart-looking tall man, exactly what Hitler wanted Aryans to be, so he used his status as a party member, a rich industrialist to make good relations with high-ranking army officials. Getting the status of the essential industry was a major help for his factories, and since Jews didn't get any pay and it decreased the price of the product, he was able to employ them. However, he could not keep on adding more, his funds and influence were limited. At most, he could employ a few thousand. One day, in his office in the factory, he received a letter. It was written in English, a language not all knew. He did though, meet me outside the city under the West Bridge at 3 a.m. Initially, he didn't want to go, but curiosity got the better of him. No German would have written a letter in English, that was his reasoning. When he finally arrived, he was taken aback at first due to the uniform of an SS general, but then he saw the face. What, how? Is this a joke, he muttered. Hector chuckled, ha, you are seeing the real deal, boy. I am Hector King, Washington. Now, I want to talk to you about expanding your saving operations. They talked for an hour, detailing the plan to expand Oscar's industries from just Poland to the entire Nazi-occupied and influenced region, where there were concentration camps, his factories would be set up. Don't worry about the money, I will use the American National Fund and also my personal funds. And about getting you acquainted with a more powerful man, I have someone in mind. If everything goes well, you will soon have the most beloved German general helping you. Son, good luck, you are doing God's work. Once the war is over, you are invited to come and live in the U.S. After this meeting, when the U.S. entered the war and was fighting in Africa, Hector met him and secretly, a German 5-star equivalent general, the most decorated officer of Germany, Erwin Rommel, popularly known as the Desert Fox. But after his defeat and injury in Africa, he was recalled to Germany. He would later be accused of being the leader of the military's resistance against Hitler, also known as the July 20th plot. Hitler won't die but Rommel will be forced to commit suicide. Hector changed his mind by using his demon power by scaring him to death. His existence as a demon worked wonders on atheists as they quickly realized that God is real, hell is real and they know what they did would take them to hell. So, instead of participating in the July 20th plot, he participated in Hector's guardian angel plot. He remained in Germany as an esteemed general and worked on administration duty. His main job was to help Oscar set up his factories around Europe, get him the Jews as workers from camps, and also make sure no German officer bullied Oscar. This way, by the end of the war, with the secret plan, Hector saved 4 million people. It was a staggering number, no matter which side saw it. Oscar ended up being termed as the biggest industrialist in Nazi Germany and was arrested by American Allied troops. Erwin Rommel was also arrested. Both were facing Nuremberg trials, but Hector had provided due evidence already. Present time, U.S. Congressional hearing. Hector revealed all this information to the senators with documented proof, even many photographs and testimonies of saved prisoners were in it. The faces of all the proud, smug senators were worth seeing. They felt like shit for dragging Hector here, that after he had just returned from war and finally had some time to rest. The hearing was done live, people on the radio heard it, those lucky few who had television saw it on the live telecast as well. Every single politician in the nation felt like burying their heads in the sand like an ostrich, especially those who were aggressive about demonizing Hector. He ended his remarks, "Folks, I did what I did to save lives. I would have even sold my house if I had to if I could save a few more people, but thankfully I got Hitler by then. To me, human life is worth more than the value of money. But I do apologize to the nation for secretly transferring the money. I stopped after transferring 23 million as the money belonged to the common people of this nation. I know, my dear fellow countrymen would have come out and given their own money to help people if I asked them. But I needed to keep this whole operation a secret because many spies were roaming not just around us but even in our government offices." He embarrassed every single person who doubted him. The hearing came to an end and the matter was deemed over. But how could he allow all his political opponents to get a free pass? They will soon be hounded by the people and journalists for what they said and did against him. They will have to publicly apologize to him, some might even see their career ending. But he had no worry about that anymore, as he was in office, sitting in the chair of the president. He had honestly spent more time outside his nation than inside the White House during his work as president. "Ha, I knew it, I knew you were going to drop the bomb on their heads instead." Roosevelt rolled into his office room, laughing happily. Why wouldn't he? Hector won the war. What could be more rewarding for him than this, as he had given up his position for this same reason? Logan, as always, was chilling on the couch by the wall and Mooney was sleeping on the rug. Roosevelt gave him belly rubs. "It was a long tedious war, my friend. The horrors I saw, you can't even imagine. But at least we have photographs. I am going to make multiple copies of them and showcase them around the world in museums. The world must never forget what the Nazis and the Japanese Empire did." Hector seriously planned. The ex-president nodded. "True, I saw the films and photos. I felt my skin crawl at those. Humans are capable of doing such inhumane things, it's a shame on our species. But thankfully, we got you now. You have not only won us the war but also a big win in Asia. Japan is now under us, while Free India is a full military ally of us. We have bases in Southeast Asia as well as East Asia due to you. Our presence is global." Hector nodded. It was all true. "Rusi, I got a job for you. The Brits are too busy redeveloping their nation. They have given me the task of dividing India into India and Pakistan. As you already know about my cough abilities to predict things, I have written down all the major conflicts that the region may face if the Brits divided it. I need you to go there and conduct a long survey of how the division should be done, then draw me a border. By the end of the year, I will finalize it." He ordered him. Roosevelt grunted. "You should do it yourself." "I will, I only need you to make a plan for me, a real solid plan after thinking hard. I will make edits and finalize it. But remember, you are not going there as a big white man with power, you are also a diplomat, one who represents me. So show good comradeship to them. They love me for bringing freedom, I want to keep that love and respect continued. Logan will accompany you as the protection detail," he instructed and turned to Logan. "Are you good with touring India? There will be no upcoming war anyway," he asked, facing Logan. Logan nodded with a grunt. "Sure, I can see the land of ancients. But Moon Dash. Hold it right there. No, Mooney stays here, he's my son. No matter how much you like the fluffy boy, he won't come with you." Hector was fully protective of him. "Fine, but when the work is near completion, send him for a month's tour, I'm sure he wants to see Asia." Logan applied a different strategy. Mooney himself would have said no to staying away from his dad for a year, but a month of adventure. That was acceptable. Woof, he agreed. Hector eyed Logan with angry eyes. "Boy, you're playing a dangerous game." "I like danger," Logan stared back. It was a war of silent words. "Cough, I will prepare for my departure," Roosevelt interrupted. "Good, I have a few more documents, give them to the Prime Minister, it's about the region's development plan in accordance with my future policies and, BAM." Hector was also interrupted, the Secretary of Defense barged in. The man's face seemed pale. "Mr. President, Mr. Roosevelt, it's bad news. Captain America, he's missing in action over the Arctic. He was trying to stop the Hydra plane with nuke-like bombs. Sigh, what about Agent Carter and Phillips? Hector asked further. The men looked sadder. Agent Carter was fine, but General Phillips was shot by Schmidt at the last moment while he tried to help Captain America jump into the plane. General's car fell down the cliff at the end of the hidden mountain runway. Steve's news was expected. He knew the man was alive, but this one broke his heart. Phillips was a good man, old, but good. The butterfly has moved once again. I ended the war much earlier. Too many changes occurred. Prepare for a grand funeral. They deserve a proper rest. They saved America from total destruction. I won't let their names be shrouded in secrecy, he strictly ordered. This time, he won't be keeping Hydra's existence a secret either. The world should know what was the real threat behind the scenes of this war. Chapter 64. Cost of War. A day ago in the skies over the Arctic Ocean. A strange plane flew over the frozen water, the destination being New York City. The aim was to drop bombs of unimaginable proportions, one that would take the lives of millions of people in a blink. But Captain America fought hard and got on board. He fought the Red Skull the best he could, only for the crazed mutated men to use the power no mortal was supposed to harness. What awaited him was the endless misery of guarding what he could never have. For Steve, things were not good either. Sitting in the pilot's seat, he noticed the plane lock towards the target and he'd have to force it to crash. But this was a price he honestly didn't want to pay, for he had made a promise. But, the words of an old man, the most respected mentor and his idol reverberated in his head, "Don't let me down, son." "I won't," he muttered, reassuring himself of the vow he took when he joined the army. It was to protect the motherland and the people. All his life he chased after glory and a purpose. Now that he had it all, he can't forget those vows. He contacted the wireless radio station to speak to Peggy. "I did it, Peggy. Schmidt is gone." "Steve. That's wonderful, the runway is clear here, you can head back now." She was preparing to guide him on how to fly the plane. "I don't think that is possible anymore. The control system is busted up and the destination is locked. I will have to force the plane down. I will get Howard on the line, he'll know what to do." Peggy's heart clenched itself as an automatic reflex to prepare itself. "There's not enough time. This thing's moving too fast. It will reach New York soon." There was a small pause as Steve looked outside the plane. "I got to put her in the water." A silent tear rushed out of her eyes. "Please, we have time, we can help you. Just wait for a second. Right now, I am on the water. If we wait, a lot of people are going to die. Peggy, this is my choice. There is no other way. I am grateful for this life and I think this is what it was all for." Steve replied, pushing down the handle. The plane started to dive down straight towards the ice and water. There was not much time left. He had to say his goodbye. "I'm sorry. We just got married and I don't think I will be able to keep my promise of having 3 kids together." Peggy wept on the other side. Steve continued, "I consider myself the luckiest man alive to have gotten your love. But promise me, Peggy. You will start a new family. You will not cry for me." It made her cry more. She cursed her luck. This was not the ending she wished for, was all she could say as she didn't want to lie to him. Steve saw the plane was just a few meters away from the ground. "Thanks for everything. I love you, Peg, *buzz*. Radio silence took over the bunker Peggy was sitting in. The other operators left her alone. She wept, her head held down. The dream of a beautiful future with her husband was now ruined. A lifetime of solitude awaited her. "I should have jumped on the plane with him," she thought. But they were merely what-if scenarios. What had happened, nobody could change. Present day. It was a joint session of Congress. Hector was supposed to give a speech there. He knew his image was that of a strong militaristic leader at this point. He needed to change that. So he wore his ordinary suit and put a pair of glasses on to increase his image of friendliness. Then he walked to the podium, looking old with his white shiny beard. He stood up in front of the seat of the vice president and the speaker. He looked at the crowd for a minute, letting it silence down. He fixed his glasses as his eyes shined. Taking a small cough, he started, "Members of Congress, the war is officially over today." A surprise, probably because most of you thought the war was over the moment Japan signed the surrender. No, it didn't end until yesterday. All of you know that Hitler was our greatest enemy in Europe, but you are wrong. There was something even worse and more dangerous. His name was Johann Schmidt. He ran an organization called HYDRA, which acted as a covert experiment and weapons division of Nazis, but that was wrong. Schmidt worked independently, only using Nazi influence for his own purpose. During his reign of terror, he developed weapons like those that brought Japan to its heels. Yesterday, with the aim to drop those bombs on major cities of the US, he left Europe on an experimental plane. But, thanks to the hero, the first super soldier, Captain America's own ultimate sacrifice, Schmidt was stopped and the bombs destroyed. So today, before I continue my address, I wish for us all and those listening to keep them in prayers and notice a minute of silence in the memory of Stephen Grant Rogers, General Chester Phillips and all the men, women, and children that lost their lives in this bloody conflict. Everyone in Congress took a minute of silence, some bowed their heads, some put their hand on the chest. Nobody spoke, not even coughed. It was not just them, nearly everyone that was hearing his words through the radio stopped speaking in respect to the lost lives. Once the minute was over, Hector sang a song-like poem in his old heavy hoarse voice. If anybody else had sung it, it wouldn't have the same effect, but coming from an old man like him, it struck them just right. It took everyone by surprise, but soon a lot of the men, be the ones in fine suits, those with big mustaches or young faces, all had a hint of tearfulness in their eyes. The effect was even heavier on the rest of the world, as women visibly wept, men silently cried or sighed. Hector thanked the original singer silently before starting. I will use this song, Mako, the voice of Uncle Iroh. If you exist in this world, I will change your life. A/N, play, Iroh sings Leaves from the Vine, Little Soldier Boy, in the background while reading this part. He fixed the mic to his height and started. Leaves from the vine. Falling so slow. Like fragile tiny shells. Drifting in the foam. Little soldier boy. Come marching home. Brave soldier boy. Comes marching home. While he sang that phrase, somewhere in Germany, a young soldier returned home after the long-lost war. He had not received any letter from his family, and when he reached home he knew why. There was no home, only the broken destroyed walls stood erect, the remnants of the joyous laughter that echoed in there some years ago. The little soldier boy was confused. Where was his family? What happened to them? Was he all alone now? Those leaves did grow. From branches overgrown. Drifting slowly down. Resting on the loam. Little soldier boy. Taken from home. Forced to fight a war. That's not his own. Somewhere in China, a thin young 13-year-old boy stood tall, a rifle with bayonet erect in his hands, but shockingly, was missing one leg. Yet his face looked firm and resolved. His home was lost, family gone. He had learned early, only to fight he was born. Cheers rejoiced as families cried, they hugged and smiled, kids came out of their homes finally with no cries. The young boy saw these giggles, he wanted to protect them. But the war was now over, that sight brought envy, and he only wished he had the luck of a four-leaf clover. Ash in the snow. Falling so slow. Like fragile, broken hearts. With no place to go. Little soldier boy. Come marching home. Brave soldier boy. Come marching home. In France, soldiers marched back home, their destroyed villages brought pain, but as the men hugged their loved ones the sorrow left their veins. Yet, besides the entrance of the village, a boy silently sat with a dirty toy in hand. In hope and eagerness, he stared at the road, wondering when his father would come marching home. Days passed, the houses started to get erect again, but there was no father yet to clear the boy's pain. He thought he knew what he was fighting for. But the sight of blood made him question war. Poor soldier boy. Cold and alone. Bombs fall like rain. He's all alone. Leaves from the vine. Falling so slow. Like fragile tiny shells. Drifting in the foam. Little soldier boy says. Carry me home. Sleeping soldier boy. Is carried home. In a farmhouse in Texas, an old single mother stood at the door, the military car stopped by her porch. A man in uniform with badges on his shoulder stepped out, but the true dread came when the priest got off. Her legs wobbled, then the military men and the priest took their hats off. That was a signal she knew very well, having faced 3 times already. Her eyes teared up and her legs gave up as she fell down. In a single war that the devil had raged on, this was the death of her 4th son. This was the cost of war, no winners, only losers, and a lot of sinners. Chapter 65. Building America. By the end of his song, multiple images and stories had appeared in the minds of those who heard him. Even the strongest of hearts could not help but feel for the lost lives in this bloody battle. Hector allowed them to take a breath before speaking. War does not show who won and who lost, for war is a loss for the human race as a whole. We fight each other, we enslave each other, bring down all cruelty known to mankind to each other. But I saw it there, on those battlefields. Be it a white, a black, a yellow, a Jew, a Muslim, a Hindu, a Buddhist or even children, they fought side by side, for one thing, peace and humanity. Now, the war is over, the devils are dead, so it's my humble request to the world, let's not forget this humanity anymore. We don't need any more devils, we need angels. And I see an angel in each of you, because if you could fight together against an army of devils, then we can fight against our inner demons. Let's not let those 7 deadly sins enter our minds. Let's be the role models for the generations to come. Together, let's build a place we all can proudly call home. He silently nodded his head at the crowd and walked off the podium and then straight out of the building. Claps did shroud the Congress Hall for the next 3 minutes, but he didn't care. The very next day, at a burial ground in New York, dozens of people had gathered to pay respects to Captain, Colonel, America and General Phillips. The 2 coffins were lowered into the grave. But only one had a body, the other empty. Despite their best hopes and efforts, they could not find out where the plane had crashed. Hence, Steve's body was missing. What was not missing was a sad-looking Agent Carter. It was strange how rain starts dropping as soon as someone important dies. Hector walked beside her and covered her with an umbrella. He was a brave man. But Hector was honestly more sad for Phillips. The man was not supposed to die normally. But again, it was due to the same butterfly effect that he saved millions of lives by ending the war early. Yes, he was, Mr. President. Sir, can I continue working for the SSR? She inquired. Of course, it's going to need a new director. Phillips was supposed to be here, but fate does what's decided. Your first task is to gain a name. I have trapped hundreds of Nazi officers in Argentina, Brazil, and a few more South American nations. Go and arrest them. Once you return, we will take on the Council of Nine, a secret organization of rich businessmen who control the market. They caused the 1920 market crash. Hector revealed to her some details that would divert her mind from Steve's death. She nodded stiffly. I will get back to work tomorrow, sir. For today, let me relive the memories of my husband. Our union was short, but it was the most memorable time for me. Hector patted her shoulder and handed her the umbrella. When he walked away, a Secret Service personnel quickly brought another umbrella. Son, you will have to study hard now. You keep getting good marks and I will keep training you in controlling your powers, okay? He talked to Eric, aka Future Magneto. Eric was grateful to Hector for bringing him along and giving him a new life. The images of the war had not disappeared from his mind, but he was doing well now. Yes, Mr. Washington, he nodded and focused on the book. He was 14 years old currently, but his education was left behind and had to study harder. WOOOF. Mooney barked at Eric for some reason. The boy faced Hector, hoping for a translation. Haha, this fluffy boy is telling you to call me Dad, because I adopted you. No, Mooney, don't force people to do that. And besides, I'm too old to be a dad. Grandpa maybe. Damn, I'm ancient. He rubbed his chin, caressing his white beard and feeling bad about his virginity. Eric smiled at Mooney. Yes, he was legally adopted by Hector. He didn't know why. The old man had only said, it's a cruel world, especially for those with gifts. As Eric studied, Hector sat down in his office and started to go through the letters. The one, in particular, he felt interested in, was from some guy in Byberry Mental Hospital. Mr. President. I write this letter with the courage of not only mine but 3 more friends. We 4 were conscientious objectors and hence were sent here to help the nation by caring for the sick. But what we have seen here is worse than humane. Thousands spend their days, often for weeks at a stretch, locked in devices euphemistically called restraints, thick leather handcuffs, great canvas camisoles, muffs, mitts, wristlets, locks and straps and restraining sheets. Hundreds are confined in lodges, bare, bedless rooms reeking with filth and feces, by day lit only through half-inch holes in steel-plated windows, by night merely black tombs in which the cries of the insane echo. Due to understaffing, there is an extremely low ratio of orderlies to patients at the Byberry Mental Hospital. Because of this, residents are often left unbathed and naked. Housekeeping fell behind, bedding was unwashed, and floors were sticky with urine. Instead of tending to the patients, staff put them in 4-point restraints, sometimes for months and even years at a time. Patients are here heavily sedated at all times. When we run out of supplies to sedate the patients, they use wet towels to strangle their necks until they pass out. One died as his eyes popped out. Women patients are our *ped here, sometimes even thrown at male patients. Things here are devilishly bad, sir. Men who get caught and fired get the same job in another mental hospital a mile away. I have attached photos of some horrors as proof. Please do something about this. Hector looked at the images. They were full of people sitting or standing naked in filthy rooms. This was unacceptable. It reminded him of the views from the concentration camp. Wasting no time, he called for his modified helicopter, the first of its kind to be used as official transport for the president. He then headed straight to Philadelphia on a surprise visit to this mental hospital. He informed nobody as he knew corruption was rampant in this era. This was a reminder to him that the United States was not yet a developed nation. He entered the building and checked the conditions. True, as the letter said, people were here being treated like worse than animals. The hallway was full of naked people, the floor smothered with urine. Photos were immediately taken to be circulated across the nation. This is something every American should know. That they must be careful, little Hitlers could be hiding anywhere. He quickly fired the director, doctors and major bully staff of the hospital. Criminal cases were filed against them. But they were to keep working under strict supervision until new staff arrived. This led to Hector passing the Mental Health Act, which caused mental health problems to be seen as any other physical disease. This meant that insurance must now also cover mental health problems. Such was his job. He worked 7 days a week, 20 hours a day. His image was that of an unwavering and just leader. He oversaw the trials of Hitler and his plebs. About 89% of all convicted war criminals were sentenced to death. It was a much higher ratio than the original world. He didn't go easy on the Japanese side either. By the end of trials, most Japanese generals and famous officers were hanged till death. But then a weird letter came for him. It was from the famous comedian actor/director, Buster Keaton. It asked for permission and a request for the president to act in one of his latest films. A short 3-minute cameo. Haha, I can't miss this opportunity, so he agreed. In a week, the shooting of Buster Keaton's new movie, Lost in White House, started. It was a comedy movie with not many dialogues but instead situational comedy. The synopsis was simple. Buster as MC will get lost in the White House as a visitor. He will run away from the Marines, hide or fool people. Then in the end he will end up hiding under the Oval Office table. Hector, a giant man, would come and lift Buster, a short man, by his head, saying, "Whose child is this? Secretary, bring me a cradle." The movie ends with Buster being tucked into a cradle by Hector and a pacifier put into his face. It only took 10 minutes of his time to complete this role. He took the money paid to him and gave it away to a genuine orphanage. When the movie was launched, people went to the theater multiple times to just see his role. His time was spent doing various other things. He continued his Smart America program to change people's thoughts. The main focus, however, was to promote critical thinking and reduce the love for conspiracy theories. According to this campaign, the first major thing he did was prove tobacco companies were committing a crime by advertising their cigarettes as healthy items by making doctors endorse them. He then fined these companies to hell. The world was pretty shocked when even scientists started saying that smoking tobacco can cause cancer. His popularity, which was already sky high, started reaching the point where people saw him as if he was the king. Then, just a year later, in shame and regret, the entire Congress submitted a public joint apology to the President of the United States for the congressional hearing and baseless slandering that occurred against him regarding the matter of using national funds to save people in Europe. Shocking even Hector, some people's charity organizations of millions of war veterans, Jews, colored people, and some more started gathering donations and bought back all the ancestral land Hector sold. They came to the White House to hand him the deed. That was the moment he realized that he had been completely successful in his role as the president. He brought a change for the better. He brought people together. A/N, 10 years time skip incoming. Chapter 66. Korean War. Time skip. 1955, November. 10 years had passed by. Hector became the only president in history to win the election with an absolute majority for the third time. First, he became the president in 1941 due to Roosevelt resigning, then won in 1944, 1948, and 1952. Now, he was going to run for another term in the election next year. He had an iron grip on the Senate and the House of Representatives. Hence, no laws restricting the term limit came. Not to mention, the maximum number of politicians were these days influenced by Hector's thinking, formally creating a Washington school of thought. Everyone in this group was loyal to Hector, learned from his way of doing politics and his ideologies of how to grow a nation with capitalism while not messing with people's lives. His presidency was defined by ultimate prosperity and the economy rising like never before. Quality of life improved, everyone had a job. Cars, colored television, and cinema got widely adopted. The American freight corridor with a high-speed railway was half built. Hector K. Washington National System of Interstate and Defense Highways was being built to connect the entire nation with the best roads in the world. Technology was improving. The fight against communists was going head-on. CIA was working to ensure no extremist governments take power in the Middle East. The first large-scale child vaccination program against polio was started in the U.S. Hector invested in Walt Disney Company, taking away their 10% stake as soon as he heard about plans for Disneyland. The U.S. started training Vietnamese troops due to the threat rising from China and the USSR. The Cold War was an ongoing conflict. Thankfully, the Soviets were yet to develop a nuclear weapon, they were in the middle of it, however. The CIA was efficient in hampering their efforts by killing or kidnapping major scientists. And all this led to a crisis in Korea. He sat in his Oval Office, Roosevelt was the special advisor to the president, Kennedy was the vice president. He was selected for this position because Hector wanted someone reliable and loyal when he'd be out of the nation. There was also Logan, still the chief security officer of the president, and good boy Mooney, the first good boy of America. I need to head out. If I don't put the situation under control, the entire Korean peninsula will fall to communism, then it will spread like a disease. We don't want this, right? Not after so many men died in the World War liberating it. Hector said, bringing out a few documents proving the Soviets and Chinese were supporting the Kim family. Roosevelt sighed, to be honest, if you were to announce today that the US is going to war, millions of boys will jump to join the army. You have a cult following at this point. A cult that includes every American, Kennedy added. He laughed, haha, oh come on. My policies have benefited everyone, whether they're from South, North, East or West America. It's not a cult, they just know where prosperity is at. However, I won't be thrusting our boys into this war. He stood up, walking to the Grand General uniform that rested in a glass case. I will be fighting this war on my own, all alone. I will only need American troops from the Japanese, Indian, and Pakistani bases to provide background support, such as holding the lines. I will sweep Korea from south to north, destroying all communist scum in my way. He sounded dangerous. No one in the room doubted that he could do it. Nobody in the country had any doubt, the man had survived 3,400 assassination attempts, sometimes the bullet even touched his head. Roosevelt sighed, if that's what you want, who am I to say no to the legendary president? I will gather the folks from Congress. Hector opened the glass case of his uniform, dropped his blazer and donned the big red coat. Thank you, my friend. Mooney, get ready, and Logan. God damn, stop bloody smoking in my office, I am officially against tobacco. I don't care if your lungs are indestructible. Logan grunted and quenched the cigar. Fine, fine, TSK. You are becoming more grumpy as you age. I will get my suit. Howard Stark was one of the richest and most important men in the United States. He was the greatest inventor of the time, developing many weapons that could change the face of the war. But he was dissatisfied with the White House. Although his weapons were sold at a high pace, they were not being used much. Meaning, no sale of bullets. He didn't bring the matter up with anybody since there was no war going on. However, things got out of hand according to him when the president announced that the Korean War is happening, but only he will be fighting. The war was when Stark Industries made the most money. The policies of the president were hurting the entire military-industrial complex. But before he could talk, the president was gone as soon as the UN passed a resolution to intervene. With 1 million soldiers, 500 any, 1/3 generation helicopters and a lot of rations. Did you see this, Peggy? How is he going to fight without letting soldiers fire their guns? Howard asked his longtime friend. Peggy Carter was the director of SHIELD, an organization that deals with threats that are beyond the common comprehension of any agency. Be it aliens, mutants, or a cult. She helped bring down the Council of Nine. Hector now owns Roxxon Energy Corporation, an American multinational oil and gas corporation headquartered at the One Roxxon Plaza in Manhattan, New York City. It was one of the largest fuel conglomerates in the world. The corporation generates millions of dollars in profits each year by refining and manufacturing products related to oil through its many holdings. It was originally a very scummy company, but with Hector, it turned out well. With his King Tech company acting as the parent company, all kinds of innovations his mad scientists came up with were incorporated in it. Peggy frowned. Stark, have you gone mad? Do you want our soldiers to use weapons that can kill them? You actively are searching for conflicts to make money. Mr. President calls each and every American his son and daughter, and of course, he will try his best not to let them be harmed. Howard scoffed. How old is he anyway? 85. The first president to be this old. He should honestly retire. How long will that super soldier juice even last? Peggy glared at him. You have no idea how much he works to keep this world at peace. You have turned into one of those scummy capitalists, it seems. I am certainly disappointed. Saying that, she left for work. She only met him weekly to talk about new inventions and some SHIELD problems, but each day Howard was turning into someone she didn't want to see. You saw that, Jarvis. How am I the bad guy? I just want to make some money. This is strictly business. Howard waved his arms and sipped on his drink. Jarvis stayed silent, as he too had the same thoughts as Peggy. Korea, Busan. It was a fact that if Hector was present, he would be the highest military authority anywhere. A lot of officers and generals saw him once again in the iconic red coat and felt their blood rush. Korea was divided into South and North currently. The North was communist and the South was not. Ri Syng Jimin was the founder of the Republic of Korea and didn't want to give up the democratic nation, so he fought alongside the top commander of Korean troops. But then, a shocking announcement came from Hector. All officers, you are strictly prohibited from advancing into enemy territory. Your only job right now is to hold the line as I push into enemy territory while destroying them. I don't want any senseless deaths on our side. Understood? Yes, sir, they all saluted firmly. The Korean generals and soldiers were confused about what this even meant as they were not present during WW2 to see him in action. Soon enough, they learned everything. Hector, Logan in his Wolverine yellow suit, and Mooney tippy-toeing ran into enemy lines. Moments later, screams and blasts started to resound. Fire and smoke covered the sky. No amount of weapons or traps could stop the three. Hector even called his Skull Knight H. Even the Soviet jets that were disguised as North Koreans didn't get away and got struck by rockets that were thrown by Hector by hand. Boom. It was hell on earth. As per the order, the American, UN, and Korean troops had created a horizontal line across the Korean peninsula. They were to shoot down any North Korean soldier running towards them. It did happen. Step by step they advanced deeper while Hector ran around, drove his bike and sometimes took a lift from the helicopters. He would drop right in the middle of enemy camps and bases and destroy them. The communists couldn't do anything other than run. Their worst nightmare was the loud shout of Hector in the middle of the night, "Communist scums. Prepare to die." If they ran south, death awaited them, so the only way was north. In a heavily recorded and televised campaign that lasted 60 days, all North Korean soldiers and communist supporters were pushed into China. After that, the UN troops secured the entire Korean peninsula. However, there was still a heavy troop buildup on the Chinese side across the river. They will surely attack back the moment they find an opportunity. General MacArthur, who was still the supreme commander in Japan, had come to command American troops here. "I say, drop some nukes on these commie bastards, Mr. President," he suggested. "A good idea, but also a bad idea. If I do this, I will be setting an example that dropping nukes is normal. USSR is not far away from making its own nukes. I don't want them to also drop these everywhere. Once they make their weapons, the UN will be passing a new treaty to not use nuclear weapons on any nation and to only keep it as a deterrent. However, in order to stop any land invasion from China into Korea for decades to come, I think I will have to use something nuclear." He walked to the side and called a soldier with communication equipment. He rang the American command in Japan. "Yes, load the barrels of radioactive tar. Bring them here carefully." MacArthur's eyes widened. This was no less than using a nuclear bomb, only this one won't make noise, fire, or smoke. A/N, these few chapters will be fast-paced to show how he's changing the world. When it reaches the 80s, he will be going into space with a few canon characters and bringing freedom. Chapter 67. End of honeymoon. From the east end to the west end of the border between Korea and China, the land was soon covered with radioactive tar, a kilometer in width, turning the land into no man's land. This was to deter any sort of land invasion by enemies. A river divided China and Korea from the north. There was no need to worry about the destruction of wildlife since no animals crossed over. While on the Korean side, they had to plan for a 20-foot tall wall with electrified fences to ensure the land was never accessed. It was an utterly ruthless move. But Hector just didn't want to waste too much time stuck here. So, with all of the North Korean army stuck inside China now, the Kim family dead or on the run from the CIA and the whole of Korea united, Hector was not needed anymore. The UN will keep troops there until things get better and an election is held. Meanwhile, the Korean interim government signed an alliance and trade agreement with the US, allowing another major US military base to be set up there. With his job done, he didn't stay there as his presence had kept the USSR and China on nerves. He returned home. On the flight back, Logan complained, "I didn't get enough action this time. There will be plenty more. I'm sure a few dictators are hiding out there somewhere, just waiting to pop up. Until then, find a girl and date for once instead of being a couch potato in my office," he scolded the men. Wow. Mooney laughed at Logan for being called a potato. "What are you laughing at, my cotton candy?" Hector turned to Mooney. This made the good boy stop laughing and jump over to sit on Hector's lap to annoy him. But he only got hugs and kisses. Logan, though, grunted, "Huh, find love. Been there, done that. They all end up dying. That's because Romulus was behind all that. Now, you're finally free. Bang whomever you want to, make some wolf babies." But it came to bite him back. "What about you? You said you're a virgin. How can a man as famous, rich, and powerful as you stay a virgin?" Whistling, Mooney, "Look, clouds." "Bow wow, what's new about that, Dad? Please answer the question." "Whoa. Birds." When he returned home, it was not the White House this time, but instead Mount Vernon, the ancestral home of the Washington family. Because now he had a helicopter, he could come and go there anytime. He honestly loved this house because of the great view of the Potomac River. It was just so mesmerizing. And because of the amount of land he owned around the house, the place was extremely calm. The only people living there were his butler, his gardener, driver, and a carpenter/mason. All had families and lived in luxurious workers' cottages. Even for them, it was peak life. Of course, he dared not hire any colored men for this job as that would send a wrong meaning. It didn't matter if he meant it or not. Okay, son. Show me your report card, let's see how much you scored in the final college tests. He sat at the porch, overlooking the river. Logan was playing frisbee with Mooney on the lawn. The sun was shining today, giving a really warm and joyous vibe. This was his first holiday ever since he took the office of the president. It had been 15 years. In front of him stood 29-year-old Eric, who had just finished his PhD in physics. It was to help him with his powers. After all, what better way to become stronger than to learn the limits and possibilities of his nature of power? This Eric was much different from the one that would have appeared if he had been left to fend for himself. Instead of hate for humanity, Eric had pity. He saw them as foolish people who had no idea about the real dangers to the world. Dangers from space. So he sought to make himself the strongest mutant possible to help the world when the need arises. He was told by Hector that his power was classified as Omega, and that it can go even beyond that with the right training. His ideology was shaped by Hector, a freedom-loving peaceful creature with the scope of inflicting ultimate destruction. Haha, as I expected, again top of the class. Fine, we will test your powers today. Your job is to find something that can help that bloke over there. It's a metal called adamantium. I have already given you a taste of vibranium, it's time to go beyond. Adamantium is virtually indestructible. It is very dense. It can also cut through any material. To create it, a steel alloy and vibranium alloy are mixed together in a melted state then allowed to set. This is your current holiday task as well. Next, let's test your ability. Hector got up from his seat and walked to the lawn. Logan, bring the good stuff here, he called. Logan quickly went to the barn and brought a big sniper rifle with suppressed on. He simply aimed it at Hector. Boom. The fat and fast bullet hit him straight on the head. It created sparks and slightly twitched his head. Damn you, Logan. I didn't tell you to fire yet. Now sit there and wait. Eric. That bullet didn't kill me, but it will kill you. But there is a way to tackle it. 1. You can obstruct its patch with something else. It takes time and may be too slow to stop a bullet. The second method is for you to constantly create a magnetic field around to stop all the bullets from coming at you. This will probably be a bit harder for you to do. I will try to show you an example. Although my powers are telekinetic and don't use a magnetic field, the effect is similar. Shoot it, Logan, he briefed Eric as the guy listened carefully. Boom. Logan shot the sniper. The bullet moved quicker than one could see. But Hector just raised his arm and the bullet paused in front of it. Then it fell down. See? Now you try, don't worry, I will stand beside you to stop any bullet. Not that he can't just miraculously heal you by licking, Logan japed. This irked him. Oh no, Logan. I never lick, that's Mooney's job. Woof, I'm finger licking good. Wahaha, yes, on that point, let's go to KFC later. I've invested in that business for a free lifetime chicken supply. So we might as well utilize it, he suggested, making Mooney wag his tail happily. Squinting his eyes and making a big wide smile. Boom. Logan fired the gun. Eric was nervous about this, he did fail, but Hector was always there to stop the bullet with his palm. Keep on repeating, son. Practice makes a man perfect. They continued to train until evening. Eric was unable to stop the bullet, but he did start diverting it slightly. After a long day at work, they went out to eat KFC like a good family. The most shocking to Hector was Logan. He used to think that Logan would leave once the World War was over, but he stayed. He never asked him why, not as if he didn't like it. But what he didn't know was that Logan was grateful. His life was finally at peace, he truly knew what happiness was now. Whenever he saved someone with Hector and people came to thank him, hugged him in tears. He felt that he was a fortunate man, one who could stand up and fight for himself. But what about these folks? So, he stuck by Hector and gathered some good karma. 1956 came and brought elections with it. Against Hector stood Richard Nixon, a World War II vet but never saw a fight as he was not in war zones. Hector, as always, never really stopped interacting with Americans through speeches, personal meetings, and the all-time hit show, Smart America. His policies were publicized to show what great changes they brought. The soldiers who fought in WW2 were still alive, nearly all had jobs and lived happily with their families. Hector was their immortal president as their vote always went to him. Not to mention, he just won America another war in Korea, uniting the peninsula and kicking communists' butts. So, when the voting was held, he won 531 out of 531 electoral college votes. This was his 5th term in the president's office. When was he thinking of stepping down? Not anytime soon. So, at his inauguration, which was a grand one, he made some announcements. This was a state secret, but time to take the cat out of the bag had come. My fellow Americans, I have a secret to tell you. It's no secret that space is the next frontier. The man is yet to enter it. But the truth is, America has already been there since World War II. My company, King Tech, was ordered to make rockets that can put satellites in space for wireless communication anywhere in the world. Those satellites proved to be extremely valuable in war. The enemies were left rubbing their heads, wondering how we were passing on information. We have kept this information a secret in order to allow US forces an edge. But, now even the USSR is trying to enter space, so I saw no reason to keep it a secret, to let them know that we have already won. Now, I am creating a new agency for a space mission, NASA, one that will send many satellites into space that will help Americans in predicting weather so we can prepare well for natural calamities. And, my greatest short-term dream, we must put a man on the moon by the end of this term. This was big, he just started the space race. The crazier part was, this time the stakes were higher. Where Hector already had an edge, the USSR didn't. Hence, the Soviets were bound to spend much more money to build a rocket, train men, and then send them up, while bankrupting themselves. His announcements were taken with big applause and excitement. They simply loved their president for always keeping America ahead of the world. Hector had even published all the half-assed knowledge he had about space, science, and other future discoveries. This would give the scientists an edge and direction to research. But perhaps, the honeymoon period was over. Big bad news took the world by storm. On August 29, 1956, the Soviet Union conducted its first nuclear test, codenamed RDS-1, at the Semipalatinsk test site, in modern-day Kazakhstan. This meant the USA didn't have hegemony anymore. The next announcement by the USSR made things worse. In an open broadcast for the world to hear, they said the following things: for too long America has gone unchecked, doing whatever it wants. No more, we will push them back for all our communist allies around the world. It is our warning that any attack containing nuclear weapons or radiation on us will be met with an all-out response from our side. And, if the arrogant American president, Hector King Washington, enters any land of the USSR, it will be considered a nuclear strike and we will respond with all-out reply. The was worrying, Vietnam was still not completely stable, and this time he won't be able to use radioactive tar. But he did spin around threats of the USSR by saying, haha, look how scared they are of me. And they want to compete with us. But the truth was, most experts knew a new era had arrived. The USA will have to move with much care to avoid a nuclear holocaust.